Welcome everybody to the 2026 Pokemon International Championships for North America. Welcome here to New Orleans. We can already see a full crowd in front of us and people pouring into the event center. This is gonna be a fun one. What's up everybody? We are here gonna be doing your countdown show, talking about all the games represented. I'm here with Rosemary talking about VGC, Chip talking about TCG, and of course we got Caleb talking about Pokemon Go. I'm Zoinks, and I'm gonna be talking about Pokemon Unite. It's gonna be a whole lot of fun this weekend. We have so many players, teams, of course Pokemon trainers competing for that championship spot. So we're gonna start with some major storylines that are gonna be going on all weekend long. I'm gonna kick things off with Pokemon Unite, of course. We'll take a wheel on this one. Pokemon Unite, this is the final stretch. The final world spot available in San Francisco later this year is going to be earned at this tournament. It is the only one left both in the east and the western parts of the world. So this is a very, very exciting moment. One more team will lock up their chance to fight for a world championship title here on the NAIC stage. How about you, Rosemary? What's going on in VGC?
I think that's the same vein for the rest of the games competing here this weekend. We only have a handful of slots left and a couple of championship points for our competitors to lock in their spots in the leaderboard to make it to the World Championships. And if you showed up this weekend and you don't have any championship points or you're outside of that realm, then you could earn a direct invite by placing in the top 4 of your respective games. So those are also spots that our competitors are fighting for. But I think the biggest thing for the Pokemon video game is that this is the first international championship on Pokemon Champions, and that is so exciting. We're gonna have so many Mega Evolutions, so many new Pokemon, and I hope that the trainers are really going to get creative with what they bring to this final tournament of the season.
That's right. And speaking of first too, for Pokemon Go, this is the first season where we've had unique metas for every international. So this is actually a first time meta in overall for Pokemon Go as well, where you got Kecleon, Grumpig. Pokemon Go metas are already weird, and it's about to get a little bit weirder in this final tournament of the regular season.
And for the Pokemon trading card game, we've of course got a brand new expansion, Legal Chaos Rising. Certainly going to mix things up. Special red card, a brand new powerful trainer card added into the mix. Also Mega Greninja potentially floating around out there. Cannot wait to see what these players have brought for the event this weekend.
Interesting. All right, so we got Mega Evolutions, brand new metas, some really interesting decks, and even tech cards. There's a lot to look out for in a tournament, but of course, one major thing you got to be watching out for is these incredible players that have traveled from all around the world to be competing in this event. We got some really exciting ones picked out that we think you should all have an eye on to be watching over the weekend. Rosemary, why don't you start with some of our VGC players?
I would love to. I think this first player needs no introduction. Wolf Glick is the 2015 and 2019 NAIC champion, also won the World Championships in 2016, and just got second at the Indianapolis Regional Championships, our first regional in Champions, with one of the most off-meta picks we could have expected, Mega Steelix. Definitely not on anyone's radar heading into that event. So can he make it to a second NAIC championship title? That's to be left question for this weekend. Federico Camporesi is also one of our competitors coming over from Europe that has a shot to win a second NAIC as well, being our reigning NAIC champion from 2025. He's coming back and hopefully able to show us what he's got for champions. And finally, last but not least, from Argentina, we've got Juan Salerno. He is the player that is at the top of the global championship point leaderboards right now. So really proving us this season that he's the best in the world. Hopefully he can get that IC title he's been really striving for.
All right, players from all around the world competing at NAIC too, a very international players to watch. Interesting. Now, you picked just 3. With Pokemon Unite, I get to cheat a little bit. I have 15 players to watch, so buckle up, everybody. We did narrow it down to 3 teams, though, that are going to be competing at this event that I think everybody should have their eyes on. Root Dignitas, IX Gaming, and Deep Cross Gaming. Root Dignitas, out of that team of 5 players. 4 out of 5 of those players have won the NAIC title already. 1 player left on that roster looking to get that accolade added to their closet. But IX Gaming and Deep Cross Gaming are in a very interesting spot where they have not yet earned their World Championship invite. So these are 2 teams with a lot on the line that they are going to be playing for at this event. IX Gaming, in fact, was able to earn their world spot at this event last year.
That's right, and you know, this is what I love about internationals, because people come from all around the world. Even as a North America International, it is indeed an international, and that's no different for Pokemon Go as well. Leading it off, we have its accent, a 2-time North America International Champion, the defending and reigning International Champion, as well as the World's 2023 World Champion. Definitely looking to repeat his success here, where his claim to fame really started. And of course, we got Beelzebub, the reigning world champion, coming from India. Already has his qualification locked for this year, but he's been traveling around the world competing. He got top 8 at EUIC this year as well, and looking to improve that finish in the final tournament before Worlds. And we have Pokémon, one of the craziest stat line I've ever seen. So 2-time EUIC champion. He's gone on 5 championship Sundays in a row. I call him Mr. Grand Finals. It's 5 and counting, and can extend that incredible stat line here this weekend too. And of course, we have so many other players that we can't even name, and these players to watch, to look out for.
Yeah, of course, tons of storylines in the trading card game as well. Nearly 4,000 players competing this weekend. Going to be incredible to see.
You can do 15 players to watch then.
Yeah,
If you have 4,000 players, you can do 15 players to
and
watch.
I could talk about them for a while, but we've narrowed it down to just 3 here for this pre-show. Pedro Pertusi leading this charge, the Latin America International Champion from earlier this season. Him and his testing group always seem to come up with a couple unique tech inclusions for whatever given metagame we approach, so cannot wait to see what they've landed on for their 60 cards this weekend. Riley McKay from Canada, one of the breakout stories from last year's North American International Championships. He came in basically as an unknown player, made it all the way into Top Cut. He defeated toward Reklev in Top 4, did lose in the finals, but then propelled that momentum into the World Championships, where he was able to take the World Champion title. So I'm very much looking forward to seeing what Riley has in store this weekend, how he can back up last season's incredible run. And then for the TCG, a man who needs no introduction, toward Reklev, 5-time international champion. He won the Las Vegas Regionals earlier this season. One of the best players in the history of the game. Someone who, when there's a brand new card pool to work with, always seems to find something unique. Cannot wait to see what he's got in store.
All right. Yeah, the Toward Bag of Tricks is going to be real interesting to see what shows up. That's awesome. There's a lot of amazing players to watch, like we mentioned. But how about all of you watching, especially at home? We got a whole lot of rewards you can earn just by tuning into the stream. So if you want to link your account, you can earn a lot of really cool things for each of our individual games. So we'll start with VGC. Rosemary, what can people earn by watching your stream?
Well, after watching NAIC for only 60 minutes, you get to earn a special Blastoise and a Cherish Ball. There have been a couple of different Pokemon distributions for Pokemon Champions, including Charizard, so now you get to add a Blastoise to your collection, and this is going to be really fun. It can Mega Evolve, you can get a really powerful ability with a Mega Launcher, and hopefully someone gets to show us what Blastoise can do. If it's not at NAIC, maybe it's you next season.
Ooh, all right. Make sure to get in there and get some early distributions for champions. Exciting. For Pokemon Unite, we got some classic drops as well. We got a 2026 sticker you can add to your player card, as well as a Platinum Blastoise emblem. So make sure to be tuning in to NAIC to get those rewards for Pokemon Unite. How about Pokemon Go, Caleb?
A lot of great rewards for Pokemon Go. You can see Pokémon, one of the players to watch. You can get his exclusive Seeking with Icy Wind exclusive move, which he used to win EUIC, but also it's relevant for this tournament and it's relevant in the Open Great League meta, where he just won in turn a couple of days ago. So a really cool Pokemon to claim there. Of course, you get the Elite TM as well to get those very exclusive moves you can't regularly get with regular TMs, and then you get rare candy XLs, and of course a lot of fast and charged TM. So you get a little bit of everything to help build your perfect team for the next tournament.
And for the Pokemon trading card game, there are lots of incredible rewards in the Pokemon trading card game live. Watching for just 30 minutes gets you 4 booster packs from the newest expansion, Chaos Rising, legal this weekend. 45 minutes gets yourself some special illustration rare cards, the Mega Dragalge EX and Roxy's Performance cards that synergize well together. So if you're thinking of building a Mega Dragalge deck, these are 2 nice ways to pick up a couple cards for that. And then what I'm most excited about are those sweet cosmetics. We've got the Mega Blastoise deck box, Mega Blastoise card sleeves, the coin, and that avatar jacket. For tuning in for 60 minutes. I think I'm going to go backstage and make sure I have my laptop open so that I can collect these rewards myself this weekend.
Yeah, not a bad call. I mean, when there's that many really cool giveaways, you got to make sure to get in on it. And here is how you earn those Twitch drops. So follow these steps, make sure to link your account, and make sure you don't miss out on these really cool distributions for each one of the competitive games that are happening here live at NAIC. But we want to make sure people watching at home will also have something to earn for these awesome events that in person are truly so fun. I know people saw us on camera for a moment earlier on. We are dressing the part for this event today. Already a lot of festivities. Don't worry, the energy is going to turn up to 11 here very soon with the opening ceremonies. But with this countdown show, we get the chance to talk about our games a little bit before. We talked about players to watch. We made sure you all know what distributions you have in the game. But some of the major storylines, let's face it, we got some analysts on here. Let's get nerdy. Let's talk about some of the fun stuff that maybe people aren't expecting to see this weekend. A sleeper pick, a rogue deck maybe. What could be some fun stuff to look forward to? Rosemary and VGC, what's maybe a sleeper option in this Champions meta we can look forward to?
Well, I feel like I've got to set the stage a little bit in terms of what we've seen so far in the Pokemon Champions meta. And so if you haven't tuned in to Turin or Indianapolis, then this is definitely your primer for the weekend. Charizard Y, Mega Floette, those have been the 2 standout Mega Evolutions, and the rest of the meta has really centralized around those Pokemon. Basculegion, Kingambit, Sneasler, Incineroar. Those are all been some of the more popular Pokemon in Pokemon Champions. So when I think about sleeper picks that I'm really excited to see, definitely those underutilized Mega Evolutions. Seeing some Mega Crabominable out in the field, or maybe we get a chance to see another Mega Steelix. Just those Pokemon that I think just will stand out amongst that field when we have seen the meta be so top heavy.
All right, interesting. Some cool options. I personally am vouching for Mega Crabominable. That would be so much fun to see early success, especially at a tournament this big at NAIC. Pokemon Unite is in an interesting spot when it comes to rogue picks, just due to the rapid release we have had of new Pokemon added to the game, and now finally being tournament available for the first time here at NAIC. Pokemon like Feraligatr and Typhlosion, even Articuno having its first tournament of competitive availability. There's some really interesting options that these competitive teams, when they're in practicing, often in secret, with their own strategies, will be able to showcase on stage. So that will be really exciting. But if we want to get really in the weeds, there is some fun Pokemon that I think have maybe been asleep for too long. I'm always a huge fan of Mimikyu when it comes to these top tier events. Sometimes that on-stage environment that we have in Pokemon Unite opens up to these high skill expression Pokemon that maybe aren't metagame defining, but sometimes a player is just that good while playing that Pokemon. So I could see some availability there. Would love to see that. Not exactly rogue, but it could be a really fun option. But how about Pokemon Go? You certainly have some spice in your game when it comes to these, creative team builders.
Yeah, definitely. And like I said, this is the first time ever meta, maybe the only time ever meta for this tournament. So even though there are some theoretical meta to it, no one's ever seen any of it put into practice in an actual tournament. But there's a lot of top meta picks. However, there's a lot of sleeper picks as well that people have been trying in practice tournaments. And the real question is, will it really rise to the top, or is it, an actual, not performing well Pokemon? But Shadow Pidgeot is one that really stands out that a lot of players have really tapped into. We got Wailmer as well, Satu. These are weird Pokemon, even for Pokemon Go, and Pokemon Go already has a weird meta. And I'm very excited to see the creative spin that these players do, because usually some of the top players are really in the lab cooking something special, and it's really cool to see them play it on stage.
All right, Chip, you can't say Dragapult.
Yeah, well, it's going to be hard not to this weekend. It is the card that is the most powerful in the metagame. But when it comes to new cards from Chaos Rising, I'm really hoping to see a little bit of just Beedrill EX, a new card added into the mix, does more damage for each Beedrill you have in play, something that can ramp up very, very quickly. You can theoretically do 440 damage and KO literally whatever your opponent has in the active spot. So I would love to see some of that this weekend. But you do mention Dragapult. Our metagame has become pretty centralized around that card. It has separated itself as the most powerful attacking EX in the metagame. And usually when that's the case, even though it's a new expansion, there's kind of like a solid 55, 56 card framework that players are working with. Some of the players at the top end will make note of those things and find ways to exploit the way that people have ironed out their baseline deck list. Disruption, control options, always seem to be things that pop up at these largest events.
Okay, I like it. Some interesting picks across the board. Now, us as casters, sometimes we have to make these calls. Sometimes we have to make predictions about what will happen in our tournament. And a conversation at these ICs always is what region is gonna get the international championship, right? Let's earn our paycheck here a little bit. Rosemary, what region is winning the VGC title here?
Oh gosh, this is gonna be unpopular. I'm gonna say Europe.
All right, okay. I, in Unite, am going to say Pokemon Unite will be won by a North American team. I'm going with the hometown crowd this time around. How about Pokemon Go?
I gotta go with the hometown crowd as well. A lot more North American players coming here, but there's some heavy hitters coming from outer region as well. So they definitely have to bring their A game to keep the title back on home soil.
And ever since 2022, this event has been won by a North American player. And I'm thinking that trend is going to continue this weekend. NA defends the home turf, takes it home once again.
All right, I like the home turf love. I mean, we are sporting the New Orleans festive spirit right now on this hometown stage. And I know a whole lot of people are, including this opening ceremonies that is going to be happening very soon. This stage is going to be a takeover. So it's about time we get out of here and set the stage for NAIC to begin. So thank you so much. We'll see you later.
DJ Solid Gold.
Welcome, Pokemon trainers and fans from around the world. Welcome to New Orleans. Before today's battle began, we start with a sound that represents the modern heartbeat of this city. I am DJ Solid Gold, blending my beats with past music from past events to set the tone for this weekend. Here we go. We now turn to the deep musical roots of Louisiana. Today, you'll experience the sound that defines the region, from smooth rhythms of jazz born right here in New Orleans, to the powerful spirit of gospel, to the vibrant tradition of Cajun music. This is the sound of Louisiana. Jazz was born here in New Orleans, and it remains one of the city's greatest gifts to the world. Please welcome one of its celebrated voices, Aneil St. John, alongside her New Orleans Jazz Quartet.
Hello, Pokemon friends. My name is Aneil. Are you ready for some jazz? Hit it, guys. A tisket, a tasket, a green and yellow basket. I wrote a letter to my mommy. On the way I dropped it. I dropped it, I dropped it. Yes, on the way I dropped it. A little girlie picked it up. She put it in her pocket. She went to trucking on down the avenue without a single thing to do. She went to pecking all around. Then she dropped it on the ground. She took it, she took it. She took my yellow basket. And if she doesn't give it back, I swear that I will cry. All right, y'all, I want you to put your hands together. Yeah! Here we go, here we go! I got a girl in Baltimore, Eliza Jane. Streetcar runs right by her door, Eliza Jane. I got a gal in New Orleans, Eliza Jane. Sweetest little thing you ever seen, Eliza Jane. Oh, Eliza, Eliza Jane. Oh, Eliza, Eliza Jane. Come on now. Oh, Eliza, Eliza Jane. Oh, Eliza, Eliza Jane. Thank you very much.
That's what I call a good time. Next, we turn to gospel music. Music of spirit, strength, community that thrives across Louisiana. Please welcome with me one of the city's most dynamic ensembles, the Joyful Gospel Choir.
I'ma tell you about the number I learned the name. Every time I face, I learned the name. Nobody said it was easy going for the goal. Gotta take risks, gotta be bold. But I'm here to run a race, here to run for, here to make names, here to be a star. And when I finally make it, I'll be at the top, the best of the best. Yeah, I'll be walking victory road. I'll be walking
instead, you can find me there with my finger
Pointing to the sky, I'll be a legend, and I'll never grow. Here on Victory Road.
Yeah. On Victory Road.
Victory Road.
Would you meet me there? Pokemon Fast House. That's good. Yeah.
I'll be walking Victory Road. I'll be walking Victory Road.
I'ma walk the road of pride. Gonna hold my head up high. Gonna stop instead till you find me there with my finger
Pointing to the sky.
I'll be a legend, and I'm finally home here on Victory
Road.
I'll be a legend on Victory
That's right. As we keep walking down Victory Road, our journey continues with the sounds of Cajun heritage. The French Acadians brought this vibrant music tradition from Canada. It features a live fiddle and guitar rhythm. I want you to welcome with me fiddle prodigy Amanda Shaw and guitarist Tim Robertson.
One, two, three, four. Whoa, Santa Rosa, Grandmamu. Jolie blonde, mais jolie fille, mais je connais pas ça. Hey, hey, ha, ha. Hey, hey, dis donc. Oh, maman, je monte sans la Grandmamu. Why'd you go and leave me in big Mamu? You left me for another, and you left me blue. Please come back. Shanna, come on back. Come on back and love me here in Big Mamu.
As you can see, in New Orleans, rhythm starts early. Many say here, children learn to dance before they can walk. Rhythm lives on through its world-class drum lines in a city like this. And now, as our Pokemon trainers prepare to begin their journey, we send them forward the only way New Orleans knows how. Through rhythm, energy, and for unforgettable sound, please welcome the electrifying Black Magic Drumline. you have enjoyed a taste of Louisiana music. We'd like to bring all our performers back to the stage to share with you something we only do in New Orleans. Pokemon fans, we gotta catch them all, and right now, I want you to catch this vibe with us. This is called a second line parade, so join Pikachu, join me, and we're gonna parade out of here. Here we go.
Has set the stage, and now it's time for our Pokemon trainers to do the same.
That's right, Joe. Trainers from around the world have come here with one goal today.
To prove they have what it takes to rise to the top.
I like that, rise to the top. Very good. Over the next few days, we'll witness strategy, skill, and unforgettable moments that you only see at a Pokemon International Championship.
Our trainers are competing for a prize pool of over $500,000, Pokemon TCG booster packs, and of course, a direct invite to the Pokemon World Championships and PXP in San Francisco this August.
That's why every match matters, every decision counts.
And it all starts right now. Welcome to the North America International Championships!
Welcome to the 2026 Pokemon North America International Championships. We're back in the Big Easy, where thousands of the world's best trainers have come to battle for the title of NAIC champion. Last year, two-time world champions Luminosity Gaming completed their IC sweep after a tense 4-game set against Revelation.
One of the best to ever do it, Luminosity Gaming!
Its Axon battled tirelessly through the loser's bracket, resetting the bracket in the grand finals and winning his second NAIC title.
Praise for its Axon! He is your 2025 North America International Champion!
After coming up short in the past finals, Isaiah Bradner pulled it all together to claim his first NAIC trophy in the Masters division.
Isaiah takes the KO, and he is the North American International Champion.
And Federico Camporisi claimed yet another champion title for Italy in an exciting 3-game match against teammate Marco Silva.
Federico Camporisi is your 2025 North America International Champion. Here we go.
Welcome to the 2026 Pokemon North America International Championships. Let the games begin.
And here we are in the Big Easy, ready to kick off an incredible weekend, chock full of trading card game action. My name is Chip Rich, joined here at the desk by the 2009 U.S. National Champion, Kyle Puka Sukovic. Kyle, how we feeling, man? Ready for a great weekend?
I mean, it's amazing, Chip. It's always great to be here at NAIC. It gets bigger and better every year with those opening ceremonies and, you know, very appropriate as well, that Victory Road, because this is the last stop on our road to the World Championships.
Yeah, one last chance for these players to get that invitation to the World Championships. For some players, they're just looking to get some amount of championship points this weekend. Top 256, top 512 even may be enough for some trainers. And for others, they're going to enter this weekend needing to get top 4 if they want to earn that invitation.
Yeah, but that just means anybody has a shot this weekend to make it to the World Championships. Even if you come into this event at 0 championship points, if you go on the run of a lifetime, make it into that top 4, you can find yourself playing in the World Championships in San Francisco not that long from now. So there's tons on the line here this weekend and thousands of players all trying to battle for these top placements and these championship points.
For these points, but also for some incredible prizing up top. Tons of Pokemon TCG booster packs, but also tons of cash on the table. $25,000 for the first place finisher this weekend, paying out all the way down to the top 64, $2,000 for that finish.
Yeah, but you mentioned, back in 2009, I did win the U.S. National Championships, and the payday was quite a bit smaller than this one, Chip. The prizes have grown tremendously over the years, and yeah, there's just so much to play for now, even down to the top 64 in the Masters division. There's a lot to play for here.
Yeah, and even in our juniors and seniors division, those trainers will be walking away with a potential of $7,000 up top this weekend, $750 for the top 32. Tons of incredible prizes, but for many, it's all about the prestige, that opportunity to become a champion. There's also the travel prizing that these players are competing for. If they finish high enough within these designated qualification periods, they are able to earn stipends and travel awards into future international championships, and also, of course, here, most importantly, Kyle, the World Championships.
Absolutely. I mean, this is a whole season. Chip, it's hard to believe we've made it through another almost whole season here. Again, getting all the way to NAIC. But yeah, these, these travel awards, these rating zone placements, they kind of fuel you to get to the next events and the next thing and give you incentives to keep playing. So all the big stuff, and let's not forget some of those priority registrations as well.
Hey, that is a nice benefit these days with how quickly these events fill up. And fill up, this one has nearly 4,000 trainers entering for the Masters division. We got a couple players we're going to be keeping our eyes on throughout the weekend from all the different regions. Of course, this being an international championship, there are players competing from across the globe. Let's look at our players to watch from North America, as this is the North American International Championships. And a couple of very notable names here. Karis Jones there in the middle, of course, she just won the Indianapolis Regional Championships. Liam Halliburton has had an incredible season. He is sitting #1 atop the North American leaderboard currently. And then fan favorite Azul Garcia Griego competing in just his 3rd event of the year. He's one of those players who needs to make top 4 to get his Worlds invite, and honestly, if there's a player to make that happen, he is at the top of that list.
Yeah, absolutely. He is a former champion here at NAIC. And yeah, I think one of the greats. He's won so many different events. Like you said, hasn't been playing as much this season, but always fun to track, those players who've had huge success before coming in. If they take it seriously for this big event, can they make this big run happen? Azul is a player we're going to be following just to see if he can make, a deep run at this tournament and make some magic happen here.
And honestly, for these players, one of the most interesting things, of course, I will be looking to see what happens in Karis' tournament run, but I'm also looking to see what happens based on the metagame, based on her win in Indianapolis, because she won with Alakazam with a huge innovation for Nighttime Mine and Elgyem in her list. Liam, also a player who has played Elgyem in unsuspecting decks this year, pairing it with Zoroark in Zoroark EX. Of course, a potential card on the table. Liam has been a player who has piloted that to great success throughout the year, so we'll see what he has chosen to bring this weekend. Of course, Dragapult is dominating our metagame at the moment. Zoroark is such a skill-expressive deck, though, one that seems like a lot of these top players will tend to lean towards in times like this.
Yeah, and I was going to say, it's also been a trend lately. Lots of pretty young players at the top of the leaderboards a lot. Now, I say young, but it doesn't mean inexperienced.
Yeah.
A lot of these players have been competing in the Pokemon TCG for many years, but are relatively young compared to someone like Azul, who's been around for a long time, has a long track record. So it's been fascinating to see how these younger players have managed to rise through the ranks and really stake their claim as some of the best.
Yeah, I know Karis played in the younger divisions. Liam as well. He was a U.S. national champion as a junior back in, I believe, 2016, and also a world champion in the seniors division. Here are the top 16 players currently in North America. This will likely change up before the end of the weekend. Of course, the top 16 trainers at the end of the year do earn a travel award to the World Championships. So lots to be competing for these players. A lot on the line for those players who are in that 13-ish hundred championship point range, going to be trying to have a solid finish this weekend to lock up that travel award.
Yeah, and again, it's easy to forget how long this season has been. Aban, a player who went on a huge run earlier in the season, some big finishes back-to-back. Haven't heard from him for a bit, but those big finishes early on have really put him in top standing for the season. And then someone like Andrew Hedrick, who really burst back onto the scene lately with that Dragapult deck with the Crushing Hammers. Got a win at a regional championship, another top 8. He's got a lot of momentum coming into this event and is also a former NAIC champion. So, we have so many players to follow here. Like you said, there's over 4,000 players. So many things for us to follow this weekend.
Coming over from Europe, some players will be keeping our eye on. Edwin Messman, the European international champion earlier this year. Emma Hagen, who has had also an incredible season, but yet still somehow not the highest championship point earner from Norway, as she does have to compete with Tord Reklev.
Yeah, I know one of Emma's goals was to be #1 in championship points this year, and unfortunately sharing a country with the guy who makes that as difficult as possible. But yeah, as you mentioned, Edwin won EUIC, an incredible result there with that Mega Absol EX. Emma kind of burst onto the scene this year with Flareon EX, a lot of that pre-rotation format, but has had excellent results with very streamlined, aggressive decks.
Yes.
And we'll see if she can continue that here at NAIC. And then, what do you say about Tord? I feel like really we got into the kind of modern era of the Pokemon TCG when Tord Reklev won the first ever NAIC event. And that's kind of a clear kind of dividing line of where the next generation of Pokemon TCG started. Kind of, the old guard with Jason Kozinski, kind of like passing the baton to Tord Reklev to where we are today.
Yeah, he has been the best player in this international era of the game, without a doubt, winning that inaugural North American International Championships, going from a player who many did not know to the best in the game, a 5-time champion, and he does sit atop the EU leaderboard for this season.
Yeah, 1,770 championship points. And he didn't even win an international, did he?
He did win a regional, though.
Yeah, I know.
But no internationals.
It's funny to think that that's a down year for him, right? Didn't even win an international. But yeah, obviously won in Las Vegas and has had an excellent season, bringing all sorts of different things. But yeah, there's been tons of things. Drew from got second at EUIC with that Golden Go EX, which we will not see anymore because it has rotated out of the standard format. But we see a lot of players who have won regionals, and then I think a big name, Brennan Cameraman, just got second place with that Slowking deck at the special event just a week ago.
Yes.
We'll see if that has any implications on what players have brought to NAIC.
Yeah, very much going to be something that's playing a role here. I think people were recognizing Slowking as something that has potential. Brennan proved in Turin that it certainly has what it takes. Let's look at the Latin America region. Players to keep our eye on: Pedro Pertusi, of course, the LAIC champion; Marco Cifuentes, also his brother Fernando Cifuentes, excellent players from Chile. We will be following their stories. And then Victor de Velasco from Mexico.
Yeah, and Victor noted as someone who hasn't had a big kind of breakout performance yet, but is kind of knocking on the door as someone who has been a big innovator of different decks and is kind of someone on our radar as someone we may see breakthrough. Don't be surprised if you see Victor's name as, you know, making a top 8 or winning an event sometime soon.
Of course, plenty of players traveling from down under up this weekend. Our players to watch from the Oceania region: Brent Tonneson, Tim Franklin, and Henry Brandt, just to name a few. There really is, it feels odd, but such a concentration of incredible TCG players in Australia.
Yeah, absolutely. Like the one missing from this group that you think of as Natalie Millar as well. But yeah, kind of that core player. Matthew Burris as well. Yeah, that core Australian team has done incredible work internationally. Of course, it takes so much time to travel to all the different events coming from Australia, but these are some of the most dedicated players in the world who are able to make their mark wherever they go.
And these are not the only players traveling across the Pacific to get here this weekend. There's actually quite a large Japanese contingent competing at this event. We'll look at our players to watch from Asia Pacific region as Daichi, Shimada, Ryuki Okada, Yoshiyuki Yamaguchi. These are no strangers to our tournaments. We have seen these players do extremely well at international and world championships. Yoshiyuki himself has had an incredible year. Yep. Ryuki, a former international champion, and Daichi, a runner-up at the world championships.
Yeah, also the greatest picture we've ever had for one of these.
Takes the cake there, without a doubt. Incredible players. And for these competitors, there is much on the line at these events, as their process to earn invites to Worlds is a lot different over in Japan. They are not able to earn championship points for competing in these events, but they do still become eligible for a Worlds invitation should they finish in the top 4 and get themselves that direct qualification. Yoshiyuki did that earlier at LAIC this year. He also did win a regional, so he's got a couple invites sitting in the pocket there. But I know for Daichi, at least, he needs a top 4 finish this weekend to get his Worlds invite, which is wild to say. One of the best players in Japan. He's got one last opportunity to lock it up.
Yeah, it'd be an interesting story to follow. As you mentioned, you know, he's had a lot of success and really burst onto the scene with that second place finish at the London World Championships back in 2022. Ever since then, he's kind of traveled internationally, coming out to lots of different events, but yeah, this will be another big moment for him. We always love to see him at the World Championships. I think one of the biggest personalities.
Yes.
It's very fun, very entertaining to watch. So,
as evident by his player profile picture here. And Kyle, we're just setting the stage here, getting ready for our first Swiss round of the event. The thing I love about these international championships is getting to see the action all day long from round number 1. And we do have an incredible match coming up here very, very soon.
Yeah, I can't wait to get this one started. We'll keep you in the dark for now, but yeah, I mean, we're going to kick things off. There's so many players here, and we have so many top players, so it's only inevitable that we're going to have top players battling throughout this tournament.
Yeah.
Now, I do think we are going to see a lot of Dragapult EX, which I don't think will be a surprise to anybody who's been paying attention lately. But hopefully we get to see some fun variety. I know there's some top players who have brought some pretty wacky stuff this weekend as well, so we should have an awesome event.
Let's take a quick look at our caster predictions for the weekend. These cards that we are identifying as potential contenders. You mentioned the Dragapult. Ethan, of course, choosing it there as one of his cards, and you and him linked up there on the Shaman idea. Did Slow King's second place finish have anything to do with that?
Yeah, I mean, we actually did these predictions before the event happened last week, and I was like, oh yeah, Slow King looks like it's pretty good. Shaman might be a good tech card for this event, and then the whole thing happened. And now it's actually a question of should you even bother? Will the threat of Shaman push Slow King to the side? But yeah, it really is that Slow King matchup, but it does have other uses. You know, the teal or the Wellspring Mask, Ogre EX. We've even seen a tiny bit of Greninja EX. You know, there are some things that are hitting the bench, so having that Shaman could be big. But Chip, talk to me about Beedrill EX.
Yeah, Beedrill, less talked about card from the Chaos Rising expansion. I love those aggressive decks where you just make a big Pokemon and take big knockouts and force your opponent to deal with it. Beedrill, I think, at the forefront of those archetypes at the moment. But I do understand that those don't always necessarily translate to the top-end competitive decks. I would love to get to see some Beedrill action on the stage this weekend. Maybe someone will sneak in with a top 16, top 8 finish potentially, but I would love to see that happen without a doubt. Well, I do believe our players are getting ready. Before we get down to the stage, we do have to take a look at the format for the event this weekend.
Let's dive into the format for the Pokemon trading card game at the 2026 Pokemon North American International Championships. Trainers have traveled far and wide to compete for their share of over $500,000 in prizes and the ultimate title of Pokemon trading card game NAIC champion. The competition takes place over 3 days, battling head-to-head in a best-of-3 Swiss round format. Trainers advance to Swiss Phase 2 if they gain more match points than their division threshold. When Swiss completes, the top 8 trainers and up to 8 additional trainers tied in 8th place advance into an asymmetrical single elimination bracket until only 2 finalists remain. These final 2 trainers in each age division will compete on Championship Sunday. The trainers are bringing their all to the play tables this weekend, and we'll soon see who will claim the trophy and the title of NAIC champion. Let's get this tournament started.
And Championship Sunday is what it will be all about. We have quite a ways to go to get there, though. And honestly, Kyle, I would not have been surprised to see this matchup on Championship Sunday, or at least in our top cut, as we have an incredible round 1 match lined up for those of you watching along.
No kidding. We have Henry Chao, who of course went on such an incredible run last season, winning 3 regional championships and really was one of the top players, going up against a player we've just talked about, Daichi Shimada, who needs a top 4 finish at this event to make it to the World Championships. And maybe no big surprise, for the biggest event of the year, both players going with Dragapult EX.
Yes, I'm sure everyone is excited to kick off the day with a Dragapult mirror, but whenever these 2 trainers are paired up, how could we not get this up on the stage? And some very interesting things going on in the deck lists here, as we do see prize cards going out for both of these players. A couple of Dragapult EX in the prizes for Daichi, and that unfair stamp in the prizes for Henry.
Yikes, yeah, this is some ugly stuff for both players, but you got double Dragapult EX and the Dusknoir prize as well. Rough start, but we'll see how this first game goes. Some interesting builds from both players as we get into this match. I think Henry definitely has the more unusual of the 2, which we'll see, I'm sure, as we get into this match. Daichi going with Dragapult with that Dusknoir, kind of a classic deck from last format, and now is kind of resurged lately. We were seeing a lot of just straight Dragapult, but now Dusknoir comes back into the mix.
Yeah, it's an interesting conversation because it does seem like Dusknoir lines up very well into the majority of the metagame, but is not as strong in the mirror match, specifically when the opponent has Crushing Hammers. But at Indianapolis Regionals, we did see Justin Neudorf get a top 4 finish with Crushing Hammer Dusknoir build, and that is what Daichi is going with on his side. Henry is going to kick off our game here at the North American International Championships, starting it off, I think, the way most Dragapult players would dream. Badu in the active spot and Buddy Poffin searching the deck for 2 basic Pokemon with 70 HP or less, adding them to the bench, as 2 Dreepy will join the party there.
I mean, if you were drawing up, like dreaming about how your tournament was going to start, if you're Henry, you're going first, you're starting with Badu, and you play a Buddy Poffin, you could, I mean, what?
Doesn't get better than that.
This is like a dream start. We'll see if he has an energy attachment to go with it. But, oh yeah, this is incredible start here. But these Dragapult mirror matches can be very volatile. There's a lot going on here with the Itchy Pollen taking away item cards. As you mentioned, now there's Crushing Hammers that can come into the mix. There's lots of damage counters being thrown around. Interestingly, we see an energy go onto the Meowth EX.
Yeah, and the Meowth being played in the first place as well on his opening turn. Of course, players unable to use supporter cards on the first turn of the game, as Last Ditch Catch was utilized from Henry, playing around a potential Watchtower from Daichi. And Daichi here with his opening Ultra Ball discards Meowth EX and Dragapult EX, Kyle. He's going to get the news here as he checks his prize cards that there are 2 Dragapult EX in his prizes. He is now going to need to find a Night Stretcher should he need to get into this Stage 2 attacking Pokemon.
And he has to do it now.
Yeah.
Otherwise, Itchy Pollen will cut off the Night Stretcher. So this is maybe one of the worst outcomes you could see. And usually you're pretty safe Ultra Balling away 1 Dragapult.
Yeah.
You have 3 in your deck. You can Night Stretcher 1 back later. But in this situation, it's one of the worst things that could have happened.
And to add to it as well, Kyle, he prized the one of Dusknoir, which would be a potential bailout option should he get locked out of getting back Dragapult. Could attack with it, could use Curse Blast to just take knockouts. Not going to be available as it is also prized.
Yep, so I think a different story for both these players starting off. Of course, look at that. Yeah, right away.
I wonder if Henry's going to key in on what that means.
Well, but a heads-up play. I mean, this is part of why you do check for what's in your prize cards. If Daichi had not noticed that, maybe he wouldn't have done that. Maybe he would not have had access to Dragapult EX for really the entirety of this game. So right off the bat, you know, a heads-up play to give yourself the best odds of staying in this game.
Daichi does have a Lily's Determination in hand, perhaps the strongest draw supporter in the history of our game. The player can shuffle their hand into the deck and draw 6 cards, but if they still have 6 prize cards remaining, they get to draw 8 cards instead. That is a ton of cards, a very high percentage of your deck available to be seen on early turns. And look at this draw from Daichi. Dreepy, a couple Dracloak, Badoo as well in the hand, and also Buddy Buddy Poffin. He'll be able to fully set up his board however he wishes.
Yeah, just an incredible draw off of those 8 cards. You also love to start with the Lily's Determination in your hand. That way you don't have to use a bench spot on Meowth EX like Henry had to do. You also saw a heads-up play from Henry using the Meowth EX right away to avoid any potential Team Rocket's Watchtower from stopping that Meowth EX from using that last-ditch catch. So both players already thinking steps ahead, even from the first turn of the game, giving themselves the best chance to set up and win here, because setting up is kind of the name of the game in this Dragapult mirror match.
Now,
you need to get those Dracloak out, start drawing cards, and set up.
A big change from the Chaos Rising expansion, of course, is the addition of Special Red Card. And with the introduction of Special Red Card, these Dragapult players are no longer playing Judge in many of their deck lists. And so without the activation of a Special Red Card or perhaps a Unfair stamp, there is no potential for hand disruption. So with this Pokepad, Daichi has been able to set himself up with multiple Stage 1 Pokemon in hand, ready to go for the next turn, knowing there is no risk of disruption. Henry kicks off his turn with the attachment of energy onto the Dreepy and his own Lily's Determination, which he, of course, fetched off the last-ditch catch last turn. He'll get himself 8 cards and surely will be looking for Dracloak to continue to churn through his deck.
So you saw Daichi as well had Badoo and decided not to retreat into it and did not use Itchy Pollen. This energy attachment on the Pheasantipity EX is actually quite threatening. The next turn, if he can find Crispin and power up Pheasantipity EX, he can Cruel Arrow and go after a Dracloak on the bench.
Yep.
Potentially slowing Henry down and cutting off some energy attachments on Henry's side. So, normally you kind of go on autopilot. You're like, yeah, I want to get Badoo out right away, Itchy Pollen, take away item cards from my opponent. But Daichi deciding, no, in this situation, it's better to threaten something else.
And that decision goes all the way back to as setup was happening, because Daichi had a Dreepy in his hand. He had Pheasantipity and chose to start the Pheasantipity because he knew Cruel Arrow would likely be very strong. Ooh. Henry, with not the most powerful of turn 2s, only 1 Dracloak found, and Daichi responds nicely after the Itchy Pollen. Crispin in hand, bringing 2 energies of different types from the deck into play. 1 energy will be able to be attached from the deck directly. 1 will go to the hand, and he will be able to load up this Pheasantipity. Cruel Arrow can target down one of Henry's Pokemon.
Yeah, and who needs Dragapult EX when you have Pheasantipity, I suppose? This is going to put Henry in quite an awkward position. He does not have access to Shaman to protect his benched Pokemon. Most Dragapult decks also are not playing Rare Candy these days, so you have to slowly evolve up to your Stage 1 and then your Stage 2.
Yep.
So if Daichi can knock out this only Dracloak in play, he's going to be safe for another turn and just be able to control what Henry's able to do.
Daichi stockpiling some resources in hand, cannot play that Crushing Hammer with the use of Itchy Pollen on the last turn from Henry Chao. No harm, no foul there.
And look at this. Who cares about not being able to play item cards? He just evolved all of his Pokemon anyway.
Incredible setup there from Daichi. What a draw last turn he had off of his Lilies, and now Henry left reeling quite a bit. There's really no good response to this Pheasantipity EX's Cruel Arrow. You know, we talk so much about this card and its powerful flip the script ability, but it lines up very nicely as an attacker in the way these Dragapult decks have been built. Speaking of flip the script, Henry will activate that ability on his end. Does have himself a Dracloak to use a Recon Directive. Night Stretcher can bring another Dracloak into the hand. Not necessary, perhaps, with one being seen from the Recon Directive, but Lily's Determination also offered up. Does have Xerosic's Machinations in his hand as a tech option this weekend.
Yeah, I think Henry's deck very much tailored to deal with Alakazam, really respecting that as a threat this weekend. It's interesting to see what kinds of decks players were willing to devote deck space to try to tech against. You know, some players might be playing Shaman to counteract the Slowking decks. Some players might be using stuff like this, Xerosic's Machinations to target Alakazam. You only have so much deck space to work with. It's fascinating to see which players were worried about which matchups.
Boss's Orders added now to Henry's hand. He will use an Ultra Ball to search the deck for any Pokemon and add it to the hand. Ultra Ball, just a steadfast card in the Pokemon trading card game format for the last decade or so of the game. Continually reprinted and continually played in high counts and many archetypes. Will find Henry a Dreepy at this juncture, as he has gotten himself 2 Dracloak in play, which is his best response to this onslaught from the Cruel Arrow, giving him the highest chance to get a Dragapult EX in play. Also splitting up his energy attachment. Ready to go, just needing one more energy and a Dragapult EX next turn, and thanks to Itchy Pollen from Badu, already has the damage lined up on Pheasantipity to be able to KO it. He will also Boss's Orders here, trying to slow Daichi down a little bit. And just again, Itchy Pollen, no item cards on the right side of the table available this turn.
Yeah, so it might look like Henry is in an extremely unfavorable position, but there's lots of room to come back in these Dragapult matches. You see a small move here from Henry, playing Boss's Orders onto the Dracloak, trying to buy some time, knowing that Daichi's already used a Crispin, so the odds of him maybe having another one plus a Dragapult EX may not be super high. And if he doesn't find that Crispin, he's going to have to make a decision on whether to attach, use his attachment for the turn, retreat, and attack with Cruel Arrow.
But speaking of Crispin, Kyle.
Or he could just have it.
Yeah, he's got it. There it is. Second Crispin played from the hand, searching for 2 energy of different types. We'll grab a Psychic and a Dark, signaling perhaps the availability of a Fire in hand, or perhaps he will just retreat this Dracloak and continue to use Cruel Arrow. And it's an interesting call there, because doing that does basically walk right into the attack from Henry on this next turn.
Yeah, Phantom Dive really isn't that strong here, though. And you knock out the Badu, but the damage counters you're going to put on your bench Pokemon are almost going to backfire if your opponent can set up the Monkey Dory, which is another very big part of this matchup. So the Cruel Arrow is actually stronger in this spot. And let's not forget, Henry does have that unfair stamp prize. That could have been a big, big game changer in this situation. But doesn't have access to it and is unable to punish, kind of this aggression from Daichi.
He does, of course, play the new special red card, but unable to play it. Daichi having only taken 2 prize cards so far, and is going to choose here to disrupt in perhaps a different way. Zerosik's Machinations asking Daichi to lose out on a few resources he would have liked to have held onto. We know Dragapult's got to stay in the hand, that's for sure.
Yeah, now Daichi's got to make a decision. Do I value having these crushing hammers? You know, enough of the cards are important that he really has to make a decision here. He's got 2 crushing hammers, he's got a boss's orders, deciding, okay, these are the ones I'm going to have to part with. Interestingly, did keep 1 crushing hammer.
He just knows he's going to flip heads.
Yeah.
And there's the Buddy Poffin being played from Henry. Failed, perhaps, actually.
It's like Pokepads are being played.
Pokepad played to grab out Dracloak. Another one played to grab out Monkey Dory. No damage on his side just yet, but Monkey Dory, of course, is a huge player in these mirror matches. Bouncing back damage counters, using your opponent's Phantom Dives against them, as you hinted, Kyle. There is, we do see the first glimpse of it, Kyle. Alakazam in Henry's deck. He is playing a 1-1-1 Alakazam line. That powerful hand, that psychic draw. What do you think is going on here?
I'm not sure, Chip. But no, I think it's kind of an alternative to the Dunsparce that we've seen in this deck. But with the rise of Team Rocket's Watchtower, Dunsparce may be a little less reliable than it has been in the past. So having, you know, just a thing where you can, if you draw a Pokepad, right, you can just get Kadabra, get Alakazam, draw some extra cards. It also gives you an extra attacker in some matchups.
I could see you having a pretty powerful 1-prize Pokemon board in this deck lined up now with the access to Alakazam. Honestly, never seen someone play it like this before, but it makes a decent bit of sense. Henry has sent Dragapult EX now into the active spot. Will recover a Dreepy, put it into play. Phantom Dive does take down Fezandipity. And now Henry deciding where to place the damage. Will split it up onto the true 2 Dracloak there on the bench and takes himself 2 prize cards, tying up the game. Though the board position does still favor Daichi, I would say. He was stripped of quite a few resources last turn.
Yeah,
he does have Crispin in his hand here, Kyle, as well. 3rd Crispin.
Yeah, I mean, at some point you have to think about running out of energy cards. You know, there were 3 on that Fezandipity EX. We've already seen 1 go to the discard pile with a retreat. You do need 2 different types of energy in your deck in order to use Crispin effectively. And Daichi doesn't play a whole lot of energy cards. So that could start to become a factor here. And, you know, in Henry's position, you know, he is trying to come back. So sometimes you just can't play around everything. But
here it
hold
is.
on, Chip.
Crushing Hammer. This is a big one. And it is going to be a Tails. Unable to remove an energy from Henry's side.
Normally in this situation, you would be afraid of your opponent, you know, playing a Crispin, getting Monkey Dory down, using Adrenabrain, being able to move 3 damage counters over to your Dracloak on the bench, and then knock it out with Phantom Dive. Because so many Crispin have been used so far, so many energy have been gone through, your opponent probably just doesn't have the resources left to pull off a Crispin and Monkey Dory here, so you're probably going to be safe from that Adrenabrain, and it's going to be a huge swing in this matchup.
Daichi, of course, could still use Cursed Blast to still deal with that Dracloak, but not doing it with the Monkey Dory does mean he would have to give up a prize card in order to do that, and that's a whole other level of consideration.
I think Daichi might have been able to win there, Chip.
Did he have it?
If he had Boss's Orders, you bring up Meowth, and then you can just Curse Blast onto the Dreepy. Phantom Dive can knock out both the Badoo and the Dreepy. That would have been game. I don't know if he had access to Boss's Orders, but yeah, that could have been 4 prizes.
Wow, that would have been his 4 prizes. That Meowth that Henry had to play becoming a liability, but Daichi either didn't have it or didn't see it. Plays Lily's Determination as his supporter for turn and has Dragapult ready to go in his active. And now thinking through a Buddy Poffin, is it worth bringing down another Duskull to the board? That, of course, is a easy prize card for Henry to potentially take, though those Dracloaks, both already with 30 damage on them, equal easy prize cards as well.
And sometimes you just kind of get tunnel vision in these situations. You don't really think, oh, I can get 4 prize cards this turn. Normally, if you're going to use, you know, Dusclops, Dusknoir, it's got to be like a big splashy thing where maybe you're getting 3 prize cards at once or knocking out 2 Pokemon EX at once. But that just might not have been something he was looking for. And now he may be in a difficult position there, but yeah, that's just one of the challenges of playing this kind of deck, being able to, see all the different lines of play available to you. It's really challenging.
And there's the pop of the Dusclops. Cursed Blast places 5 damage counters onto the Drakloak on the bench. 4 more from the Phantom Dive. 200 into the active. 2 more damage counters to play with. That Badu, of course, an easy prize card for Daichi to take later in the game. Needs to decide where these other damage counters will go. 1 on Pheasantipity and 1 onto the Dreepy.
And now the good news for Daichi is still that his Dragapult is in no danger of being knocked out. He kind of has the clear advantage there. And Henry doesn't really have a good attacker set up to try to threaten this Dragapult or push something else into the active spot either. He doesn't have a good way to go for like a 2-hit knockout. So it is still really challenging for Henry because that Badu is sitting there as an easy prize card off of the next Phantom Dive from Daichi. So
Daichi can still win with Boss's Orders on this next turn.
Yeah, or even just attacking into the active Dragapult.
Yeah, that is fair as well, yeah. Just taking that out. So Henry will try to limit Daichi as much as possible here with his Unfair Stamp, a spec of choice for both of the trainers in this game. You can only play it whenever your opponent took a knockout on their previous turn. You send both players' hands into the deck. You get yourself 5 cards, and your opponent is left with only 2.
And now a big card in this situation would be Crushing Hammer, but does not look like Henry has chosen to play that card this weekend. That's
got to fit Alakazam in there somehow.
that is one of the things that's made these Dragapult matchups that much more unpredictable. At any point, you could just see a Crushing Hammer and really ruin your opponent's time with that. So now Henry's going to have to figure out a different way to go about this. He has to move this Dragapult EX out of the active spot. May even just see him go into Badu in this situation, try to set some things up with Monkey Dory's Adrenabrain. But it's going to be challenging for him to find a way back into this.
Still has access to flip the script, drawing himself 3 extra cards. We do see Recon Directive as well, looking at 2, taking 1, sending 1 to the bottom, and does, of course, have to get this Dragapult EX out of the active spot, and it will be Badu promoted here, trying to slow the pace of the game. Boss's Orders as well, forcing Daichi to find even more resources should he want to close out the game on this turn. He would need Boss's Orders and now an energy to retreat.
Yeah, let's not forget he has used quite a few energy cards at this point, so it won't be trivial to get this Drakloak out of the active spot.
3 damage counters bounced over from Henry's side to Daichi's Dragapult EX on the bench, and an Itchy Pollen pumps up the damage on Drakloak. Draw for turn on Daichi's side. Not going to reveal too much to us just yet. Sees a couple cards from the first Recon Directive. No help there from the Stadium and the Shaman. He does now find an energy card. Also Unfair Stamp offered up, but that is not going to be helpful at the moment. Item lock used, no KO taken. And honestly, Unfair Stamp may never be played from Daichi at this position. Henry may just try to play from this position until he wins the game, taking a 3-prize turn.
Yeah, and I think if you're Daichi here, you almost don't want to attack with your Dragapult until you find a Boss's Orders either. Like you want to be able to win the game on your next attack if you can. Attacking into this Badu really doesn't do a whole lot.
And from this board position, I don't think it's possible for Henry to win next turn. There's 280 damage onto the Dragapult EX. His bench is full. There's no way to get another Monkey Dory down, so I don't think Henry would have a way to take all 3 of his prize cards. He needs to buy 2 turns from this point, so Daichi has a bit of time.
Yeah, now Daichi did discard a Boss's Orders early on, and then discarded 1 off of the, I think, off the Xerosix Machinations as well. So
it does only have 1 left in the deck, should that be the case. We can get a quick check of that discard pile to see what is available for Daichi. 2 Boss's Orders should be down. Looks like just the 1 at the moment tracked. So perhaps 2 floating around still in the deck available.
All right, well then he's got plenty of resources to still pull this off. It's just going to be a race against the clock at this point. Will he be able to find the cards he needs off of some of these recon directives.
And will he choose not to attack here, as you called out, Kyle, but looks like he will get this attachment here. Now, Henry may be down a decent count of boss's orders, so he may feel like he needs to get the attachment here so he has multiple ways to close out the game next turn, but he's going to drop it onto the active. Is maybe keyed in as well that Henry does not play Crushing Hammer at this point. He has not seen one just yet in this game.
So still back and forth game here, not over by any means. Really getting scrappy at the finish. Yeah, we'll see, can Henry piece together some way to come back here?
Yeah.
It's not going to be easy, you know, still even, you know, a couple of Adrenabrains. It's still like 3 Adrenabrain away from getting that Dragapult EX into range. And another boss's orders.
Yeah, and this energy attachment from Daichi last turn getting punished by this extra gust on Henry's side.
Wow.
So now Daichi needing to find another energy card and boss's orders still to win the game on this turn. Draw on his side. We are going to see recon directives. There is the first one utilized, and now the second. He does find the energy. Does he have boss's orders? That would spell game, and does not look like he has it just yet. Still a turn away on Daichi's side, but Kyle, as you mentioned, yet again, no way for Henry to win on the next turn. And did Henry actually forget to use Adrenabrain last turn?
No, he moved the damage to the other Drecloak on the bench.
Okay.
So he's going for that route.
Okay, and then will just now be a pass from Daichi. Henry piecing this together.
I think Henry's trying to heal his Dragapult enough so that it can take a hit, and then you can wipe out both Drecloak at once. Maybe pair it with a special red card, put your opponent onto a small hand size. But it is an interesting situation, right? If your opponent had boss's orders, clearly they would have played it. And so, putting your opponent's hand to the bottom of their deck gets them closer to a boss's orders. So, I don't know, this is such a challenging situation. Henry might just have to go for it here.
And he's going with this clean Dragapult, breaking the item lock. And going to hope that he can just close out the game in a couple of turns. Now with this Adrenabrain moving some damage over here, pumps up the damage on this Dragapult TX. He'll get a little bit of spillover here as only 20 is necessary to KO the Drecloak on the bench. And now this Dragapult TX on Daichi's side. Perfect math setup with yet another Adrenabrain would be nice to close it out for Henry on his next turn. But if Daichi can find his
boss, orders,
that is going to be game. He doesn't have it yet. And I think his only draw option available, Kyle, is the unfair stamp that he has in his hand. I think he is now just going to be thinning his deck as much as possible. Get all this junk out that he does not need, and he's going for game on this turn. It is boss's orders or bust here for Daichi. He can bench these Pokemon. He knows he's going to lose the game next turn regardless. So just get them out of the deck and give yourself the highest odds off of these 5 cards to find the one you need.
All right, unfair stamp. Will the A-Spec deliver the game-winning boss's orders for Daichi here? A back-and-forth game. You can see the tension on his face, knowing it's draw boss's orders or lose.
Yeah, both players very aware of the situation of what Daichi needs to take his final 3 prize cards here. Hoping for a boss on these 5 cards, and it's the first one. Daichi takes the KO on a Meowth, spreads damage to the bench, KOs Badoo, and that is a 3-prize turn in a Game 1 win.
Pointing to the sky as a thank you. His prayers were answered, needing the boss's orders off of that unfair stamp. And may be breathing in a sigh of relief. You have to wonder at some point, did he realize that he could have won earlier?
Yeah, does he know he missed game?
Yeah, and then, when you realize that, it can really weigh on you and really create this feeling of stress, like, I'm going to blow this game that I could have won, but now I won anyway, so let's forget about that.
For Henry, he was on the back foot very early in in that game. The cruel arrow was not kind to him on Daichi's side. We got Pablo standing by, ready to give some of his thoughts on what we saw from this game one.
What a way to start this NAIC, guys. A really cool game. That Serendipity start was obviously very strong from Daichi. I wonder if he had prior knowledge. I mean, in this metagame, you're probably betting on your opponent having Dragapult, right? And you're going to get a good response on that bet. But overall, I feel like his start was so strong, then he missed game, and he almost ended up losing. So very good from Henry to be able to stabilize. I want to see cleaner play from Daichi in this next round.
Thank you, Pablo, for your insights. As these players are setting up now for a game number 2, Henry will have the option of going first or second here. I do have to imagine first will be his call, hoping to be the first one to evolve and ultimately get a Dragapult into play on turn 3. The fist bump has been extended, and actually no, Puka. Henry has chosen to go second here.
Yeah, very interesting, because he won the flip in the first game and decided to go first.
Yes.
And now after seeing the matchup, has decided to go second instead. So really valuing being able to be the first player to use a Lily's Determination, draw a bunch of cards, and set himself up. We see in the second game, prize cards, not that bad. Remember, Daichi did have 2 Dragapult EX and his Dusknoir prized in the first game, did not end up mattering. Sometimes you are able to work around what's in your prize cards, and that's exactly what happened in the first game.
Yeah, nothing detrimental here to his overall game plan. We'll play out a decent amount of items here from this opening hand, it looks like. A pretty standard line in this matchup, as he is wary of Henry's Badoo over on the other side of the table, so wants to play these item cards while he can, and we'll see him take a play out of Henry's book from game number 1 as Meowth EX has been added to his hand. Now, I think Daichi probably has the knowledge based on the game 1 that Henry does not play Team Rocket's Watchtower, so he perhaps won't use the Meowth right away, though he maybe doesn't know for sure, so that is always a bit of a consideration. Does he preemptively play the Meowth EX, hoping to dodge a Watchtower from your opponent?
Yeah, he did see a Risky Ruins go to the discard pile in the first game. Now, that doesn't necessarily mean your opponent doesn't play Team Rocket's Watchtower. We've seen splits, like 1 Risky Ruins, 1 Team Rocket's Watchtower, but yeah, you probably feel like it's safe, but we'll see if he just wants to play it down anyway. Obviously, the bad situation would be you play it and then you like draw a supporter next turn, and it's like, why did I play this Meowth? So there is benefit to just waiting, but yeah, there is a risk if you think your opponent could be playing that Team Rocket's Watchtower.
Daichi will hold off now, adding a Duskull and Monkey Dory to the bench, holding on to Meowth, and I'm sure he is hoping for a top deck of Lily's Determination so that Meowth does not have to come into play. Henry will kick off his sequence here with a Pokepad, searching for any Pokemon without a rule box and adding it to the hand. It will be Badoo eyed up and Dawn as his supporter for turn. Talk to me a little bit about Dawn in these Dragapult decks. We see it most often alongside Dusknoir, as there are 2 stage 2 lines there available to give value to your Dawn. But Henry is playing 2 copies this weekend.
Yeah, it's really paying respect to Badoo, and a lot of time in these mirror matches, you just want to have ways to find your evolutions. You want to find a way to get Dracloak and then Dragapult, and when your opponent is using Itchy Pollen, you can't use your item cards to find them. So Dawn is kind of a slow supporter card, but it lets you set up when you're in these slower situations, so it works nicely. Now, big thing, Daichi did miss an energy attachment as well on his first turn. So, you know, the first game we saw him be very aggressive, right? Turn 2, attacking with Serendipity EX. Now, there's going to be no aggression anytime soon. Missed the attachment. This can really set you back. Now, Henry did have to pay to retreat and kind of lost his first attachment as well. But Daichi's going to be under a lot more pressure in this game, not getting that first energy attachment and already being under the item lock.
Oh, and not finding an energy off the Lilies for 8 here either, Kyle. He does have Dracloak. Just 1, though, at the moment, so debating which Dreepy to evolve, his active or the one on the bench. He will choose to evolve the one on the bench, looking perhaps for an attachment here. So does look at the top 2 cards. Did he find one? don't think so. Crispin can make up for this a little bit, but on turns that you play Crispin, sometimes you'd like to be playing Boss's Orders. That doesn't feel good when you don't even have that option. You're forced into playing your Energy Excel.
Yeah, and I think some players would be tempted to use the Dusclops here to just knock out the Badoo and say, I don't want to get Itchy Pollen again on the next turn. That is a very risky play, especially knowing your opponent plays Unfair Stamp. You could get set to a 2-card hand immediately before you're set up. So Daichi wanting to be a little bit more patient. And also that Badoo is kind of a liability as the game progresses.
I think Daichi just having a nod to Alakazam there, discarded from Henry. That is the first time it has been revealed publicly for both players at this point. Having a bit of a laugh about the situation here, the deck list choice. And there's a nice setup here happening for Henry, and he is going to play Crispin now for turn. Can load himself up with a couple of energy cards into play, perhaps once again, as we saw in Game 1, splitting them onto the 2 Dracloaks. No, we'll load up just the 1.
Yeah, he's thinking about it.
There's the world of a Dragon Headbutt. Take a prize card, but it's a pretty costly trade to take.
Yeah, I think that one's a bit too aggressive, but yeah, also stacking 2 energy on 1 opens you up to Dusknoir, Curse Blast, wiping both of your energy out of play. So Henry, deciding to kind of hedge his bets there and split the energy rather than stack both on 1 Pokemon just in case. It would be such a big setback to have both energy removed from play.
And Daichi will be the first one to get a Dragapult EX in play, but will not be the first one to Phantom Dive, as he has still been yet to find an energy to attach into play. And even if he had had Crispin there, he wouldn't have been able to Phantom Dive this turn. He has to retreat the Dreepy and also accelerate to the Dragapult EX.
Doesn't feel good to leave yourself with 0 Recon Directive in play, but also wouldn't feel good if Henry...
There's no energy again. 8 more cards for Daichi, and he is going to miss an attachment for yet another turn.
I was going to say, it's also not great if Henry plays Boss's Orders, knocks out both the Dracloak and the Dreepy, then you pretty much lose. But this doesn't seem very good either, Chip.
No, not ideal at all. A bench of a Duskull, a play of the Watchtower, and a pass. Lily's Determination slammed as the supporter for Henry Chao.
I think maybe getting ahead of himself there. Had a Dragapult he could have played before that. But I think Henry's starting to realize I have a very real chance to win this game quickly. And if I'm going to win this match, I need to win 2 games. So it's time to pick up the pace. Time to maybe start getting aggressive, and may have been a little bit hasty there. Didn't play the Lily's Determination, or didn't play the Dragapult EX before the Lily's Determination.
That is the trade-off when you play quickly. Your correct play percentage does go down slightly. You have to recognize the situation. Playing perfectly is not necessarily as important in a spot like this where your main enemy is the clock, and Henry is the... Oh, here comes Abra.
I don't think that's coming into play.
Yeah, that is just an easy 1 prize card for a many different ways on Daichi's side, to be honest, but just thinning the deck here at this point. But I've watched a lot of Henry Chao's games over the last couple of years, and he is one of the best players when it comes to recognizing the clock situations. I've seen him fly through and finish games with decks like Gardevoir and Dragapult, decks that typically take a long time to play, knocking out and closing out games in well under 10 minutes.
Yeah, but deciding to be patient here still. Did not go for a Phantom Dive, not wanting to risk, a big Unfair Stamp, Crushing Hammers, those sorts of things. Your opponent does have Dusclops set up, so it is possible that you could be in a very difficult situation after you take this knockout, and instead opting to set up the Monkey Dory with Adrenabrain and saying, I can wait 1 more turn. I'm not under any pressure yet. But yeah, at some point you do have to think about, how can I win this game and give myself enough time to win the next one?
Daichi will finally get some energy cards into play. It does come by way of Crispin as his supporter for turn, pulling 2 differing types out. We'll load up this Dragapult onto the bench, and yes, just a pass over now to Henry. Gotta wonder, when is it gonna be go time, and perhaps the find of the boss's orders makes that decision a bit easier, as he could be the first one to attack into his opponent's Dragapult, though he does need his own Dragapult still. It's not found it just yet. Needs an Ultra Ball or a Dragapult to make it happen. Will thin with a Buddy Buddy Poffin here first before this final Recon Directive gives him one last chance. And actually, no, nothing to take out of the deck here, just a shuffle.
And I'm curious what Henry will go after here. If he has boss's orders, you could just go after the Dusclops and the Duskull, take a 2 prize card turn, really take away your opponent's kind of explosive option to get damage onto your board. There's so many different avenues you could take here, and this is where the games really do get complicated, and one mistake can punish you pretty badly. And we'll see what the thought process is for a top player like Henry in these tricky situations. How will he navigate it?
He did have himself Dragapult EX in hand, so now just has to debate. What does he do? And it will be another turn of the Itchy Pollen.
Yeah. That too. You don't have to rush. Your opponent has really limited their bench in this situation. Now, the more time you give, the less effective these Itchy Pollens are going to be, because you can eventually set up Monkey Dory and start Adrenabraining. But I think Henry is trying to prepare as best as possible for the onslaught of crushing hammers that could come his way after he breaks this item lock. Oh.
And he maybe was waiting for this. Xerosix Machinations, a painful supporter to be hit with after you've been item locked for so many turns, and Daichi will lose quite a few resources there. Looks like an Ultra Ball went down, as well as a boss's orders. And Henry will bench himself the Monkey Dory, gets the energy attachment, and just continue with the Itchy Pollen. Now, perhaps this game will go Henry's way, but the longer this game goes on, the much less likely it is that this set will conclude. Daichi actually just passed, Kyle. Did not have anything to do at all after being hit with the Xerosix, and Henry back off to the races yet again. Just a breadth of options available in his hand. And he will go now with the boss's orders. He's ready to go on the move to get this first attack in.
Yeah, with the second Monkey Dory setup, I mean, it's so annoying to deal with. There's so many damage counters that can be moved back your way. And Henry deciding to go after kind of the energy attachments in this situation, knowing that that is kind of the biggest resource here. And yeah, just not even taking a knockout yet either, not wanting to play into Unfair Stamp or anything like that.
No Unfair Stamp, no potential for 2 Monkey Dory being established as well. Making sure that Daichi's board stays locked, as he will get 1 Monkey Dory established at least, his own Adrenabrain online. Henry looking to have a massive swing on the next turn, and Daichi here, we got to start asking the question at some point, Kyle. When does a game get too far gone? There's no prize cards taken just yet, but the board position is so heavily favoring the player on the left.
And I think the issue for Daichi is that where does he go from here? He can Phantom Dive, maybe knock out a Dracloak or something on the bench. But then his Dragapult will go down, and his only Dreepy on the bench will also go down to another Phantom Dive. And he'll just be stuck with no attackers left in play, and Henry might be able to just kind of coast to victory. But we'll see what ends up happening here. We do also still have, the threat of the Cursed Blast from Dusknoir, Dusclops, and
a heads on a Crushing Hammer as well. Daichi will take a moment to take stock of Henry's energies. Looks like just 1 dark in the discard pile. Will bump that Psychic from play and will take the KO here. Gonna hold his breath and hope that Henry is unable to find a Psychic energy this turn in order to attack.
Yeah, if Henry is able to use Phantom Dive here, it seems all but over. He's just gonna have such control of the board at that stage. Risky Ruins as well will generate some damage for him to use Monkey Dory's Adrenabrain if there are any basic Pokemon left.
Yeah, and that is a big if here, as I do not see any. There is a Chi-Yu in the deck, but that's got more than 70 hit points, so he can bring that out through way
we
of
got
another.
Abra.
Oh, Abra here saving the day. And honestly, a way that you can generate damage infinitely with this deck, right?
That's true.
Put it into play, bounce the damage counters over, and then use that teleporter ability to send it back in. As Henry will promote his Dragapult, he needs to find a Psychic Energy. Got a couple damage counters over onto his opponent's side. He'll bring back another Dreepy. That's a couple more damage counters. We could see a 4-prize turn here from Henry, should he want it. Taking down Duskull and the Dreepy. And he will play Rosa's Encouragement as his supporter for turn. A supporter that came out from Perfect Order. You can only play it whenever you have more prize cards remaining than your opponent. But if you do, you get to attach 2 basic energy cards from your discard pile onto one of your Stage 2 Pokemon. A perfect partner for Dragapult EX. We see it most often in Dusknoir builds. And he does also combo this play with an Unfair Stamp.
Not bad, Chip. Not a bad turn at all, but you could see Henry was building up to this, right? This was a masterclass in patience and not attacking too quickly, setting yourself up for a long-term board position rather than a quick advantage. You can see now the Unfair Stamp coming in. He's going to be able to use Flip the Script, build up so many cards in his hand. He's going to be able to knock out the only Dragapult EX in play and the only Dreepy in play. Daichi will be left with no attackers for several turns. And I don't know what the path to coming back would be at that stage. There's Monkey Dory set up already. There's damage counters to move. So, you know, you bench a Dreepy, it's going to get knocked out by Phantom Dive. What do you do here?
Yeah, this is an incredible play here from Henry. 4-prize turn down to just 2 prize cards remaining. Daichi with nothing to do but promote this Monkey Dory. He's got himself a Crispin. He has no draw power available, though. There's no draw supporter. There's no Dracloak in play. Doesn't even yet have a Psychic Energy. He does have the Dusclops. He will pop that to take out the Dreepy, grab himself a prize card looking for some help. Does find Buddy Buddy Poffin. Don't know how
about
much
to see the
aid
mind
that
bend
will be, and I do think we are gearing up towards a mind bend here, Kyle. And Daichi will use that as his way to try to slow Henry down from here.
I don't know how effective it's going to be, given that your opponent can just move the 6 damage counters back.
Also, another fact as well, the confusion, not a big deal because Henry has Abra.
Yeah.
He can bench the Abra. He can retreat the Dragapult into it, and that's exactly what he's going to do here. Get himself out of the confusion, teleporter away, and doesn't have to worry about any flips. Henry Chao takes Game 2, tying this set.
What a clever addition to this deck. You can see all sorts of tricks going on here. I was wrong. We were going to see Abra in this game. It's typically a liability with such a low amount of HP, but yeah, that ability being able to kind of act as a switch and also wait to reset it so that you can play it repeatedly and keep generating damage counters off of the risky ruins. What an incredible series of events we just saw there.
Wow, what a game number 2. What a setup here. Henry just slowing the pace of the game mightily. Daichi not aided from his deck in this situation as he had no energy cards to attach, but it was a patient one from Henry Chao. Just a use of Itchy Pollen over and over and over again until he got to the board position he knew he wanted.
Yeah, slow and steady. Sometimes it's not about taking the prize cards, it's about getting yourself in position to win later on. And we saw that there. No surprise to see from someone like Henry Chao. I think there are some questions from people, probably not very good questions, but what's he gonna do now that there's no Gardevoir EX?
Yeah.
Turns out players of this caliber are just tied to a single deck.
Yeah, he's gonna be just fine. And he's found a new friend in Dragapult as the players are setting up here. Daichi choosing to go second here in this Game 3. Henry will kick off game number 3 with the play of a Pokepad, and he started his own Pheasantipity here, Kyle. Oh, how the turntables as the Pheasantipity may, in fact, for his side, start laying some damage down onto his opponent's board. He would need an energy card this turn to make that a reality. He's going to check a couple prize cards here, Kyle. And I think the big story for this game number 3 is just going to have to be the clock. We're approaching 4 minutes remaining here. It's probably very likely to see this one end in a tie, but what are the outs for both of these players here? What is the most likely scenario where one of these two would come away with 3 match points from this round 1?
It would probably have to involve someone not drawing a good hand, not being able to play very many of their cards. Unfortunately, both these decks are pretty slow to set up, and they're both kind of built to slow the game down a bit as well. So it would really probably have to be a situation with like a lone basic Pokemon or not being able to evolve any of your Dreepy, anything like that.
Ooh, Kyle, Daichi's hand is not great. There's no draw supporter. He's able to find a Dracloak here. He's got Crispin, but he's got no Lily's Determination. He's got no Ultra Ball to fetch out Meowth or anything like that. So
going for the Mind Bend to block the Cruel Arrow?
That may be what we see here with Henry's aggressive attachment to the active. And with the situation only 3 minutes left on the clock, will Daichi go for this Mind Bend? That would seem like a really nice answer here.
Well, yeah, because you also don't want to really commit too many energy to your bench Dreepy if they're just going to get knocked out by a Cruel Arrow. So let's, make it as hard as possible.
Wow. Did not think I was going to be seeing this setup. But Henry here with...
Henry's hand is nothing.
Nothing, and he's got a Dracloak to live on at the moment. He does find himself another Buddy Buddy Poffin, but no supporter, Kyle? No energy cards?
I don't see anything, Chip. There's just a whole lot of nothing. Now, Monkey Dory isn't the fastest at winning a game for you with Mind Bend, but, I mean, it can knock out this Badoo. Unfortunately, when you do that, you give your opponent access to flip the script. So this is going to present an even more awkward situation.
Big 3 cards here for Daichi that he'll see. Draw for turn was a Shaman. Recon Directive does find himself yet another Dracloak and one more Recon Directive. Looking for something to help here. Does find a Pokepad, unable to play it. He does have an Energy and a Dragapult EX in his hand, so he can gear up for a potential Phantom Dive next turn. Cannot play this Pokepad. Yeah, make sure we don't pick up the deck there. That would lead to some prize penalties most likely. Henry making sure that does not happen. Daichi will try to slow Henry down as much as he can with his boss's orders, bringing up the Dreepy, attaching for turn to his Dracloak, trying to gear up for an attack on the next turn. 90 seconds left on the clock, and is going to Mind Bend here, put some damage counters into play. Recon Directive on Henry's side.
I think was debating, should I Adrenabrain just knock this out, but then you give your opponent access to flip the script?
Yeah.
With the Pheasantipity EX.
And no question about if it would be available, as Pheasantipity was the starter for Henry. Boss's orders now from Henry after a energy to retreat. We'll try to continue to slow this pace here. There is the Dragapult in hand. Should Daichi find his Crispin, he could still attack with this active. He will evolve his Dragapult up and is going to play Lily's Determination, shuffling the hand in, drawing 8 cards, just giving himself the best chance to find an energy to continue his setup here. And the way this one is playing out, Kyle, now under 60 seconds to go, does very heavily lean towards a tie. Of course, after time expires, these players do get 3 additional turns, turn 0, 1, 2, and 3, to try to finish a game, though I don't know that either player will be able to satisfy one of the win conditions of the Pokemon TCG in that time frame.
Not if you don't draw an energy card, Chip. There's not going to be any attack happening this turn from Daichi. And yeah, I think you are right on the money there. It is looking like time will expire in this one, and unfortunately we probably won't come to a conclusion here, but we did get to see some excellent games to kick off this event. We're going to see yet again the Xerosix Machinations has been a very annoying card for Daichi to deal with, always having to discard some amount of important resources.
It's one of those cards in the format that I think everyone recognizes is no fun to play against. Like just being hit with a Xerosix at any random time is going to make you question what you're supposed to do. It's going to put you in a tough spot, but it's a difficult card to slot into a deck. It's a difficult card to justify one of your 60 spots too. And it has put Daichi in a tough spot in all 3 games thus far.
Yep, it's kind of thing too where you think you're making the right decision now, and then a couple turns later, you're just like, why did I discard that boss's orders? I just needed one more to win the game. It's hard to think that far ahead and be like, I'm going to need this eventually, versus weighing out what's in your hand right now that you need to do something on the next turn. So yeah, very, very annoying card to deal with, and also one that kind of uniquely gives your opponent a chance to make a big mistake. But it is a very slow card, and it's hard to find turns sometimes to play a supporter card like that.
Henry was turn 0. Daichi will be turn 1. He does have Crispin to juice up this Dragapult here. And if there is a player who could win this game, it certainly would be Daichi from here. Henry's board is much weaker. So with 2 turns remaining, I mean, Daichi's only chance to win would be to clear all Pokemon in play. He cannot take 6 prize cards, so he has to rely on Henry not finding more Pokemon to put into play. So he'll play to that out at least, which is, of course, commendable. He'll bounce a damage counter over there to take the first prize card here. He's unable to KO anything off the bench. Played Crispin for turn, so boss's order is not an option. And I think the players may be recognizing the situation and will extend the hands. We do end round 1 here at NAIC with a tie.
Yeah, unfortunate we don't get to see a winner in our first round, but again, those were some incredible games, really back and forth for both sides, and saw some really clever maneuvers from both players, and you got to see maybe why that Alakazam is in Henry's deck, even though we never saw it, the Abra evolve into Kadabra or Alakazam. Just having that Abra can be a fun little trick.
Yeah, very nice addition. And yeah, the Alakazam lining up pretty nicely in a format where people are perhaps taking Judge out of their decks. You know, Special Red card is still floating around, but Alakazam could be a nice early game aggressive option, and of course makes those Dawns much stronger throughout the game. Game number 1 was all about Daichi Shimada in the early turns. Perhaps missed game in the middle of this sequence here. Had an opportunity to close it out and take a 4 prize turn. Didn't quite see it though, and that gave Henry room to bounce back.
Yeah, and Henry made really it into an interesting game in what was a very disadvantageous situation. Slowed the game down quite a bit, bought himself enough time to get to a spot where his opponent needed to draw boss's orders to win the game, and it came down to one A-spec card, the Unfair Stamp.
And it was the top card of the deck. What a reveal, what a find for Daichi to close out game number 1. In game number 2, though, maybe Daichi should have continued those prayers and asked for energy cards, as that was the drought here for him, as he was very slow to get out of the gates, not finding any energy cards. Henry wiped all of Daichi's options off the table, and it did eventually lead to his victory in game 2.
Yeah, perhaps Daichi used his one time on the boss's orders in the first game.
Can't be using a one time in round 1.
Okay. But yeah, you saw in the second game, Henry was able to slowly, methodically piece apart Daichi's board and win the game, and then it looked like Daichi was going to be pretty favored, perhaps, in that third and final game, just with how it was playing out. But it does end in a tie.
Yeah, perhaps players would have been playing differently as well, given the situation, if they knew more time was available. So, you know, it's always tough to tell how things would have ended up. We can always wonder what would have been, but we can, you know, take joy in what we did get to experience, which was an excellent game 1 and 2 of that set. 2 of the best players in the game playing it out here on the big stage for round number 1. Don't know if I could have handpicked a better one.
Yeah, that was a great way to kick things off. And, you know, I'm sure both players may be a little disappointed to start off with the tie, but hey, 1 point's better than 0.
Absolutely. You'll take every match point you can get, especially when your opponent is as pedigreed as the one you found in round number 1. We're going to bring Pablo Meza in here. Tablemon standing by, ready to give his insights onto that set. What a way to kick this weekend off.
What a way indeed, Chip. That was such a great match. You said yourself, like, if we could have handpicked this match for a top 8 showing, this easily could have been a top 8 match. And I know the sentiment towards Dragapult is perhaps not the most affectionate from the people out there, but I feel like when you see this high-quality gameplay, this high-quality decision-making, Dragapult leads to these situations, right? Every micro decision between Dracloak, even the starting Pokemon, right? Daichi choosing Serendipity over Dreepy, making the call that Henry was probably playing the Dragapult deck, and leading to this precise board, right? Having the threat of Serendipity, taking down your opponent's single Dracloak in play when you yourself have triple Dracloak. Like, that's a really good position to be in, if you ask me. Now, Daichi was able to capitalize a bit more on this. He was able to take out another Dracloak, get ahead 2 prizes, but then this happened, guys. The missed game on, I think it's like turn 3 or 4. You pointed it out, Kyle. Daichi needed Boss's Orders and Fire Energy in order to bring up, oops, that's not the right thing, in order to bring up this Meowth to the active and then pop the Dusclops onto a Dreepy, take that out with a Phantom Dive, take this out with a Phantom Dive, and take this out with a Phantom Dive for a 4 prize turn. Unfortunately though, Daichi, despite getting the right pieces, Boss's Orders off the first Dracloak and Night Stretcher off the second Dracloak to get that Fire Energy from the discard pile, there it is, he missed it. And I mean, we've all been there. The pressure is definitely something that round 1, biggest tournament, all the spotlight on you. I don't know, guys. I mean, it was right there, but also it's not that obvious, right?
Yeah, and that's what Dusknoir can introduce. So many different paths to close out games with that Cursed Blast ability. You find yourself in unique situations very often with these decks, so Daichi did miss out there.
Yeah, and I mean, I don't think we want to harp on this too much, right? Like, it happens to everybody, the best of the best. But
and it led to this exciting moment, right? The on first stamp, first card, Boss's Orders off the top. Really cool to see, and I mean, we live for these moments, right? These are what gets our nerves ready to go throughout the whole event, and I mean, pretty exciting game 1 for sure, and then game 2 also had its moments for sure. I want to say Henry played it out perfectly, slow and steady, wins the game, and this was a key turn, choosing to not take prizes, right? Like, you win by taking prizes, but you don't need to take them immediately or as soon as they open up. Not taking a prize card on the Dreepy, not taking a prize card on the Duskull, not giving your opponent Serendipity access, not giving on first stamp access, not opening up a bench space for them for future Dreepies as well. All of that really came into play. I think Henry's patience was obviously rewarded with that game to win.
Yeah, I think if you're a Dragapult player and you find yourself frustrated and losing a lot of these mirror matches and feeling like, oh, there's so much I can't control, maybe watch this game.
Yeah, exactly.
And learn how, the best of the best do it, because I think, not every player would be able to find this way to win that Henry found, and just being patient is a great lesson.
Yeah, being patient and then completely wiping out the board, right? It turns out your Dragapult deck's not very good if you don't even have a Dreepy in play.
Yeah, Dreepy is a prerequisite.
Yeah, pretty important part to your Dragapult decks working properly, right?
Dragapult's even got 2 Dreepy joining him, on the card.
Yeah. So yeah, I mean, plenty to highlight from this game. Really high-level game. I love that this is how we're starting the last tournament of the season to determine who makes it into the World Championships. Really amazing play by both players, and as you guys mentioned, I think both players will walk away happy after what transpired in both of those games with a point. You, of course, want to start with a win, but against such a high-caliber opponent, I think you'll take the point.
Well, Pablo, thank you so much for your time and insight. It is always so valuable. Appreciate everyone tuning in for our first round. What an incredible way to kick off our weekend here at NAIC. Now, Kyle, it is time to take a look at what I am always most excited to see every single tournament weekend. Let's break down the metagame. What decks have these trainers chosen to play this weekend?
Oh my goodness.
To no one's surprise, Dragapult EX leading the charge. 35% of the room, 1,300 players choosing to pilot the deck. Do you remember how many players were at that 2009 U.S. National Championships?
It was a little under 1,000, I think. Yeah, there's more people playing Dragapult EX at this tournament than there were in the 2009 National Championships. Yes, it is interesting to see. I think everybody knew coming into this event, Dragapult EX is the #1 deck. It is the deck to beat. If you're playing a deck that cannot have a plan against Dragapult, it's kind of like, what are you doing? You know you're going to run into this deck over and over and over.
So big shock here, right? Seeing the Dragapult leading the charge. But no, really here, I think the deeper story is the other 5 decks represented here, and also their meta share. Alakazam to Dunsparce after Karis's win in Indianapolis, surging up to 6%. There was cause for concern for Alakazam coming into this weekend. Special red card available in the card pool now, but players not seeming to be bothered by it at the moment.
Yeah, I mean, just to put this in perspective, though, if you add up those 5 decks, it doesn't add up to the percentage that Dragapult has.
Yeah.
It is crazy the concentration that this deck has. So you either have to play it or try to beat it. And I think most players chose to just play it. The general feeling was that it doesn't have any truly bad matchups. So if I'm going to try to top 8 or win this event, it's the safest pick. Now, a lot of these other decks have put themselves in positions to have favorable matchups against Dragapult. But a lot of them are like, let's say 60-40. You have to keep beating them over and over and win very close matchups. But I'm really excited to see, more of these kinds of decks, like the Meganium, Teal Mask, Ogerpon EX. Of course, a big Meganium fan over here. I think the shift over to the Hydrapple EX has been a big change in how this deck operates, being able to have just a huge Pokemon EX that can one-hit knock out anything in the format pretty much. It's been a really effective strategy, and one of the things that can really deal with Dragapult when it gets fully set up.
Something I cannot say I would have predicted, Kyle, is a surge of N's Zoroark. This is a deck that I think has an okay time into Dragapult, but seems to struggle mightily against so many of the other decks in the format. It's weak to grass. And outside of Dragapult EX, the second best attacking Pokemon EX in the format is Teal Mask Ogerpon EX. It seems like that card has made its way into many different archetypes, big basics decks, Raging Bolt EX, of course, its own grass archetypes as well. Zoroark surging, what do you think?
I think Zoroark EX is pretty underrated in this format. It does have a weakness to grass. That is a big negative in this format right now, but you can deal with Teal Mask Ogerpon, right? You're basically just trading back and forth, and Zoroark EX can knock it out in one hit, and you can be in situations where you keep yourself at kind of a 1-prize board until your opponent attacks, and then you take the first 2-prize knockout and you can kind of win that way. Now the Hydrapple EX, that's a tough one to deal with. But Zoroark EX does have a pretty good time against Dragapult and is pretty decent against some of these other decks. So I'm not surprised to see it. Trade is just such a powerful ability, gives you so much control, and I'm sure we'll see one of these decks over the course of the weekend, but the newest expansion, Chaos Rising, did give an interesting tool to this deck as well.
Yeah, absolutely. That Transformation Tome, we've seen players talk about it plenty online, and another deck that was talked about a ton online in the past couple of weeks has been Slowking. Bringing Cameraman put this deck really, I think, on the wider map for a lot of players with his incredible run at the Turn Special Championships last weekend. It got a nice boost with Chaos Rising with the addition of a Metagross that it can utilize to KO just about anything it comes up against. Slowking making its way 4.4% of the meta share, 166 players choosing to play it. What do you think of that?
Yeah, I think Slowking is one of the most interesting and kind of unique decks that we've seen in a while. It is such a convoluted thing you have to set up using that Academy at Night Stadium card to put a Pokemon on top of your deck so that you can discard it and use its attack. It gives you access to such a wide range of things. It puts you in an interesting spot where you have kind of what I would say a clunky deck that has a very high ceiling for ridiculous turns, big, powerful attacks. It gives you the ability with Kyurem and Trifrost to have an advantage against those single prize decks where you can knock out 3 things at once and get a prize advantage there. And then against all the other decks with Pokemon EX and even Mega Evolution Pokemon EX, it gives you an option to trade favorably there. But it does have some weaknesses. It's very vulnerable to hand disruption, those sorts of things. Can be soft against Crushing Hammer, discarding your energy sometimes. So it's definitely got some flaws, but if anyone has found the right combination of cards for this deck or is able to just go on a good run, I wouldn't be surprised to see a Slowking deck, make the top 8 here.
It'll be a wild storyline, a wild world that we live in. Raging Bull DX falling off quite a bit here. It was second most popular deck in this format for quite some time. It seemed like that was going to be the truth after the Los Angeles Regional Championships. Of course, Robb really popularized a really solid 60-card list for that deck, but it's fallen down just a bit here. We're also going to move on and take a look at the best of the rest, the other decks featured here in Phase 1, and a hero, or maybe I should say anti-hero, of the Indianapolis Regional Championships was definitely Crustle. Tell me about this deck, Kyle.
Yeah, very simple. Just, Pokemon EX. Can't do anything to it. You get a big Crustle up there, you get a Hero's Cape on it, some Mist Energy, the Growing Grass Energy, play a bunch of healing cards. You say, can you deal with this? If not, I win. If you can, well, good job. But, yeah, it is really an anti-metagame call, and it really kind of comes in and out of the standard format based on how much people are respecting it, how much people are devoting spots in their deck to be able to knock it out, seeing various types of fire-type Pokemon get added to Dragapult and other kinds of decks, but yeah, you're really just hoping to run into the right matchups.
Mega Greninja EX we see represented here, 3% of the room. That, of course, is, I would say, the biggest new archetype to come out of Chaos Rising. Brand new expansion. Quite a bit of a callback here with the Mega Greninja EX as well to that Breakpoint Greninja, that Breakpoint Greninja break card that were so strong for such a long time in the game. And also a nice benefit, that Fighting type Greninja EX lines up really nicely into a lot of different decks out there. A nice tool for this archetype to use. Are you surprised to see it be only 3%, Kyle?
Not particularly. I think a lot of people had high hopes for this deck, and it's very flashy. It looks very fun. We actually did see it on stream last week at the special event that happened. So you can see kind of the highs of that deck, but it is another kind of convoluted deck to try to play. You have to be very precise, draw the right combinations of cards at different times, and I think when it all works, it's really fun. But I think what's been surprising as people have tried out this deck is that a lot of time it's actually the regular Greninja EX that ends up being the star of that deck, and the Mega Greninja EX is what gives the regular Greninja a bit more support for that card to be stronger.
Yeah, it was pretty funny with the first Champions League that happened over in Japan when Mega Greninja came out. We were all tuning in, watching, seeing Mega Greninja in action, and we saw a couple Mega Greninja players on stream, and no Mega Greninja EXs hit the field. It was all the other Greninja EX being utilized.
Yeah, it was the 70 HP Froakie that actually was a big difference as well. Having 70 HP against Dragapult EX is a big difference and helps that deck be a bit more viable. So we'll see if that pops up at all. I could see it happening, but that's one of those decks where someone really has to figure out the right build for it. It's not like a standard traditional deck where you just, kind of setting up your Pokemon, attaching, attacking. Yeah. You have a lot of moving pieces, so it might just take the right person to unlock that kind of strategy.
And it's also one of those cards that I feel like is maybe missing a piece right now, but there's always new TCG cards being made. Who knows in the future if something could come out that makes it much, much stronger. It's new this weekend. We're going to have it for a couple years. Lots of chances for Greninja to pop up in the future. Well, in case you missed it earlier, we're going to re-break down the format for the event this weekend. Take a look.
Let's dive into the format for the Pokemon trading card game at the 2026 Pokemon North American International Championships. Trainers have traveled far and wide to compete for their share of over $500,000 in prizes and the ultimate title of Pokemon trading card game NAIC champion. The competition takes place over 3 days, battling head-to-head in a best-of-3 Swiss round format. Trainers advance to Swiss Phase 2 if they gain more match points than their division threshold. When Swiss completes, the top 8 trainers and up to 8 additional trainers tied in 8th place advance into an asymmetrical single elimination bracket until only 2 finalists remain. These final 2 trainers in each age division will compete on Championship Sunday. The trainers are bringing their all to the play tables this weekend, and we'll soon see who will claim the trophy and the title of NAIC champion. Let's get this tournament started.
Whether you're a long-time fan or just getting started, there's never been a better time to jump into the Pokemon trading card game. With thousands of cards, endless deck possibilities, and an evolving competitive meta, there's always something new to experience. If you're new, following the action is easier than ever. Here's what you need to know. Each game starts with a coin flip to decide who plays first. Both players shuffle their decks, draw 7 cards, and must begin with at least 1 basic Pokemon. If not, they reshuffle and draw again until they find one. Each player also sets aside 6 prize cards, which are drawn when knocking out an opponent's Pokemon. The active spot is where battles happen. A Pokemon stays there until it retreats, gets switched out, or is knocked out. Damage is tracked using dice, usually in multiples of 10. Special conditions, such as poisoned, burned, or asleep, can be lingering effects that last longer than a single turn. On the bench, Pokemon can't attack, but they're still in play. There are 4 kinds of trainer cards: Item, Supporter, Stadium, and Pokemon Tool. Each one brings unique effects to the game, adding new twists and strategies to every match. To win, a player must draw all 6 prize cards by knocking out opposing Pokemon, but that's not the only way to win. With so many strategies and surprises, anything can happen in the Pokemon TCG. If you're ever unsure, just listen to our expert casters. They'll break it all down.
Cards, no ancient card yet. There's 2. The pair will be discarded now.
Here we go. This is the comeback, taking 4 prize cards in 1 turn.
Just going to conclude that Earthen Vessel.
Plus, our on-screen graphics are there to help you follow the action every step of the way. Stick around and dive deeper into the world of Pokemon TCG.
And we are ready to go with Swiss Round 2 here in the Big Easy. It's been anything but an easy start to the day for these players. Every match, incredibly important. Every opportunity to try to fight for a spot into Phase 2, into Day 2, eventually into Top Cut. And we've got 2 excellent trainers from North America here on the stage. Josh Frink on the left, James Kowalski on the right. Both of these players coming off of respectable top 32 finishes at the Indianapolis Regional Championships but a couple of weeks ago. Very much looking forward to seeing this game play out, and especially, you know, Kyle, we talked a lot about Dragapult. We'll continue to talk about Dragapult. There's no Dragapult here in Swiss Round 2. We've got some very interesting choices for both of these players this weekend.
This is about as far away from Dragapult as you'll get this weekend. We'll see what these 2 players have brought. This may be a tip. Beldum on one side, some Dusk Balls on the other. I think no surprise for anyone who knows James has been playing this deck quite a bit lately with just lots of big basics, basically. But boy, this deck is one that you just kind of talk about for Josh. It's crazy to me that you would bring it to NAIC with like the biggest event of the year, but Josh has been not afraid to play some crazy stuff, and you see it here with the Metal Maker Matang.
It's all about Metal Maker here, that excellent ability allowing you to look at the top 4 cards of your deck and attaching any Metal Energy cards you find there to your Pokemon, fueled by the consistency provided of Genesect EX. Many different tools here, and one of the biggest reasons for this deck's resurgence is the new Metagross released in Chaos Rising.
All right, here we go, kicking things off in our second round here at NAIC with a card that we used to see quite a bit of, the Genesect EX with Metallic Signal, and it will no longer be grabbing Golden Go EX, but now instead Metang, but still such an incredibly powerful ability. Every turn, you get to just search for 2 evolution metal Pokemon, but you don't really want to be attaching to Genesect without any Beldum in play.
No Beldum in play turn 1 for Josh. That is not what he would like to see. James, though, will have a early option to find some Pokemon through the use of Dusk Ball. Looking at the bottom 7 cards of his deck, finding a Pokemon and adding it to the hand. And Kyle, the game's over. Kyle, this is it. The game is over. James has game. Cypher Maniac to find the Moltres, the Fire Weak Genesect in the active spot, and Fighting Wings takes a 1-hit KO. James closes out game 1 on the first turn.
Okay, on to game 2.
Wow, what a line.
Yeah, I mean, that's you're mostly playing Moltres to deal with the Teal Mask Ogerpon EX. That's your #1 target. But yeah, Genesect EX, that was one of the original reasons you were playing that Moltres, right? Okay, on to game 2. Maybe we'll see how the matchup goes in game 2.
Wow, not a great start here for Josh, though I will say he doesn't look that phased by it. He's a veteran of the Pokemon TCG. Yeah. He knows these things happen. It's no fun to be on the receiving end of it, but just as likely his opponents could have a situation like that come up moving forward. I'm sure he's had plenty of turn 1 wins in his long Pokemon career. He's ready to move on to the next one.
Indeed. So yeah, we'll hopefully get to see a bit more of these decks in game number 2. The Metal Maker deck, of course, is very interesting. And this build of this kind of Mega Kangaskhan Lily's Clefairy deck, also very interesting. Very much a toolbox deck with lots of different types, as you will see. Oh, no, Chip.
Interesting start here. So James on the right's got a Pheasantipity in the active spot and 3 Ultra Ball in his hand. That's all he's really working with. Can try to find out maybe a Kangaskhan, retreat into it, and start drawing some cards. Over on the other side for Josh, though, we do see
Did you see his hand?
A Beldum and I think 5 Metal Energy?
5 Metal Energy and a Night Stretcher.
Oh. Well, I think Josh is going to be looking for a Lily's Determination here this turn.
My goodness. Well, let's just hope he draws something good. Otherwise, this might be the fastest match we've ever seen. We'll see what happens here. James, does have honestly not that good of a start either. No. He might be a little slow to get going here. Does find the Mega Kangaskhan EX, which really is one of the benefits of playing this deck. It is very, very consistent. You have that run errand ability to draw 2 cards. You can do it pretty much every turn and set yourself up.
This is big. Kyle, draw for turn on Josh's side. It's going to be the Team Rocket's Transceiver to keep him in the game.
Here we go.
And this is going to be exactly what he's drawing up here. Rocket's Transceiver searches out Petrol. Petrol can find the secret box.
Wow.
We've got a game.
What an incredible top deck. And to his credit, Josh's deck is built around this. Maxes out on the Team Rocket's Transceiver, Team Rocket's Petrol to get the Precious Trolley. The entire deck is built around this. It gets you all of your basic Pokemon, which gets you Genesect EX, which finds your evolution Pokemon. So it's a 1-card instant setup. And that just completely changed how this was going to go.
Yeah, the best card to find here in this opening sequence here. A couple tournaments in a row here for Josh with the Precious Trolley in his arsenal. Will fill the board with a few different options. Shaman joining the mix. Of course, James Kowalski playing a couple of Wellspring Mask Ogerpon on his side. Josh wanting to protect his Pokemon. He does get a couple Beldum. There's the Genesect. Genesect finding out a couple Metangs. And also we see Heatran joining the party. It's Steel Burst Attack. uncapped damage potential here. I guess capped at whatever 17 times 50 is. As there are 17 energy cards in this list here for Josh. 50 damage for each metal energy you discard from that Pokemon.
Yeah, it is really your best tool against things with tons of HP, and it should really give Josh a big advantage against these big Pokemon EX that give up multiple prize cards. It can knock out Mega Kangaskhan EX in one attack and have a very favorable, like 3-to-1 prize card exchange if he's able to get enough energy cards. So I'm glad to see we're going to see a game here, and we'll get to see a bit more about how these two decks operate.
Dusk Ball as the play for James to kick off his next turn. Looking at the bottom 7, finding a Pokemon will be Latiasi X to provide some mobility to his side of the table. I actually spoke to James a little bit at the Indianapolis Regional Championships, and he said he was asked so consistently by his opponents, why are you not playing Great Ball? He had to inform them Great Ball is not in the standard format currently. Just one of those cards that feels like it's always legal. Dusk Ball being the best option for him to search Pokemon out in this way.
It's funny, too, because Dusk Ball has been legal for play in this standard format at various times throughout the history of the Pokemon TCG, and has rarely been used. But yeah, sometimes you just need an item card that can find a Pokemon, and you play high counts of all of your important Pokemon in your deck, you're likely to find one Pokemon you need, and then maybe you can use your Ultra Balls to search out the other part that you're missing.
And look at this play here from James. Fetching out the Meowth EX, uses Last Ditch Catch to use
again.
Boss's orders to bring up the Genesect, and once again has the Moltres to take a 2-prize KO.
Yeah, and that's very annoying for Josh because he wanted to use that Genesect a couple times, I think, before it got knocked out. But here we see the first Metal Maker, just the one. Of course, you can take as many basic metal energy as you find and attach them to your Pokemon. A lot of them are in the hand, though.
He does have quite a few. Needs to find one here. Would certainly like to, and he does not see any additional metal energy. He's going to take a note here, and it's not looking good.
Yeah, it is. Matang is interesting. We have seen it before. I think last season or a few seasons ago with Andrew Hedrick used it quite a bit. It is interesting because you know what cards are going to the bottom, and you can kind of track where certain cards are and make decisions on whether you want to shuffle your deck, things like that. So that's what's going on there. Do see a knockout, but Josh is in a really tricky position here where now every turn he's really going to have to hit off of those Metal Makers to keep up.
He needs a top deck as well to perhaps try to cycle his deck a little bit. Still holding on to a grip of metal energy from his opening turn. James will use that Pheasantipity, which he did start. Flip the script, drawing himself 3 cards. Does find his Koraidon EX, a tech card that he is playing here this weekend. No Area 0 Underdepths in play just yet, but now that Meowth EX able to be used as the bench has been expanded thanks to Koraidon coming down. He's going to eye up a Crispin as his supporter for turn, which will allow him to accelerate energy cards into play.
Yeah, this is where things get challenging for James. All of your Pokemon pretty much are Pokemon EX. You did have that Moltres, which was a nice trade in your favor, but now you're largely going to have to switch into Pokemon EX to take knockouts. And that puts your opponent at an advantage as the game goes on, and they can keep just non-EX Pokemon in play and still take knockouts and try to regain some of that ground they lost early on.
A big part for James's overall deck strategy is definitely the Lily's Pearl. He's got a couple of copies of the card in his list where it's attached to a Lily's Pokemon. That Pokemon gives up 1 fewer prize cards when it is KO'd by damage from an attack, and that is exactly what he has found here. Full Moon Rondo dealing enough to KO the Heatran. His Clefairy will get burned thanks to that Incandescent Body ability, and does not heal the burn here with the Tails Flip. Takes himself a prize card, though, for his efforts, now down to just 3 remaining.
Yeah, the burn does introduce something interesting I don't know if there's going to be a way for Josh to take advantage of it, but if you get knocked out by burned instead of damage from an attack, the Lily's Pearl actually doesn't work. So I'm not sure if Josh has any realistic attacks that could.
Can he do 150 damage?
Yeah, that's going to be the question.
And Lily's Clefairy is weak to metal as well, so that does introduce another layer here.
Yeah.
Because Metagross actually does deal 150 damage, right? But it's weak to metal, so it does actually 300 damage, so it doesn't work out maybe the way Josh would like it to.
Yeah, and even like Matang, you could put a Brave Vangle on there and Beam, but that's 180, and that would still knock it out with damage, so I don't know if there's going to be a way for that to come up.
The Beam KO. Honestly, we may see it happen right now just anyway. As it is available here for Josh. He'll spread a couple energy out into play from the next Metal Maker. Still yet to play a supporter after that opening Petrol. Still a ton of energy cards in the hand. He will evolve into the Metagross in the active spot. Gets that additional attachment, and we do see Metallic Hammer online. It costs 4 energy, 150 base damage, and then he can discard 3 metal from that Pokemon in order to do 150 more. Say that's not necessary right now.
Yeah, and the Metagross is kind of annoying to deal with. It's got a good chunk of HP, 180, not trivial to deal with. So we'll see what attacker James will try to follow up with after this. Lily's Clefairy EX is another one you could power up, but it's going to put stress on him every turn to have to keep trying to find, Crispin, Wondrous Patch, ways to charge up his Pokemon that all take multiple energy cards to use attacks.
Yeah, Koraidon in theory would be a nice way to respond to a Pokemon that just took a KO, but it's attack dealing 50 plus 120 more. It leaves it just short of picking up the 180 hit point KO.
And so we do see the Petrol grabbing Night Stretcher here, maybe trying to set up for a future turn. You can see Josh's deck really plays from the board. Once you play that Precious Trolley, get your evolution set up, you don't rely too much on what's in hand, and you're really playing, you're hoping to draw Lily's Determination at some point, but otherwise, you're really just relying on Metal Makers to power up your Pokemon.
And just one prize card here for Josh, as that Lily's Clefairy is KO'd by damage from an attack. Lily's Pearl adding that boost there for James. James, I do believe actually should only have 3 prize cards remaining here.
Correct.
The KO of that Genesect plus the KO of the Heatran, which we saw brought back. So now just 3 prize cards left in his map to close out this game. So Josh could win the game in 2 turns. James is going to need the full 3.
Yeah, and it's, again, not going to be trivial for James to keep up with attacks here. Now, this deck is set up with 4 Meowth EX. You have the Mega Kangaskhan, you have the Pheasantipity. You're going to be drawing tons of cards every turn to keep yourself in a position to keep using stuff like Crispin, keep finding Wondrous Patch, ways to power up your Pokemon. But there's always a chance you do stumble on one of these turns, and if you do, you may find yourself in trouble.
He's got Lily's Clefairy in hand. Not much of a surprise with 4 of them in the list. Looks like he's eyeing up a Cypher Maniac's Code Breaking. Combos, of course, extremely nicely with Mega Kangaskhan EX's Run Errand ability. He can place any 2 cards he would like on top of the deck in any order, and then he'll be able to just draw directly into whatever combo pieces he would like. Looks like both Wondrous Patch and his A-Spec Prime Catcher primed for the taking here.
Yeah, interesting to see him going for the Prime Catcher. You got to wonder which Pokemon he might be going after with this. It's kind of nice to see Prime Catcher back. It has been out of the format for so long now, it seems like. Other A-Spec's been used over it, but it is still a good reminder that this card is extremely powerful. Just an item card that allows you to go after one of your opponent's benched Pokemon. So yeah, it doesn't look like he's going to use it here, just kind of prepping it for future turns.
Prepping it for the future here. Does take the KO with the Lily's Clefairy. This one No jewelry hanging on, no pearl available, as that second copy he plays was in the prize cards. And will take his KO here on this Metagross and force Josh to find a response, and that is not a guarantee at this point here, Kyle.
Yeah,
the board is not super set up as he'd like.
Oh, and he draws another Metal Energy. Josh will have access to 2 Metal Makers here, but the energy's running thin in the deck.
He needs to find 2 energy. He can attach 1 for turn, and he needs to find another one off of this next Metal Maker.
Uh-oh.
It could literally come down to this here for Josh. This could make or break this entire game, these next 4 cards.
All right. There's the other Matang. Can we see the Metal Maker for 1 Metal Energy?
Just needs only the 1, not available in the first 3, and does miss! No Metal Energy in those top 4. Too many drawn into the hand, and now a sigh as Josh has to reconsider this position here. The shake of the head. He needed that hit, Kyle.
Yeah, and I don't know what way Josh has back into this now. There's just really nothing in his deck that's big enough to withstand an attack. It's really all about keeping up pace and attacking every single turn. And when you miss an attack like that, you know, your window is pretty short with these decks. And yeah, Josh recognizing there's nothing I can do here, just have to extend the hand. I mean, a dreadful opening hand, right? 5 Metal Energy Night Stretcher did get the Team Rocket's transceiver to make it exciting, make it a game. But having those energies stuck in your hand the entire game, never finding a Lily's determination to shuffle them back in, it was tough to see.
You definitely feel bad for Josh in this situation, but on All Out Blitzel's side, James Kowalski there on the right, it's got to be feeling nice. You know, he has been a huge advocate for this archetype, recognizing the power of these EX Pokemon. Lily's Clefairy, a strong, efficient attacker. Mega Kangaskhan EX, consistent draw power throughout the game. And of course, Meowth EX thrown into the mix. A deck of his own creation that he believes in gets him to a 2-0 start at NAIC.
Yeah, we can take a look at how this match started.
Quickly.
Yep. There's the first game.
What an opening there for James. The perfect combo to just close out that opening game on the first turn.
Yeah, and then in the second game, again, horrible opening hand for Josh, but was able to turn it into a game, got the precious trolley, started setting things up, but James showing off really what makes his deck so powerful. Being able to get that Moltres right away, again, go after the Genesect EX, get some easy prize cards, and have enough draw power between the Mega Kangaskhan EX, the Pheasantipity EX, to keep just powering up these attackers, and then the Lily's Pearl as well, maybe throwing off some of the prize trades in certain matchups. I think for a while, people were looking at Lily's Pearl as a potential option in this new standard format. I think at the very beginning, we were seeing a lot of jamming tower, and so Lily's Pearl wasn't very effective. But now that that's gone away in favor of Team Rocket's Watchtower, Risky Ruins, those sorts of stadium cards, Lily's Pearl might just be pretty good.
Yeah, it seems like it, honestly. You know, there was also at the very beginning of this standard format here in the West, the Utrecht Regional Championships, we did see Heroes Cape have a pretty big play early on, and so people started, you know, adding in those jamming towers. We saw Tool Scrapper getting into the mix every once in a while as well, both cards that a Lily's Pearl archetype does not love to see. But with those things kind of moving out of the meta a little bit more, there is a big opening for more powerful tools to get into the mix.
Yeah, and I mean, there's always this question of what are you going to devote your deck space to? There were people saying, Tool Scrapper seems pretty good right now, but am I going to play that over a Shaman, over, you know, like a Fire Pokemon for bigger matchups? And I think a lot of players just ended up not adding the Tool Scrapper. You know, as we saw more of that Genesect, Tool Scrapper I think became more appealing again, but it's just so hard to justify putting a card in your deck that won't always have a big impact.
It's one of my favorite parts about deck building in the Pokemon TCG is kind of a numbers game of how likely am I to run into a situation where I need this card. Sure, there is, in theory, a card you could play that's an answer for everything that you could come up against, but at the detriment of your own deck's setup potential, at your own consistency. I've played plenty of decks at League Cups and Challenges that I teched out way too much and had early exits from due to the lack of consistency available. So always questions players have to ask in the deck building process.
Yeah, it always sounds so good in your head when you're working on it, and then you draw an opening hand that's like 4 tech cards that aren't for the matchup you're playing, and you're like, oh, right, that's why I don't do this.
All right, well, I do think we've got James standing by on the stage with Alex. Let's hear from our round 2 winner, how he's feeling.
All right, thank you very much, guys. Yes, I'm here with our round 2 feature match winner, James. Talk me through how you're feeling into that matchup and just facing off against Joshua Frink in that round 2.
Yeah, so I knew what he was playing, which any single prize deck is a terrible time for my deck. All multi-prize is bad news. But luckily I was able to win the flip, go second, kind of just, I mean, my deck isn't very good technically, but it's just like fast and consistent, so it wins a lot of games because most of the decks in this format are not very consistent or fast.
Right, well, you said not very good, but straight into that round 1, or game 1, I should say, sorry, well, it just ended very quickly, right? I mean, that must give you a great bit of confidence into exactly what was going on.
Yeah, I mean, when I say my deck's not very good, like, you just like look at it and it's like just 4 Clefairy, 4 Kangaskhan, 4 Meowth, which are not like really broken cards, like something like a Dragapult or a Dusknoir is. So it just like feels like, I don't know, it just like feels like it shouldn't work as well as it does, but I mean, it kind of works. And I mean, getting the donk there was pretty huge. I was pretty happy. As soon as you go drop past, like, I knew I could just Cypher Maniac, get the knockout, and that felt awesome.
Yeah, it's got to be feeling pretty good. I mean, talking about feeling pretty good, especially with the deck, because you've come off a pretty good result, right? With something obviously very similar. You've been playing for some time now. Just give everyone a little bit of an idea, like, why Lily's Clefairy? I mean, of course, we can talk about the big bad Dragapult the whole time, but just why the deck in general?
Yeah, I think like I always kind of gravitate towards whatever the most consistent deck in format is. I just hate losing to dead drawing. So like I played Control for a while, that was really consistent. I played Raging Bolt after that, and Clefairy is like the deck that I found that just like doesn't really get bad hands very often. Like, you at least can do something. Like even in your like lower end hands, you can still like apply pressure to your opponent and force them to draw the cards that they need. And I just want to be Dragapult, and it's like kind of the deck that I found that is best against Dragapult that doesn't just like get completely cooked by the rest of the fields.
You never felt like you wanted to join the Dragapult army like everyone else?
I mean, a lot of my friends wanted me to play it, pressured me, bullied me to play it, but nah, I gotta win my way.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, you talk about your way, right? Because everyone knows you, you know, online with a sort of a good presence, especially playing a control archetype that you've already mentioned. We know you obviously haven't brought it this time round, but have you tried to figure out any way to do it again?
I mean, really nothing that's like left like the Theorycraft stage. I just don't think the format has the tools for it right now. The card pool is still pretty limited. Not so like ton of good control cards right now, so I don't think it's really viable. But if it is viable, I would love to play it again.
Yeah, I'm sure if there's anyone out there with any sort of ideas, just let him know, and I'm sure he'll try and pick it up, try and improve it as well. Right, well, just kind of thinking back now to the actual deck itself, like, is there anything out there that you really just don't want to be facing up against? You mentioned the single prizes, but is there anything else? Did you even test against anything like Metagross coming into this matchup?
I ran into a few on ladder. I do most of my testing on ladder, so you get like a good range of good, bad decks, meme decks. It's really just anything single prize I don't want to hit, so Alakazam, Crustle, Honchkrow, Festival, any of those decks, stay away from me. I'm pretty sure anything else, like any like big basic deck, Pulse, Hydrapple, I feel pretty good into.
Okay, no, it sounds pretty good. I mean, when you sort of narrow the field in terms of the meta that you want to hit, and hopefully you do. I don't know. What was your matchup in round 1?
I had Hydrapple the first round.
Okay, so feeling pretty good for yourself, all right? Well, what's next? What do you think this deck will be able to take you for this tournament? It's very early stages, of course. You are 2-0. It's a fantastic start. Do you think you can go all the way with a deck like this?
I mean, my goal is always to win, so yeah. But like, at minimum, I want to get top 128 for my Worlds invite. That's like the bare minimum. Anything else would be awesome. But yeah, I would love to cut. It's been a while since I've made a cut, so cut, cash, anything like that would be awesome.
Absolutely. I mean, top 128s. It's probably something that's very attainable as well with this kind of deck, with the player that you are. You know, it's very well and accomplished. I mean, for everyone out there, I just want to get some thoughts from yourself. For anyone out there who maybe sort of wants to kind of get into the game and really kind of try and improve, I mean, you say you test a lot online. Like, what advice would you give to those out there?
Yeah, so I think like the big thing is if you're trying to get better. I mean, there's like the cliche advice to just like play more Pokemon. Really to do that, I think playing ladder, like the TCGL ladder, is the best way to do it because like even if you aren't super well connected, you can still play against some really good players without having to like know them. Like, I mean, before indie regionals, like me and Henry Chao were like 2 of the highest people on ladder. I hit him 6 times in a row, which like I don't really know him like that. I don't like not in like a testing group with him, but I still can get some really high quality games just by like spending a lot of time. I mean, there's really just like nothing that replaces time and experience, and I think like the ladder is like a great way to do that, even if you aren't like connected with a bunch of friends and have a bunch of really good players you gotta talk to.
All right, thank you very much for all of that. Like you heard it here first, everyone. Just spend a lot of time grinding those games in, getting a lot of that experience in. It's great to have you. Great to see you win on the stage as well. But I want to give you a chance to have a little bit of a break and a bit of a rest for your next matchup. But yeah, hopefully that was insightful for everyone. Back over to you, casters, because I think there's a lot of information to break down there.
Thanks a bunch, Alex. Congratulations to James on a excellent 2-0 start. The deck that he very much believes in, that he has spent so much time in. Very cool to hear him talking about the Pokemon trading card game live as well. You know, I think back even to the days of the Pokemon trading card game online. You know, I heard so many players talk about that being just such a strong resource, talking about hitting other great players, some of the best testing you can get, just available on your phone. Very nice.
Yeah, it's great. You can find matches at any time of the day, no matter where you are in the world. And yeah, and when you get high enough up, yeah, you will play against some of the best and really get to test your skills and figure out, you know, what are they thinking too.
Well, speaking of what are people thinking, I want to know what Pablo Meza is thinking as we are going to bring him in now. 2 very interesting decks in round number 2, Tablemon. Quite different from how we kicked off the show, I would say.
Yeah, I'd like to think it was quite the opposite of a Dragapult mirror match, right? 2 very aggressive decks. James's, especially with all the options with the aggressive Clefairy, the Moltres, of course, which ended up being pretty decisive in this particular match. And Josh's deck, really cool. Has the new option of the Metagross, has the new option, like it has so many options, right? And I think that's one of its weaknesses as well. We have a big reliance on the A-Spec Precious Trolley. I think that's the biggest weakness of this deck. You have so many options to deal with different threats. You have the Empoleon, you have the Heatran, you have Metagross itself, the brand new card from Chaos Rising as an attacker. But unfortunately, the big reliance on Precious Trolley and the single copy of Buddy Buddy Puffin, it really makes your early game super dependent on Precious Trolley. And if you don't find that, all of a sudden you find yourself in this spot where a single Pokemon ends up being your active and you get wrecked. Now, game 2, however, of course, we have a different situation, right? We have a much more stable board over on this side, multiple threats. The price count is also, in theory, in Joshua's Frink favor because of the single price board. However, if we, like, I wish I could zoom in here to his hand at this point because it was all metal energy. And once again, this deck, like, it needs this self-sustaining, like, Metang engine, and it needs to rely on Precious Trolley, so it really goes out in trying to find that Precious Trolley early, but that means there's very little option elsewhere to draw cards, to have a consistent draw engine, and it does play for Lilies, but you can't really guarantee them, and so all those energies that you end up top ticking just stay there in your hand, and you can only attach 1 per turn. That leads to the unfortunate situations we saw towards the end where you miss 1 energy and you're good to go, and I think James really identified the big weakness of this deck and just limiting the Metangs, forcing your opponent to evolve in order to deal with the threat, right? Metagross is a fantastic attacker. However, that leads to 1 less Metang. And then all of a sudden the deck just doesn't get the energies into play that it really needs to. And that really makes or breaks this situation. It's still very early on in the tournament. I'm sure both players looking forward to the rest of the day. Joshua probably hoping to get the bad luck out of his system at this point. So yeah, I mean, this shows like how deck building can affect a deck's performance, if you will. And the reliance on Precious Trolley is a high risk, high reward card, I would say.
Thank you so much, Pablo, for your insight as always. And I think a huge thing there for Josh in that second game, he never had more than 2 Matang in one turn. That deck feels so powerful if you're using 3, even 4 Metal Makers in a single turn. But with just 2, there's not enough metal to be made.
Yeah, and I mean, it was a huge turning point in that second game where James was able to knock out the Genesect immediately.
Turn 2, yeah.
If Josh is able to use Metallic Signal maybe twice, thin more cards out of the deck, maybe we see something different where, you know, he has more access to Metal Maker, he has fewer kind of junky cards left in his deck and more higher odds to draw the good cards. So, yeah, a little thing like that can also really swing the game.
Well, that one went pretty quick.
Yep.
We got plenty of time here for more Pokemon action.
Right.
We've got more round 2 games to feature. There's, of course, thousands of games happening out on the floor. And yes, actually, thousands of them happening.
Yeah, that's not an exaggeration.
Not an exaggeration. We've got Aneil on the left, Nelson on the right. We're going to see a good old Dragapult mirror, and it looks like some Crushing Hammers getting into the mix right away.
The original Crushing Hammer.
Yeah, throwback to that black-white era. What, Emerging Powers, is that right?
Mm-hmm, you got it.
And there's a Team Rocket's Watchtower coming into play for Aneil. Looks like we're picking this one up in early turns here. It is game number 1. Aneil taking an early KO, maybe on a Badoo or something like that.
Yeah. Does knock out Badoo.
Yeah, the Moltres Fighting Wings. Only 20 base, but yeah, Badoo. You don't really think about weakness coming up very often on a 30 HP Pokemon, but being relevant here. Nelson here with an Ultra Ball. Can search out any Pokemon to add to the hand. Gets rid of his own Moltres. Perhaps would have loved to have found a Meowth to get out of this situation, though the Watchtower limits those options. Dracloak will have to do here. Just 2 cards found from Recon Directive.
Yeah, it doesn't look like a very strong hand from Nelson here. Big Recon Directive.
Oh,
and that's probably the one card you'd want to find.
Yeah, that is not bad. Energy attachment as well before the supporter being played. And looking over at Aneil's board, it's not the strongest. He's got a Dracloak, right? But nothing else really developed over on his side of the field.
Definitely looks like one of those scrappy games where both players are struggling a little bit to set up. You're going to have to find your footing here. Not a lot of energy in play. Of course, you saw Crushing Hammer already as well. So lots left to happen here in this one, and neither player currently under item lock. So lots of freedom to play things like this Ultra Ball. And yeah, it's going to be a lot about energy attachments, getting your Pokemon evolved, setting up your board to really set yourself up for the later stages of the game where you can start launching those big Phantom Dive attacks and really try to outmaneuver your opponent. So
got another.
See another Dracloak here. It's exactly what you're looking for. Just Recon Directive as much as you can. Draw through your deck.
Yep. Try to get through as efficiently as you can. Now, Aneil on the left did have a Judge in his hand. Just got a little peek at that. Choosing not to play it last turn, of course. I know you've said this many times. You just hate playing those Disruption supporters and giving your opponent a new hand when you know they have nothing going on, which certainly seemed like the case on the last turn, though Aneil happy to send this hand to the deck for Nelson, as he did just fill it with a few Recon Directives and a Lily's Determination. He'll only get himself 4 cards here, though, Puka.
Yeah, I do love to see this inclusion of Judge in Aneil's deck, though. I think after the release of Special Red Card, we saw a lot of players just go to, take out the Judge. Special Red Card's more effective at disrupting your opponent. Unfair Stamp as well. But that does put you in a spot where your opponent can kind of control when you get to disrupt their hand. And really, Judge is a card that could catch people off guard this weekend, thinking they're safe, that their hand is safe, but then you drop down a Judge, and all of a sudden their plans are ruined. So I do like still having Judge as an option in a lot of these decks, but it is hard to find space for it.
Got to show a little respect as well to the original Judge being played on Aneil's side. The original Crushing Hammer, original Judge. He's even got some old school energy cards this weekend. Always love to see that. He's chosen to go with a more passive route here. Just Itchy Pollen from the Badoo. His best play this turn, it seems. Will I love that. I've not seen that before. Nelson's a little reminder that he is under the lock, will not be able to play any item cards this turn.
That's pretty good. All right, yeah, big turn for Nelson here in these recon directives. Really needs to, probably find Dragapult, maybe Crispin this turn as well.
There's a Psychic Energy.
This is a very dangerous position if you're not able to kind of change the state of where you are. Just a Dragapult boss's orders could wipe out both of your Dracloak in play next turn. So it feels like you got to do something here. Can't just leave the board the way it is, otherwise you could be in some big trouble.
He's having to think about how to approach the situation here.
Yeah, but did just get judged. His opponent also did play judge and has a small hand size, so we might not be seeing super explosive turns here.
Probably unlikely for Aneil to piece together the perfect turn of boss's orders and Dragapult and Psychic.
Well,
though he's got a piece of it there, at least in the hand.
Well, let's see, Chip.
I think I saw the Fire Energy. Did he have an Ultra Ball as well?
Yeah, he needs boss's orders.
There's an Ultra Ball as a second one. His bench is full, so he can't go get like Meowth for boss or anything like that. I also don't know if he had enough cards in hand to have facilitated that anyway.
Yeah, it looks like it is going to be a miss then, and it's probably not worth using a Phantom Dive into this Dracloak. You're not really going to gain that much, and really it'll set your opponent up to have a pretty strong counter attack. But we'll see what Aneil decides to go with. Sometimes if you can just get enough energy in play, get multiple Dragapult set up, that can be okay to try to just pressure your opponent and just try to get to a spot where you're going to end up just using Phantom Dive more often than your opponent does and ultimately win the game. But these are really tricky situations, especially if you have to worry about crushing Hammer, discarding some of your energy. It'll be tough.
He did find the boss here off this next recon directive, but does not physically have enough cards available in hand to do it. He's got boss, Psychic Energy, Ultra Ball, and Unfair Stamp. So not one more card, he'd be able to pull off the full play. Can't quite do it, so he'll split the energy up and just another Itchy Pollen utilized.
All right, well, see what Nelson can follow up with here. Also in kind of an awkward situation. Does have access to the Cursed Blast from Dusclops, which can introduce, a bit of an interesting line of play here. But still, that Itchy Pollen from Badoo is going to make things really difficult for Nelson.
Yeah. I almost wonder if this energy that Nelson has on the Dracloak on the bench, the Dreepy, I should say, if that would have been better attached to the active on the last turn so that he would still be able to make a Dragapult attack here.
Yeah,
easy to say once he knows what Aneil did on his turn, but...
Yeah, there's so many things you have to play around. And sometimes you play around one thing, but then it opens you up to get punished by another line of play. There's so many things you have to juggle in these Dragapult matches. And there's a lot of things that seem small at the time, but then, as the turns go on, you realize, yep, that really set me back quite a bit, and there's not much I can do about it now.
There is a Dragapult EX hitting the field, so Nelson protecting his investment of these energy attachments. Aneil not able to clear it with the boss's orders any longer. Though even just bossing and hitting the Dragapult, being the first player to Phantom Dive into the opponent's Dragapult is often enough to put you over the edge in this mirror match.
Yeah, it certainly can be. Just having this many recon directives at your disposal, also a very big advantage. Just seeing more cards than your opponent.
And that was a big turn here for Aneil. He really needs to do something here on this turn, but he doesn't have an energy to make a Phantom Dive happen. He's got the Dragapult. He's seen a lot of cards, but one of each energy type on those two Dracloaks on the bench, splitting them up, perhaps coming back to bite him a little bit here. Just having to Lily's Determination. He's actually, I think, going to get less cards now than what he had previously. Sent a 7 or 8 card hand into the deck and is only going to get 6 in return.
Yeah, and I think Aneil, you saw a decision made last turn, or splitting up the energy was the decision rather than committing both to one Pokemon. You know, really didn't want to get hit by a Dusknoir Cursed Blast to knock out your only Pokemon with energy on it. And that ended up, you know, being a negative, not being able to Phantom Dive and Boss's Orders on this turn. So yeah, you see how all the little things add up.
Darkness energy being placed onto Monkey Dory and yet another Itchy Pollen. Now Nelson only one Recon Directive to work with, as he did protect his other Dracloak on the previous turn. He's going to utilize that to kick off his turn here. Does find himself a Psychic Energy, so he will be able to retreat this Dracloak. He can get off this first attack. I think the question will just be, what does he have to pair alongside it? Boss's Orders seems like a powerful option. Dusknoir getting into the mix as well. Nelson could actually KO Aneil's Dragapult EX this turn if he has the combination of cards available.
Yeah, I think it's going to be pretty tricky to pull that off, but is possible.
3-card combo not available here, as Crispin will be the supporter played.
Yeah, and now, I mean, this is potentially an explosive turn for Nelson. You know, if you want, you can move damage over to the Badoo, knock it out, force something else into the active spot that needs to take a hit. You know, if your opponent just promotes the Moltres, then you could do something like Dusclops, Cursed Blast your opponent's Monkey Dory, Phantom Dive, knock out both the Moltres and the Monkey Dory, taking away any opportunity for Adrenabrain. Yeah, there's lots of different routes to go, and Aneil actually just sending out the Monkey Dory.
Yeah, that'll be the promotion here, and by doing this, it opens up Nelson to take out a Dracloak here with the Cursed Blast, should he want it.
Yeah, now it's a question of, do you want to do it, rather than potentially saving Dusknoir to, you know, Cursed Blast your opponent's Dragapult EX and then kind of get a one-hit knockout in that way with your Phantom Dive. Maybe not needing to use Cursed Blast this turn now. So yeah, these are the tricky decisions here. You know, if you promote the Moltres, you could put yourself in a weird spot where you get stuck and you have to commit resources to retreat it, start running out of energy. So just deciding to send up the Monkey Dory instead. But looks like it will be that 2-prize turn for Nelson, taking down the Dracloak and the Monkey Dory. And Aneil's board does not look quite as strong as it did a moment ago.
Yeah, if you just showed me a picture of the board on the last turn, I would have said, oh, Aneil wins this game for sure. But Nelson has found a very nice line here. He is now the aggressor. He is in a strong position, though he will not be able to threaten this Dragapult next turn, since that Dusclops was utilized in order to take out the Dracloak on Aneil's bench. Now Aneil here going to be looking for a little bit of help. He's got one Recon Directive to work with. He does have a decent amount of cards in hand, and his item-based disruption is live now. Unfair Stamp and Special Red Card both potentially on the table.
Yeah, Monkey Dory could be big here as well. If you're able to pair it with Crispin, you can Adrenabrain, potentially knock out either the Dracloak or the Dreepy on the bench. Get yourself down to 3 prize cards and then threaten a 3 prize card turn on the following turn to potentially win. It looks like that's exactly what he has.
And does he have an Unfair Stamp to combo with this?
Uh-oh, and
perhaps
a Crushing Hammer.
After the Crushing Hammer is played, yes, indeed. Now both players' hands go to the deck. Aneil will still get 5, and perhaps we'll be looking for even more Crushing Hammers to try to slow Nelson down, as Nelson will have just 2 cards to work with and perhaps no additional draw power should Aneil target down Dracloak on Nelson's bench.
Let's see, do we find any more Crushing
Aneil just
Hammers?
Nelson just drew 3 cards.
Oh.
Yeah, he just drew 3 cards.
Well, there is a judge sitting at the table. We'll get that resolved, but yeah, that's going to make things a bit more awkward for this game, unfortunately.
Yeah, Special Red Card, you draw 3 cards, right? Unfair Stamp, you draw 2. There's a lot of things to consider, but you got to always make sure you know which one your opponent just played. Now, I don't think it should have much of an impact on this exact situation. Nelson knowing the next card, right? He's going to draw for turn anyway. He's not going to have any decisions to make before drawing. No Pokemon are going to have to be promoted here. But most often when a player draws a card they shouldn't, it does lead to a double prize card penalty, which would mean Aneil would need to take 2 less prize cards to win the game, which would mean that he's very set up to close this one out.
Yeah, it does seem like that might be the case. Now, it would not be over by any means.
No.
I think Nelson still would have a route to potentially win this game. Be much more challenging, though. That's for sure. But yeah, it looks like I think either way, Aneil's in a pretty strong position to close out this game, especially after the unfair stamp. Now, if you take a knockout here, your opponent does get to use flip the script, draw some more cards, potentially, you know, draw their own unfair stamp and things like that. Maybe we could see some crushing hammers come in. There's still a lot of game left to be played here. But yeah, it'll come down to what the judge's decision here is.
Yep. Yeah, we'll get that word here very, very soon. You know, Nelson did seem like he was pleading his case. Of course, as is his right. I would be advocating for myself in that position as well. It doesn't matter. I was going to draw the card anyway.
Right.
But you got to be careful about every single sequence in the Pokemon TCG, and drawing cards is a pretty important piece.
Yeah, for sure. But yeah, we probably are going to see plenty of those kinds of matchups this weekend. As you saw, over 30% of the field is Dragapult EX. So we're likely to see lots of Dragapult EX playing against each other this weekend. Wouldn't be surprised. So we'll get to know that matchup very well over the course of the weekend.
Yep.
But we do see play has resumed, and as you said, Chip, does seem like a double prize card penalty was issued. We'll see the conclusion to this game here.
Yeah, I don't know. Does that change how Aneil's going to play out this sequence here? It doesn't look like it. He is still going to just take out the Dracloak here, but...
Don't think so.
Yeah, he'll, I imagine, place a damage counter onto Pheasantipede EX. He'll have a bunch of damage piled up onto this Dragapult. Either of those two Pokemon could easily be KO'd. Maybe he'd even actually just damage the Dreepy, I guess, right? If it doesn't get immediately evolved, that could be KO'd just with a Phantom Dive, right?
Yeah, it's very possible. It, I don't want to say it doesn't matter, but because the damage counters always kind of matter, but
I guess putting it on the Dreepy forces Nelson to find a Dracloak, and if he doesn't, Aneil can just win guaranteed next turn by just attacking, right?
Yeah, well, it's going to be challenging because, you know, if you attack, your opponent has access to Adrenabrain. They can just move damage over to your Dracloak Phantom Dive for 3 prize cards, but I actually decided not to take any prize cards here again because of the Pheasantipede EX and the threat of the unfair stamp. So yeah, it is actually possible that this changed how Aneil wanted to approach this game, but this was probably the strongest play either way. It's always tempting to knock out a Dracloak, take a prize card, take away the recon directive, but sometimes it's just not worth it compared to giving your opponent the option for flip the script and unfair stamp.
Recon directive number 1 from Nelson. Looks like a Pokepad and a Night Stretcher as his 2 options.
And now I don't know what Nelson's plan is going to be here. You kind of need potentially a Crispin and a Dragapult EX.
Yeah.
You know, if you attack with your active one, it's pretty much game over.
Quite literally, right?
Yeah.
Just on board.
Yeah, I mean, your active's going to get knocked out. With the penalty, of course, that just is immediately game over, but you're probably going to give up a 4 prize card turn anyway. So yeah, this is a very difficult position to be in. I'm not sure without, you know, like Dragapult, Crispin, how you can do an attack this turn that is relevant without immediately losing.
Yeah, and I think Aneil here, by also damaging the Dreepy last turn as opposed to, you know, taking out the Drakloak, which would have perhaps been tempting for many, myself included, does also play around the unfair stamp and also plays around the special red card as well, making sure that he's not going to get disrupted. He'll be able to hang on to his hand, and I did see Boss's Orders in his hand currently. So should Nelson retreat this active to try to avoid just outright losing, he knows that Boss is available to him. Now the question after this play from Nelson will have to be, does Aneil have any energy to work with?
Yeah, this is the way out. You know, if you can hit the Dragapult and it can't retreat, you can pile up enough damage on your opponent's Monkey Dory over the course of 2 turns to take a 3 prize card turn on the following turn. So the odds may be slim, but it is better than 0.
Yeah, he's just, I mean, he really just needs Aneil to miss an energy for 1 turn, and Aneil did choose to evolve that second Drakloak as well, so that opens up this line here, where if Aneil does not find an energy, he will just lose the game on the next turn. So Nelson finding a way to navigate a double prize card penalty, normally game losing. He's given himself an out here. Let's see if it will pay off, or does Aneil have the energy waiting in hand? I saw the Boss for sure. Energy not certain of. He's going to use Phantom Dive. Not before Adrenabrain, though. Will heal the active Dragapult. It's going to move the damage just onto the active Dragapult of Aneil. And Phantom Dive is, I believe, in our future here, Puka.
Sure think so.
Okay. And he's got the Crispin in hand. Does Aneil just got to show that he's got energy available in the deck to retreat.
There we go.
And Aneil is going to get a game 1 win in this Dragapult mirror.
Okay, there we go. I mean, yeah, interesting back and forth. It always gets a little scrappy at the end in those Dragapult games, trying to figure out where can I get those last prize cards? How can I maneuver around what my opponent is doing? How do I play around Adrenabrain? When is the right time to evolve into Dragapult? You know, you lose access to the Recon directive, but then you take away a target for your opponent. So they're just tricky games.
Yeah, very interesting, and they can play out in so many different ways as well. Recon directive so important, you know, finding those cards. Just one difference, you know, in cards found in the order you find them can totally change the, you know, butterfly effect of how Dragapult Mirror in specific does end up playing out. Well, Aneil did go on to win that round 2-0, we've gotten word of. So congratulations to Aneil, starting off 2-0 here at the North American International Championships. We're going to take a quick little break before Swiss round 3, but not before we take a moment to look at some of the exciting offerings here at the North American International Championships. A big one many are excited for, myself included, the Pokémon Center.
Truly finishing this tournament undefeated is quite an accomplishment.
So my name is Henry. I'm from Massachusetts originally, and right now I'm living in New York. Ooh, my favorite starter. I'll go with Piplup. Yeah, Piplup's pretty sick. gotta give most of the credit to my brother here. He's the one who sort of got me into it. I was only like 7 years old. He was like collecting Pokemon cards, and he was like, let's actually try to learn like what this text does, and then started going to like a local league, which he found online. He was very good back in the day too. He unfortunately lives abroad now, so can't play really much. We hit our first nationals, I think like year and a half after we started, 2009, and then going to Worlds. I mean, sort of, yeah, once you get down that road, you know, you just kind of keep going. I grew up in New England playing against a lot of really good players, people who are still competing now, Azul, Ian Robb. What sort of got me back into the game, because I had stopped playing for a little while, was seeing these people still at the top, and it's just like, yeah, like, dang, like it's still going on. What am I missing out on? Back then, a regional was just the people in the region, right? But nowadays, you know, we got Tord coming over from Norway. Tord Reklev, I mean, he's the best player in the game. Playing against Tord, it's always got something fun cooked up. Would just absolutely love to do that. At some point this season, that's definitely going to be one of my goals.
Henry Chao here, taking things down in Baltimore with Gardevoir EX.
Having like the surprise factor in an event can just straight up win you games. And I definitely surprised some people this weekend. The name I put out online and that I just say it's aggro Gardevoir. So all these cards are meant to go really, really fast, and my only attackers were really Drifloon and Screamtail, and I played 3 Earthen Vessels. So the goal is just to discard as many energies as possible, and then just go in and one-shot stuff. This event and NAIC, like with the list I locked in, I felt like, you know, I had the right deck, it was just up for me to perform. I felt pretty confident going into the weekend, a lot more confident than Worlds, which did not go as well as I thought, but you know, I just felt like I had something to prove here, at least to myself. I mean, you know, I don't have haters or anything, I just gotta prove it to myself.
Oh yeah,
there's a strategy here.
Hasn't like Sun getting that much yet, it's just, playing is just so fun. Just competing against other people who really put a lot of work in, just brilliant people, and just going against them head to head, what more could you ask for? Anytime I lose, I want to play more, and anytime I win, I want to play more, so I always just want to play more. They told me on stage that I'm the first Worlds invite of the season. I feel like I have a bit of a chip on my shoulder because I didn't do great on this Worlds. I'm going to come in with a surprise. Even if my deck looks normal, expect a surprise. I got Worlds. I will win Worlds this year.
Sweltering action well underway here at the North American International Championships, where thousands of players are battling it out to see who will become the very best. Welcome into the TCG side of things here. My name is Ethan Heggie. I'm joined by the one and only Emily Foreman as we get into our third Swiss round of many here this weekend.
Ethan, from what we've been seeing so far, it really feels like Dragapult and then everything else in the room, right? We've seen Heatran and we've seen Dragapult, and we are seeing just Lily's Clefairy basic box kind of everywhere. And I think that's pretty kind of what we're used to at this point in the TCG.
Dragapult more than welcome in the standard format. Last year's NAIC was its introduction into the standard format. Didn't see too much play then, but it's have a welcome home here at the Pokemon TCG. And hopefully you at home are joining along with the fun here on Twitch, as well as some online action. Of course, the Pokemon Trading Card Game Live is celebrating its 3rd anniversary this weekend. Wow. 3 years on Pokemon TCG Live, of course, one of the best ways to practice and play the Pokemon TCG. And Golden Go's here to celebrate, but I'm not so sure he's here to show some action this weekend.
Unfortunately, we'll be sorely missed by a lot of players, but speaking of our players, this is the main training tool for a lot of our players. Players love to queue up and go as high as they can on the ladder to reach Masters League all the way at the top. But like we said, Ethan, this is the best way to practice for this game. It's really reliable in its way to really see a wide variety of decks.
Of course, for tuning into the stream this weekend, there are plenty of drops going on. Make sure to check out all of the details for our Twitch drops that include some new cards from Chaos Rising, as well as some cosmetics for the Pokemon Trading Card Game Live. 30 minutes gets you those booster packs that you can open up. 45 minutes to earn those special illustration rare cards, and if you can watch for an hour out of your day, you know, maybe tune it on in the background. There's some cosmetics to showcase off. I know me personally, I have my nice winter fit on all 24/7 on TCG Live, but that Blastoise jacket, Mega Blastoise at that, that is a sweet representation for your avatar. Make sure to redeem those rewards.
Who doesn't love the exclusivity of it as well? Being able to just tune in to the stream can get you all of these things and more. I know for me, Ethan, I really like pulling these packs just because I love to build max rarity. But if you want to be able to get these Twitch drops, we have instructions for you right on the screen. You're going to start at rewards.pokemon.com, then log into your Trainer Central account, link your Twitch, and then as long as you watch for that designated amount of time that Ethan mentioned, you'll be good to go.
And of course, there's languages as well, plenty of support. This is an international championship after all, so plenty of people watching from all over. We've talked about it a little bit at the start of the stream, but a lot of these regions outside of North America have really been coming to these events, regional championships, international championships, of course, culminating later in the year to the World Championships as well. If you want to join in on the action and sort of learn a little bit about what the competitive scene is while earning some rewards, we've got all of that set up very nicely for you all this weekend.
And not just the TCG, Ethan, but also all of our games that we're featuring here at NAIC. Of course, you have Blastoise for Champions, very fitting in that Cherish Ball. You have our cosmetics that we talked about. And Pokemon Go is always so interesting because it always loves to give you one of those Pokemon that can actually be used in the meta with that Seaking. And then, of course, for all of you Unite lovers as well, you get that sticker. And, of course, we're continuing with this Blastoise theme. You're going to be able to get a sweet boost emblem for your watching time.
Make sure, of course, you check out all of the action happening this weekend, where we'll all be culminating to Championship Sunday, of course. Twitch.tv/Pokemon for our Vici action. Pokemon Go for Pokemon Go, and you're never going to guess what Pokemon Unite can be found on Twitch.tv/Pokemon Unite. It's a great weekend for all things Pokemon. If you are a lover of everything to come with Pokemon, this is where you want to be watching here on Twitch.
And all of our games are going through really exciting meta shifts as well. The NAIC pre-show kind of gave a nice spotlight into everything that's going on, especially with Pokemon Go, as they are starting to now kind of inch towards their Worlds meta. And this Grumpig Pokemon is actually legal for play this weekend. So I'm excited to see what's going to be happening in Go. But of course, Ethan, you cannot deny the hype around the first international with Pokemon Champions and of course Unite as well.
You see on the screen right there, Mega Floette getting a little bit of action. It's unfortunate that the Mega EX is not seeing too much love currently in the standard format, but maybe Rose Tower will have some inclusions. Of course, we still have a little bit more action to go later on in the year for our World Championships. We've seen shakeups from the Japan Championships that just concluded last weekend, where a deck featuring that Rose Tower actually, or the Luminous Tower, excuse me, made its way. Two similar effects. Of course, the old Rose Tower from Sword and Shield drew on until you had 3 cards in your hand. This new one, of course, lets you discard 2 cards from your hand to then draw a card, and those discard effects could synergize well with some decks in the future.
Yeah, Prism Tower finding its weird way through the perfect order meta for Europe. But we're here in North America, Ethan, and it's actually going to be the first time that our players are playing Chaos Rising, Chaos Rising at an international. Yeah. What do you think about that?
Yeah, big shift from some of the internationals we've had before, where they've been developed formats where players have already played with the expansions that are available. You see, we started things off in Latin America and Brazil, during the November season. That was, of course, where we saw, you know, the development of the standard format, development of some of our older decks. Gardevoir's Last Stand have such a strong finish at that event. And as we went into Europe, we saw the development of decks being built to counter around Gardevoir. It's MIA here for the rest of the season, Lyric.
Who knows, right? And it feels like this weird puzzle ever since we had rotation, where it feels like Dragapult has been the answer. But for our last couple regionals across most of our regions, not just in North America, we've seen some strange winners, right? Hops Trevenant taking the win last week. We also have seen Mega Lopunny as well. And a bunch of counter decks that feel like people are just playing to play just to handle Dragapult.
It will all culminate later this year at the World Championships, and what an event it will be. We've got Pokemon XP happening that weekend as well, a fan expo, plenty to do if you are interested in Pokemon. Make sure you guys, of course, tune into that event, as these are the only 2 events we have left. You see all of these events grayed out, of course, coverage throughout the year, and I'm really curious to see how the impact towards the end of Indianapolis, sort of the rise of Alakazam as a potential counter to Dragapult, maybe influences some of the players' decision-making process into this idea, dare I say, of it's be Dragapult or be beating Dragapult this weekend.
Absolutely, Ethan. I totally agree with you. And we've seen really just kind of the effects of it as the season has go on. But I feel like the season has 100% flown. We started with Dragapult and Gardevoir kind of battling it out. And then still just coming down to these last moments, and especially because these internationals are so important for those 135 Masters that will be representing North America at the World Championships coming up in just a couple of months. So it really kind of depends on how high risk, high reward you want to be. Do you want to play Dragapult, be a little bit more safe, or do you want to try and counter Dragapult? But the problem is, Shaman, coming up last week, may have kind of thrown a wrench in the side.
Of course, over in Europe, there have been plenty of events that have taken place as well. Coverage for those 2. Turin, of course, the last event to take place and the first of our Chaos Rising event. Since there were some, you know, maybe not familiar faces, some new kids on the block making their appearance last weekend. Of course, all of these events taking place throughout the year. Chaos Rising, you know, a big expansion, as have been many of our Mega Evolution TCG expansions for Scarlet and Violet. However, the main poster child, Mega Greninja EX, Mega Floette EX children, so to say, they've been missing from the standard format. Do you think that's just because of, you know, short time for innovation, or is Dragapult really this, you know, big blocker of allowing new ideas to flourish in standard, Emily?
Well, we did get to see it kind of do what it does best, and that's pop off turn 2 with double Rare Candy Mega Greninja EX, and then using that Mortal Shuriken to spread the damage counters around and find those really big knockouts. And the way that it's able to kind of go in and out of the active position, thanks to Surfing Beach, a new stadium, I feel like, yes, there's a great idea of going into it. It may just feel a little bit unsafe going into something like the biggest tournament of the year.
Of course, Latin America as well, plenty of events and special championships taking place. Lima, the last to happen at the end of May. And these are all regions that have sent their best representatives over to North America. Now, lots of invites are on the line, lots of championship points, but there's also that race you see towards the World Championships, the stipends. You know, last year we, of course, had the round 1 bye. That was a big advantage. It's no longer happening this year, but plenty of support to get over to these events. Very important for our players coming out of region.
I'm loving the way that all of our players are showing up. I think we've had much more of an international season, especially for our regionals and special championships as well. We've seen players from North America head down to LATAM to play with the LATAM players. We've seen Europeans fly all the way to North America to play with the North Americans. Pokemon is becoming a much more global game. You don't have to stay within your own region to play. And I'm loving the way that we're not just using internationals now as a region mixing ground.
It truly is a culmination of talent between all of the players and competitors in the Pokemon TCG. We've seen Cinderella runs. We've seen the top players perform and show out. This year, that question always has to come up. in a format that's very top-heavy, right? We said 35% Dragapult in the field. Will it be a player piloting this deck who is super strong and super seasoned, or will it be maybe a veteran in the game playing something new? These storylines and more may be a bit of a hint of what we'll see this round.
NAIC as well last season was a real Cinderella story for Riley McKay, who was finalist and then ended up winning the World Championship. So you never know what happens at NAIC. So we're heading into our next round here too. Internationals, all of the matches get broadcasted, everything gets streamed, just because there's way too many players to count everything. It's just super exciting.
Let's take a look at our notable matches for Swiss round number 3. And this matchup's like we talked about. Of course, we just saw James take the win on stream. He'll be playing up against Brent Tonneson, one of Australia's best. Yoshiyuki Yamaguchi, one of those international players coming over, already a regional champion this season. Plenty of talent out in the field, but it is going to be old up against new. One of the great veterans in the game, Ross Cawthon, up against Greg Minklei. This is going to be an excellent matchup.
If my memory does serve correctly, Ethan, Ross has gotten an invite to the World Championships pretty much every year that he's gone for it, right? So might as well continue the streak. But still, I mean, just looking at these pairings, this is just a small subset of players, but look at how many regions are represented. Like you said, Brent Tonneson, also from Australia. You have Riley McKay there. Right under there, our world champion as well, 2-0. And I think, once again, it just goes back to that central idea. The Pokemon is now a global game.
Truly indeed. We'll have to wait for our players to get set up at the table before we break down the match a little bit, talk about the deck choices, what players have decided to bring. We've seen some interesting inclusions, to say the least. Of course, James playing that Clefairy toolbox. We saw earlier on stream Metagross get involved with Metang. Can't really tell if this is 2023 or 2026 anymore. There's just so much happening in the Pokemon TCG, but that's what makes things exciting. You never know when a new card gets released if it's going to revive old strategies back in the Pokemon TCG. You've always got to be aware of that card pool that exists to best bring your 60 cards to any format rather. This event, no exception.
It just feels like Psychic with that Lily's Clefairy EX feels basically mandatory to put in a lot of decks to try and conquer the Dragapult. And I think that's what James is really doing with his Mega Kangaskhan Lily's Clefairy box, is really just saying, you know what, I'll just play the counter game no matter which way I see it. And that Lily's Pearl too coming into kind of the play, right? Most players are now starting to play more of this Team Rocket's Watchtower instead of a jamming tower here, just to try and stop the Dunsparce EX from using Runaway Draw, and stopping Meowth from using Last Ditch Catch as well. So it's weird to see what players are kind of prioritizing here, especially in their stadiums.
Speaking of players, keep a little sneak peek at the hall and what a absolutely massive venue this is. As someone who has been part of the history of the game for not nearly long enough, you know, from small hotel ballrooms to now huge convention centers, Pokemon is loved by many, and many different titles as well.
6,000 players across all 4 games, and that is amazing to see. I joined Pokemon a little bit, I would say my first regional was Hartford 2023, and then headed to my first international a couple years ago in Columbus, Ohio. And here we are 3 years now in New Orleans. It's a great time, as we saw from that opening ceremony. New Orleans is full of culture and life and just happiness, and I'd love to just kind of get that message out to our trainers before they spend 9 whole hours playing Pokemon cards.
It's a long grind, 100%. You know, if you've ever been in this spot, you will know, but there's nothing I'd rather be doing with 90 degrees outside than being in a nice air-conditioned room, playing some Pokemon TCG, announcing Phantom Dive maybe, announcing, you know, Superb Scissors for some. You have to, you know, kind of pick your side again if you want to be part of the Dragapult army or if you want to try and find a counter. And that is the big question for players. How much of a Dragapult swing matchup are you willing to take if it means the rest of the field can really struggle to have a balanced matchup? A deck like Crustle could be good into Dragapult, but may struggle against other decks that players are trying to bring to even out the playing field.
And I think Alakazam also comes into that conversation as well, as Dragapult doesn't play anything to stop that stop that hand from actually going in and using the attack there. So nothing like a rocky energy or mist energy there. So it's a good plan, right? But we've seen that a lot of players are trying to take advantage of using multi-prize knockouts thanks to something like Wellspring Ogre Pawn. So I'm excited to see what is actually going to kind of make it through this phase one and try and head towards Championship Sunday.
Players getting ready, of course, aforementioned old school versus new school. This will be an excellent matchup. We've had 2 great matches so far, and I'm sure this third match will not disappoint. Of course, talking about Ross, we've mentioned, and given him his flowers, a World Championships invite every single year throughout the Pokemon TCG. But it was at this exact tournament last year that Greg was able to go about with a super strong finish, top 4 with Gardevoir EX, but he does not have that deck again at his disposal. Gardevoir is gone into the sunset. We'll have to pick a different deck to pilot, and what those 2 decks will be, we'll find out very soon.
It's exciting to see the innovation that players have really been trying to find ways to work around Dragapult. I think in the beginning of rotation, it truly felt like join or just kind of fall at the wayside, play just something that's not as good. And now players have really done their due diligence of really looking at the entire card pool to really find their way back into beating Dragapult. And now, dare I say, it is beatable, Ethan. We've seen it be taken down in multiple regions, multiple regional championships and special championships. It's just a matter of finding that right matchup.
Players are almost ready. I know the anticipation is building, and we, of course, have an excellent match as headphones are on, and once we get confirmation, as we do, Ross Cawthon always has a trick up his sleeve, and that trick this time is the one and only Slowking.
We did see this last week in Turin, absolutely run just everything going on. It was Brennan Cameraman going undefeated in day 1, playing 7 Dragapults and finding 0 Shaman. But it's, of course, going up against Dragapult Blaziken. Now, just like there's tons of ways to not only play different decks to beat Dragapult, there's tons of different ways to play Dragapult itself. And this Dragapult Blaziken has really kind of fallen to the bottom of the Dragapult meta share. I think players are just not that convinced right now that it is the best partner for it. But when you use that Blaziken Seething Spirit, especially because Crushing Hammer right now is in the format, it's interesting to see where exactly Greg is thinking on which archetype he goes with.
A lot of this matchup does come down to one inclusion for Greg, and it needs to be pointed out. He has opted to run this Dragapult deck not only with the Blaziken EX, but with a helpful friend in Shaman with that bench barrier ability, able to shut down the Kyurem's Trifrost attack is such a crucial impact early on in this game.
It's very interesting to see how many players actually put Shaman in post-Turin, just because so many of those Trifrosts wouldn't actually have happened if Shaman was in the deck. So Ross taking a note from Europe here, going to be putting in Shaman, or Greg putting in the Shaman, excuse me. We'll see how exactly it is going to go down.
Big opening coin flip as well for both players. Who goes first can be extremely impactful in this matchup. Of course, have to note, Greg's got 2 Pokemon as his 2 cards, but this Slowking deck would not be possible without that Academy at Night Stadium card.
Well, let's take a look at Ross's accomplishments before we jump in. He has the record for the most Worlds invites, we know that. And still, 2011 Worlds finalist, 2014 Worlds top 16, 2015 Worlds in getting 12th, and 2016 top 4. I mean, the accomplishments speak for himself, where we're not even quoting the regional finishes for Ross. It's just how he does at Worlds.
See how these 2 decks fight against each other and how Ross is able to adapt to that Shaman being in play. It can be a very easy route to victory to just announce Trifrost twice, knock out Dreepy and Dracloak in play, and snowball from there. Without that option, when Dragapult gets put into play, what is that response going to look like, and what pieces will be available? As the prize cards go out immediately, that Pheasantipity EX at the top of the prizes, always a great card for Dragapult to have access to draw more cards. And an interesting inclusion, we keep seeing sort of these fun tech Pokemon in Slowking. It's that Zeraora with that Thunder Raid snipe attack at its disposal, but it's sort of a 2-for-1 with the Pheasantipity gone and with the Zeraora gone. Those two cards kind of clash with each other a lot during these matches.
A couple of pieces there as well for Ross. That Cypher Maniac's code breaking is so important. If you are unable to find that Academy at night, it's a great way to kind of work around the stadium and put your desired attacker up on the top of the deck. Gonna see how Ross has to work around it, but still, here we go. It's gonna be our round number 3.
Unfortunate starter for Ross, starting that Kyurem. Of course, you need to have that in the deck and in your hand with the Academy of Night, and with there being no way to pick Pokemon up, that Pokemon will be stuck in play for as long as Greg chooses to maybe go about avoiding KOing it, as there's no Buddy popping for Ross, and contemplating an Ultra Ball early on just to try and get a Slowpoke into play on turn number 1.
Granted, he does at least have the telepathic energy to get at least some Slowpokes out onto the field, but also not only can you grab the Slowpokes, Ethan, can also grab your Latias EX as well to be able to maneuver that Kyurem out of the active and head back onto the bench. One other thing that I did see off of this Ultra Ball discard is going to be that one of Lucky Helmet being discarded as well. A great tool card where you're actually going to be able to draw 2 cards every time you get damaged by an attack. So especially in a deck like Dragapult that really does kind of shift towards using Itchy Pollen, and Slowking getting a couple of cards to kind of go with, that actually feels pretty good.
Opting for that Mega Kangaskhan EX instead, potentially relying off this run errand ability early on. It is the backbone draw engine of the Slowking deck. Maybe signaling there is something like a switch, as Kyurem does have a hefty retreat cost to move out of the active spot. So Kangaskhan EX, the choice from Ultra Ball. We'll see in the hand a switch be played, and these are going to be a big 2 cards from Run Errand. Can Ross find some way to put a Slowpoke into play? There is another Telepathic Psychic Energy, and going to have to play what looks like a costly Ultra Ball number 2 on this first turn.
Not loving to see it, Ethan. That is a lot of energy. Now, granted, there are a lot of energy in this deck, about 8 Psychic, 4 Telepathic, 4 Psychic here. But the thing is, you really need to utilize them because in the amount of times you actually start discarding your energy. There's also 3 Boomerang energy as well here. But like we had talked about, it's not exactly what you want to see going into the discard pile turn 1.
Difficult as well to see Slowking hit the discard pile. Noted there is one in the prize cards, and you are using a lot of these recovery cards to bring back the Pokemon you put on top of your deck with Seek Inspiration. These are, of course, interesting things to note. Resources will be at bay for both players. Academy at Night at the prizes as well. We'll see Slowpoke be grabbed. Telepathic Psychic Energy attached, meaning that Ross can find a couple of basic Pokemon to put into play. It will be the Latias EX and Slowpoke number 2. So all things considered, Emily, given the nature of the start, nature of the resources, Ross has gotten himself off to a pretty solid setup on turn number 1.
We'll also be able to at least get back some of these resources as well, thanks to Wondrous Patch and Night Stretcher. I know we were a little bit concerned with that Slowking hitting the discard. Does play a couple of copies of that Night Stretcher, but all things considered, we'll at least have the Mega Kangaskhan in play to keep drawing through the deck going into this next turn. I just wish that Lucky Helmet didn't have to go down, because this Mega Kangaskhan sitting at 300 hit points would be able to soak a couple of Itchy Pollens, and there Ross would be able to keep grabbing on to some more cards here. But you can see, Ethan, I mean, Pokepad for the very obvious choice.
Immediately getting Shaman, showing how important that card is in this matchup to prevent against that Trifrost attack, as the second Pokepad will almost certainly grab Dreepy. We do need to get those in play to evolve up into Dracloak. These 2 cards, it's a bit of aggressiveness against passivity. It seems very metaphoric at that.
Well, if you're looking on your screen, that's how the meta, or that's how this matchup goes, right? Unfortunately for Ross, Shaman is going to be blocking this Trifrost from the Kyurem. But not only that as well, this Zeraora that you were alluding to, Ethan, with that Thunder Raid attack, being able to target down things like Pheasantipity EXs, Meowth EXs as well. So we'll be able to get something started.
Of course, of note, have to remember that Flower Curtain does not block a Pokemon with rule boxes. So those Pokemon can still be hit with Thunder Raid's attack. Of course, Dragapult being a Terra Pokemon does prevent it from taking damage on the bench. That Shaman's only going to really protect against Trifrost in this matchup. Greg will play his supporter for turn that Lily's Determination. Such an important supporter for all these. And what a stacked hand for the following turn. A pair of Drakloak, Pokepad for that third Drakloak as well. And with Shaman being in play, you can just go about this matchup with so much more comfort, knowing that you have such a higher likelihood of getting Dragapult EX into play before your Drakloaks are taken out.
Not only that, Ethan, I think this would have been the perfect turn as long as there was an energy to go with for Greg. But thankfully for Greg, is playing the Blaziken package, so that energy attachment down the line wouldn't be falling too hard at the wayside here. But back on over to Ross, Itchy Pollen. And now Ross is going to have to maneuver a couple of ways around here to find Slowking and at least get something going, potentially taking that prize card.
Big run errand. Can he find some sort of help, a supporter card, some way to continue to filter through the deck? I see a Boomerang energy. That's not going to do much good when you can't really just give yourself a send and discard the top card of your deck. It seems way too risky. We'll see Kangaskhan retreat into the Slowpoke.
This is interesting
Now, the
here.
Slowpoke can take a KO with Tackle, so it may not be mighty, but it can still get the job done, tackling his way through Itchy Pollen and Badu himself, trying to just take prize cards to put some sort of plan together, and also knowing, Emily, that there's not a lot of threat in terms of attacking pressure on Greg's next turn.
Definitely not, and especially looking at Greg's list, seeing only 2 rare candy here. So Greg would have to be able to find double rare candy into Dragapult or the Blaziken to get really things started here. But look at that, Ethan. I mean, it's 3 Drakloaks and the Unfair Stamp as well. So a fresh 5 cards for Greg, and then a ton of Recon Directive to go with.
Now, of course, Ross was not working with too much, so he may unironically be okay with being Unfair Stamped in this spot. You do lose, of course, some cards and some pieces, and got a little help with that Cypher Maniac being drawn off the prizes, but you know your opponent didn't do too much. It really seems like Greg is digging for, like you mentioned, some sort of aggressive way to deal with Slowpoke this turn. There's no energy in the discard pile yet. We'll see 5 cards, no Recon Directive, but finds Crispin and a Blaziken. If there is a way to get a rare candy this turn, we could potentially see Blaziken EX itself come in and swing. Here's that first Recon Directive. Just some more cards that are already familiar with the hand. Ultra Ball and Fire Energy. Greg, I think we'll just continue to use Recon Directive, see some more cards, and figure out what approach. That Slowpoke with that beefy 80 HP coming in clutch to avoid a KO from Dragon Headbutt.
Nothing too crazy here. Does still have the supporter option available for Greg. I think a lot of the times players forget Unfair Stamp is actually an item. So would be able to use that Meowth EX if he so chooses to, but does use the Judge as well. Final Recon Directive, nothing coming home, Ethan. That's unfortunate.
All 3 Recon Directives being used. It seems as if Crispin is the supporter lined up for the turn. Will allow Greg to accelerate energy into play, but no Slowpoke KO on the horizon means that Greg will have to decide where he wants to put these energy cards. There is an Ultra Ball in the hand as well. Wonder if Combuskin is potentially an option to evolve this turn. Does seem like there are some resources Greg may want to avoid having to discard.
That's true, but the safest thing to discard, honestly, right now is going to be that energy because of the Blaziken EX's ability. Seething Spirit going to be able to take an energy from the discard and attach it to one of the Pokemon here. So I do think the Combuskin is a good idea if Greg so chooses to, and it looks like that is going to be the option. Could be double discarding the Fire here.
Yeah, or one of those Blaziken EX. Don't need both, as you'll most likely be relying off just the single Blaziken EX. And while Phantom Dive is a great attack, it is important to note that Lily's Clefairy and Ross's deck can be troublesome for Dragapult, and sometimes just attacking with Blaziken can get the job done in certain scenarios.
I think in certain scenarios as well, Ethan, is that now not just the Drakloak on the bench has the biggest kind of target on it, but it's actually the Combuskin that's going to be doing a lot of the energy work, a lot of the engine work for this deck. But you gotta love to see that, Ethan. I mean, the evolution into the into the Slowking and the Lily's Determination for a fresh 8 cards. Can Ross find Academy at Night and an attacker to go with?
Doesn't even need Academy at Night. That energy being attached to the active means Super Cybolt is online and ready to deal enough damage to KO Drakloak, allowing Ross to save some resources and wait to play down those stadiums until it's absolutely necessary.
Top 8 cards here, or top 6 cards, excuse me. Ross did take a knockout, so only 6 for this one here. See what he's going to be able to find. And like you said, Super Cybolt will certainly get the job done, but does actually have the Academy at Night and the Pokepad in hand for next turn. I'm wondering if Ross wants to use that Pokepad now to at least get another Slowking ready to go, because you can only imagine what Greg is planning for the next turn with something like this Phantom Dive here. Might actually have to be the play.
Always have to think about the risky Ruins Stadium card to drop damage onto play, which then can allow Monkey Dory to get involved and have Phantom Dive essentially spread 8 damage counters on the bench instead of 6. Ross, of course, a seasoned player, will take note of what pieces are available, how many cards Greg will have to work with, though that number will change very quickly thanks to Recon Directive. Just thinking about, as you mentioned, whether or not to play the Pokepad, it will instead be opting to hold on to that card for now. Super Cybolt will take the KO. Ross has jumped to a 2-prize card lead as Greg decides which Pokemon to promote, and it will finally be Drakloak as Dragapult EX seems to be on the horizon thanks to another Ultra Ball top deck. Can Greg pair this with some disruption? You saw Judge was actually the card grabbed off a previous Recon Directive. Emily, is it time to go in now, or do we save that disruptive resource for later on?
It's looking a little bit back and forth here still, too, especially with no Monkey Dory Dark Energy and the risky Ruins. I'm sure Greg would love to wipe both attackers off the board on Ross's side to get things going, but that Ultra Ball instead, I mean, the thing is, Ethan, it's just that Dragapult has so much HP, and thanks to Blaziken as well, and the Judge on top of that, does have another reliable attacker just in case Greg is afraid of being attacked by a Lily's Clefairy EX, or of course having Fairy Zone enable all of these psychic Pokemon to hit for weakness.
It is still possible for Greg to take a KO on this Slowpoke. Would need a decent portion of resources off of these 4 cards, plus Recon Directive needs to find Monkey Dory, plus the Stadium card. There's only 1 risky Ruins in this list, and a Dark Energy in the discard pile, but that risky Ruins is in the prize cards, which does signal why Greg decided to go this route on this turn.
Only 1 risky Ruins for Greg. So unfortunately, in a perfect world, that would have been amazing, but won't be able to go that route this time. So instead, just using the Buddy Poffin to set up more Dreepies into Drakloak, still being able to sift through the deck. The big question is Ross going to be able to respond with the Phantom Dive onto this Dragapult by finding a Lily's Clefairy for next turn?
There is boss's orders for the following turn, potentially, as well as that 1 Team Rocket's Watchtower Judge plus Watchtower. A powerful disruptive combo means that Kangaskhan's Run Errand ability no longer online. As Greg has really put the pressure on. Turn number 3, Phantom Dive, KO on the Slowking, and immediately placing all 6 damage counters on Slowpoke, signaling that he wants to get aggressive on the following turn to target down these attackers.
Ross is just going to have to hope that he finds a counter stadium in play. I do believe that is a Cypher Maniacs code breaking in the hand for Ross. So what could have been kind of tailoring the deck to find what Ross needs, unfortunately not going to be able to actually draw anything this turn. Might just have to throw that Curum in the active, Ethan, but if you do that, I mean, nevertheless, this Slowpoke is probably going to go down this turn. Does have the telepathic energy in the hand as well, but still, those early discards may have hurt Ross.
It is tough. You can, of course, play that down first to search out some Pokemon, then stack the deck with that Cypher Maniac. Is just kind of considering where to put this energy. If you put it onto Slowpoke, it's almost lined up as a guaranteed target to be KO'd. And the energy doesn't do much good on Latias. You've got to pair that with a few Wondrous Patch. It will be the attachment onto Slowpoke, allowing Ross to search some Psychic Pokemon and place them onto the bench. while this Lily's Clefairy can be solid, it is, of course, a huge liability with just that 190 HP. If Greg could pair something with a Phantom Dive, he could set up a 2-turn clock to close out game number 1.
And the thing is, Ethan, as well, we know from behind the scenes that Greg does have a boss's orders waiting in the wings as well here. So it's really about how Ross wants to go about which attackers he really goes for here. I mean, Greg, if I was about to say, putting down Lily's Clefairy is definitely a very easy target for a 3-prize Phantom Dive, but it might just have to be double Slowpoke here. At least one would be able to go on after next turn, but it's looking just a little bit rough.
It is just a tough spot regardless. You can Cypher Maniac a Stadium card to the top of your deck that would turn on the Mega Kangaskhan's ability for the following turn, but then you only get a 1-card choice. And what do you grab? Do you grab a Lily to cycle through the hand to try and draw some more cards? It seems that all options that aren't being aggressive this turn may just be setting yourself a little too far behind.
Has to make the question here. We haven't even talked about Ross's A-Spec yet, and that is going to be the secret box there. A A-Spec that we commonly loved right before rotation, before Unfair Stamp really kind of came in and dominated which A-Spec players were taking. But you can't cherry pick more out of your deck thanks to Secret Box, a great A-Spec where you're able to choose an item, a tool, a supporter, and a stadium. So it would be Ross trying to pick the pieces together here to go on ahead and being able to potentially get Latias set up for a knockout or being able to get into Slowking next turn.
So we'll see those 2 cards placed on top of the deck. Retreating into the Slowpoke and trying to at least put on some sort of disruption. It is going to be the Dragon Tail to put a Pokemon from the discard pile back into the hand for Ross, recovering Slowking just to make sure that piece is one less thing he'll need on the following turn.
I think the biggest thing for Ross here is that Ross is really banking on finding these wondrous patches, Ethan. Dangle Tail definitely does at least help you get that Slowking, so that's one less piece you need off of the secret box. But still, I mean, has to find a wondrous patch, does at least have the energy in hand, but that is Ross's turn. Heading back on over to Greg's. I mean, Boss's orders definitely does feel pretty good this turn, but it's about setting himself up for what comes after, because still, I mean, Greg is behind in the prize race.
To target down the Mega Kangaskhan, slowly try and set that up for a KO. The big advantage to that would be not opening up a bench space for this Pokemon, and I have to wonder if Greg is maybe aware of putting Lily's Clefairy out of commission, meaning that this Dragapult can survive a 1-hit KO. List differentiation plays a huge part in games like these. Is your opponent playing something like Brave Bangle for a KO? Do they have some other way to modify damage without relying off the Fairy Zone? Greg's not going to take that risk. Instead, dealing the 200 damage, not using Phantom Dive, and just trying to protect these Pokemon in play as much as possible while slowly accumulating damage on the board.
This is the appeal of Dragapult's Blaziken for a lot of players. Not only does that Seething Spirit truly help players with their energy, but also the fact that Blaziken is a pretty hefty attacker as well, sitting at 320 HP. And you're right, Ethan, the Lily's Clefairy is not truly a threat right here, especially because Ross is not only bench locked here, but still can't draw cards under this Mega Kangaskhan right now. But look at the hand. I mean, that's a lot of Pokemon, not only that going down, but still, I mean, that's a lot of energy that Ross has actually thrown away at this point.
And now just debating which card to keep in the hand. With the secret box, we'll have to discard everything else but one, considering whether it's worth it to pitch this Pokemon that was brought back the previous turn with Dangle Tail. And just valuing the Psychic Energy more than this Slowking. Discarding those 3 cards with Secret Box can search out one of each trainer card, a Stadium, Supporter, Tool card, and Item card. Will need to be a powerful 4 cards for Ross to get himself back into game number 1.
I like what Ross is already doing with that Cypher Maniac. It's code breaking, heading into the top of the deck here. Has to truly decide, but like you had mentioned, Ethan, the Brave Bengal as well, a great tool card that does help hit those higher HP Pokemon. So would have to use this final Psychic Energy to attach to the Slowpoke already that has energy on it, and would have to use something like Metagross to get this Blaziken out of here.
Can even get things done with the Cypher Maniac, not needing to search out a Pokemon. Can use Cypher Maniac's code breaking, put the desired target on top of the deck, as well as a desirable card in that second slot to be the guaranteed top deck for the following turn. Ross playing heads up, trying to maximize every resource at his disposal.
I love how Ross is handling this matchup as well, Ethan. Just from that Shaman being put down, it really does force you to kind of work your way around in a very different prize map. I think a lot of players truly love to go that 2-2-2 prize map, but Ross having to slow down, even using Slowpoke's attack to actually get a knockout on Budu here. But the only thing that I am worried about is that Latias is sitting at 200 damage with only 10 left to go. A Monkey Dory and some risky ruins, and even just one damage counter from a Phantom Dive is not going to be exactly what Ross wants to see here, but there's the attack.
Metagross being used to copy the attack with Seek Inspiration. 300 damage plus the Brave Bangle means Blaziken EX goes down, and Ross jumps himself to just 2 prize cards away from closing out game number 1.
Big draw here for Greg. I think the thing is there's so many Slowpokes that could be ready to go here, and Ross hasn't used a Wondrous patch just yet. So now it's on Greg. Are you going to find a way to take multiple prize cards this turn? But there's still an attacker ready to go. Would be able to at least get rid of the Brave Bangle on the board, so would require a little bit more to hit all the way up. But still, we haven't seen the Wondrous patches used by Ross, and we haven't seen Lily's Clefairy EX hit the board as well. So it's all about Greg trying to play a little bit of defense here. Hand Disruption might have to be the only way out.
And that is just not available, Emily. There are no more Hand Disruption cards available. The Judge is gone, and the Unfair Stamp is gone. So that defense, as you mentioned, may really just be to attack as aggressively as possible. Lily's Determination, the supporter for choice. As things stand, Greg can get a bit fancy to try and potentially take a KO with Dragon Headbutt to not leave a 2-prize Pokemon in the active spot. However, it just feels as if that secret box for Ross found all the pieces, and now with that Risky Ruins still being in the prizes, it means Greg has no counter stadium for what is a crucial card in this Slowking's deck strategy, that Nighttime Academy.
Nighttime Mine Academy at night.
Everything's happening at night. We can't have any action during the day, ladies and gentlemen.
So many of our stadiums really kind of coincide one another that sometimes it's hard to keep track. But yes, that Academy at night still sitting on the board here. And like you had said, Ethan, it just feels like everything's in place for Ross. And now it's just all about maybe, like you said, attacking with a Dragon Headbutt instead of evolving all the way up into the Dragapult EX. It would at least require Ross to use something like a Boss's Orders to bring Dragapult into the active here. As the Ultra Ball is being used, I mean, potentially bringing Meowth into the hand for next turn if this Dracloak stays in the active?
It's tough because if you decide to not put Dragapult EX into play in your active spot, you're still on a 3-turn prize map to win the game. You can't close the game out on the following turn. You need some sort of combination of double Monkey Dory and your opponent leaving damage on your side. So we'll forgo putting Dragapult EX into play. Dragon Headbutt will give Greg another prize card, but he's still a few turns away. And with there being no disruption left, Ross has the green light to try and take this turn to stabilize his board and put together a winning strategy come next turn.
I love also just the mindfulness from Ross from last turn, not only stacking what he needed on the top for Cypher Maniac's code breaking, but also putting this Pheasantipity in play as well. So a free fresh hand card and then the run errand on top. So, I mean, if Ross needs cards, now is the time to find it. Does find the Lily's Clefairy, but Ethan, I mean, the bench lock, thanks to the Kyurem that he started the game with, that doesn't necessarily feel too good.
It will be the Lily's Determination, and I have to wonder if Ross has hit 2 of the 3 check marks for this turn. Putting Slowking into play, drawing cards, and the last one being an energy attachment to just not have huge reliance on Wondrous Patch. You always have to be careful of potential Badoo shenanigans getting involved, shutting off your item cards, and making it hard to power up your Pokemon. See 6 cards drawn, and immediately that first card, the Boomerang Energy, can be placed onto Slowking. Can Ross find another way to evolve this Slowpoke so that Boss's Orders plus some sort of stadium combination is not a threat? We know it's not available, but it's something that Ross has always got to be thinking about playing around.
I think Ross is also holding the mirror up to Greg and saying, here's this Mega Kangaskhan, go ahead and stack damage onto it, but then you're leaving the Dragapult in the active right here. Finally does at least find a Wondrous Patch here, so we'll at least be able to utilize some of the Psychic Energy that we did see off of these Ultra Ball discards a little bit earlier. But like you had said, there's the Boomerang Energy going on top here, and now it's about what Ross wants to do. Is it just leaving the Kangaskhan in the active? No, it's actually going to be an attack here.
May just be attempting to take a KO, go to 1 prize card, and just try and KO anything that's left in the active spot. So there it is, copying the Trifrost, the Boomerang Energy, while being discarded initially, will be reattached to this active Pokemon. Dragapult EX coming to the active spot as Ross is just 1 prize card away from closing this game out. Here's the Recon Directive, does find a Boss's Orders, but I'm not sure there's an energy card to be able to attack with Phantom Dive this turn, and to do all of that, your opponent's got the Guaranteed Stadium card in play, 5 more cards to be drawn at their disposal, and all they need to do is find a Slowking, a Wondrous Patch, and a way to put a Pokemon on top of the deck.
It's coming down to last turn, Ethan, where Greg did at least have the Torchic and the Rare Candy in hand. Could have been able to use a acceleration boost to try and get something going. Did have the Risky Ruins in hand as well. Could have used something like the Boss's Orders and then using Risky Ruins to move some damage counters over to Pheasantipity, and there's a 4 prize turn there, but unfortunately not going to be able to find it and go all the way here, so it's just going to have to be a Lily's Determination, shuffle up the deck, hopefully find that energy card that he so desperately needs.
Spin the wheel a bit for Greg. You see the deck and hand so thin, just so little resources available, but it may be all he needs. And importantly, though, did find Risky Ruins off of the prize cards the previous turn. However, here for Greg, he's not going to be able to both attach an energy card to this Dragapult and power up Monkey Dory this turn. We'll see this Torchic get benched, importantly placing 2 damage counters on it thanks to that Stadium card. And now the question for Greg is, can you afford to play the Lily's Determination, meaning it will be your last way to shuffle your hand into your deck? It's got to be at the cost of at least finding an energy card this turn.
Or an energy recovery at that either. The Night Stretcher still could be in the deck somewhere as well. I mean, would be able to at least get down to 1 prize card like Ross here. But like you said, Ethan, it's a matter of what is drawn here. Unfortunately, Blaziken is not in play, so will just have to be a manual attach as Ross going to shuffle Greg's deck himself. Let's see what the 6 cards are.
So here we go. 5 cards, does find the Fire Energy. It seems like it's just Phantom Dive or bust at this point. So there it is, Phantom Dive online. We'll just make one more look at the discard pile to see what pieces are still available. But with Ross already having 5 cards in hand, plus Flip the Script and that Run Errand ability, it seems that his deck will have to be oh so cruel to him if he is going to miss an attack this turn.
It's not even just the Ultra Balls, right? The Night Stretcher in hand as well to be able to manually attach a Psychic Energy too. So here it is, Phantom Dive, spreading the damage counters here. But like you had said, Ethan, it's all about whether the Flip the Script will help, but also all of the pieces that Ross would be able to find the acceleration to do so. Can at least grab a Slowking out of the discard thanks to Night Stretcher, and does have the Ultra Ball for Lily's Clefairy EX, but it's a matter about finding all these pieces and putting it together. There's the patch, Ethan.
That may be everything right there. If there's something like the Zeraora, that could be copied even from the Slowking. Academy at Night in the hand as well. Ross believes he's just got everything as it stands. Ultra Ball, discarding the Zeraora and the Pokepad. Lily's Clefairy can be grabbed, and it can be powered up in 1 turn, placed onto the bench, attachment for turn with that boomerang energy, and the wondrous patch means Lily's Clefairy EX swings for the KO, takes the knockout on Dragapult EX, and after a hard-fought battle, Ross Cawthon is going to secure game number 1.
Also using the Night Stretcher as well to guarantee the benches are full here, and it will be that beautiful use of tools. And Ethan, it's really, I mean, looking at the opening hand, it was Ross pitching away so many resources and being able to sift through them with maybe 1 or 2 card hands right at the end to be able to cinch that win.
Absolutely excellently played there from Ross. Did almost everything perfect after a very slow and not powerful start. Pablo, I'd love to hear from you and get your thoughts on if there was anything that, you know, Ross could have done differently, or if he responded back to that disruption as best as he possibly could have.
I generally, like, Ross played so well, being very creative with his tackle, knockout on body, using Dangle Tail to recover a Slow King, not needing to search for it under item lock in case that ever happened again. And I love how he just adapted his game plan to, okay, I started Kyurem and there's a Shaman on my bench. I just need to take big knockouts. And it worked out really well. So, I mean, if Shaman is supposed to be the answer to Slow King, I really don't know what Greg can do here to adapt his strategy, maybe be more aggressive, or as aggressive he can be with the damage spread. I don't know if that Blaziken and knockout Fearings, the Clefairy, if that's something we probably cannot afford to see, because we need a lot more damage spread on the board.
Yeah, he was just 1 prize card away, and if there were, it feels like 6 more damage counters in play, that would have been a completely different game. Playing around the Brave Bengal, but it seemed to just be the same attack. Greg's got to get thinking about the future, not what happened in the past. Going first, starting things out with a Buddy Poffin, has some solid prizes, nothing too detrimental. Off to a solid start, and this time maybe going to try and get Badoo evolved in that early game.
The energy attachment, so belovedly missed last game for Greg, is going to actually go down. But the thing is, Ethan, does Ross ever truly want to start this Lily's Clefairy? It feels like more of a catch-22 of a surprise, because it is a very easy Phantom Dive target. So we'll have to actually kind of work with this Lily's Clefairy here. I don't know if I saw a telepathic energy in Ross's hand as well for the setup. Does thankfully at least have the slow poke here.
There is not a lot going on in this hand, Emily. Just some energy cards passing the turn over, but on the opposite side, Greg's got nothing to work with either. No evolution Pokemon, no Dracloak, relying off this Crispin to just put more energy into play, but it seems that Lily's Clefairy may just get involved manually to steamroll through Greg's board if he's unable to find any help these next few turns.
And speaking of help, that secret box is going to be at the bottom of the prizes for Ross as well, but we'll have to just get Badoo into the action and go here. Look at all of those energies inside Greg's hand. You're never used to seeing Dragapult actually deal with this, so it's really just Greg trying to kind of thin the deck down. Let's see what Ross can do, and like you had said, I think it's just energy attachment and then using Full Moon Rondo on just a little Badoo.
And that's all Ross needs. KO on Badoo, taking a prize card, and oh, so close to taking that secret box. No help for Greg off the top. It's just an energy card, a Dracloak Stadium, and a Dragapult EX that cannot be evolved. Ring around the rosy for Greg, but at what avail? Ross will continue to take prize cards, and does he find help off the top of the deck?
Not item locked either here, so we'll be able to at least try and sift here.
It's a Cypher Maniac, Emily. That means a guaranteed solid top deck for the following turn. Something like a Lily's Determination even to find some fresh cards. And Ross doesn't know it yet, but he's going to be greeted with an excellent prize in that secret box after Dreepy goes down.
Now just trying to get things started here. Like you said, Lily's Determination. And the thing is, I mean, are you really going to choose a second card after that, assuming that you are going to be attacking this turn? So really just probably taking the time to do something like a deck check here, see what resources are available. I think Ross was definitely expecting to grab the secret box first, but unfortunately not going to be able to grab it. It's in the prizes.
See what 2 cards Ross decides to go for, and already in this game too, it is snowballing out of Greg's control. No help with supporters, no help with any Dracloak, and while we praise Dragapult for its attacking prowess, for its recon directive stability, there are a decent portion of times where you're unable to pass that threshold, and you're kind of blown out of the water, as we're seeing in this game.
A little bit concerned about that risky ruins in the hand for Greg here. Might just have to be a full moon rondo and keep going. Will the card help? No, Ethan. It's just that Shaman that you would love to see in this matchup, but maybe with some Dracloaks and Dragapults.
Still need to play it down just to protect yourself, but at this point, Greg is past the point where he needs help. He needs saving, ladies and gentlemen. Can just continue to retreat, but what's the point? That energy will be discarded either way. Can continuously think about attaching energy cards. That's less cards to pitch later on with Ultra Ball. The turn will be passed over as Lily's Clefairy is wreaking havoc on Greg Minklei's board.
And there's that secret box, Ethan, and it's all about setup at this point here. Going to be able to find that item, tool, supporter, and stadium. Still will be able to also stack the deck as well with more Cypher Maniac if he so chooses to, but it's all about what he wants to find here. I mean, I think Ross understands what's going on Greg's side of the board here. So like you had mentioned, it will be that Lily's determination to refresh the hand, because as good as Ross has it right now, there's not much setup aside from this one Slowpoke, right? Would love to realistically see something alongside the Latias and the Mega Kangaskhan to continuously draw cards here, but maybe just attaching that lucky helmet onto Lily's Clefairy just in case Greg may find a Budew and try and keep Ross under item lock.
Grabbing another Lily's Determination, that lucky helmet, stadium card, and a Pokepad to get some more Pokemon into play. It will be Slowpoke number 2 coming down. Ross is going to go down to 3 prize cards as Greg is just struggling to find any help from his deck, as Ross will build the board up, build attackers up, and it's now or never for Greg if he wants a way back in this game. He's got to find a Lily's Determination off the top. He's got to draw the most perfect 8 cards, and he's got to hope Ross draws into the worst combination of cards for the rest of the game. It is that dire. It is that serious.
It is 6 cards here for Ross, and like we had talked about, putting the lucky helmet onto the Lily's Clefairy just in case there's maybe something along the lines of a petty grudge next turn, because Greg's going to need to at least stack some damage here. But for Ross, I would really love to see him find a telepathic energy as well to get things started here, as the 6 cards are going to be drawn. I do believe there's an Ultra Ball as well, so could see something along the lines of getting that Latias in play ready to go, but that's double Kyurem there. I mean, the hand's not too crazy, Ethan.
Not too crazy at all. Does have Cypher Maniac's code breaking to work for on the following turn. Does want to just get Mega Kangaskhan into play to stabilize if for some reason this Lily's Clefairy EX is KO'd from a combination of Rare Candy, Dragapult. It seems crazy even just talking about it. It will be the choice. Kangaskhan coming down. This Ross is just in command of this game in the most unlikely of ways off the back of Full Moon Rondo. Early aggression and early pressure, just too much for Greg to handle.
And it's just going to probably be another Full Moon Rondo. And like you had said, Ethan, is it really up to Rare Candy Dragapult to save this game for Greg? We'll be at least able to get the Night Stretcher, so could use, I mean, a copy of, you know, retreating into the Budew here to at least stop some items from being played, but that's not exactly what you want to see. And Greg, no supporter yet this game.
Yeah, it seems every option is just not a winning strategy, but you've got to do what you can. Down a game with 12 minutes on the clock, just considering whether or not Dreepy is better to grab than another Budew back into play. As if he even chooses to attack, it seems like it would be more beneficial to let Ross draw cards than put 10 damage on the board. Ross is just 2 or 3 attacks away from closing things out, scratching his head, thinking about what could possibly happen, but it's all hopes and dreams at this point. The turn is passed back over as Ross continues to develop his board and run away with this second game.
I mean, Cypher Maniac drawn as well. could imagine seeing something along the lines of a Latias here to try and get this Lily's Clefairy out, so Mega Kangaskhan could draw cards. But the thing is, Ethan, does Ross truly even need to draw cards when there's not even a Drakcloak in play? There's no way for Greg in the hand to even power up like a Crispin to get Dragapult even swinging next turn. So it might be Ross using that Cypher Maniac's code breaking to find another Lily's Clefairy to try and find another way to keep setting this board up.
Ross is just in protection mode at this point. He has everything going perfectly. He has so little ways to lose that it seems that all he needs to do is make sure that the dire situations don't occur. This Kangaskhan doesn't get trapped. He can continuously fire off Full Moon Rondos the next turns, and that's why we see Switch as one of those 2 cards grab from the Cypher Maniac. A knockout is taken. Ross goes down to 2 prize cards as Greg needs help desperately from the top of his deck. Otherwise, this game will be curtains.
The thing is, Ethan, even if Greg is able to find Rare Candy Dragapult, that's a Lily's Clefairy waiting to go and doesn't need 2 full benches to really get things going on a Full Moon Rondo to get a knockout here. Must just at least attempt to get a Torchic going, but it's really just the hand not giving Greg much to work with. No supporter at all in this game too. You know, Ross is really kind of having a nice calm time here.
Calm and composed. As a veteran of the game, expect nothing less from Ross Cawthon. More Pokemon coming into play, but all they are at this point is fodder for this Lily's Clefairy that's taking these Pokemon down with cuteness and style. This Greg was just a turn away from succumbing to the Full Moon Rondo power of Lily's Clefairy EX. Will just be another retreat, trying to buy more time, more turns. Doesn't matter what you promote, that Lily's Clefairy will take a KO. As Ross continues yet another free turn, not even having put Slowking in play. It's just announce the draw for turn, announce the attack. Greg has one opportunity to draw a card, and if it's not a helping Pokemon or a supporter, this game will be all over.
I mean, Ethan, you got to think about the way that Greg started this game with all the energy in hand. Now you look at the board, right, and it's just been wiped off no matter which way you look at it. So it is up to one recon directive, like you had mentioned, to find a supporter to attempt to keep something going. But Ross is just one boss's orders, one Full Moon Rondo away from really just sinking this game. What is even Greg looking for at this point?
He's got to find a lot of cards, and it all comes down to this recon directive, maybe another Dracloak, but that wouldn't even be great since you need to Rare Candy this Dreepy into Dragapult. We've got that already. Here we go. 2 cards off recon directive, and it is a Lily's Determination. That's got to be the grab. You can Rare Candy into Lily's, play the stadium down. Okay. Listen, I did say it all starts out with Lily's, so that's piece number 1. We're going to see 8 cards since Greg has yet to take a prize card.
Yeah.
If he has Pheasantipity, he can flip the script and draw a few more cards. All of that to have a shot at winning this second game. Nothing's impossible in the Pokemon TCG.
The point here, too, as well, Ethan, is that if Greg wants to kind of put Pheasantipity EX into the active, has to be very mindful of how many more Pokemon are on the bench thanks to that Full Moon Rondo. So can he find it? I mean, there's still recon directives to go, Ethan.
He's got to find Blaziken EX as well to attack, so double Rare Candy.
Jeez.
Rare Candy, Blaziken, Dragapult, Energy. Yep. It's a lot. And I don't know if any 3 cards off this flip the script will be enough. Greg will play to his outs, however. Grabbing this Combustion with the Pokepad, playing Ultra Ball prematurely before the flip the script. Just trying to do everything to maximize the odds of finding the perfect hand-picked 3 cards from Flip the Script.
And like you had said, this is the most amount of thinning you can do, right? Using the Pokepads and using the Ultra Balls to try and find one rare candy here. Yeah. We'll have to take the Blaziken at least.
It's a small decision, but if Greg had chosen to promote Torchic this turn, it would have been one less piece he'd need to attack. Would just have needed rare candy on the Blaziken to then use the Smoldering Somersault to take a KO on Lily's Clefairy. Now it just seems a little too far and out of reach for Greg to be able to find a KO KO on Clefairy EX.
Might just have to put a Blaziken into the active if he's able to find Rare Candy, and then just understand that Ross is going to tap into it with Full Moon Rondo here, because Lily's Clefairy unable to hit 310. Flip the script, 3 cards, Ethan.
None of that's possible without Rare Candy, so we'll see the draws. If Greg can find Rare Candy, he'll have a shot, but no. Rare Candy unavailable. There's an energy card. You can retreat into the Pheasantipity to try and buy yourself a turn, since as it stands, Full Moon Rondo would cap out at 200 damage with there only being 4 bench Pokemon for Greg. But that's just another energy card you're going to lose. Here is the Recon Directive, still no Rare Candy, and now you've also lost that Combustion with Ultra Ball discarding it, meaning you'll still need to find Rare Candy on the following turn to have a shot.
Can't even put the Dragapult into play either because of the Fairy Zone ability onto Lily's Clefairy as well. So I think it is just Ethan going to have to be the attach and retreat into the Pheasantipity and hope Ross doesn't find the combination to get Boss's orders here.
Playing this run around game, trying to buy time, but time is ticking. Ross is 1 prize card away, and there's only so much running you can do before there's nowhere left to hide. Top deck for the turn. With the Cypher Maniac, it was expecting a potential KO, putting that Pheasantipity on the top. Can't play it as it stands.
I'm wondering if there's going to be a way for Ross to get the Slow King up and running this turn. I don't think the cards are in the hand to enable it.
Maybe close if there's a way to retreat Lily's Clefairy with that 1 retreat, use this Cypher Maniac, grab 2 cards with the Kangaskhan, and then use a switch that was found in the hand. There's a world where Ross can get the KO. We'll see if he has the pieces to do it. Needs a Pokemon to copy. There's the Metagross. Wondrous Patch already in the hand. Emily, the pieces may be available.
Might just have to be finding the Stadium at this point. Like you had mentioned, the Wondrous Patch is going to be the key card here because you can only attach 1 energy per turn. Has Ross found the pieces to use the Metagross attack to be able to take out this Pheasantipity EX? See if he sees it.
2 cards on top of the deck. There it is, the manual retreat. We'll put the Psychic Energy in the discard pile. Kangaskhan EX, run errand to draw into the perfect 2 cards. There's the Stadium card and the Energy. Ross, with the Evolution, the Energy card, and the Wondrous Patch, will be able to copy Metagross, take the KO on Pheasantipity, and win a convincing Game 2 to advance to 3-0.
You love to see this from Ross and the Academy at Night, as you can see showing, and then seeking inspiration into going 3-0 here for Ross. A great win there to show, even if Shaman is on the board, Ethan, it's no problem at all for Ross.
Still winnable, still possible. If you just seek a little inspiration in your life, you can get amazing things done. Congratulations to Ross, always a piloter of unique and interesting decks, and when they find themselves in a decent meta spot, you know there may be no better pilot than Ross to try and get things done.
And he was working with a really small hand throughout both games that Ross was able to really kind of clutch up and win there too, having to do some really dangerous discards off of the Ultra Balls and off of the secret boxes to really kind of get himself going. But that unfair stamp that Ross ate in that first game, right, actually led him into getting that board reestablished as well. So it's a really nice way to show that even if there is a Shaman, even if you can't Trifrost, you can still get it done.
If you look back through the series, it was this Game 1, of course, of most note, where Greg was off to a solid start. As you mentioned, that unfair stamp early on did not provide the disruptive effect that Greg was hoping for. Slowking got in more ways than one. Super Psybolt made an appearance. The Slowpoke attacked. It brought Pokemon back from the discard pile, and it was just enough attacking pressure thanks to that Brave Bangle KOing the Blaziken. That was the big swing turn in that first game.
And inside of this game as well, you really got to see Ross working around the prize cards as well, and even unable to take a multi-prize knockout with Triforce, even being able to just take 1 game at a time, 1 knockout at a time, worked out pretty well for him. But still, I mean, in this game number 2, Ethan, you never want to start the Lily's Clefairy, especially because of those low hit points.
But it was indeed the perfect starter. It ended up turning out as Lily's Clefairy got in early, capitalized on Greg's slow start, announced that Full Moon Rondo 5 times, and it it was eventually just that Slowking coming in, getting involved with that combination, the combo of the manual retreat plus Wondrous Patch plus any perfect 2 cards with that combination of Cypher Maniac's code breaking and the run errand ability that allowed Ross to close this game out and now advance to 3-0 at another international championship.
And understanding the deck as well, Ethan. I mean, playing to every single one of Ross's outs here. And I mean, speaking of outs, I think Greg did a really good job of playing to his outs as well, using all of these energy attachments to try and thin the deck down. I think there was a Crispin used turn 2 to try and sift as much as possible, but unable to find anything. And you hate to see that as Dragapult player, but not even a Lily's Determination turn 2, that's gotta sting.
It is part of how things work out in the Pokemon TCG. You know, sometimes you have the pieces needed to keep up in the game. Other times in a best of 3, when you need it most, your deck may not show out where you need it to be. Congratulations to Ross, and you know, Greg's not out of things yet, still at 2-1 with a very unique deck, that Dragapult EX with Blaziken, sort of as a response to, as we've seen Crushing Hammer come into the meta and try and slow down Dragapult in the mirror match, can be very impactful in matchups like those where your energy attachments and pacing are so important.
Especially that Blaziken as well right now, because I believe the number 2 deck on the meta share is that Teal Mask Ogerpon and Meganium deck as well. And I mean, it's played in many different ways, with a Hydrapple, without a Hydrapple. So it's honestly a nice way to have a fire Pokemon to counter some of those grass Pokemon. But I think it's because of that seething spirit, like you had mentioned, Ethan. It feels pretty good when you're able to at least get some of the energy back that's been kind of discarded away.
Well, Ross always has something interesting up his sleeve and interesting to say. As we're ready to throw things down to an interview, let's hear with our round 3 winner.
Thank you so much, Ethan. I'm here on the main stage with our feature match winner, Ross, who is an inspiration. We didn't need to seek the inspiration. He brought it straight to our feature match table. Ross, 3-0 with Slowking. Why did we bring Slowking today?
Well, I was trying a lot of decks last month or so, and especially when the new set came out 3 weeks ago, and you know, Slowking at its best can really do anything. It can, you know, one-shot EXs. It can clear a board of small things, small one-prize things like Dreepies. So it just has a really high ceiling. It was doing very well. I think a lot of people have caught on that it's strong, which is maybe a little unfortunate, but I still went with it. And yeah, so far, so good.
Absolutely. You started the season really strong with Ceruledge and then have kind of come out of the blue with Slowking. How have you found switching to a very different archetype has affected your season?
Yeah, I mean, I've played a lot of different decks over the years, but certainly Slowking's a unique deck. I misplayed a lot at first, and it's still a pretty hard deck to play, whereas Ceruledge, not the hardest deck to play. I did try Ceruledge in the post-rotation. Needs a little more. We'll see what future sets give it. But yeah, I've been playing Slowking for about 3 weeks since the new set dropped, and I've needed all of that 3 weeks because it is a complicated deck. So yeah, I've put in the time. Once I was like, I'm gonna play Slowking. I didn't play other things. Like, I need all the time because there's so many different sequences and things you can do with the deck. So yeah, that's what happened.
Honestly, that's really great to hear. I absolutely love Slowking and the adaptability you get with that deck, and you can kind of weave your way out of tricky situations. Are there any cards that you put into the deck for this event that you think, I am going to need that at some point, it's going to save my bacon?
I'd say Lucky Helmet. That was in a lot of decks. I didn't add that until, I guess, fairly late. I was on Power Glass for a while, but yeah, Lucky Helmet's been a good card for me.
I think it's certainly giving you some luck so far. You're 3-0 going ahead, so I think that's a really strong position to be in. Are you looking to win it all?
I mean, of course. I mean, the goal is always to win it all. You know, I've never won an IC. I haven't even top 8 in an IC, so certainly if I make it that far, that'd be great. But yeah, I mean, you're always going for first. I should have my Worlds invite this year, so you know, the only thing to play for is first place.
You're so right, and you've got the prowess to do it. You've got the results from previous seasons. You've had those plethora of Worlds invites, and I don't think that's going to stop anytime soon, seeing your tremendous play. Thank you for joining me here, Ross. We're going to let you go ahead and prep for round 4, and we're going to head back to the casters for more action.
Thanks so much, Amy. Great to hear from, once again, a veteran of the game who, as he mentioned, has another Worlds invite locked up. Still looking for a solid finish at an international championships. He's, of course, done well at previous events of all different calibers. Would love to see him have a deep run this weekend.
I mean, he's a legend of the game at this point, right? And doing it all with some interesting decks back and forth, right? But I think one of the biggest things I'm hearing from Ross is that he truly does miss Ceruledge EX. I know with the loss of Squawkabilly EX, I mean, that deck kind of falls apart at the wayside. But I mean, people just truly love a rogue deck to either play or to watch.
Loved watching that game. Would love to also bring Pablo Meza in, our analyst for the weekend, to talk a little bit about that set. You know, we won't have you break down the nitty-gritty intricacies of that second game, but talk us through what you saw with Slowking versus Dragapult in game number 1.
I mean, I saw a lot of uniqueness, if you will. Getting a Slowpoke knockout, seeing a Dragon Headbutt from George. We also saw that Dangle Tail to recover the Slowking that we talked about. I think all of that really showcases like the level of both of these players, right? Greg, a much newer player. I mean, Ross might have more Worlds invites than Greg has years of life at this point. So that's really impressive to see on both sides. And like generally, there's no, like, even though there's that disparity in experience, it really didn't show at the table. Greg did the best that he could. Game 1 was really, really good, really back and forth. And we got to those quirky turns with the Dangle Tail. Ross felt like he was against the rope, and Greg really felt like he had a commanding position with Ross's slow start that you guys mentioned, but Ross was able to pull through, right? So, I don't know. The match, I think Slowking is viewed right now, I don't know if you guys agree, it's viewed right now as one of the like saviors of the format. It has a chance against Dragapult, it can wreck their board, and then Greg tried to counteract that with the Shaman, but it wasn't even enough in that first game.
Yeah, really have to think to that crucial turn. You saw it right coming up right here where he decided to attack with the Blaziken EX instead of Phantom Dive. Is that really what you think this mid-game came down to?
I generally think so, yeah. Having extra damage spread on these Slowpokes, right? Greg was 1 prize away. If any of those don't evolve, which is something that like the Slowking deck needs so many pieces in different combos that evolving triple Slowking is not, triple Slowpoke, pardon me, is not usually a priority, right? So yeah, that respect of the Clefairy, but with a full bench, if you choose to not take a knockout, I do feel like that was a big missed opportunity, which Ross was of course able to capitalize on in the later stages of that game.
Pablo, do you think the results of last week in Turin have really kind of attributed to this higher Shaman count? Do you think most of the players coming to the NAIC were thinking of putting in Shaman before Turin, or do you think Shaman was nowhere to be found until we saw Hops Trevenant take that win?
I generally think most of us, like I include myself, we have recency bias, right? So Slowking does really well at the previous event leading into this one. It's more likely that Shaman shows up in bigger numbers, and then if no bench damaging deck does well at a previous event, people will be like, oh, I don't need this card, and then that's when the bench damaging decks do better. So we have this cycle, which we have seen with previous cards before, with things like Spiritomb blocking out Genesect from Mew VMAX, for example. If there's a lot of Spiritomb, Mew VMAX went down. If there wasn't a lot of Spiritomb, Mew VMAX did well, and then Spiritomb came back. So I think Shaman is in that sort of cyclical life cycle in the format right now. And I mean, we just saw that maybe it doesn't even matter if Shaman's in the deck.
That Brave Bengal so key on that turn, and we'll have to see as these Slowpoke decks, the Slowking deck emerges, what this sort of consistency looks like. Is it the Boomerang energy? Is it the Power Glass? Many questions to be told as we are still so early through this tournament. Thank you as always, Pablo. Appreciate you for sharing some insight on that last match as we sort of set our heads a little bit towards the future and see how things will develop for the rest. Is it Slowking's world? Are we living in it? Do we have to take a chill pill this weekend? Maybe a little bit of a lazy Sunday, as they like to say, for championships coming up.
Ethan, it's really hard to say what even is going to make phase 2 at this point. I mean, you see Slowking beat Dragapult in this long kind of chipping away aspect, right? You see Hops Trevenant win, you see Megalopony win. I mean, it's definitely Dragapult as the big bad, but it feels like any deck with that right combination of cards and a Lily's Clefairy in as your 60th card, you can practically do anything.
Of course, many action happening within the hall, but there's also action happening over on social media. let's hear from what some of the people at home have been sharing and showcasing. There is, of course, prizes and gear for those competing at the International Championships this weekend, including that sweet Mega Blastoise playmat ready to compete from the Makeup Wolf. Love to see people from all over coming to compete and try their best to see if they can become an international champion.
And if you were lucky enough to attend all 3 internationals this season, you were able to get all 3 of those beloved Kanto starters in that competitor mat. I know players love their competitor mats. It's a nice way as well. If you forget one, you always get one provided to you, so you can use it just in case down at the table. But it's not just the mat in there as well. You also get a hat and a deck box and some sleeves. So we hook you up here at the ICs pretty nice.
Swag always great, as indeed. We showed a little bit of the haul earlier on, but this was as the opening ceremony was going on. Plenty of players anxiously awaiting those first couple of games. It's always a little bit of a double-edged sword during these international championships. You know, there's that exciting opening ceremony that's going on. You want to watch and see what's going on, all the performers, the people showing talent for everyone at home and, of course, in the hall. But if you open this first game and you're waiting to start and you have a terrible 7 cards in your hand, it is the slowest 15 minutes it feels of your life.
It's not only that, Ethan, but as well, it's one of the only tournaments that we have where you could really be sitting at like table 2,548, and it's just like you're really at the back of the hall because there are so many competitors at the NAIC this year. But like you had mentioned, that round 1, you know, if you just got a bunch of energy in hand like Greg did, doesn't exactly feel too good.
Of course, some great swag for the staff of this event. Look at that Mega Charizard in action. As Stefan, who has been a longtime judge and supporter on the backbone for the competitive side of the game. Wishing luck to everybody alike. And yeah, thank your judge. You know, these are the people helping behind the scenes to make sure the tournament runs smoothly. There are no errors. Lots of people involved in a huge event like NAIC.
Mega Charizard Y, I believe, is the Charizard that is currently running amok in Pokemon Champions this weekend. But yes, of course, we wouldn't be here without any of our judges as well. So make sure you head to your local judge. But when you head to regionals and special championships and your internationals, thank your judges. They love being here just as much as you do.
And of course, plenty of POVs from the players at the events. Switching decks last minute, gotta have to stop you there, Jarek. That's usually not a recipe for success, but you never know what can happen. Have to figure out how your deck works, and best of luck to everybody competing. Me personally, I'm never a fan of switching last minute, but, you know, having comfort picks is always easy. It really becomes difficult when the meta shifts up quickly, when there's new changes to the format. So can't fault Jarek, wish him and everyone else out in the field the best of luck today.
I think as well, I think there's different levels to switching your deck. I think if you're a player starting out and you go to your locals very, very frequently, I think it's always safe to go to these big majors with the deck that you have been practicing on. And granted, once you get a couple years on the belt for yourself, you can bring a couple of decks to the tournament and then the night before really decide on your 60. But if you are just starting out, pick a deck, play it to its fruition. If you don't like it, you can always switch. But once those big majors hit, you definitely got to lock in just one.
We got a little bit of cosplay action. Is that Giovanni in the flesh? Very nice to see Frank evaluating several high-value assets. Don't touch those, Team Rocket. That's for our players later on to battle out for, always getting involved in the good guys' plans.
You'd love to see Frank as well. Frank is also a Team Rocket's Mewtwo player as well. So really kind of going with the cosplay as well. But we thankfully do have our trophies and prizes behind some glass. Frank and Team Rocket unable to grab it this weekend.
Lots of balloons and decor around the hall. One of our casters, DFE E250, of course, showing out to compete at NAIC on the Pokemon Go side of things. And that is the first partner Pokemon for many in Totodile. What was your first partner Pokemon?
It was Cyndaquil, believe it or not,
okay.
But I do have an affinity towards the fire types, but I do think Gekwa stole my heart. I think all of our next partner Pokemons coming up are all just so great, but big shout outs to, of course, Feraligatr, which seems to be a fan favorite in Pokemon Go. It always does seem to find a way onto those meta teams.
Plenty of action still to come for the Pokemon TCG. Make sure, of course, if you want to be featured, to use that hashtag Pokemon NAIC, hashtag play Pokemon on all different socials. We've still got plenty more Pokemon action to go. After Slowking, I don't really know what to expect on our stream. Hopefully, that's one of many surprises that we have in store.
It's not just Slowking, right? You had Heatran and Metang up there as well. So anything feels possible if it has an answer to Dragapult. And that's kind of what we're really loving about this meta right now is, well, yes, Dragapult is 35% of the room. You never know what you're truly going to sit across from. You just have to expect it's Dragapult at least once.
We have some expectations for a few names out in the field, our players to watch this weekend. See how things are developing thus far. Currently, Azul Garcia Griego at what we like to call in the industry sticks at 1-1-1 for the record. Karis at 1 win and 2 losses, so having a little bit of a rough start so far after that regional championship win a few weekends ago. Liam, though, off to an excellent start, undefeated so far at 3-0.
I mean, you want to talk about at the start. I mean, Liam was really one of our strongest players in North America at the start of the season, still piloting this End Zoroark EX truly to a great season alongside many End Zoroark players. But I do believe Azul might need the golden ticket, as we say, to make it to Worlds this year. I think Azul has to find his way to top 4.
Yeah, would probably need an automatic invitation. I'm sure Azul has had too many opportunities to compete at championship point level events this year. Still, of course, supporting the stream back at the desk and with those aforementioned watch parties. And plenty of people I know are tuning in to some co-streams this weekend as well, as we continue to give the best action possible, the best in the business, as action over on Europe is still heating up. We've got 3 players to watch. Edwin is at a solid 3-0 record, looking to have some more success at another international championship. Emma, unfortunately, at 1-2 thus far, not having the strong start I'm sure she's looking for, and Tord, as Tord does at IC, is currently 3-0.
Yeah, I mean, you expect it from Tord, right, who is a master player. But Emma Hagen playing the same deck as James Kowalski. You got to see it work just a little bit before, but sometimes I feel like with those big basic boxes, Ethan, sometimes your opening hands really kind of actually determine the whole game right from that point.
You need to get into that run errand ability. We saw how impactful that ability was the previous game with getting yourself set up, drawing cards. It's been the backbone for a lot of decks in the standard format as we continue to see how our players are progressing throughout the tournament. Still plenty left to play. For Latin America, of course, Pedro Pertusi at 2 wins, 1 loss. Marco Cifuentes, same, 2-1, and you're never going to guess what Victor Del Velasco is, 2-1 as well.
I mean, still, at an international, you're playing some of the best around the world, no matter what, and still sitting at 2-1 is a very safe place to be sitting. You never want to go below 3 losses, so does at least have the opportunity to keep it going. All of these players trying to chunk their way into Phase 2 and get those sweet, sweet championship points and still go for the gold.
It is tough to take a loss this early on in the tournament with how competitive these tournaments end up being. You really have to be at that X2-1 record, X being the total amount of rounds minus the, of course, losses and ties you take within a tournament. Can be very tough to start out at a 2-1 record because you've got to win, 5 straight to have a chance to keep yourself in the running, and then from there, as you continue to win matches, it just gets tougher and tougher. The field is ever so relentless and difficult at these international championships.
Especially now, Ethan, with a plethora of decks that are really just kind of going in the imagination of all of our players, really utilizing that entire card pool to really kind of try and find ways to beat down these top decks.
Plenty of other players to watch throughout the regions. APAC, a region that has popped up more at international championships as of recent, thanks to there being an official way for them to now qualify for the World Championships. Do need to finish top 4 this weekend. That's, of course, no difficulty for Yoshiyuki Yamaguchi, who's already had a solid finish at the LAIC. Ryuki Okada and Daichi are still looking for super solid finishes. Ryuki has also gained an automatic invitation to the World Championships this year by winning a regional championships in Australia.
And it's really, and we talked about this a little bit before, Ethan, it's great to see the integration of all of the regions all around the world. I know the Japanese players love heading on over to Australia as well as Europe too, but of course these are some of our strongest players that we are featuring. There are still plenty of strong players to go. We unfortunately can only feature 3 at a time, but I know those Japanese players love to come over here, have a good time with the fellow Americans, especially because their format is different in Japan. A lot of them are playing best of 1. I know you know a little bit about that.
A little bit, you know, I'm not here to toot my own horn. There's plenty of Pokemon action happening all around the world. Speaking of a world traveler toward Reklev, who is here this weekend coming all the way from Norway, made a pit stop at Las Vegas earlier this year. Let's take a look at a video to see how that went down.
Toward Reklev, easily one of the biggest names in the game.
Toward one of the greatest players of all time.
He's done this on the international stage so many times now.
Basically his entire life just living and breathing Pokemon TCG.
My first big major win generally was NAIC in 2017. I played Trampart GX with Garbodor. I had a very unique build, like a twist. I played 4 Aplela GX. It gave me a pretty huge advantage. It's funny because I always thought I was pretty good at the game. With every passing year, I feel like I've become so much better. I feel much stronger now as a player, but it's just so much more difficult to succeed in this super competitive era we're in now with thousands of players entering every event.
The biggest regional championship so far in the history of the Pokemon trading card game.
I had a pretty high ambition goal this season, and that was to be the highest ranked player in the world. It's really ambitious. I have gotten it before. I had a season where I got like 2 ICU wins and a final, so it was like impossible to catch up. Always realizing how much more I'm able to push myself. It's just very exciting. I've been struggling a little bit to close out events. Towards the end stages of the event, I'm just so tired, and I'm already, so far. You know what, this is like kind of good enough. It's something I say to myself mentally. Maybe that's been holding me back a little bit. It's definitely all about balance. If you play Pokemon 20 hours a day and you barely sleep, then you're still not gonna make it. You obviously need to take care of yourself. That's something I try to be better at. I'm getting older, so it makes sense. You're never done improving. You can always level up. It's not like in the games where you can only get to level 100. There's definitely a barrier many players enter where they feel that they kind of have done everything they can, and what's holding them back now is just variance and luck. But if you think that, then you kind of already lost.
Boston's orders! The crowd going insane.
My brain hurts, Jeremy.
The finals felt pretty difficult after the fact. It was actually quite a back and forth. I have a mix of emotions right now. It feels really nice being crowned a champion again. It's actually been a little while. Last time I actually won a big event was UIC in 2024. I got really close a few times, so it feels really good winning. So far I had an incredible season. Very happy with where it's headed. Everyone else is getting better and better, and Worlds is the event everyone is really prepping for. That's where everything is on the line. It was a pretty rough loss in the Worlds final, but I didn't play completely optimal either. There was a couple things I could have done better, and that could potentially have changed the outcomes. There always is. No one is perfect. It would be insane to have Worlds finals with us here. If we play the finals, no matter which one of us won, it would be, history. The coolest thing possible would be to get Jason Plesinski to play again. Probably not very realistic. That would probably make for the best show possible. It would be nice just to have that final thing crossed off the list and being able to say that you succeeded on like every front of competition in the game. But even if I never get there, I feel like I'm very fortunate to have been able to travel so much, accomplish so much, get so many friends, and experience the game. I'll keep playing Pokemon as long as the competitive circuit exists. I'll still be there, even if, I'm like 50, 60, getting like really old and playing poorly. I'll still be there having fun,
And the fun is just beginning this weekend as we get into our 4th Swiss round of phase number 1. It will be Liam up against David in a matchup that has evolved a lot after the rotation of the standard format.
You love to see Dragapult with its probably favorite partner this weekend, going to be that Dusk Noir on David's side. But we mentioned him as a player to watch. Liam Halliburton has been piloting this End Zoroark to and fro, pre-rotation, post-rotation. It got him his regional win, and I'm excited to see what tricks he has up his sleeve, because certainly, Ethan, this deck never stays the same.
And immediately a jump scare with Skorupi in the prizes. Okay, I see maybe a little bit too many Pokemon there. Too many friends shouting out in the prizes. 2 Enzarua as well. Not what you want to see, especially when trying to set up against Dragapult EX.
I think that Skorupi and the following Drapion from Perfect Order is going to be for something like a Crustle, because End Zoroark EX has had trouble in that matchup before. So Liam coming prepared for anything he may find, but still in those prizes, Ethan. I mean, 2 Enzarua down. I mean, it's going to require a little bit of setup to get things going. Nothing too crazy on David's side, though. So let's see how Liam wants to handle not having too many trades to work with.
As we hop into our 4th Swiss round, Liam starting a Mega Absol, and I believe that was just a pass from David over onto Liam's side now. We'll get things started with a Buddy Buddy Puffin, getting the bad news that 2 of those Enzarua are in the prize cards.
Well, when you already have the Mega Absol in the active spot, if Liam is able to get a very early Claw of Darkness available, could be a nice way to get things going. There is a little bit of energy acceleration in this deck here, but I mean, no problem here for Liam. Going to be able to at least get the energy attachment and the Lily's Determination. No 2 Zorua seems pretty okay, as long as that Mega Absol could be clawing cards out of David's hand.
Excellent start, the energy attachment, getting Pokemon onto play and drawing cards. Nothing more you'd love to see than that in the Pokemon TCG. And we'll get 8 cards since he is still at 6 prizes left. See what else there is to be found. There's a secret box for the following turn, or potentially this turn, with that Badoo being in the active spot.
I mean, you can't ask for anything more if you're Liam, right? Has the End Zoroark ready to go and Secret Box, fresh 8 cards. And I like the way that Liam has kind of put his deck together to really kind of not just play End Zoroark, but play a plethora of dark attackers here. That Purloin is now going to hit the bench here, potentially, or just go in the hand as that fodder. But Secret Box, Ethan, that's being used very early.
Just there for that attack to initiate evil and grab Dark-type Pokemon. It acts as a sort of set-up Pokemon, so to say. In this case, though, Liam set up more than happy as is, does not need that help. We'll just grab some more Pokemon. That Air Balloon for the following turn. Buddy Buddy Puffin, but there's no more Zorua in the deck, so I have to wonder if there's maybe a different item card that Liam may choose to grab. Still going to go with that Buddy Buddy Puffin.
We'll be able to also use the Ends PP up, and there's a plethora of cards in this list to follow suit as well. Speaking of, I think the biggest card I think that is pretty new is going to be this Transformation Tome that Liam is playing. I know a lot of End Zoroark players were really kind of talking about it, and it's a nice throwback to a card that we had in ways past, of that Thornton being able to switch a Pokemon in the discard with a basic Pokemon. So I think that's kind of what Liam is going for here, trying to cherry pick which dark attackers he really wants to work with.
And immediately threatening pressure with the Secret Box, grabbing that Janine Secret Art to power up this Mega Absol on the following turn. David immediately put under pressure. No Pokemon in play, relying off these 8 cards to find Dreepy, find Duskull, and try and slowly build this board up.
Thing is, I mean, 8 cards, you're guaranteed to see something, right? I mean, we've seen worse. Does find a Pokepad and an Ultra Ball, but I don't believe a Buddy Buddy Puffin to go alongside here, Ethan. So it is just going to have to be working with slim pickings, as honestly, Liam has everything he needs probably in hand now.
Set up now. The disruption effect of Itchy Pollen may only last for this first turn, as pivoting back into multiple attacks with this Pokemon is so difficult, with there being no Latias EX, no way to pivot in and out, and a use of those resources that could be so valuable. We'll see this first Dreepy grabbed as David will check the deck to see what is available. We'll note there is that 1/1 Dusclops line prized, so a little bit less in terms of attacking pressure, or rather damage pressure, thanks to that Cursed Blast ability. There's Dreepy number 1, and now has to decide if he's able to play this Ultra Ball and if the resources in his hand penned him being able to discard stuff. It feels like a necessary evil to get this second Dreepy down, just in case your opponent has some combination to pressure this bench-only Dreepy in play.
I'm sure David knows who he is up against in Liam, and Liam starting this Mega Absol as well is probably the big green light for David to say, you know what, I think at least I need 2 Dreepies to go alongside here. But it's really unfortunate throwing away that fire energy. It's not going to be like a Blaziken build that we saw last game. It is just going to have to be finding these ways to get the energy out of the discard here. Would love to see an energy attachment, and there it is, but still, I mean, an Itchy Pollen and a Dream here. At least Mega Absol is weak to grass.
It's just so tough. You're left with 3 cards in your hand as Liam is going to respond with everything he could have dreamed of this turn. Zoroark EX ×2 put into play with the Janine Secret Art. That means this Mega Absol can attack on this turn, and while you cannot play item cards, you'll be able to strip that card of choosing from David's hand and leave him with just 2 cards, most of which will be undesirable.
This is a great play from Liam as well. Now, granted, there is going to be this Mega Absol taking a little bit of poison damage here, but the thing is, this is what Liam wants here. Wants to be able to utilize Monkey, Dory, and using that Adrenabrain to send these damage counters back. And Ethan, especially with the board that David has, this is actually going to be pretty useful here. So we'll be able to use Claw of Darkness. You can probably anticipate what's going down first.
Can discard the Drakloak, but it's going to be the Night Stretcher instead. Wants to get rid of that resource, allow Recon Directive to happen, but it will have to be a heavy reliance off this ability. If there is no help for David, this game is going to snowball quickly and painfully.
See what the Recon Directive gives him. Needs a lot more than just an unfair stamp to get things going. Big 2 cards.
Another no help.
Ooh, one more though, Ethan.
Got another help with Recon Directive. Got to put that into play. And it is a Lily's Determination. That's definitely a helpful card for David in this spot.
The question is, what do you do after you Lilies here? You have to find, are you just totally okay with just sending the Drakloak up and just understanding that another card's going to be ripped out of the hand at this point? But still, I mean, Liam does still have a ton of item cards in hand as well to try and start setting up some of these attackers for the end. Zoroark wasn't able to use Pokepad last turn, but you know that Liam is using both Zekrom and Reshiram to really stack on this damage here. Does at least get the Duskull ready to go, but David's going to need a lot of help.
Splitting the energy between both Drakloak just to prevent detriment if one of them are KO'd, to try and fire off a Phantom Dive, but already Liam has set his board up. He's put a lot of attacking pressure and has even gotten rid of some important resources in the process from David's board. 8 cards drawn, both Recon Directive abilities used. See what else David can find. There is another Pokepad, plus Duskull number 2, and this is a thick Dusclops line, plus Dusknoir, 3 Duskull, 2 Dusclops, excuse me, 3 Duskull, 2 Dusclops, and no Dusknoir in this list, so actually opting to forego playing that card for a thicker Dusclops line.
Would rather just use the 5 damage counters all the way around the board, but it's really important to notice out, Ethan, I know we've been talking about Claw of Darkness, but it's also starting to stack up the damage on Liam's side to use that terminal period attack from Mega Absol. That is a knockout if your opposing Pokemon does have 6 damage counters. Liam's going to have a great time accelerating next turn, and I think David is just going to have to retreat this Drakloak using that with that 1 energy on it, and just understanding that we would rather have 2 Drakloaks rather than just a Dreepy that could evolve next turn.
I wonder if David actually will leave this Drakloak in the active spot to preserve both energy cards. Could be a huge detriment to retreat and then lose an energy card off both Pokemon with boss's orders. So accepting that one of these Drakloak will go down to prioritize Phantom Dive for the following turn. But as you mentioned, immediately we're going to see Monkey Dory hit the board and Adrenabrain go online as soon as this turn.
It feels like Dragapult is the big bad, but then you go one step further, and then Monkey Dory is truly the final boss after that, right? Monkey Dory allows for you to just kind of place all the damage counters around so you can get those big knockouts, and especially on Pokemon that have less damage, or less hit points, excuse me, like these Duskulls, they're prime targets to really get things going here. So 6 cards for Liam, but I think the biggest point of that turn is getting that Monkey Dory ready to go.
There is things that scare me in life, but that Monkey Dory is the most terrifying thing I've ever come across. Do not underestimate this Pokemon, ladies and gentlemen. It does absolute destruction and heals your board off every turn with that Adrenabrain ability. This turn has already begun for Liam, and there is still plenty to go. Discarding cards from the hand, filtering through the deck, and continuing to use this trade ability to draw even more cards.
I mean, nobody, no problem, right? Liam perfectly going to be able to set up the board. And I love the way that he is able to just put down Monkey Dory and then move some of these damage counters over. But this Mega Absol is essentially, Ethan, like a perfect sponge to be able to keep taking this poison damage, especially because David had such a slow start that he's not going to be able to utilize getting those sweet 3 prizes on a Mega Pokemon because it's going to take a little bit longer. But as we were talking about just a little bit earlier, targeting the resources here, the energies, the Night Stretchers on this Claw of Darkness. So David's not going to have too much to work with.
Now, Monkey Dory scares me. Don't get that wrong, ladies and gentlemen. But there has been a savior introduced in this most recent Chaos Rising, that Patrat. It is small, but it has a powerful ability, blocking the use of abilities that move damage counters from both players' Pokemon with that watchful eye. If David can attack with Phantom Dive and put that Pokemon into play, he would put himself out of range from a potential attack from Terminal Period onto this Absol. There's the attachment with the Night Stretcher, evolution with Dragapult EX. Now, can he find that important support Pokemon?
Does he even see it as well as the line here? But I like what you're going for, Ethan, and I think the Ultra Ball is going to certainly lead us to fighting that Patrat. I think the sets that we're getting are getting smaller, but the thing is, it's very impactful Pokemon going into it as well. But we'll see what Dusclops is going to potentially be able to do.
Still plenty of turn left. Now, this Dusclops still important, Emily. It lines up a KO onto Mega Absol this turn with that Cursed Blast ability plus Phantom Dive. Would be able to deal enough damage to take it out. But I still have to imagine for David, when is the opportunity to put that Pokemon back into play, as having that as information for Liam really changes how he goes about early turns. If you know the importance of Monkey Dory is not there, these energy attachments could be going on to different Pokemon.
The thing is, as well, like you had mentioned, this Mega Absol could go down, but that is prime time for the End Zoroarks to start getting into the mix as well. Thanks to Ascended Heroes, we are able to find another perfect fit into the End's deck, and that is going to be that End Zekrom, which does allow for and Zoroark to go up just a little bit higher thanks to that Rampaging Thunder and the combination either to a Janine Secret Art, which has already been used, but also that Binding Mochi and a Pecharunt EX if he has it.
It looks like no Pecharunt EX in the deck for Liam. Really have to find space when you're playing things like Drapion and Purloin, so there was a cut somewhere. We will see this Recon Directive does find Unfair Stamp. Now, Liam has stabilized his board, so it won't be as impactful disruptively, but putting your opponent from 10 to 12 cards in hand down to 2, it still does matter in these spots, and we'll have to see if David decides to use that now or wait for a more opportune time to use it. You see him scratching his chin, possibly thinking about if it's go time, and it looks like it is.
I mean, when your opponent has more than, 5 cards in hand at that point, it's just uncomfortable, right? So Unfair Stamp, the perfect time to get things going. Does also still have that Dracloak on the bench as well to keep sifting through. It feels like kind of scary to only have just one Dragapult and one Dracloak, but thanks to Recon Directive, still will at least be able to sift through. But it's a matter of what Liam is going to be able to do after this turn, because we know that this Mega Absol is going to be going down.
Yeah, and an interesting choice as sequenced out. We saw David choose to not use Cursed Blast before this Unfair Stamp, Emily, which makes me think we may actually just use Phantom Dive this turn now that that Patrat is in play, shutting off Adrenabrain. You never want to give your opponent prize cards if it's going to make a big difference. And now that we're out of range of terminal period, this Dragapult EX seems a lot more threatening.
The question is, what do you do after if you are Liam? Because now you are threatening a couple of prizes here, thanks to a Phantom Dive on the following turn. Liam might have to turn his attention away from the Dragapult EX and start targeting down the Dusclops to prevent a full board wipe potentially on the next turn, allowing for David to take potentially all 6 prizes. But let's see what he was stamped into, Ethan. Does have a couple of cards to trade away.
That poison damage ticking up on Mega Absol means it's now in range on the bench to be KO'd from Phantom Dive the following turn. Liam can use these trade abilities to slowly build the hand back up. Discarding some unneeded pieces, does find one of the transformation tomes, excuse me, but there's not a lot else going this hand. A Pokepad means you can, if you so choose to, grab something like that and Zekrom, but then you've got to retreat the Mega Absol, and you'd rather have that in the active spot. There may not be a better option for Liam than this Claw of Darkness. Patrat really putting in a huge hole in Liam's plans on this turn.
It might just have to be the information that you get from the Claw of Darkness to see what David got unfair stamped into, being able to still target down some of those resources here. And there it is. See what's going on in the hand. I mean, the Pheasantipity is always a juicy target. The Ultra Ball as well.
Boss's Order sticks out right away. You want that Mega Absol on the bench to maximize your damage output from Phantom Dive. Liam's really going to think through if there's a better choice than that Boss's Orders, trying to see if there's maybe any already played so far. It looks like that will be the choice. So now David with 1 Recon Directive at his disposal. He's got Dawn in his hand, does top deck Crispin for the turn. The way David has built this deck is actually not playing any Monkey Dory, so there's no darkness energy to use that Adrenabrain ability because of that Patrat in the deck. You've got to forego a powerful piece on your side to stop your opponent from using it as well.
I feel like both players have actually taken key pieces out of the decks that they know and love to kind of fit some tech in for the weekend. We know that Crustle is always looming around, and both of these Pokemon are big EX Pokemon that can't damage it as well. But David using that Crispin here, assumedly, of course, to the Drac Cloak there. And still, I mean, we'll be able to at least get another Dragapult set up here too. But the question is, will David be able to find another Boss's Orders?
David, this turn, will be able to go down to just 2 prize cards remaining and only have to get through 1 End Zoroark EX. That question still to be answered. Can still use Recon Directive, does find Boss's Orders for the next turn, and that is a welcome sight for David's hand.
It definitely feels a lot better, especially when you know that you are at least going to be taking 3 prizes this turn, and then even stacking more on as well. But still, that Patrat could be doing the most amount of work possible right now, even though it's just sitting on the bench.
As it stands, Phantom Dive is just 1 damage counter away from setting this End Zoroark up from a potential follow-up KO on the last turn, and you've always got to be careful at this stage of the game, playing around damage counters and playing around that Reshiram, that ends Reshiram with the powerful Rage. Now just debating if there's anything else to do to end the turn off. Ultra Ball in hand, choosing whether or not to play that. We do know Meowth EX is in the deck for David, not in the prize cards. Does play it just to fail and get rid of that Jamming Tower.
Now it is just about spreading the damage counters, like you had said, Ethan. Spreading all just on Monkey Dory here. That's going to be 4 prize cards for David, who was just at the beginning. It was looking a little bit rough, but now Liam going to be able to get back into it here. And honestly, I mean, Liam could take this knockout now, like you had mentioned. Not too many resources to do so. And only a couple ends PP ups being used.
And a huge card, must have overlooked it. Apologies, ladies and gentlemen. There is a Dusknoir in this list, and it coming into play changes the whole scope of this endgame, now threatening a 1-hit KO turn onto End Zoroark EX. And you have to wonder here for Liam, with no Psyduck in his deck, how is he able to play around Dusknoir, wreaking havoc on the following turn?
And it's so unfortunate here too, because those transformation tomes, if there was a Psyduck in the deck, could have used the Pokepad to either get one out or find a way to shift some Pokemon around to get Psyduck ready to go. So might just have to actively hit into this Dragapult here and still, I mean, finding a way out. But like you had said, Ethan, the math is lining up that Dusknoir is going to finish the job next turn. I mean, can Liam find a boss's orders to take out the Dusknoir?
Would put you on odd prizes, and that just feels like a losing play. It may have to be another inclusion of the special red card. Is there any way to find one of those to disrupt? There is not. And now, if David can find himself just a Dragapult EX, that combined with the Curse Blast will be enough to take a KO. Let's see if he has the pieces. Did play the Ultra Ball previously. If he had held on to that, could have fetched out Dragapult EX. I wonder if he has any available.
At this point, has to use the thinning method here to get things going.
To play that Ultra Ball preemptively.
And using it to grab the Dusknoir, which you can grab off of the Pokepad, but instead of grabbing the Dragapult EX here, might have to be finding it through maybe another supporter, refreshing the hand. See what the Recon Directive here gives. I think there's a Pheasantipity in hand, Ethan, and a special red card as well.
There is a Pheasantipity. That is a huge liability. 2 cards and immediately finds the Dragapult EX. Phantom Dive plus Curse Blast means David will close out game number 1 after Liam's super strong start.
This was a great game from David, especially considering that Mega Absol was ripping consistency cards out of David's hand, ripping the energy and the resources that you really need to power up this Dragapult. And especially too, Ethan, the fact that David is not playing things like a Rose's Encouragement to refresh the energy out of the discard, not playing Blaziken EX as well, really has to kind of work with what he is given here and still able to find a way to make it through. Unfortunately, though, for Liam, a strong start just led into things kind of falling apart.
I want to bring Pablo in. Pablo, is this 2025? Are we seeing Dragapult Dusknoir without Munkidori?
I mean, I think so, and honestly, I think the Patrat is something that Liam was not expecting, had no idea was available to David, and that completely changed things around. So it's going to be very interesting in this game too, how Liam adapts to this Patrat, and knowing that his Munkidori will probably be shut down for the whole game. I really want to see how Liam adapts. I feel like we've seen him do really well this season. He's one of the best players currently in the game. If he's going to be able to figure something out, I'm really eager to see what he comes up with.
Yeah. Pablo.
Yep.
Yeah, Pablo, in your expertise with the transformation tomes, what do you think that Liam is trying to go for here? Is there a chance that he can use it to get into something like a Drapion?
Yeah, for sure. That auto paralysis from Drapion could definitely slow things down for a single turn. Dragapult decks are not known for the switching capabilities, right? So a surprise Drapion at the key moment could be something that we see turn things around for him.
Thank you as always, Pablo, as Liam is getting right into it. And okay, we see you double Buddy Poffin. And with the rest of this hand not looking solid, going for the Purloin to initiate evil on the following turn.
This feels good for Liam, but I feel like it's even better for David on the other side. So David's going to be able to find a Buddy Poffin of his own. We'll take a look at the prize cards as our players are doing their opening search here. And I see a nice pink card in the bottom right for David, one that actually helped him really get the victory last game. But in terms for Liam, I mean, no Skorupi, not exactly what you want to see, and no Pheasantipity.
David taking a look at the deck, checking to see what is available, notably those energy cards, which could, at a moment's notice, go to be discarded. Thanks to Claw of Darkness, Badu number 1 down into play, and we'll see Dreepy join as well. What else does David have to back this up? Here's a Lily's Determination plus another Buddy Poffin. Excellent start as long as David can pivot into Badu on this turn.
Does have the energy to attach as well and get into Badu, so all things are looking good. But like we had talked about a little bit earlier, Ethan, it's really about using these energies very wisely here, because once they're used, they're not going to be able to come back so easily. But I see a Patrat hitting the bench quite early.
And just a full bench on turn 1 for David, going absolutely incredible in terms of setup. We'll see what most likely will be the third Dreepy come down into play. And hasn't even played a supporter card yet. We've already got everything we want on this perfect turn. Couldn't have drawn it up better, and we've still got 8 cards to draw off this supporter.
You definitely want to see those Pokepads to get into the Dracloaks here. Liam not starting the Mega Absol last turn, Ethan's going to mean that David's going to be able to at least keep the hand that he's going to know and love off of these 8 cards here. But starting that Yveltal as well, I'm wondering if Liam's going to try and pivot and use Clutch on something like that Patrat, going to keep it trapped in the active.
It's tough. You'd love to do that, but you need to prioritize setting your board up first. You can't use both attacks on the Purloin and the Yveltal the same turn. There's the retreat from Duskull. Badu comes into the active spot. Itchy Pollen. It is springtime, ladies and gentlemen, but nice card there for Liam. Does have the Lily's Determination, and now will allow him to start to draw through the deck and see what he can put together.
Needs to find a couple of Zoroarks to get these trades going. This is what the deck lives for, right? Being able to keep sifting and sifting through. But still, Liam back against the wall right now. Doesn't have that Pheasantipity to work with either, thanks to a knockout. Does find a couple of ends PP ups as well, and we'll start to trade here, Ethan. We're going to be seeing a lot of cards in hand, but like we had mentioned, it's going to be that Invite Evil to get some end Zoroarks out of the deck to thin.
Just checking through to see what pieces are there and grabs that Mega Absol. Notices that as a key piece, even with the Patrat in play. This action starts over for David. Dracloak number 1 and the energy attachment coming down. Does have that Dawn and a Lily in the hand. He's going to opt to just use that Lily's Determination, it seems, before Recon Directive, especially getting those bonus 2 cards so valuable while you still have yet to take a prize card.
I think the big thing here for David is going to just be setup. I think Dawn is really kind of your great late game cincher when you're able to find your Dusknors or your Dusclops to really reach those max heights in terms of damage here. So David choosing consistency and still no knockouts taken. So that's 8 fresh cards for him here. Let's see if we can find those Pokepads. We'll be able to at least find one. Not too much else.
Can use this Recon Directive since you'd love to find Pokemon off of this. To see what those 2 cards look like. At minimum, can grab a second Dracloak with that other Pokepad in hand. It is a Psychic Energy and a Boss. Wants to keep that energy around potentially for the following turn. So there is Pokepad to grab what will most likely be the second Dracloak. So we start the Recon Directive chain, slowly drawing cards and slowly building up Dragapult EX into play.
Things feel pretty good if you're David from here. Liam only does have 1 end Zoroark to really kind of work with right now, and that Mega Absol, like we had talked about, is in the hand, so might have to play just a little bit cautious and careful here. Won't be able to take both Dracloaks, and thanks to David's great hand, does at least have the Dragapult EX and a Crispin, I believe, for next turn to start using that Phantom Dive. But the question is, after the Itchy Pollen, will Liam respond with an explosion of a turn?
No Dusclops this turn. I'm sure David would have loved to see that card. So immediately Zoroark EX number 2 and number 3 being put into play as Drapion hits the discard pile with that first trade ability. Now that Mega Absol. What will follow? Is there a Dark Energy yet? Not sure we see. It does finally find it off the last card. That was the big piece missing outside of a supporter for Liam, as will be Janine's Secret Art. Can fully power up the end Zoroark EX on the bench. Now just needs a Pokemon to copy the attack with.
Does have the resources, I believe, in hand to already find it. But this was kind of what the Liam we didn't see last game, and this is the Liam that we are seeing now. Aggressive and attacking now, trying to get things going on. A couple of Pokepads, Ethan. Not the true issue here, but going to actually bench a Monkey Dory. I do believe it is just going to be Invite Evil again.
Just doesn't see value in attacking and KOing Badu in the active spot. Really trying to play with these transformation tomes to set up a big swing turn. But Badu locking that out of play kind of means there's 2 contrasting ideas going against each other. Whoever breaks the stalemate first may be the victor in this match if they can put together a powerful turn.
It's all about heading back on over to David's side now here too. We know from last turn that David does at least have the Dragapult EX and the energy requirement in hand, but I think it's more so along the lines of understanding that the attack from Liam is going to come in next turn, but wants to potentially start getting some of these Cursed Blasts off. Like you had mentioned, Ethan, the Cursed Blast and the Dusclops wasn't found last turn, so may want to try and get a couple of cheeky prize cards going further. Maybe, like you said, the first one to attack might be the one to be the victor.
Considering which supporter card to play will be Crispin. Accelerating energy out of the deck. Fire and a Psychic Energy. Has yet to use these two Recon Directive yet. Still looking for that Dusclops. As David seems more than content to take his foot off the pedal a little bit. Use Itchy Pollen, apply a bit of pressure, and on Liam's side, it feels like he, while not being able to play item cards, wants this Purloin to be KO'd to open that bench space up at some point.
Well, I think David is going about this the best he can, and as we talked about, David doesn't have too much energy recovery in his list, so just utilizing the setup and prioritizing that just a little bit more to really just be okay. And like you had said, Dusclops, I believe, is found finally.
There it is. Front and center off the last Recon Directive. See the attachment for turn, just splitting the energies up as much as possible, making these Drakloak as less of a priority target-wise as possible, as Itchy Pollen yet again will shut Liam off from using item cards as he continues to get rid of these unwanted item cards and Pokemon from the hand to filter this deck as much as possible for the late game.
It's so unfortunate too, Ethan, because we know that Liam is playing these transformation tomes that he's probably dying to use at this point to get some attackers ready to go. But getting a little bit aggressive at this point here might have to just be the clutch. And like we had talked about at the beginning of the game, this Patrat is not going anywhere. We don't attack with it. It's really just for that ability.
Not going anywhere, and not having Monkey Dory in deck for David means clutch is just that much more valuable. There's no way for David to punish the Yveltal on Liam's side. This Patrat can only do 10 damage with Bite, and while it can't be healed off, it will not win the war of attrition.
Seeing exactly how David wants to handle this here. No switch or anything like that to get this Patrat out. Certainly has, you know, at least have a plan for something like this. It feels like Retreat Lock is very common at this point. Might want to use something along the lines of this Dusknoir to try and get a prize card to work with here. But like we had talked about, this Dawn, great setup for finding your Pokemon. Feels a little bit better in the late game here, but still thinning the deck all the way down.
Grabbing those unneeded Pokemon for the time being, including the Dusknoir, which I'm sure is more than welcome of a sight for David. Now as we've entered this stalemate, this halt between both players, it will really come down to what Liam does on that final turn. If he could forever trap this Patrat in the active spot, he would love to. 10 damage would be more than fine to take on the chin for Yveltal.
Well, here's the thing, Ethan, right? I mean, you talk about David playing this Patrat and taking it slow, right? I think David's probably regretting it at this point, right? I mean, Patrat's not going anywhere. And while granted, these Drakloaks are going to be set up with energy, Liam has all the time in the world to really get what he wants going here, and will also have all of items available to him next turn as well. Let's see how he wants to handle it. It's really just going to be Bite for 10.
Are we seeing Patrat get involved, get in and biting the opponent? He's on his watchtower right there. It seems that he's got to get involved in every way possible. Bite, ladies and gentlemen, coming into play. As Yveltal takes 10 damage, slowly whittling away. Liam seems to have found an option in this matchup to strike first while removing that card. Now also opening up the ability to play item cards, and that's a huge advantage on this turn.
Like we had talked about, right? I mean, Liam at last turn was pitching away every item possible, but this Patrat's going to be sticking around for quite some time, like you had mentioned here. The big question is, are the transformation tomes going to get started? But unfortunately not for this turn. Patrat just going to stay in the active.
Using those trade abilities, drawing cards, will be another clutch. Recon Directive continued to use for David. The question continues to be, what pieces can you even find? It doesn't seem worth using that Dusknoir just to take an even trade on the Yveltal.
doesn't truly even help your prize trade either, right? I mean, you get one prize card, but there's no switch in the deck for David, so this Pat Rat is really just going to stick around and just keep stacking on damage. I mean, Watchful Eye is certainly helping here, but the thing is, what happens after this Pat Rat goes down?
Key piece to think about: how many Night Stretcher has David played so far? There are only 2 in the deck. Don't believe he is down any at this point. If he wants to continue to shut off Adrenabrain, he'll need to continuously use those resources to bring back that Pokemon. And we're seeing David potentially get involved with a 2 double play, essentially, trying to break this clutch lock while also placing just a little bit of damage on that Zoroark, which can matter in the late game.
A little damage goes a long way in this matchup, Ethan, and it feels like this End Zoroark is kind of being invited into the active to say, hey, let's go. It's time to get really things going. But the thing is, there's no End's Pokemon on the bench to really attack here. So does Liam want to take something like that Purloin out of play to try and get an attack going this turn? I think Liam is more than comfortable of just saying, you know what, this Pat Rat's got to stay in the active. But the question is there an energy to retreat this Zoroark and get back into it?
Air Balloon will work. That is found off the trade number 1. The deck getting very thin for Liam has got to be a bit more conservative with how much he's using these trait abilities pending the game goes the distance. Veltal's back in the active spot, ready to do what it does best. Use Clutch, trap this Pat Rat in the active, force David to have some sort of a response down the line.
This is the big thing here too, Ethan, is that once this Pat Rat goes down next turn, it's all go for all of these damage counters already on the side of Liam here. Does have 2 on the Yveltal and 4 on the Purloin, so perfect math can get things going, but it just feels like David is stuck into this corner of, I guess I'm just going to have to evolve up into my Dragapults at this point. Maybe just leaving 1 Dracloak just in case here, but that Dusknoir just ready to go, and still, I mean, David, nothing else to really do here aside from keeping this stall essentially going. Air Balloon was already used here, but still, I mean, can Liam find his way out of it with something like an End's Castle?
That is the only way to switch as it stands. Does have it in the hand already, and here we go, Emily. It is transformation time. Monkey Dory replaces that Purloin on the bench. It will put itself out of Phantom Dive range. End's Castle played down, allows the Pokemon to retreat out, and all of a sudden, Liam strikes first, takes the KO, and also prevents himself from being KO'd. Both of these Pokemon on the bench thanks to Phantom Dive. That 10 damage going the distance, but just not enough on that bench Monkey Dory.
It feels really good if you're Liam, finally able to put the missing piece of the puzzle, and then your entire board is unlocked. And like you had said, Ethan, it's going to take David utilizing Curse Blast and giving Liam a prize card so he goes on that even prize race to really get himself back into it potentially. It might just have to be David using the Dusknoir onto something like the Monkey Dory to prevent these damage counters from being tossed around, unless he wants to take something like a End Zoroark out of the picture.
And importantly, in this process of a slow back and forth clutch war, David burned a few of those boss's orders, which are important resources for later on in the game. We'll have to keep our eye on those counts to see if it comes back to bite him later on.
I think that's been the biggest thing that players are utilizing with this Dragapult, and it's that resource that you're talking about, right? And that's why so many players are playing something like Blaziken to replenish the energy as much as possible, but utilizing boss's orders to try and at least slow the game down for Liam just showed to no avail here. And now you see the power of Transformation Tome as well. I mean, it's going to be David Phantom Diving this turn, but that Monkey Dory, like you had mentioned, not going to go down. And he has 2 of them set up for Adrenabrain here. Could be leading into some of these Dracloaks getting knocked out next turn.
Difficult choice off the last Dracloak, whether or not to grab boss's orders or that Night Stretcher. Will be the Night Stretcher chosen, the Night Stretcher played. Now just deciding what to bring back, and it will be the Patrat yet again coming into play. You have to wonder, though, if you're only taking 1 prize this turn and your opponent can yet again use boss's orders, bring that Pokemon up, and recover your Veltal to start using Clutch again. is that a favorable prize trade for you down the line?
And especially, the thing is, though, Ethan, I mean, time is a very important part of this game as well, and the time is ticking down here. If Liam were to go for something like that and using this clutch lock over and over and over again, that's a lot of time ticking away. And David is still 1-0 in this matchup so far. It might not be the brightest idea here, but David is going to launch this Phantom Dive. I mean, did at least reestablish the Pat Rat, but the question is, what do you do now?
Gotta keep note of resources for both players, with Liam being bench locked and being down 2 copies of those Transformation Tome. He's running out of ways to move Pokemon out of play. We're actually going to see Boss's orders held in the hand, just using Phantom Dive on the active, so Yveltal is KO'd. 1 damage counter placed on the Monkey Dory. Patrat in play means these damage counters are going to stick. I'd like to see David start to build up damage onto this end Zoroark with the air balloon, and he does do that. Goes up to 6 damage counters. Liam now has an open bench space. What will he put into play to add a little bit of aggressive flavor? There is N Zekrom finally making an appearance. With Liam being at 5 prize cards, what Pokemon does he want to try and go after this turn to get a KO?
Yeah, I mean, it's gotta be one of these single prize Pokemon, Ethan, and it's always this juicy target of Dracloak because of what it does for the deck. And part of the reason why Dragapult is so strong is because you have that built-in draw engine thanks to Recon Directive, so being able to sift in. So a lot of players may think, well, I'm not taking 2 prize cards this turn. Still, taking out the engine is definitely where you want to be. Now, granted, Ethan, I will say, I mean, Dusknoir is also a great target, but still, I think Liam has a great plan around this Patrat, saying, you know what, I can't send my damage counters back, but I mean, you can't utilize anything too much either, otherwise I'm going to get way too far ahead thanks to Curse Blast.
Dragapult EX number 2 being evolved, put into play. As these players are neck and neck in game number 2. Monkey Dory now on the bench, lined up to be KO'd from a Phantom Dive, but David has to play around a card that Liam just took off the prizes that ends Reshiram with Powerful Rage. Thinking about Curse Blast, is it time to use that ability? We'll be onto the active, lining it up for a Phantom Dive KO. Liam going down to 3 prize cards, extending his lead. Importantly, finding Pheasantipity and opening a bench space up for David for the Duskull.
And the good news is for David is that David was able to get the unfair stamp off of the prizes as well here. So it looks like David is targeting down at least the end Zoroark with the most amount of energy on it, and then going to try and utilize unfair stamp that Liam's not going to be able to draw into more energy, because like you had talked about, Ethan, a lot of these resources are now kind of diminishing for both players at this point.
Such little cards left in deck for David. Unfair stamp being played. There are no Dracloak to back up this disruption and draw. We're down a Night Stretcher. Duskull hitting the discard pile. Dusknoir already in the discard pile. And that last boss's orders will be taken off the prize card. So that will be a big piece of relief and a big sigh, I'm sure, for David upon seeing that card be taken this turn.
It's not only that, right, but it's technically lining David up with him taking 3 prize cards this turn. It's lining him up for essentially checkmate if he's able to find all of the pieces together. Does play 2 Dawn in the list, so would be able to go up to that Dusclops, and still, like we had talked about, Liam is on this odd prize card, and David's going to be going down to 2. Let's see how exactly he wants to handle that. I mean, Lily's determination's pretty good. You get to see 6 cards, and honestly, Ethan, that deck is looking very small.
The resources are going to be very close for this endgame, Emily. That last Dusclops is at the top of David's prize cards. He's already played a Night Stretcher to bring back the Pat Rat on the previous turn. As things stand, there may not be a way to use another Dusknoir Curse Blast ability. May have to settle with Dusclops instead. Dragapult EX comes to the active. Phantom Dive is used. KO on this active and Zoroark EX. Choice now for David, and choosing to not take the KO on Monkey Dory, instead putting this end Zoroark in range of a Phantom Dive to close the game out, and it seems like David is threatening to win on the following turn.
I mean, it makes the most sense, right? With Patrat on the bench, we know that those damage counters aren't going to be flying here. So instead of taking the most aggressive route, just stacking up the damage like Dragapult does best. Back on over to Liam. He did eat an unfair stamp last turn, so it is up to what he's going to be able to not only find off of the 2 cards, but the draw for turn and a couple of traits to go alongside with.
And this is where the unknown list dynamic comes into play. 3 Boss's Orders have already been played for David. Do you think your opponent has that 4th copy in their deck? If they do, that is a huge game changer. We'll see the Skorupi get discarded. Dark Energy brought back. End's PP up means we can attack with this fresh End Zoroark EX or this damaged one.
The big thing
here is the choice going into this active, playing down the Watchtower. Monkey Dory plus energy, and here we go! Huge swing turn. Watchtower is going to shut off that Patrat's ability, making it so that Monkey Dory's Adrenabrain comes back online again, can use Adrenabrain #1 to knock out the Badoo, double Adrenabrain to knock out this Duskull, and the Ends PP up as well to power up more Pokemon. Can Liam find a way to close this game out? That huge 2-prize swing providing so much value, making it so he's just 1 KO away from winning the game.
And utilizing Shred as well instead of Rampaging Thunder, because wouldn't be able to attack the next turn as well. But a very clutch find off of that Team Rocket's Watchtower, usually in decks for things like the Dunsparce EX or Dunsparce with Runaway Draw, but instead actually coming in clutch here for that Patrat here. No Duskull available, Ethan. What's the line at this point?
So much value off that stadium. Phantom Dive doesn't line up for a KO on any Pokemon now since all of those damage counters were removed with the Monkey Dory's Adrenabrain. If you swing into this Pokemon, you open yourself up for Reshiram with powerful Rage to take a KO. And if you do nothing, Boss's Orders will close the game out. You have no hand disruption left either, so if your opponent can just have a Boss's Orders, it doesn't matter what you do this turn.
And even
if you can't shut off trade, they can still draw that many cards.
And even if you are able to use something like a special red card here, that's still 2 End Zoroarks to be able to trade away some cards and keep things going here. But it's too dangerous at this point, Ethan, to bench a Duskull just because there are 3 Monkey Dory now ready to use. So the Pheasantipity, 3 big cards.
Here we go. And that counter stadium, huge, means that that ability, the Watchful Eye, is back online. Monkey Dory can no longer be used and finds the special red card, does have that card in the list, and that's a huge find to put Liam down to a low hand size.
Question is, what do you do after? I mean, we'll have to retreat this End Zoroark in, or the Dragapult in the active as well, because it is very much in range of a Rampaging Thunder at this point. But I think David has done all that he can to really kind of secure at least maybe 1 more turn. And clock is ticking down, Ethan. It is looking very scary here.
What a back and forth game number 2. Dynamics at play for both of these competitors. Have to watch how many cards are left in deck as David is deciding if it now is the time and does use his ace in the hole, the special red card, forcing Liam to shuffle all of those cards from the hand to the bottom of the deck. What does he find? That may have been the key card. We'll have to see. David playing the Boss's Orders. That's the 4th and final copy. Choosing which Pokemon to bring up. Do you open a bench space up? Turn Pheasantipity on, it's just giving your opponent that many more cards? Or do you chase after this End Zoroark EX, which has an energy on it? I feel like that's got to be the best Pokemon to go after. It accomplishes 2 in 1, and that's better.
Going to be the Recon Directive for the last... Oh, there's only 3 cards left in deck. This is only 2 to go. I'm sure Liam also does at least have that on the radar as well. 3 cards, and it will just be the retreat, safeguarding this Dragapult EX, bringing a very healthy one into the active. And like you had pointed out, Ethan, it's a matter of finding this Ends Reshiram or a way to retreat at this point. Phantom Dive, I mean, David has aligned everything on board. Can Liam at least bring us close enough to a tie?
Plenty of ways to win the game. 2 of those Transformation Tome, Boss's Orders plus an energy, that would also get things done. We'll see what Liam can start things out with. Has the Boss's Orders in hand. Here we go. Big 2 cards. Finds the secret box. Discards the hand. And if there's a Night Stretcher, Liam will be able to close this game out. Night Stretcher, Boss's Orders, and Zoroark EX with a few friends getting the job done and pushing us to game number 3.
The master of End Zoroark this season, Liam Halliburton, showing just what this deck can do, and especially thanks to these transformation tomes as well, being able to get yourself out of a sticky situation. I think a lot of people see this Purloin and they don't really find the use for it aside from thinning the deck when you're in this weird pinch. But the thing is, you're able to kind of turn that into one of the best batteries that we have in the Pokemon TCG, this Monkey Dory, and getting 3 set up feels pretty good, especially when you've eaten a couple Phantom Dives across. And the big thing for Liam is he was able to actually take out that Duskull. That led him to his big victory.
Pablo, it's Team Rocket's Watchtower always causing trouble and allowing that Patrat, which seemed like it was the perfect counter to just open up that one turn for Liam in game number 2.
I have to wonder if in game 1 it got discarded early and maybe that's what caught Liam off guard. I don't remember exactly if we saw it get gotten rid of, but clearly now that he was aware in game 2, he adapted perfectly, waited for the perfect moment as well, since he only plays 1 copy, knew he had to get the most out of it, and we saw that huge swing turn with the triple Monkey Dory just wrecking havoc on David's plan.
Time winding down in game number 3 as we jump down to the table. Just over 2 minutes left, and ladies and gentlemen, it may be a good thing that there are just 2 minutes left because I don't know if David's going to be able to play this game.
Cue my favorite part from the audience when everyone goes, ooh, oh no, and then both players are like, oh, is it B, is it B? Yep, the first time we're seeing it this weekend, plenty of more to go at NAIC. Yes, that is all 3 Dragapults sitting in the prize cards, but I mean, Liam not gonna be able to have that full bench of Zoroark still, Ethan. I mean, let's see what this Lily's determination gives. Would like to find an Enzarua, but I would rather Liam's prize cards than David's for sure.
Really not a lot going on. Just dropping a bunch of Pokemon in play, understanding this game will not finish. A hard-fought battle between both competitors as Liam and David will both take a tie and advance to 3-0-1.
I think with those prize cards, I think that is the best possible solution for David here. But as we saw from Liam Halliburton, this is how Zoroark just keeps evolving through the times. We knew that from Ascended Heroes that Zoroark EX got the Zekrom to start hitting those higher numbers, but those transformation tomes also coming into play here as well. I know they had a little bit of talk and buzz before we got to NAIC, but we now see the true power of it. Monkey Dory hitting the bench again.
Have to wonder what that game 3 would have looked like if it concluded a hard-fought battle between both of these competitors as we look back on what was in this series. Game number 1, quick and short, it was all Liam in the early game, but as soon as that Patrat hit the board, the tempo halted, and David was able to claw his way back.
I mean, things looked really good for Liam at the start of it, being able to use Janine's Secret Art, turn 2, and start just ripping cards out of the hand, and then Patrat making a very late appearance here, but still was able to at least get that first game for David locked up here. And still, I mean, did we even see Curse Blast too much this set? I don't even think so, because Liam did such a good job of targeting it down, and still, I mean, found his way through all of these matches. But look at this. I mean, Ethan, it was a standstill for the first 4 turns.
And this is a masterclass of how to deal with counters in the Pokemon TCG. Liam identified the threat, brought up this Patrat, locked it in place, and found the best opportunity to make sure that when the time came, he could stabilize and play around Phantom Dive using all 3 Monkey Dory at once. And you see that's why he includes so many of them in this deck, finally pivoting to that attacking strategy and finding a way to close out this last game.
And Zoroark just keeps evolving every single time we find it. And that Team Rocket's Watchtower that we typically know for runaway draws, now also shutting off Patrat as well. But it came down to the boss's orders that sealed Liam a tie. And I'm sure for both players sitting at 3-0, tie isn't the worst thing in the world.
No, of course, you want to maximize the amount of match points you get each round. A tie doesn't feel great. It doesn't feel horrible. It's somewhere, you know, right in the middle as it should be. I'm sure we'll be seeing lots more between both of these competitors as the day goes on, and that is the story of can Zoroark handle this Dragapult deck potentially more convincingly if it's built with the way that Liam has. An excellent deck builder in his own right. Have to give him props. Even just looking at this list, there is so much going on, but such intricacy and intellect behind those 60 cards.
And the thing is, Ethan, we didn't even get to see the full power of that deck as well, thanks to the Drapion that I'm assuming is for that Crustle. There's nice little tips and tricks walking around. I mean, like we had talked about, if there was a Binding Mochi and a Petron EX, taking down a Dragapult at full health wouldn't have been an issue, but still, you look at what Liam has thrown in instead, and it's incredibly creative.
That was a creativity display, Pablo. I mean, talk us through that first game, and more importantly, that set. It just felt like every opportunity Liam understood what to do in that spot, where to go from there, and just pivoted in the best appropriate manner.
Yeah, I loved seeing the adaptability from both players, right? Starting from even before the event, Liam coming once again with a brand new Zoroark deck, taking advantage of those tomes of transformation. Triple Monkey Dory, which is, I feel like, something we haven't seen in Zoroark in a very long time or at all. And yeah, I mean, so much happening, and people, once again, like, Dragapult is the #1 big bad of the format, but realistically, there are ways to adapt, right? And we are constantly seeing players do that. And of course, this was the huge swing turn for Liam, where his plans got completely foiled, right? Monkey Dory's ability is shut down by the Patrat. That means you cannot KO this Dragapult with Terminal Period. I think that completely changed things in the game, right? And I think that's where obviously the Patrat's value is right there. And Liam had no idea it was coming, but of course, in Game 2, he was able to adapt to that beautifully.
And talk us through a little bit of what that adaptation looked like. We saw counterplays on both ends. It started with the clutch, and it was Boss's orders responses on David. There was just such an interesting dynamic between this stalemate that was occurring in that second game.
Yeah, Yveltal, obviously, how Liam adapted, slowed the game down, got this amazing setup, right? Triple Zoroark, double Monkey Dory that just got online off the tome to take away the Pokemon that could have been knocked out with the Phantom Dive. Now, I will say, this is something I wanted to ask both of you. In this particular turn, right, there's currently, or there was an Yveltal right here in the active. 2 tomes had been used out of the 4, and there was no attacker for Zoroark. What if you slow things down here a little bit? As David, you have no hurry to win this game, right? You're up 1-0, there's 11 minutes on the clock. What if you take it slow here, don't take a knockout, even maybe pass, and therefore now it's on your opponent to clear up a bench space with their last 2 tomes left, which one could be prized, and all of a sudden their damage output is 20.
And you saw him almost play that Boss's orders that turn into the discard pile. He was heavily considering that, and it's maybe a luxury you have when you play 4 copies of the card.
Yeah, of course.
Ended up not playing that, and you know, you've got to expect some sort of adaptation, but you know the cards in the format. There's no Professor Turo scenario anymore, and that was, you know, a card that, when taken out of the format, brought down a lot of Zoroark's viability from earlier on before in the G regulation.
Yeah, clearing up that bench space was so key, right? And of course, Tome offers that option, but 2 had been used. Maybe you even take a chance, right? It's on Liam to make something happen. So I think that was a very key turn where David could have done something completely off the book, right? This is not something like, not attacking is definitely not part of your game-winning plan, but the circumstances, I think, could have led to a very interesting situation where if David doesn't attack right there, keeps the board as it is, forces Liam to be the one to react with those tomes, that definitely could have led to even more crazy shenanigans in this match. But of course, we had this crazy turn by Liam where he was able to just get everything he needed, and with the Rockets Watchtower shutting down that Patrat finally, and then triple Monkey Dory just clearing the board. Even the David was a little confused as to why the abilities were happening, but all thanks to this Watchtower. Perfect timing.
Pablo, talk me through it with Meganium and Teal Mask Ogerpon being #2 in the meta share. Why bring a dark deck when you know that you might be running into some high trapples? Do you think it's the best player, or do you think it's Liam just saying, you know what, I know my deck best?
I generally think it's confidence Liam has obviously in Zoroark, and I think it's sort of a wager, right? Sure, Meganium is the #2 deck, but the disparity between Dragapult and Meganium is so high that you're just hoping you hit maybe 1 or 2 Meganiums along the way, right? And you're hoping to hit that 35% of Dragapult and the Dragapult variants along a deep run at a tournament. So are you really going to worry about that 5%, or are you worried about the other 95%, which that's not a lot of grass out there as well. There's Beedrill, of course, as a threat. But overall, at some point, you have to draw the line, right? You cannot beat everything. You have to choose your weaknesses. I'd rather have a weakness to Meganium than a weakness to Dragapult.
Appreciate the breakdown, Pablo, as always. Hopefully, we'll be seeing much more End Zoroark throughout the weekend for the stream. You know, we'd like to feature Dragapult, of course, but mirror matches every single round. Not fun for everyone.
What? Are you sure?
Look,
Dragapult's such a high knowledge matchup, Ethan.
Okay, you can't,
it is,
you
though.
can't say that's sarcastic.
I wasn't saying that sarcastically.
Okay. Well, speaking of matches and maybe Dragapult, we have, of course, the featured matches going out on the stream, and I believe we have some footage we can jump down to showing what is taking place on our side stream, our featured matches. Let's take a look and break down the game. We have Eli up against Michael Hopkins. It is Raging Bolt on Eli's side.
Sitting at 3-0, playing, I think, Ethan, more of the, what I'd like to call traditional Raging Bolt at this point. It feels like Raging Bolt has become technically this weird lost art, if you will, where it's now being kind of thrown in Clefairy boxes with Mega Kangaskhan and just saying, you know what, I'll find a way to finish off at the big end where you're able to discard everything with Bellowing Thunder. But this baby Raging Bolt, this single prize Raging Bolt, does do a great job utilizing Thunder Burst Storm and being able to target down things like your Dracloaks, the more energy you have on it here. So I'm excited. I know Eli has been a very big Raging Bolt player for a very long time, so it doesn't surprise me to see him here playing Raging Bolt.
And it seems to have already been wreaking havoc on Michael's board. Only one Dracloak in play. Does find Unfair Stamp from these two cards. Already played a Hand Disruption card in Judge. But may want to kind of double down on this recovery turn. There's no knockout being taken. Can confuse this Raging Bolt as well. Seems like holding on to the Unfair Stamp, using Mind Bend, 60 damage and Confusion on the Raging Bolt.
Usually we are kind of seeing Raging Bolt with a much bigger bench than what Eli is kind of working with here. But thanks to the Pokepad, haven't been able to see what exactly he's going for here. Could be something along the lines of utilizing multiple single prize Raging Bolts and energy switches. The thing is, after Professor Sada left format for Raging Bolt, it's been very unclear to see which way the best part of playing Raging Bolt is here. So seeing the Ultra Ball for the Raging Bolt, the thing is, Ethan, this single prize Raging Bolt in the active spot has a pretty heavy retreat cost of, I believe, 3, if I'm remembering correctly here. So would have to utilize something like a Crispin to get a knockout on a Monkey Dory with Bellowing Thunder from Raging Bolt EX, but that's a lot of resources and a lot of energy going down just to make sure you get a knockout this turn.
I think we are flipping this turn.
I would love to see it.
If we can KO Dracloak with Thunderburst Storm and avoid being KO'd by Monkey Dory, we do everything we would possibly want in this spot. No real threat of Dragapult EX on the following turn. That seems more than good to me. And at worst, you flip tails, you're still okay. But no, we're going to see a retreat from Eli going into this Raging Bolt EX. There's the energy at least brought back to the hand thanks to energy retrieval. Teal Dance to accelerate, drawing a card. But now we have to clear another 2 energy off the board with Thunderburst Storm. It seems that Eli was just not willing to take a risk of the flipping when it seemed like flipping heads would put you in such a good spot, and tails not out of the game whatsoever.
Bellowing Thunder, a great attack for attacking these high hit point Pokemon, Ethan, but not exactly what you want to be doing when you take down these single prize Pokemon. You're really trying to save that mostly for the Dragapult here, and look at this Unfair Stamp automatically for Michael. I mean, does at least have the Pheasantipity in play, but the problem is through rotation, Raging Bolt did lose a lot of resources when it comes to draw. We did see that Eli did have a couple of energy on this Teal Mask Ogerpon, but it's very early in this game to use an energy retrieval. We'll have to bank on seeing what comes out for him.
And Pheasantipity is great if your Pokemon are being knocked out. I'm not sure Michael wants to or can take a knockout this turn. Phantom Dive, if available, will still need a few pieces. The Crispin, the Dragapult EX finds Crispin immediately. Michael Hopkins drawing perfectly off of these 2 cards. Can he find the Dragapult EX? That is the one piece still missing. I'm not sure it's in the hand. If Michael had that, would have been able to apply attacking pressure and do that while disrupting the opponent down to just 2 cards. If that's not available, what is the option? As is typical nowadays, Crushing Hammer always getting involved, discards an energy attached to that Raging Bolt. See how Michael wants to approach this turn, maybe Jet Headbutt instead, Emily?
Well, it's very interesting to think about it, especially because that Moltres on the bench, Ethan, with that fighting wings, is Ogerpon's #1 enemy, and it's a great way that Dragapult is able to even up the prizes. Now, granted, like we had talked about, I mean, Eli is very ahead here on the prizes, but it feels like every deck at this point is starting to sift in 1, 2, 3 Crushing Hammer, and especially for Raging Bolt, which lost Professor Sada's vitality, you're not so easily able to get some of these energy back, really relying on a lot of these item resources to do so. So it could just be a Dragon Headbutt to get the energy started. I like where you're going with that, Ethan, especially because Dragapult EX, is the one that's known for taking a ton of multi-prize knockouts, especially when you get to set up the Pheasantipity EX and the Teal Mask Ogerpon as well.
Big advantage for Eli on this side as he's already taken 3 prize cards, halfway to winning the game, and even if you're not attacking to deal damage, you've got to remember about Burst Roar on this Raging Bolt. Take the turn off, discard the hand, draw 6 cards, and you're just 2 knockouts away from being able to close out the game. See Pokepad be played, Hoot Hoot come down, and maybe the saving grace for Eli in this second game.
Well, I mean, not with the Team Rocket's Watchtower glaring you down as well. Eli will have to find a counter stadium in order to use Noctowl. And it felt like Noctowl was essentially the first victim of this Team Rocket's Watchtower, turning off all of those Jewel Seekers. But like you had said, Ethan, I mean, it could come down to just Eli using the Burst Roar here and spreading around some of these energies to make sure that at least next turn could get something going. But the problem is you're leaving this Raging Bolt with 7 damage counters already on it here. Phantom Dive and Monkey Dory would be a really bad combo if Eli chooses to attack into the active.
With no cards in hand, we'll most certainly be seeing that Burst Roar draw a fresh hand of 6. Still 2 knockouts, 2 turns potentially away. There's the Teal Dance for 1. Now, the downside of Teal Dancing is if you draw into 1 card you don't want, like the Lily, which could be helpful next turn, it's got to go to the discard pile. Burst Roar, discard, draw 6. Now a lot more options for Eli to work with. And Michael most likely will only have 1 more hand disruption card, which we actually saw on the previous turn, that special red card. Can use it since Eli is at 3 prizes. If that card is found on top for this turn, that will mean every turn Eli is trying to get back into the game, his hand will just continue to be disrupted, and that may be the stopping momentum that Michael needs.
Especially if the Team Rocket's Watchtower stays in play as well, Ethan. That could be taking down literally not only the big attacker up front in that Raging Bolt, but limiting to seeing how much this baby Raging Bolt could realistically been doing here. Unfortunately for Michael, he's not going to be able to stack up some of those damage onto the Teal Mask Ogerpon, so it will just kind of have to be Michael taking it at face value essentially and getting at least another energy off the board here. If Michael was able to find something along the lines of a Risky Ruins and then putting down damage counters there, that would be great, but there's no Risky Ruins in this list, Ethan. It's just going to be 2 copies of this Team Rocket's Watchtower.
It's doing its work right now, Emily, and that's all you can ask for in a spot. Boss's orders and continuing to just not let prize cards be taken, not activate that flip the script ability, but on the other hand, your opponent now has a fresh hand of 6 cards, and if the stadium gets bumped, if the floodgates open, things could become trouble very fast. Phantom Dive used, 200 damage onto Pheasantipity. See if the damage counters get spread. Is it Hoot Hoot targeting time? Is it hunting season?
I mean, it's always kind of what you do of just sticking 1 on an Ogerpon. An Ogerpon is just this 1 damage magnet from a Phantom Dive. No matter what, you always want to line up the math nice and pretty here. Now, thankfully for Eli, Michael is not playing the Dusk Noir line to prevent a 6 prize turn for the lineup with all of the damage here. But the thing is, Ethan, it's Eli going to have to find something along the lines of a Crispin to get this, or a Glass Trumpet here to get this Pheasantipity out. I mean, Glass Trumpet definitely solves the issue of putting all of your energy in the discard here, but how does this Pheasantipity move? Is it just a pass?
Energy switch could get the job done, allowing Pheasantipity to receive an energy to retreat off. Making sure everything is correct. Pheasantipity retreats to the bench. This is just such a big investment to KO this Dragapult EX. 5 energy hitting the discard pile. So many Pokemon with damage counters. A calculated risk for Eli to try and close this game out. Bellowing Thunder will deal 350 damage. Take the KO onto Dragapult EX. We'll have to see what energies are left in play. It's just going to be the one on the active going all in on Raging Bolt's attack, going to 1 prize card and putting the pressure on Michael to find another Crispin and a Phantom Dive this turn.
Well, the thing is, Ethan, I see a nice big crushing hammer at the front of the hand for Michael. So if Michael truly wants to take all this energy off the board, it is very possible if he is able to flip heads. I think the biggest saving grace for Eli is that it has to be energy acceleration this turn instead of something like a boss's orders to take the Teal Mask Ogerpon out of play, but it's really about how much resources there's left. I mean, Ultra Ball for Meowth will be able to at least get the Crispin to get things started, but what about the hand disruption at this point?
I think it's possibly already in hand. Still grabbing the Meowth now. Of course, cannot use that ability since the Team Rocket's Watchtower is in play. But I think already has Crispin plus Dragapult. There may not be a Psychic Energy in the deck. Has to grab the Fire and Dark Energy. You do need to grab 2 energy to get that attachment effect with the supporter. There is a Dragapult as well. Do still need to find that Psychic Energy. You still got plenty of dig, though. You've got the Flip the Script ability, Recon Directive on the active.
And it's good sequencing as well from Michael here. Technically thinning 2 energy out of the deck. 3 cards to go. I mean, Ethan, there is no deck really left in hand here. Does at least find the special red card. That's a good start here as well. Recon Directive, where's the recovery? Watchtower and a boss, nothing.
Already has the Psychic Energy in hand. Doesn't even need it. So having the Dark Energy coming in clutch just to allow that energy to accelerate. And there's the special red card. Huge disruption coming out from Michael. Gonna put Eli down to just 3 cards in hand, knocking out the Pheasantipity and leaving this Team Rocket's Watchtower. It's gonna need a lot of help to close out this game. Otherwise, Michael is setting up game in 2.
Big Phantom Dive here, Ethan. And this is exactly what you hate to see as a Raging Bolt player. With 1 prize left to take, there goes every single attacker off the board aside from a Teal Mask Ogerpon. And the hardest part about it is that Teal Mask Ogerpon does take 3 energy. You can Teal Dance once, but it would require some energy switching and another Glass Trumpet and a boss's orders to seal the game. So Eli, what do you have to work with? I think, Ethan, he did at least draw into a Night Stretcher to find the Pheasantipity, but do you want to pivot that to an energy so you could potentially attack this turn? It just feels like Eli, who was in such a strong position, lost 5 prize cards in 1 turn. Flip the script, it's a big 3.
There needs to be a crazy combination off these 3 cards to keep in the game. There's an energy card. Terra Orb, that doesn't find anything. The Stadium's still in play. We can retreat. We can retreat to Pheasantipity, but we still lose the game to Phantom Dive. At least check the deck with Terra Orb, see what Terra Pokemon is in deck. But I don't know if there's any options here for Eli. It seems that the doors are closing in. No matter what Pokemon he promotes, Phantom Dive will still be an option for Michael on the following turn.
Well, technically, you can evolve your Hoot Hoots into Noctowl and not search anything, right? Technically, you would be out of range at that point. But it feels really bad, and I think there's only 1 Noctowl in the hand for Eli here. So it's going to... I thought the hand signal was for a pass, but I mean, at this point, like you had said, Ethan, it's really game on board at this point. Those Hoot Hoots are gonna stay as their basic form on the bench.
Gotta play to your outs in the Pokemon TCG. Do everything that you can. There is a Crispin, so that can still at least search an energy out to use Teal Dance. So turn not over quite yet. Finding the grass energy. Oh, there's just 1 grass energy. It seems that we've got a little bit too little gas left in the tank. Eli just not having what it looks like the options to close out the game. We'll draw this last card with Teal Dance, see if there's some way to get back. But with there being a supporter card already played this turn, and with Phantom Dive being an absolute guarantee, one of these Hoot Hoots and one of these Pokemon will fall. It seems that Michael has game locked up.
There is one line that Eli could go for. As you can see, the Koraidon was drawn and still a survivor of rotation. And I do believe that a ancient Pokemon did attack last turn. So if he was able to find something to get this Koraidon going with an energy switch or something along those lines. But there's the line, Ethan. Double Knock Towel for absolutely nothing to try and prevent a Phantom Dive.
Just seems like it's delaying the inevitable, unfortunately, maybe trying to play for some sort of a tie, but there's the boss's orders. Michael Hopkins finding disruption after disruption, closing out the game and going to be one of our many players advancing to 4 wins and 0 losses.
There are certain things that are guaranteed in your life, and that is boss's orders. For game, you know, we see it, either you love it or you hate it. Regardless, though, I think Eli has been one of the biggest soldiers for Raging Bolt, still carrying on. We've seen the deck still kind of work its magic through. Like you said, most of the time you're seeing it paired alongside a Mega Kangaskhan or, you know, kind of this, I'll play one of Raging Bolt for the, you know, final knockout. If you want to take these big knockouts with Pokemon, I mean, you can still do it with a Lily's Clefairy, but I mean, Raging Bolt still does have its way in the format. It's just a little bit more difficult, and you need a Glass Trumpet and an Energy Switch instead of a Professor Sada. It doesn't feel too good.
Well, we've taken you through 4 Swiss rounds. We're halfway through phase number 1. Our friends from across the pond are going to take you through our 5th and 6th Swiss rounds. Don't go anywhere. We'll be back after this short break.
My favorite Pokemon has to be Electivire. The reason being is the anime, they had a character named of Paul. It was the antagonist to Ash. And ever since Paul just showed Electivire, I don't know, something just gravitated to me, and I just truly love the Pokemon. My pre-game ritual has to be sleep. I like to sleep a lot before an event, get well rested. Playing Pokemon for like 8 to 9 hours is almost like a day job. So making sure that you're rested is the best way to, I think, to approach a tournament. If I have to pick the best player, it would have to be Wolf Glick. I'm not saying it because it's a friend, but it's just, to me, he's been playing for so long, the longevity of just being good, just the consistency, it's just amazing. What keeps me fueled to want to get better, just seeing him do well. So he's a good friend of mine, and I think that no matter what, he's always going to be my #1 player. So my overall goal playing this game, when I first started, honestly, it was the prizing that got me interested, and I thought that I could be one of the very best. Now it's so much more than just the prizing. I want to be somebody that people of color could look up to that play this game. There's a very few of us that play this game, and just coming out to these events and, you know, placing well brings other people of color to gravitate to play this game. So now it's bigger than the prizing. I love this game, so I want other people to see why this game is so fun and important to me. The only special talent or hobby, honestly, is playing this game. I don't know how I got this good. A lot of practice, but this is it for me. Pokemon is everything in terms of like all I do besides like work and other things, but my skills in this game have really transcended over the last couple years, I think. If I could create my own card or Pokemon, I would want it to have the ability that if it gets intimidated, instead of getting an attack boost, it'll get a special attack boost. But let's add on like maybe a speed boost as well. Let's give it a little bit more. So like a competitive speed boost. My favorite Pokemon event to attend was US Nationals 2016. That was my breakout tournament. I've never been on stream before. My heart was racing. I was playing a regional champion, Patrick Smith, and I still can recall it to this day. I thought that I would lose, but something in me spoke to me and I said I could make it into day 2. I ended up winning in a very close set, and from there, that's when everything blew up for me in terms of Pokemon. And that moment, no matter how much prizing, no matter how much regional championships, even Worlds, that event alone is the reason why I continued playing this game. My favorite type of music, I would have to say it would have to be hip-hop and rap. Sometimes I add a little country in there just to get me in the mood, but hip-hop and rap has been my go-to to kind of just get me in the zone for events, solo out all the noise, and just listen to the lyrics and get focused for the next round. I'm Team Charizard. Charizard is just so super iconic. Generation 1 favorite Pokemon right there. But I do like Blastoise, but Charizard is the man for me.
My name is Giovanni, I'm from São Paulo, Brazil. I think I will be a psychic Pokemon.
Now Giovanni with a chance to make this happen.
I started collecting Pokemon when I was like 7. I just started playing with a local shop and has like a very good player. His name was Alessandro. I always lose to him and my parents just buy me a cards to beat them. When I was younger, I just cry a lot when I lose. So after that, just trying to get better, and I'm here now. To get better in this game, you need to learn with better people than you. I have good mentors like Pedro Pertucci, Gabriel Semedo, Lucas Mateus, who teach me the theory and how I need to play, how I need to build a deck, how I need to play faster, play slow, like all this stuff. These guys teach me. Jellicent Gardevoir is kinda hard to play. Games in the day 1 and day 2 was like too close. One card, one touch, one thing different gave you a game. In the first stream I played, I was like too nervous. If you do a misplay in the stream, everybody wants to see, everybody wants to talk about it. In the top 4, I could be playing better. When I won the top 4, I just realized, okay, this is my time.
Lock in, this is everything. We will crown our Toronto Regional Champion soon. Will it be Giovanni?
In the last game, I opened with a broken hand. I just realized, okay, I win now.
It's just gonna extend the hand, Kyle. That's it.
Some people saying like, Giovanni only knows to play with Terapagos. That's not true. I won with a deck with not Terapagos. I am pretty happy.
There is a bright shining star in Brazil. Yeah. It was Giovanni for a time, and it is Giovanni again.
I just really excited for playing World this year. I start to watch every single Worlds because I really like to watch retro formats. When I go to the Worlds, my whole family goes too. We have like a good moment. I have a lot of friends in Pokemon cheering for me, like practice with me. This is incredible. I love this community. Pokemon may take a big part of my life because I love this game.
Welcome back, trainers. We're here live in New Orleans for the Pokemon North American International Championships. We've already brought you absolute flurry of action, but as you can see, the floor is still bustling, the players are still playing, and they are in it to win it. Everyone is bringing their A game, including the AA. Amy and Alex are here to join you today.
Yeah, amazing to be here. Amazing to be here with a great partner as well to bring you, because we're straight into the thick of things right now. We're going to be soon to head into Swiss round 5. Of course, 4 rounds already in. A lot of our players really starting to accumulate a lot of those points to try and push themselves into a phase 2 position and potentially try and take the crown.
We have an absolute star-studded top of the bracket right now. There are so many names that you guys will be familiar with, that we're very familiar with, and the floor are very familiar with. It's only a matter of time before those excellent players begin to pair one another.
Absolutely, and talking about some of our players, we get a chance to have a little gander at the standings right now. Look at some of those names that we do get a chance to see. Some of them we've already seen and featured, of course, already today. James Kowalski there in number 7, but a lot of these names we've seen over the sort of season as well. Jackson Ford is another name that sort of jumps out to me on this page. But all of these players, you know, we're looking for a lot of consistency. They're all 4-0, and it's just a very, very tiny snippet of some of these players right now.
Absolutely, and as you can see, very international, as the name of the event does prowess. We have got so many players from around the world who are doing so fantastic. I've seen so many players on the floor, all the way from the UK, wider Europe. Of course, we've got a bunch of really fantastic Australian players as well, Japanese. We're all in.
Yeah, absolutely. Players are all in because they're also going to have to be facing each other, I should say, because we do have a few of the notable matches to showcase as well, alongside potentially which may be our feature match, and that's highlighted at the very, very top. Tord Reklev versus Gustavo Wada will be our feature match in this amazing list of different notable matches here.
That is a lot of international championship power between those two. Both absolutely fantastically used, you know, players that are actually really used to what happens at this stage of the tournament. And pairing this early on is not something we would expect. This feels like a record from what's going to be tomorrow.
Absolutely. I mean, I don't want to keep talking about them with just this on the screen. I want to send us straight to the desk right now because I know both of our players are ready here. Just both of our players. Tord Reklev on the left-hand side. You can see he's piloting that End Zoroark EX deck up against Gustavo Wada on our right with that Dragapult Dusnoir, Amy. We're in for a real treat.
We are in for an absolute masterclass of not just these decks, but how to sequence play. You know, a real lesson for everyone out there who's thinking, I just want to get into the Pokemon trading card game. This is your moment. Keep your eyes glued to the screen, because if there's anyone who's going to be the best teacher around, it's Tord and Gustavo.
Absolutely. 7 international championships between the pair of them. 5 for Tord Reklev, of course. 2 EUIC victories for Gustavo Wada. I mean, just the level of accomplishments, even just outside the international championships. Don't even forget, Gustavo Wada has had accolades at the World Championships as well in the sort of younger divisions, and he's been able to go through all these years and continue to be one of the very top players in the Pokemon trading card game.
You're not wrong, and I think we all know a household name at this point, Tord Reklev, bringing the power, bringing so much Pokemon knowledge and passion. As we've seen throughout this tournament, we saw a segment with Tord earlier, you know, speaking about he's going to be doing this when he's old, and he's going to be playing for a long, long time just because he has so much passion and love for the game.
Yeah, they both already have built an impressive legacy. It'll be a really interesting matchup. We've already discussed a little bit about the decks already there. I mean, Tord is piloting that End Zoroark EX. He's faced 3 Dragapults already in this tournament, so he's well versed, and he's actually 3-0 against them. Gustavo, on the other hand, playing that Dragapult Dusnoir, has faced 1 End Zoroark already in this tournament, also is 1-0. So, you know, this is a true battle of the Titans here.
Yeah, we've got 2 absolutely brilliant players who both know their stuff. It's going to be a little bit scary for them at this point. They're doing very well, don't get me wrong. We're 4-0 right now, both players, and one of them has to just eke forward. There are going to be points on the line no matter what happens here, but I know both of these guys are going to give us quite the show. And there we see Tord's good luck charm, Celebi, who seems to go everywhere with him to every event. Celebi has seen a lot of wins.
Yeah, that signature Celebi that Tord carries around to every single tournament he attends. Both players now just getting set up. I mean, we've mentioned it so often where we see a lot of consistency between very top, high-level players. We finally get to, as we've already mentioned, discuss a matchup between two really in the thick of things now. I mean, 4-0, push themselves potentially to 5-0. As we do get a chance to look at those prizes now. Ooh. There's a little treats there from Tord's side in the top left-hand side. Does get the Pheasantipity prize as well. Gustavo, I think, won't be too sad about those prizes. The only Badoo in the list, but maybe we'll just have to find other ways around it. But this is a glimpse just into the decks. Both our players will be looking to try and work out at some point what those prizes are, to know what resources they have available to them. Yeah, we're in for a great one here, Amy.
Honestly, the one Badoo doesn't panic me too much because this is the Dust Noir build, which typically runs Rare Candy, and we do indeed have Rare Candy in the deck. You kind of feel like you do have the ability to go faster. Badoo doesn't need to buy you time. Badoo, although is great for kind of stopping your opponent from establishing a strong board early, at this point, we're going to have to just go for the other route and really start to go ham on making sure that we're just doing everything we can to get those Dragapult set up as quickly as possible.
Yeah, and then, of course, with the Zoroarks, you have that fantastic ability to be able to get into the game. Looks like we have the fist bump, Amy. I think both our players are kicking things off here for Swiss round 5. It's Tord Reklev versus Gustavo Wada, and it looks like it's going to be Gustavo kicking things off with that buddy popping.
Oh, a very, very useful card indeed. One that Tord has a few fewer of right now. Not as many buddies in Tord's deck right now as a couple of them are prized. But Gustavo's going in hot, making up those treats. And who has come to the bench to savor them other than Dreepy and Duskull?
Yeah, absolutely. You just want to be starting to set up the board set as Gustavo gets a chance to glimpse through the deck to work out what is prized, what he will have access to throughout this game, of course. Just to run you through, I know we've seen a bit of Dragapult throughout this feature matches so far already, but that big bad Dragapult EX, that one big dragon type with no weakness, with a fantastic attack, Phantom Dive, 200 damage to the active and 6 damage counters that could be spread to your opponent's bench in any way you like. But to get there, we use Dracloak, Recon Directive, and all the other combinations to get to that stage. We did get the energy attachment to the active Dreepy, and it's just a passover with the Team Rocket's Watchtower in play as well.
All right, we've got a Pokepad. That's a huge start for Tord, being able to look through that deck again, something we really want to be doing early on in the early turns to establish what cards are in the prize cards so that we know which route to take. Which sequence is going to get us those 6 essential prize cards? What Pokemon are in my deck? How much energy have I got to work with? All of these questions Tord will have answered in his head while looking through this deck right now. And what an iconic deck for Tord to be playing as well, this kind of trade engine, which we've seen through many formats to great success, and it's not stopping here.
Yeah, especially with Tord as well. I mean, he has a lot of history with that ability, or that type of ability, I should say, as we do get some attachments of that tool there. That Binding Mochi goes on that bench. Zorua needs to find some more Zoruas onto the bench just to get that engine live. Also has that stage 1 engine of his own, as you've already mentioned, Amy. But then that's when you're starting to get into that Night Joker attack of the End Zoroark EX, being able to copy any of your End's Pokemon's attacks from your bench. And that's where we can start to deal real amounts of damage and really try and take the game away from a deck like Dragapult.
Yeah, and Zoroark has that nice flexibility, and that's where we see this new kind of addition that we've seen a lot today with Transformation Tome coming in to really give the deck more flexibility, more power to be able to jump your opponents kind of into a flurry of panic as Transformation Tome transforms the board state almost entirely.
Yep, then we get the Dark Energy attachment now to the End Zoroark onto the bench. Of course, you want to try and keep that protected as much as possible. That Pecharunt EX also hits the field, and it is a pass over, so no more Zoruas into play for the moment. We know we're playing up against a Dragapult EX deck, so they can be a little bit slower, but we get an instant Rare Candy into that Dusknoir.
That's a bit scary, I gotta say. I wouldn't want that saying boo this early at me, because that's a little bit intense when there's only 2 Zorua on the bench. Being able to Curse Blast and take out a Zoroark early to prevent Tord from not only being able to set up, but also stopping getting that trade engine on board to be able to, you know, make his hand as perfect as possible. And that's the lovely thing about any ability that allows you to churn cards like that.
Yeah, could have been even scarier if there was a Dragapult and an energy in hand.
Oh, could you imagine?
Well, but I think going into the Dustmar is just as nice. But we do get the Lilies for the full 8, of course. That fantastic draw supporter allows you to draw up to 8 cards so long as you still have 6 prizes remaining. We now get also the Pokepad, which is allowing the deck to really be as consistent as possible, just to grab those Dracloaks with the Recon Directives when you need it to, as we do see it instantly evolving to the active one there. And we're going to have the first Recon Directive live in this Swiss Round 5 shortly as well.
Dracloak, what a guy. And he's got that happy little Dreepy next to him too, because they know exactly what they're doing. They're cheeky. They let you have a look at the top 2 cards of the deck. You get to take one of them to your hand and put one to the bottom, and guess what? Another Dracloak. You couldn't write it.
So we're going to see a further 4 cards after this Lily's Determination now as well. Another Dracloak also in the second Recon Directive.
They're everywhere.
One goes to hand, one goes to the bottom of the deck, so we can start prepping the rest of the board state as well. But it's just that decision now for Gustavo. Does cherry pick the Duskull and puts it down onto the bench. Does look to pop the Curse Blast onto the bench. Zoroark takes the first prize, but also gives one up because you do knock yourself out at the same time. So both our players now down to 5 prizes remaining.
Oh, we didn't see that fire energy, so we couldn't take out both Zoroark. So we are kind of on that back foot again. Tord now has the opportunity to make a comeback. We did manage to suppress it a little bit by taking out one, but it's immediately evolved into a Zoroark and another Zoroark on bench. And Pheasantipity just to add to the flurry of a comeback.
And now, can we stem the flow here? Remember, just by utilizing that Curse Blast, both players now not having 6 prize cards remaining, both players' Lily's Determination have been nerfed down to just 6 cards that they draw after shuffling their hand into their deck now as well. So again, another way to almost limit the draw power in your opponent's side of the board state at the same time.
Tord's got to be blessing his lucky stars right now that those Zoroark managed to hang on in there, and we still have one. But Lily is a determined lady, and she is going to try and help Tord to get that lovely hand back in order. We still have a little more draw power. We've got trade and we've got flip the script. So this isn't just going to be it, but that's looking pretty good so far as a starting point.
Yeah, further 3 cards first to deliberate before we play anything else. Finds Double Dark and an Ultra Ball here. So can continue just kind of going through the deck, trying to find the pieces Tord may need to try and just kind of return the kind of actions that Gustavo has done to his board state for the moment, as we do get the first trade ability of this game off as well. Sereno hitting the discard to get another Ultra Ball and the Black Belt's training. That's another way that you can overcome the extra HP that you often see with the Dragapult EXs as well. Typically, Zoroark does have a nicer time into Dragapult, but it's one of those where with some additions from the most recent set, that Transformation Tome that we've seen, maybe this is its moment to shine.
Right, so what do we need here, Alex? We're looking for energy. We still don't have that. We need, on a Zoroark, we don't have enough.
Nope.
We also possibly need an attacking Pokemon, because although Zoroark's attack can be established with the 2 energy, we need another Ends Pokemon on our bench. What do you think Tord's going to be looking for here?
I mean, maybe looking for a turn where we're just trying to stabilize the board state just for the moment, just whilst Gustavo is then going to be trying to take as many attacks and take as many prizes as possible. We do see that Badoo maneuver to the front of the deck as well. So then it's just trying to see how Tord will be able to play out this turn. Does look like it's going to be to Badoo. As I mentioned, that could be one way just to kind of slow the game down a little bit. We do get the Petrant EX's ability to maneuver the Zoroark into the active spot, then retreat with the energy going into the discard. So Badoo in the active spot now, energy attachment to the bench, and Zoroark EX, and ends PP up as well. But
now we're ready to rumble.
We need to make sure we're protected, so it's going to be an Itchy Pollen, maybe.
It's got to be. You're right. We re-established the board. Everyone's ready. And, of course, It is good to go now. Gustavo's turn starts off and he's ready to go now. We finally have those Reklev on board. We have removed one Zorua from the equation, but it's not going to be enough. We got to do some more recon directive. Otherwise, there's going to be a no-go. What does Gustavo need? We need a Dragapult for a start. We've got one energy. Did you see it?
I believe that was one. The Dragapult's already now coming to hand.
Lovely.
So still missing that fire energy. That could have been one way to have actually completely decimated towards board on the previous turn there, because we have seen it. Could be looking for another card as well. That Sparkling Crystal is the ace spec of choice. Does find fire energy this time for the second recon directive. Sparkling Crystal actually was already in hand, it looks like. So we do have the opportunity to fire off a Dragapult EX attack here. But you don't really want to always over KO a little Badoo in the active spot. You want to try and maximize the value of your Phantom Dive.
Yeah, Badoo only having 30 HP does mean that it's better off almost if we leave that on the bench for later. But regardless, we will get some bench damage. Activated Gustavo will be able to make quite an impact thanks to the Dusclops on the board as well.
Does have that boss's orders in hand, ready to go. So this is where we can, as I've already mentioned, Gustavo will be able to then actually try and just maximize that value in terms of all 260 damage counters that could be on towards board. But does target down the Zorua here, maybe just trying to limit the amount of trade access Tord has access to.
Indeed. Tord now looking down at that Dragapult. Gustavo has now acquiring their targets on the bench. Of course, I imagine Gustavo is going to choose the Badoo, and we're going to go ahead and put some damage counters on the Pheasantipity as well, because Gustavo knows that getting any Pokemon down to a solid 200 HP is going to present more opportunities for those big knockouts.
Yep, now down to 3 prizes remaining for Gustavo to win this first game here in the Swiss round 5. Tord is up against it a little bit. Just has access to that one Zoroark EX and one trade. Does still have the Pheasantipity, which did take one damage counter from that Phantom Dive as well. We do see the Petrant EX maneuvered into the active spot here. So Tord will now have to, again, look to rebuild that board state. Has lost 2 Zorua in the space of 2 turns.
It's not great. Zorua want to stick around on the board really for Tord, so unfortunately that's gonna create some sticking points there. But it is time to trade as Tord continues to perfect this hand and make sure that he's cherry picking these cards. He got a Zorua and a Zoroark off that trade, so there is an opportunity now to start making those stronger Pokemon on the bench once more, but it's still a really tricky situation. Tord is very much on the back foot. Gustavo looking in a fantastic position. Can Tord bring it back?
Yeah, here comes an Ultra Ball now. Tord getting a chance to re-look through the deck itself. Does have that chance now to find another Ends Pokemon to be able to use Night Joker as an attack. He is still staring down at a Dusclops on Gustavo's side of the board as well, which could soon evolve once again to a Duswa. And that could be
Zekrom comes down. And we've got another Zorua and a Darumaka before the Lily. Brilliant use of sequencing there to make sure that every single card Tord needs to put down is already there before we Lily. We've now got attackers that we can see, and Tord is ready to utilize each and one of them depending on the situation that Gustavo presents.
6 cards from the Lily for Tord. What is Tord working with? Does find one of those transformation terms, of course. We know one of those is prized. Does have access to the Stadium Ends Castle, so we can have an easy maneuverability around the field, alongside the Petron EX, of course, as well.
Yeah, it's a Tough situation, but we do see Petrarunk going back to the bench thanks to its ability, and Tord is going to select using Enzekrom's attack, taking Dragapult down to 60 HP remaining, but still sticking on in there for Gustavo.
Gustavo top decking an Ultra Ball, has plenty of cards to be working with here. Still has access to that pink Ace Spec card of choice, Sparkling Crystal. It's a bit of a card that's been chosen from many because it's not impacted by things like the Crushing Hammers, especially if you're facing up against other Dragapult builds which have incorporated the Flippy card in recent times. So we do get the first and only Recon Directive at the moment. Here comes an Ultra Ball pitching away that Badoo, and the Judge now has access to Monkey Dory. It's been a bit of a staple in a lot of these decks recently with the Dark Energy now attached to it also.
Time to monkey around, and of course, with that Dusclops, it just goes wild, and Gustavo's going to take those last 3 prizes, so it's all over for Tord.
Yeah, I think as soon as Tord had seen that Dustois come back onto the field, Tord just thought, this is no way I can actually bring this back after just kind of a devastating turn 2 from Gustavo's side, and that was even without actually taking out both Zoroas with a lot more ease. That could have been if he just found a Fire NG. Could have actually just used that Dragon Headbutt from the Drakloak and taken out both Zoroas, but gave Tord an extra turn to try and stabilize a little bit more, but Gustavo was able to find every single out that he needed to.
Absolutely. Let's hear from Pablo, who was analyzing during our game. How did it go?
I mean, super, super interesting and tense turn right there. If Gustavo had been able to find that Fire Energy, clearing off both Zoras would have led to an overwhelming advantage. Of course, Gustavo ended up winning the game anyways, but yeah, I mean, what can Tord do against the extra damage from Dusknoir? I think that's the big question here. How does he adapt? How does he more aggressively go after them? Yeah, I mean, I'm sure he's gonna have to try and deal with them in order to have a better chance in this game too. Otherwise, those Curse Blasts are really gonna get out of control here.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think it's so interesting to kind of just see what game plan Tord needs to now come up with to try and mitigate those Dusknoir plays. I mean, that Rare Candy instantly coming in on Gustavo's turn 2 meant Tord may need to go into that Badoo where possible. I mean, it's just unfortunate on that turn that Tord did have. We couldn't really find more Zoroas. We couldn't really find anything, any way to find the Badoo, for example, or maneuver into it. So it just ended up giving Gustavo a massive window of opportunity to just take down the board.
Yeah, Gustavo was able to piece together those Dusknoir and Dusclops so perfectly to be able to make the biggest impacts, really going fast at the beginning and making sure that we're disrupting Tord from being able to set up properly is huge. And then right at the end, Dusknoir into the active, move the 10 damage to the end Zoroark, Phantom Dive, and we're golden into that 1-0 in this Swiss round 5 here in New Orleans.
Yeah, and I think this is where we're starting to see a lot of experience with certain decks. We've seen a lot of Dragapult already throughout this whole tournament. I'm sure we're going to see many more because of just how powerful that deck is, and especially in the hands of fantastic players. We saw very unique directions our players have been taking. And Tord now up against it, 1 game down, but plenty of time to turn this around. Remember, I mentioned Tord's already overcome 3 Dragapult EXs throughout so far, as we finally do get to kick things off here. This is game 2 of Swiss round 5. It's Gustavo Wada once again kicking things off with another Buddy Pop, and this time even has the free retreat Badoo in the active spot.
Oh, you can't make it up. Both Pokemon in the active spot have free retreats, so it really gives our players optimum flexibility right off the bat at the beginning of the game. Gustavo, of course, bringing down 2 of those lovely Dreepy. We're going to have a peek at the prize cards since we get that secret knowledge.
Yeah, absolutely. And Gustavo's also working out himself. 1 Dragapult, 1 Drakloak there. The special red card, one of the sort of fewer new inclusions into Dragapult list, because you do have draw power already. Now you can actually try and disrupt your opponents without having to focus too much in using things like a supporter for your turn. But we do see now Gustavo actually also try and play down some more of those item cards just in case Tord does go down the route of item lock from his own side of the board. And it is just a free retreat into that Dreepy for the moment. So it is a passover. Tord, this is your first turn for game 2 now. Let's see if we can set up the board state that little bit better than we did in game 1.
So Tord has the access of an Ultra Ball and a Pokepad. So first up, of course, what do we do first? We look through the deck and we see what's missing. So let's have a looky at that. We've got Wambadoo, don't love that, and Secret Box. Ooh, that can be a little bit tricky to overcome because it is a huge consistency factor.
Yep, we do get to see that transformation tome once again in the same spot. Well, not same spot exactly, but hidden in the prizes. And here we go. So we do get that first instant choice of going straight into that Meowth EX with its fantastic ability, allowing you to grab a supporter out of your deck. Last Ditch Catch utilized here. And now we do have access to a Lily's Determination for a full 8 cards once again. Another card that just allows a lot of decks to gain a lot of consistency. And it's been very useful for Tord so far this tournament. He's currently 4-0 alongside Gustavo, also 4-0 as well. Both players playing one Meowth EX in the decks after all.
Yeah, those pesky watchtowers, those Team Rocket watchtower, which we've seen to great success during this event. Just turning off that last-ditch catch can be a huge trouble to getting set up or making that game-winning move.
So let's see here, Tord, 8 cards. Very meticulously picked out just to make sure we don't draw extra, of course. Does have access to Buddy Buddy Poppin' now, so we do have access to further Zoroarks for this game.
I think you'll find that that's a Buddy 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 Poffin, because there's 2, so you got to double the buddies, right?
Absolutely. I mean, what's always interesting is whether you now hold on to the Buddy Buddy Poppin', maybe use it for later end Zoroarks, or even just use it as collateral for that trade ability as well. So just the first one being played initially here by Tord Reklev. I can only imagine it's going to be
Whoa, well, you know what? Tord isn't going to have the problem of last turn, I imagine, when we were sort of struggling to see those Zoroarks, but Tord has made sure to get plenty on the board now.
So it's looking pretty good from this scenario. The only other ends Pokemon on the board as a potential attacker on a future turn will be that Ends Darumaka, which will and should evolve into the Ends Darmanitan at some stage. Oh, it does look like maybe we're just deliberating how we're going to fully get value out of the whole hand, I think it looks like at this stage, because that board has gone back to 4. There we go. There we go. Yeah. Ends are back on the board again.
Ends PP up, brings a little bit of energy to that Ends Zoroark, and of course, Night Stretcher then grabs back the Ends Zoroark from Tord's discard pile, and we're passing away to Gustavo. I love the way Night Stretcher can be utilized as if it's a draw card. You're putting cards in the discard pile with purpose, knowing that you can get those back later.
Yep, same scenario where Tord is playing his item cards out prior to Gustavo potentially going into a Itchy Pollen, as we do get this Sparkling Crystal now, so Tord does finally get sight of Gustavo's 1 Ace-Spec card. Attachment just to that Dreepy. Not active, not live right now, but if it ever goes to, or gets to the stage of a Dragapult, it can do so. As we do now also get Gustavo getting a chance to draw 8 cards, I believe himself, from that Lily's Determination. I mean, Rare Candy, Dragapult, Energy, does mean we can start firing off a massive attack, but it's asking a lot.
Have we missed I think they may have missed it. I don't think Gustavo has access to the red candy yet.
No, we didn't get the red candy.
That was a fantastic top deck. Flashes it to his opponent. Todd giggling away there as much as I am, and I hope you guys are home. That was a wonderful moment. Attach that energy, Alex. What now?
I mean, that Yvel is staring down at a big bad Dragapult EX. Phantom Dive is live. Sparkling Crystal taking the energy count of the Psychic away from the Phantom Dive because it's the attachment from the tool. That A-Spec really putting in work here. So a turn 2 Phantom Dive is ready to go, and it looks like we're firing it off. But so let's see where the damage counters do go down on towards side of the board. At least we do keep our Enzoroa not KO'd for the time being. Looks like double. One more damage counter to be placed on towards side of the board for the moment.
It's important where those damage counters lie. This is the test of a true Dragapult master, knowing exactly where to put each of those damage counters to optimize your play.
Yeah, so here we go. Tord again up against it, staring at that Dragapult EX. What is Tord able to do from this scenario? Does have that Enzoroark EX that he's already pulled from the discard pile with that Night Stretcher a moment ago. Here comes the first trade. Finds another.
Okay. We got the Darmanitan off of that, so Tord's going to be feeling pretty good about that, I imagine, because at any point he'll be able to evolve the Darumaka.
Yep, so as the other Enzoroark EX also can go full 3 of them on the board there, as we do get a third Enzoroark evolving up to the Enzoroark EX now. Ultra Ball also being played. Oh no, sorry, pitched away. Apologies.
The trading can get confusing because there's so much of it going on, but 3 Enzoroark EX in play allows Tord to be able to siphon away cards that aren't useful right now and make this perfect hand.
Yeah, I think the tricky point here is the only key attacker we have is that Enz Darmanitan, as it is the flip the script that's being used now by Tord. So which direction can we go in? Looks like he's going to evolve up that Enz Darmanitan, or Darumaka, I should say, into the Darmanitan on the bench. So we do have now a live attacker. Backdraft and Flame Body Cannon are available to Enzoroark EX once there's 2 Dark Energies on the active. And now it's a Lily's Determination for 8 to try and turn this around.
Lily's got to try and turn the tide. We flipped the script. It wasn't enough, so Tord's natural next move is, okay, my supporter needs to be the most impactful it can possibly be, and that is going to have to be the power of Lily's determination. Will Tord get what he's looking for? Let's find out with these 6 important cards.
Still 8, Amy.
Oh, it's 8.
Yeah, still
we haven't
8.
taken a prize card. My bad. It's
No,
8.
Absolutely. So we've got to give credit to Tord for just so he has more cards to be playing with here. There's the attachment to the active, so we can fire off an Enz Darmanitan attack with that Night Joker. But can we get real good value here? I guess we can take down the Dracloak, remove the draw engine from Gustavo's board, and also equal the prizes as well. So Tord also now going down to 5 prize cards remaining. Has picked up another Enzoroark EX there. Massive KO for everyone to see.
Yeah, using Enz Darmanitan, Flame Body Cannon allows Tord to take out a Dracloak, which of course makes Gustavo's draw power a little bit lacking, especially in comparison to Tord's own. So on with Gustavo's turn. We had a really powerful start, being able to utilize that Sparkling Crystal so early, where Lily's freshening the hand up. We want to see some Dracloak, everybody at home, so keep a lookout in Gustavo's hand, because that's really what Gustavo needs now to start getting back into this game and getting into the flow of things, especially with Tord having a not so advantageous turn in that Flame Body Cannon.
Yeah, and it's just one of those things where with that attack, we're also weakening the active Dragapult EX, so we're putting it in range, a much easier range to knock it out with a future Enzoroark as well. But this is where Gustavo can start to try and be a little bit cute with some of the plays you can make. Maybe utilizing that rare candy into a Dust Noir again, or need to start prepping a second Dragapult at some stage, but also just putting damage across the board and really then forcing Tord to use a lot of resources to get those energies back, using those ends PP up, energy attachments, and any other cards that Tord may have in the list. I mean, there's no card like Janine's Secret Heart that allows you to sort of cheat some more energies on the board state either. So let's see how Gustavo plays this out. Recon Directive into another Dracloak and a Dark Energy there.
Okay, looking a little slow for Gustavo, considering where damage counters might need to be placed on this occasion. Tord raring up those dice, ready to go. Gustavo having a good think, because it is so paramount to know where to place these. And looks like Gustavo has opted for a little bit of Meowth, a little bit of Ends Darmanitan, and a little bit of Pheasantipity.
Yep, so just getting those damage counters spread across the board state. Don't give Tord access to basically an open space for another Pokemon to really come down, and this is probably where Gustavo really has to start thinking about just toying around with that board.
And you're so right from last turn, Alex. Tord now might struggle with energy acceleration because he has no space on that bench for Pecharunt, so how are they going to possibly get enough energy to be able to launch an attack this turn, especially one that's actually going to put a dent in Gustavo's force right now?
Well, so we do find the Ends PP up being used now to power up the End Zoroark EX with that Binding Mochi. Does have access to the stadium, of course, Amy. That's one way to be able to dance around the board state. So End's Castle comes into play with another Lily's Determination, this time for only 6. Both players have taken 1 prize card, of course, so not the full hog of 8 cards here from that Lily's Determination, but 6 is still quite a lot, especially when you're seeing another 6 further cards via that trade ability on those End Zoroark EX.
Gustavo, of course, very clever in also not activating Pheasantipity, so Tord has Pheasantipity sat on the bench, but not able to attempt to flip the script at all, so actually limiting Tord's turn. Now we finally see some Zekrom, but there's no bench space.
Yep, so this is the awkward scenario Tord can find himself in, as we do see it pitched away for the moment. For a second, trade is now being used. Black Belt's training seems to keep coming back from those trades as well. And then we have the final trade. Let's just see all the cards that we need to before we start making some key decisions in how we maybe take this a game away from Gustavo. Keeps also finding that Transformation Tome, but we know one of the other ones are prized.
Here we go, it's happening. We've got a transformation. Meowth into Zekrom. That's how you get the other attack alive. And we got the energy. Now we can switch thanks to Ends Castle. Here we go, Alex.
Yeah, it's an incredible way to kind of display that Transformation Tome. There are 4 copies of. We keep just seeing one of those prized, but that's no trouble when you can get access to the rest. And it's a massive knockout here, Amy, just as you said. And Tord now goes down to 3 prize cards remaining and no Dragapult EX on Gustavo's side. Thankfully, he does have that Dracloak with 1 energy currently sitting on it.
I think everyone heard that rampaging thunder throughout the hall because it was big.
Recon Directive now grabbing that, well, potentially grabbing a Dust Noir or the Ultra Ball. I do believe there is that rare candy, I think I saw, yep. There is in Gustavo's hand right now. So just which direction we go down in this scenario. Ultra Ball does mean he can get a Dragapult live.
Gustavo is not in an awful position. There's a lot of damage over on Tord's side of the board. Gustavo's going to want to use not only Dragapult, but also these Dusclops and Dusk Noir to optimally take as many prize cards as he can. And that's what's going to seal out this game if you're Gustavo. We might look behind on prize cards, but Dragapult Dusk Noir has some of the most ferocious comeback potential in the game currently.
Yeah, so just an opportunity for Gustavo to deliberate his board state and how he uses this Curse Blast on Tord's side as he does target down that end Zoroark, or heavily damaged end Zoroark EX, meaning Gustavo will take 2 prizes as well, also bringing himself down to 3 prize cards remaining, but pushes Tord 1 step closer as Tord has just taken another Ends Castle from the prizes as well. Does have access to that secret box also after taking it from the prizes, so a real awkward scenario here. Can Gustavo find a way to really just put Tord on the back foot based on the current board state? Still has access to 1 additional Duskull, as we do get the Ultra Ball being played now. So not going down the route of the Rare Candy, of course. Has double Dracloak already on the board. Both Recon Directors already used. So here comes Dragapult EX.
Yeah, if you're going to make a stand and try to batter down the defenses of Tord, Gustavo's going to want to get some big HP Pokemon on the board as soon as possible. So here comes Dragapult to help Gustavo out. Of course, with an attach of an energy, Gustavo can retreat Badu. Dragapult is primed and ready in the active spot. We're going to boss his orders of Serendipity for 2 further prize cards and special red card to really add some flurry into Tord's play and make it really hard for Tord just to take those final 2 prize cards by forcing Tord to shuffle his hand, put it to the bottom of his deck, and draw only 3 cards.
Yeah, and that's why Tord's taken a moment just to remind himself what cards are going to be going to the bottom of the deck, of course. I mean, there's a lot of draw power on the board. Say 1 has been removed from that Curse Blast for the time being, but special red card really impacting the game right now. We knew it was going to be impactful in some way since its release in Chaos Rising, and everyone was kind of anticipating it coming, and here it is. Does it come to fruition, though, as we are about to get the Phantom Dive off, which will knock out the Serendipity, but Tord has just flashed the boss's orders just to showcase that I have it in hand, I can target down what I need to, and Tord Reklev will be taking game 2 here to level up this series here in Swiss Round 5.
The tome didn't lie, Alex. We wrote a story of how transformations can happen, and what better Pokemon to use transformations than Ends Very Zoroark.
Yep, so just that boss's orders really proving to be so important. Obviously has access to that Ends Darmanitan on the bench. Will be able to take 2 little KOs on Gustavo's board state, and that would have been the final 2 prizes. So I mean, we get an absolute great opportunity to see 2 titans of the game just piloting their deck, showcasing exactly why they're both 4-0 right now. I mean, Transformation Tome, who would have thought that would have been so impactful in this current meta and format?
It's a tough card to utilize, especially because you have to have a few of them. But let's hear from Pablo for an expert opinion.
I mean, incredible game to see for sure. We did see Tord be a little more aggressive right this time around. And that clutch boss's orders toward the end. Special red card is good, but it's no Iono, right? It's no N that we used to have so many years ago. And I love seeing Tord back on that trade archetype. I love seeing how methodical he is. I do wonder if with the little time we have left for this round, maybe I would have liked to see a little bit more urgency from him myself, but really looking forward to this game 3 between these 2 titans of the game.
Yeah, absolutely well spoken there, Pablo, because it's just such an impressive way to see how this matchup is played out. I mean, we've seen so many different angles. I mean, with Tord piloting the deck with Transformation Tome, he has some additional agency in the deck itself. You know, he's always spoken previously, just being able to, you know, pick up Pokemon from the board state and reset the board at times is such an important way to play the game, so you have greater control in certain matchups. But Gustavo, again, hitting that turn 2 rare candy into the Dragapult, into the Sparkling Crystal, really trying to force Tord into awkward spots by taking a massive knockout and just kind of setting up the board state. Really just showcases, again, Gustavo's built in a way it's almost like a turbo build, but it's not. But he's just hitting those rare candies at the right time.
It's important, and Rare Candy has been a staple in many meta before now, and Gustavo is showing us just why. It's impactful because it's quick. We're fast, making the pace of the game much faster than it was before. You force your opponent to respond, and if they just don't got it, they don't got it.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, we just have just under 12 minutes remaining, so let's see if this pace can pick up for one of our players to take it. Yeah, fist bump already. This is game 3 now. Level series here in Swiss round 5. Gustavo going first for the 3rd time in a row, and also with that buddy popping for the 3rd time in a row.
Okay, that's a lot of Dreepy, but you know what? You know what Dreepy need?
Yeah,
they need some Duskull.
Absolutely.
In this build anyway, a very important Pokemon to get down early, as Gustavo's going to need every single trick up his sleeve to be able to bring this to a 2-1.
Yep, just a quick glance of the deck as we went through the buddy pop, and we do get a chance to glimpse at the prizes alongside Gustavo as well. Don't think he'll be too sad about those prizes. You know, those stadium cards, less impactful in this game. I mean, you could slow down a Meowth EX, but outside of that, it's generally pretty good. A Tord gets to do the same thing as well. Double End Zorua hitting the field from that buddy popping, and surrender to boot. We're getting lots of End Zorua. And look at the pace. I think both our players truly well respected between one another. We get the Badoo also into the active spot. Energy attachment to the bench, End Zorua. And it looks like we're going to be kicking things off with that Itchy Pollen on that turn 1 from Tord Reklev.
Tord had you speaking so quick that you barely kept up, and you can see why. Gustavo matching that pace. We've got Dracloak. What's next? We're probably going to see some recon directives from Gustavo soon. Yeah, we're going in for that first one. What's Gustavo going to choose? We don't know. It's a mystery card, but no longer. It was a judge, and that's rather good. If you're Gustavo right now, that's probably going to be a choice supporter. We've just seen Tord put those cards in his hand. You know what? Put them back, Tord. Shuffle in, please.
Yeah, especially when you're impacted by Itchy Pollen. Judge being the supporter of choice from that recon directive. Each player shuffles their hand into the deck and draws 4 cards. So no more End Zorua, at least for the moment, unless you can find it once again, Tord. And I think Gustavo's only other decision there was whether to try and attach to the active, maybe to use it as a pivot retreat, maybe into his own Badoo. But when you're already item locked yourself, trying to find your own Badoo with 4 cards is not an easy feat.
No, it can be a little tricky. Gustavo now going, okay, wow, straight into another recon directive, choosing another judge and benching a Duskull, passing over to Tord, who is item locked. We can evolve 1 Zorua.
Yeah, no, we have access to items. Tord has access to items because there is no Badoo on Gustavo's side. So it is going to be just that trade, though. That buddy poppin' pitched away. We do have access to Ultra Ball also, so could grab another End Zorua EX and really start trying to get into a board state where you're well protected from any sort of naughty shenanigans from Gustavo's side.
It's a tricky situation. Got to use all of the resources that Tord has, but he is struggling because of the lack of cards in his hand. It's all great having an Ultra Ball, but not so great when you've only got 5 cards in hand total, because you have to pitch away 2 of them.
Yeah, not all cards are fodder at this stage at the moment.
No.
You got to get to that board and get to that hand size first before you can do so. But what helps this scenario is that Tord does have that Badoo in the active spot, can slow down Gustavo as much as he can, although we have seen double Dracloak on the other side of the board already. And it just looks like it's going to be an Ultra Ball for that Meowth EX with that last-ditch catch. He's already kind of predetermined, that Lily's Determination supporter as well. So it's basically saying that's exactly what I'm going for, because we want to see more cards. And maybe I can just kind of draw into more End Zorua EX, and then I'll be well protected.
Yeah, you can reset your hand by being able to play this Lily and get out of a judge scenario. And that's exactly what Tord's done. Has gone, okay, I really need more cards in hand right now. What is the most efficient line to get me there? And actually, Meowth fits the bill with last-ditch catch perfectly.
Yep, and then you can always think about transformation, toming it away at a later stage. So I love this kind of thought process and direction that Tor's already been showcasing in this Swiss round 5. There's the 8 cards, does find just an easy draw into another Enzorok EX as well. Then can start thinking about what card is next to be traded away to see 2 further cards as well. So there's a lot of options here, but time is ticking. We're now down to under 7 minutes remaining as we do get a Poképad being played.
Tord has a lot of decisions to make in not a lot of time. You're absolutely right, Alex. But Tord has done an excellent job of being able to get those Enzorok back into play, regardless of Gustavo being able to judge and force Tord to put them at the bottom of the deck. So honestly, some phenomenal plays from both sides, just pushing each other the other way and forcing Tord to jump through hoops to get to the destination.
Second trade now, discarding the Ends Darumaka to the discard pile. Maybe saying I can just use Transformation Tome later to evolve straight up into the Ends Darmanitan. Further down the line, as it looks like now, an Ultra Ball is being eyed up here, most likely for that third Enzorok EX.
You know what, Alex? I think you might be very right indeed, because not only is Enzorok EX a fantastic attacking body, it also provides that trade ability. And both sides want that, really. Gustavo using Recon Directive in a very similar way to Tord using trade. So both players are utilizing heavy draw mechanics to make sure they're cherry-picking the exact cards they need on each turn to get closer to victory.
Yep, and right now, Tord's in this board state where he's looking pretty comfortable if this was to go a bit further, but he is always staring down at those pesky Dusclops and Dustwas. Does trade into Secret Box as well as a special red card of his own. But
it's a tough decision, it really is, honestly, especially because you have to discard 3 cards in order to play Secret Box.
Yeah, and in that hand as well, we've kind of already mentioned it, how he wants to kind of maneuver around that board state. He's holding on to 1 Transformation Tome and that ends Darmanitan.
You can see
well.
the struggle.
So he doesn't want to give away all those other cards.
They're going. The decision has been made.
Yep.
A tough one, but it could be a game-winning choice. And now we get an item, a supporter, a tool. My goodness. We get so much out of a Secret Box, and you can see why Tord has decided to utilize this ace spec specifically, because it is absolutely paramount for consistency.
Just want to double check with that Transformations Tome. Yeah, that Badoo
we
goes.
can evolve the Darumaka straight away, Alex!
Yeah, exactly. I know everyone was thinking maybe that Meowth EX, we spoke about it, but it's instead going to be that Badoo into that Ends Darumaka, into the Ends Darmanitan, and we get Flame Body Cannon to wipe out the active Dreepy, and one of those Drakloaks on the bench now. Gustavo left with just 1 Drakloak in play, and it looks like Tord Reklev has just kind of spun the whole series around on Gustavo. It felt like with Gustavo, with those turn 2 rare candies, was really kind of taking the game away, but Tord this time doing it himself.
Being able to make sure that you have both tomes in hand is so tricky, especially when Tord had them prized. So it made it even trickier. But once that extra tome is taken, it does help for later. But honestly, Meowth could yet transform itself if we have the time. For now, Gustavo is in a really tough situation. We're down to 1 Drakloak, and that might not be enough. He needs to be able to draw more cards than that, really.
Yep, so Lily's Determination is going to help with that. We've still got 6 prizes, so we do get
the full 8.
But now with just the bench of the Duskull and the Dusclops, you only really have an opportunity to play use Curse Blast one time here. You don't want to keep giving up prizes after all. It's going to be that Boss's Orders coming into the hand from that Recon Directive. We have Dragapult in hand, but do we have energy to attack or Sparkling Crystal? I don't think so.
Gustavo doesn't want Boss's Orders. They want to order more Dreepy onto the bench. It's not happening right now.
Yeah, and if I recall, one Dreepy was prized, so after 2 of them already gone down, well, one had evolved into a Drakloak, of course.
Oh, Alex, that math is not looking good.
It's not pretty, so that Buddy Poffin is only going to grab that Badoo for the moment. So it's not looking too pretty right now, Gustavo.
I think Badoo looks really pretty, actually, Alex.
I'm sorry, I shouldn't have said that. I'm probably just hurt my co-caster's feelings. Badoo has hit the field as well, but this is the awkward scenario now to try and protect that Drakloak. Do you just evolve it up into Dragapult maybe at this point, because maybe Tor can find another way? Oh no, without Ends PP up, being locked out because of Itchy Pollen, maybe it's not possible there. It's just going to be Itchy Pollen for 20 damage.
Oh, the pace is picking up. Tor knows that there is not a lot of time left, but victory is in sight. There are lines where Tord absolutely can go faster to make this happen. He's just attached an energy, pass the turn back to Gustavo. Gustavo, Pokepad first up. And we're going to be looking probably at getting a Dusk Noir. Yep, going straight in there. Didn't even trade. Tor just needs to hurry up and keep this game going because the Itchy Pollen was too much.
No, just thinking we need as much time as possible. We need to maximize how many turns Tord can get to try and take 4 prizes. But Gustavo's still in a scenario here where he can just kind of cause quite a lot of havoc, because we do get a Red Candy into the Dust Noir now. So the double Curse Blast is live.
Is it impactful enough, though? Do you want to give Tord prize cards at this stage, Alex?
The only reason, and this, I mean, it's a poor reason because there's free trades and Zoroark on the board, but 1 Curse Blood could mean you can activate special red cards for a turn and really kind of throw cards that Tord maybe cherry-picked to the bottom of the deck. It's not, it's not ideal, as both our players are frantically kind of playing with their cards because they know a lot is on the line. Time is ticking. Time is 5 seconds remaining, Amy.
4-0 in round 5 here. There's going to be some points going either way, but we are now in overtime. This is turn 0. If you at home do not know how this works, if the timer runs out, we start on turn 0. That is Gustavo's turn because it was during his turn. Then Tord will get a turn. Gustavo gets a turn. Tord gets 1 more turn, and if there is no winner of this match, it will go to a tie.
Yep, thank you very much, Amy. There is a soft cap of time as well. That's why we do see the time ticking down still for the overtime, 15 minutes cap, as we do get the Itchy Pollen on the active there. So Tord is able to kind of, doesn't have to pace himself as quickly anymore, but I think Tord's just going to be looking for any avenue where we maybe could take the final 4 prizes. Is it possible in this scenario? I mean, he does have access to boss's orders, but still needs to find a way to be able to do so. Trade finally activated after not using one on the previous turn. Remember, items are not available to Tord Reklev, and is staring down at 3 Ends PP up in hand. That could have been a nice way to really accelerate those energies, almost cheat his way to get energy onto the board and actually start firing off an attack. But here comes the first trade, second trade now. And Zora sent away to the bin.
A tough job to take 4 prize cards, but Tord does have 2 turns in which to do that. So if we can manage to take 2 prize cards here and 2 prize cards next turn, then jobs are good in. But Badoo is doing his thing, and Badoo is rather making it difficult as items cannot be played by Tord. So those Ends PP up are just kind of stuck in the hand, not doing much, but they're not worthwhile discarding.
I mean, just thinking about where those 4 prize cards could come from, Dragon Ball EX does give up 2 prize cards, of course. Badoo only has 30 HP. Dusclops also only has 90 HP. So there could be a world where that does happen. It's just a bit of a stretch at the moment, especially when we know we have a Dust Noir also on the bench, which has a lot of HP to overcome at the same time. We do now get the Ends Zekrom hit the field. That incredible inclusion to the Ends decks. Rampaging Thunder being able to do 250 damage after being copied by Night Joker. But yeah, so there's quite a lot that Tord requires, especially under item lock. Itchy Pollen really putting in work, and that's the key thing here.
So much work. Tord really needs the energy. We need to use our Manatan this turn. Flame Body Cannon really needed to happen. We've got another trade, so Tord's going to use that, and hopefully an energy! We can actually promote. Tord promotes the Ends Zorlog, probably selecting Flame Body Cannon to take out Badu and Dusclops. Here we go. I see a line. We've got it. We're on the board.
There's step 1 that I've mentioned. So the final 2 prizes that Tord needs to take here will be that Dragapult EX. And of course, Gustavo now is turn 2. So this is Gustavo's final turn. Does promote the Duskmire into the active spot. 160 HP Pokemon in the active. Does gust up using boss's orders, that Meowth EX as well. Just one thing we have to keep track of, another way to kind of amplify the damage output of Tord's deck. Can we find a way to even hit the 320?
It's just such a catastrophic HP total, and that's one of the reasons Dragapult has been so oppressive today throughout this event so far. I don't know if there's a way for Tord to even be able to overcome this monstrous dragon and ghost combo in front of him. We're going to have a look in the deck. Has Tord got anything left? We've got Yveltal. Yveltal comes to the field, but has to go to Tord's hand. It's not looking good, Alex. It's looking like this might be a tie of the Titans.
I mean, if we just look back to those prizes, we actually do have that black belts training in the prizes there. It wasn't something he was able to pull off, but of course, with Duskmire in the active spot anyway, there's no real way to play double supporters, even if we could get it to boss's orders and black belts training to overcome that HP. Transformation 2 now being also played. But is this? There's the boss's orders.
Boss going into the active, thanks to Veteran's ability, got the poison, but it's just not enough damage. There's the handshake. 2 Titans of the TCG tying up this round 5.
30 HP short of taking this Swiss round 5 and pushing him into a 5-0 position. But I think both our players could walk away from this table saying that, you know, they're up against some pretty big names, pretty big decks, some pretty tough opponents, and still feel pretty good about themselves going 4-0-1 here at the North America International Championships.
You have to remember as well that sometimes it's about how well your opponents are doing throughout the event as well. That can be incrementally difficult to assess because you don't know how well your opponents are going to do, which can affect your resistance in the event. And both players being so spectacular, you can hope they're both going to do well going forward as well. But as for right now, we're feeling rather equally matched.
Yeah, absolutely. And we get a chance to recap everything that went down and also have access to Pablo as well, who's doing Arceus' job right now.
Oh, I'm here. I thought I was showing up on camera first. I'm here. Yeah, what a match we just saw. Like I mentioned, as we were setting up for Game 3, we saw a little bit more urgency from Tord in that second game, or if Gustavo hits that fire energy. I think if Gustavo gets the fire energy on that first game, wipes out both Zorwas, we might see a faster Game 1 conclude in favor of Gustavo, and then we see Tord win Game 2 and possibly Game 3. That devastating Darmanitan attack was so clutch, and I think one more minute and Tord walks away the winner.
Yeah, absolutely, Pablo. I mean, there were so many interesting things to keep track of in that matchup, right? There were key prize cards that were on both sides. You know, we've seen Transformation Tome really come to the fore there. I don't think that was something that was too expected, right?
No, definitely not. Transformation Tome, such a cool card, I think. Reminds me of Puzzle of Time, Alex, which obviously you're very familiar with. That condition to be able to require 2 copies of the card to be played in order to get the full effect. I've always loved that sort of concept, and for that to be back with Zoroark's trade, I'm having nostalgia flashbacks that just tell me how old I am at this point.
Never too old, Pablo. I mean, look at this game. I mean, look at these two Titans. They've been playing for a long time as well, and just showcasing just, you know, if you're at the very top of the game, how you can continue to do so. I mean, it was just so close to actually taking it down and actually, you know, going 5-0. And it was just a pleasure to watch it alongside you, Amy. I mean, how did you feel about that?
Honestly, it was an honor to be able to commentate an absolute masterclass of Dragapult versus En's Zoroark. And I love that transformation tome equally. It's a really fantastic card. Thematically fits with Zoroark as well, which is always part of my boat when thinking about deck building, is how can I make this really feel like I'm playing a Zoroark deck?
Yeah, absolutely. And I mean, Pablo, we also saw with Gustavo using 3 rare candies analysts. I mean, he really ramped into those stage 2s really quickly. I think he was also one of those few players with Gardevoir also piloting rare candies into that as well. So it's really impressive to see Gustavo do it again, right?
Yeah, he's not only extremely skilled at the game, he's also a fantastic deck builder, right? Always trying to innovate, never really following the trend of the same 60 or whatnot. We saw that with Gardevoir, as you mentioned. Mega Gardevoir was in the list as well. And then I really want to reiterate how this turn feels like the definitive turn for the whole set. Gustavo had a chance to wipe out towards Zoroark in a single turn, thanks to that rare candy that you're talking about with that Dusknoir's ability, but missed that fire energy. And that led to game 1 taking a little bit longer, which ultimately ended up working out in his favor because he probably was going to lose that game 3. So this very clutch fire energy miss in minute 45 ended up deciding the rest of the set, basically.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, Lily's determination for 8 cards, 2 recon directives, right? I mean, he had access to that Sparking Crystal, but at the time, you can't utilize it on a Dracloak, of course. But it's just that one card, one of those free fire energies, right?
Yeah.
That he plays.
And then we had this super clutch turn, this recon directive super clutch once again, finding that Night Stretcher, recovering that Dusknoir that ultimately was the definitive Pokemon, finding the Monkey Dory, combining all of that extra damage on top of the Phantom Dive damage counters to wipe out the board. Tord immediately recognizes that and moves on to game 2. So all that deck choices that Gustavo has made, and the clutch combination of rare candy and the very precise recon directive, honestly, major props to Dracloak in this match. It really, really pulled through for Gustavo here.
It was a fantastic display from both players, seeing how the decks work in similar but different ways with those draw engines to utilize every aspect of their deck to the fullest effect.
And there we see the rare candy once again being found, right? Those small differences. I don't think the trend has been for Dragapult to include rare candy, right? And we are seeing Dracloak into candy, into the Sparkling Crystal, another unorthodox choice, if you will, not going with the trend here, and almost worked out for Gustavo, who was ahead. And honestly, after this turn, I was really thinking Gustavo was going to run away with it, but Tord, of course, I mean, you can never count out Tord. I know that myself personally, having played against him multiple times, and yeah, Tord just, that's why he has 5 international trophies.
Yeah, I mean, we've already mentioned 7 between them, which is incredible. But, I mean, this is where, this game 2, where we started to see that transformation tome really come to the forefront, right? And that's something we know the card was there. We kept seeing it in the prizes, but until Tord actually goes through the motions and actually has that agency to rebuild the board state, I mean, that started to feel really special at that moment, I think.
Yeah, those transformation tomes with the lack of Iono or like really powerful disruption cards outside of the ace pick, right? But I think Tord, when he saw Gustavo was playing Sparkling Crystal, was probably really savoring those transformation tomes and knew that he was gonna get a lot of value out of them.
Yeah, I think that's the beauty of it, is that actually those cards that you need to play in a pair, sometimes it can be a little bit troublesome if your opponent has a way of circumventing that.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, thank you so much, Pablo. You're doing all our hard work for us. So it's always great to hear from the expert analyst there. I mean, like I said, I'm happy to go back and rewatch that match. I mean, we've mentioned it multiple times. 2 fantastic players, 2 fantastic decks. And Zoroark is something that sort of sort of reappeared, especially since the most recent tournament we had in Turin as well, coming into this, because that was a bit of like a precursor to the NAIC format. And then, of course, we knew Dragapult had to kind of make adaptations, as it always has done throughout its sort of inception into our whole Pokemon TCG.
Absolutely, and some people might think that Zoroark is a bit of a risky choice into this event with the amount of grass-type decks that are floating around, but actually we're already seeing it go strength to strength with all of those decisions, and even without being able to utilize Darmanitan in its own right, on its own since rotation, actually it's still a deck worthy of those top tables.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, again, just having access, Transformation Tome just opens up so many doors, I think, for it. Because,
absolutely.
You know, Tord was quite happy to play down those Meowth EXs and get the last-ditch hatch going for the sort of Lily's Determination, knowing that I can just remove it from play, you know, remove that threat at some stage of the game. Even if it was like a Pheasantipity that came down nice and early, well, don't worry about it. It'll go to the discard at some stage and actually get something that's actually more fruitful for the actual deck so that we can Night Joker into a key attacker.
Absolutely, and that's what gives this deck the new addition of flexibility and why we're seeing these really strong decorated players bring it to the North American International Championships here in New Orleans.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, we can also talk about another card that we saw. Special Red card was played by Gustavo, but it didn't come to fruition at all because Tord drew straight into that boss's order. Is Special Red card a lie, Amy?
No, I believe. It scared me. I'm an Alakazam player and I am shaking in my boots a little bit. But don't go anywhere. We're going to be back with the action very soon, everyone.
I started playing Pokemon sometime early in 2012, and I think I started playing competitive tournaments later in 2012 after the rotation, and I've been playing ever since. My favorite Pokemon is Mew. I kind of found it really cool, like especially with like the earlier movies, how it could just like shapeshift and it was strong. So it's a little bit extra than Ditto. It's been my favorite ever since. I haven't really had a quote that really stuck to me. Like at the moment, now you're putting me on the spot. The only one I can think of is the Mewtwo one from the first movie, which is I think it's the circumstance of one's birth is irrelevant. It's what you do with that life that matters. It's something along those lines. I think Henry Chao's probably the best player. So even though I think there might be players like Tord who I'd say are better, when you look at the current format, I think Henry Chao on Gardevoir is just stronger than any other player currently, and that probably puts him as the best player in the game. I definitely love playing the game. It's definitely some level of comfort as well. Yeah, I do just enjoy playing a lot, and like at the moment, it's currently what I do, and I wouldn't really trade it for anything else. It probably would be something like chocolate, I would say. That's probably one of the ones that I have the most. I don't really snack that much when I game though. My favorite dessert is probably ice cream. Usually I'm going to have a good time with ice cream. My favorite Pokemon event, in terms of like actually just like enjoying the location, I think Merida last year was one of my favorite actually. I really enjoyed the location there. It was nice going to a new country. There were a lot of things to do. We had a great time hanging out afterwards. Overall, it was just a very good event. Yeah, I don't really listen to music that much. I maybe just like Pokemon music in the background. That's something I do listen to a decent amount, but I don't particularly listen to music, which is a little bit weird, but I just never really got into it. I guess I'm Team Ash always, because I feel like Ash's trajectory is relatively realistic for a lot of players actually playing the game, where you get quite close and you keep trying and trying and eventually get a win somewhere. So I feel like that's something that I can definitely relate to.
Riley McKay has punched his ticket into Championship Sunday.
He is proving everyone wrong.
One prize remains, and it is eternal.
He has done it.
Well, it hasn't sunk in completely. It still feels amazing, though. Absolutely unreal. My name is Riley McKay, and I'm from Toronto, Ontario, in Canada. My favorite starter Pokemon is probably Scorbunny. I got this like stuffed bunny when I was a day old, and I still have him, and he reminds me of that bunny, I guess. Back in the day, there was like this league in Burlington. It's like the specific town that I live in. Rowan Stavino had just won Worlds, and I found out about like competitive play in the World Championships and everything through that. My first top cut in seniors, Memphis 2018. I started off like 5-0. I beat some really good players, and that was like the first time I realized that I could actually compete at a high level. Over the years, I've gotten better and then managed to make it to Worlds. If you want to do really well, pick your deck in advance and then play a lot of games with it, and like not make any last minute decisions on it. Put in testing and forethought into them. I think that's like the best way to build your deck. And also watch high level games. My deck functions around 2 cards, Gardevoir EX and Monkey Dory. You just have a lot of different attackers. You have a lot of like different ways you can move damage, and a lot of control over the board state in general. In finals, it was very nerve-wracking. Like even at NAIC, it wasn't a stadium. So being in the stadium, like surrounded on all sides, there's lights everywhere. You can't avoid looking at the crowd. My opponent was playing Dragapult Dusknoir. That deck is very good at stopping other decks from setting up. When my opponent stalled my Gardevoir EX in the active, and I needed an energy to retreat it, then I top decked an energy, and then he brought it right back up.
If Riley doesn't have a way to retrieve his Pokemon, he can take a triple knockout.
That was really scary for me. And then I top decked Iono, and I drew 4 cards, and the last one was the energy I needed to win. That was probably the most memorable part for me. I didn't know I was going to win.
It's over! That is history made! Riley McKay is taking things down here at the Masters Finals.
Something I've learned playing Pokemon is that, like, even if something doesn't go your way, you make a bad play, you draw bad, you lose a set that you should have won, or just in life, if something bad happens, you have to move forward, even if it's difficult, and just make the best of your present situation and do everything you can in the moment. My #1 goal in general was just to get a top cut. I've come really close to getting top 8 at Masters Regionals before, but I never got there. At NAIC, one of the early rounds, I was losing kind of bad, and I was like, it just never works out. Maybe I'm never going to get top cut at anything. And I kept going. Managing to get like not 1, but 2 is just absolutely insane. I guess I really just love the game and all the people who play it, so I've never quit.
Played the video games when I was young, and then after a little while, my mom taught me the card game. We played at home for many years, and then eventually I figured out that people play this competitively. I went to my first league, figured out there was a whole tournament setting, and play Pokemon and everything, and from there I just started playing more and more, and eventually traveled the world and got to do all this. My favorite Pokemon is Celebi. It's been my favorite since childhood. It's just small, cute. I really like the 4th movie, which Celebi was in, and yeah, it's kind of been like my lucky mascot ever since. I always go to the bathroom before games, just so I don't have additional distractions at the very least. Try to drink a lot of water and keep myself energized throughout the day. But the most important prep is probably the day before when I go to sleep early. I think that's the most important part. I play Pokemon because it's so much fun. And the game itself is a lot of fun, so I enjoy the technical aspect of it, and I also enjoy the travel, hanging with friends, and meeting new people. That's all amazing. My best talent is definitely Pokemon, but I have other things I like to do as well. I have recently picked up chess a little bit. That's been actually quite fun, and then I also play a decent amount of tennis as well, which I also enjoy quite a lot. If I could be the designer of a card, I would probably like it to have some sort of consistency ability. So something that draws cards, or something that allows you to come back into games that you're far behind in. So some sort of comeback card I think would be very cool. I think my favorite Pokemon events are probably the World Championships in Hawaii and Japan. It's really hard to choose between them for me, but I'll definitely go with one of those. I actually listen to some of the Pokemon music as well, which is kind of fun. But I like a lot of fast-paced music. I listen to a little bit of everything. I'm Team Blastoise. I always pick the water starter whenever I play the Pokemon games, regardless of which one it is. So then I would have to go with Squirtle, and then that's Blastoise. So I'm Team Blastoise.
here we are back again at the Pokemon International Championships for North America here in New Orleans. Of course, I am Amy Wosley, and we are back with Alex Dow. We have a doozy for you on the feature match as we have Matthew Martinez and Fernando Cifuentes.
Yeah, we're going from some Titans in the last round into a round where we are featuring a former world champion in Fernando Cifuentes. And he's piloting a very unique deck there, Amy. Sylveon with that safeguard ability. It's going to be a real interesting matchup because Matthew is piloting that Cynthia's Garchomp EX. Well, that Garchomp EX is not going to be doing too much in this scenario, but there's a few little tricks in that deck, of course, that can try to overcome that safeguard ability. So this is going to be a real war of attrition. Is at least what it feels like.
Absolutely, and honestly, with some real innovative play here from Fernando, bringing Sylveon's safeguard ability does not allow EX Pokemon to deal damage to Sylveon. However, Matthew does have other Pokemon which can utilize attacks in the deck, which will be able to whittle away at the defenses of Fernando. So we're going to have a real interesting turn of events where Matthew's going to need to power up some Pokemon that aren't usually utilized, while Fernando's going to be trying to stop them, use Jumbo Ice Creams to heal, use Hero's Cape to add some big HP, and Zerosix Machinations to just prevent Matthew from being able to whittle away at those big defenses.
Yeah, I mean, just thinking about some of Fernando's decks over the period that we have seen him pilot to many a tournament. Of course, won that World Championship with that Iron Thorns EX, locking down your opponent's deck with that incredible ability. And we're going to be trying to lock down his opponents throughout this tournament as well. He has already, I would like to say, I've just worked this out, found out from everyone that we're working with as well, that he's actually taken down 5 Dragapults so far. He's currently 5-0 against different Dragapult variants, which is what you love to see when you're a deck with safeguards. I mean, it's going to be very similar to maybe what we've seen with like Russell before, of course, but we have things like Jacinth that's also in the deck, so extra heal when you need it to be.
Yeah, just being able to constantly heal and put your opponent's back up against a wall is really powerful. You're preventing anything from harming your Pokemon, and when it does, if it's not enough to knock it out, then guess what? We're just gonna heal our Psychic types right back up again. Jacinth is a card which I haven't seen utilized in a lot of decks at all yet. But honestly, I'm excited. I'm ready for her debut as well on this stage here in New Orleans, round 6.
Yeah, absolutely. Both our players are 5-0, of course, so 15 match points already. Can guarantee themselves in phase 2 with an additional point at the very least. But both players, of course, will be looking to try and take down their opponent to push themselves to 6-0 and really push themselves in a strong position as they continue to play through the Swiss rounds right now. But with Matthew, he's faced quite a few different matchups so far with this Cynthia's Garchomp EX deck. He's taken down all of them, of course, and he's looking for an opportunity to really put himself on the map by beating a former world champion, let's say. So we get a chance to see some of those prizes as they come down now from both our players. Double Buddy Buddy Poffin and the Cynthia's Power Weight could be impactful just to kind of keep some of those vital Pokemon alive and not knocked out from any Sylveon shenanigans. A couple of those Jacinths there also in the prizes. So we've spoken about it. It's going to be a lot of sort of attacks between both Pokemon, both sides of the board. Let's just see how well Fernando can really just kind of keep up that healing against attacks. As we do get the fist bump, Amy, we're about to kick things off for this Swiss round 6 at the North American International Championships. Looks like Matthew is going to be kicking us off. Does have double Cynthia's Gibble so on the board right now. Gets the Power Weight and an energy attachment as well. And it's going to be a pass over. It's going to be that Team Rocket's Articuno to kick things off for Fernando. His turn 1 now as well.
Yeah, so Gibble gained 70 HP from that turn. He is no squishy little fella no more. And Fernando's going straight into the deck with that Crispin, bringing us energy to the forefront. Getting that Articuno all ready to rumble with a Psychic Energy and a Water type energy. You do need to take 2 different types of energy when you play Crispin, but they can both come down. One will go to the hand, one will be attached to a Pokemon, and then you can choose to attach that secondary energy wherever you fancy. Now, Team Rocket's Articuno is used in a lot of archetypes which usually revolve around Team Rocket, but not this time.
Nope, purely saying that I'm going to play this card to be able to just defeat that pesky Alakazam decks there. So we do get the instant water energy attachment, also the attachment from hand. Don't know how strong this is right now. I mean, we can't find any of those EVs that we're really looking for. And here comes Matthew with the instant energy attachment to the active Gibble. We're going to see a Lily's Determination for the full 8 cards here as well. One of the best things about playing Cynthia's Garchomp is you have that pre-built-in sort of engine. You just need to find that first Cynthia's Gabite first, and you have multiple ways to get there. You're usually trying to find those Pokepads, or just kind of raw draw into one, and once you get one going, you get the full family.
Oh yeah, we want that whole package going. And Buddy Poffin gets us off that starting line. Probably going to want to see now, of course, those Cynthia's Roselia. And Matthew is eyeing up, of course, another Gibble. Very important. But I'm really looking at how important and impactful that Roserade is going to be in this matchup, because Matthew is going to need to boost the attack of these smaller Pokemon like Gibble and Gabite, and Roserade is going to do just that using Cheer to Glory.
So now we get that Pokepad. We're going to be looking for that first Gabite, and that then sets alive the ability to Champion's Call. Once during your turn, you may search your deck for a Cynthia's Pokemon, reveal it, and put it into your hand, and then you can start chaining this ability for a second Cynthia's Gabite as well. And then we can start just pulling more Cynthia's Pokemon onto the board state, maybe finding another Roselia, starting getting it prepped, readied, so that it can cheer off some of those attacks. We're going to see some Dragon Slice. But one of the most interesting thing here is, does Matthew know what he's up against? He's only seen an Articuno, and I guess it's not typical to see a Crispin.
I suppose that's it. The mystery, the air of mystery is certainly still here. So here we go. Now we see the first attack upon Articuno.
Yeah, Articuno with that resistance at this current moment in time. So only taking 10 damage. We do get a boss's orders from Fernando right now. I don't think that hand's looking too pretty. We do get an energy attachment of that spiky energy as well now. So we can actually Dark Frost. Wouldn't take the knockout, I don't believe, because it's only 60 damage base.
No, we would need a Team Rocket's energy, so just 60 damage on the Roselia there. Cynthia's Roselia still hanging on in there, but Fernando knows that the Roserade is a threat.
So where's one Roserade? So one of those abilities are live now, so an extra 30 damage to your opponent's active Pokemon. That almost nullifies the resistance here. So we get the attachment to the active Roselia to retreat. Gabite now in the active spot. Dragon's Call, we can now grab any Pokemon. This is the kind of awkward scenario. We can't take the knockout. We get the other Gabite as well. Now we have another further 2 Dragon's Call available to us. Instantly using that ability now. I'm sure we're going to have to see the other Roserade as well.
There we go. Not so squishy anymore, of course. Roserade now is in effect, bringing an extra 60 damage for the active Cynthia's Garchomp. And there it is, getting the knockout on the Articuno. Matthew didn't even get to see what Fernando was bringing to the table.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, this is very, very easy from Matthew's side of the board, being able to take down that lone Team Rocket's Articuno. Not the start Fernando would have wanted here, especially when you saw Matthew also kind of have to evolve up into that Cynthia's Garchomp EX, but
It was a necessity to take down that Articuno. And that was all she wrote, really. There wasn't really much Fernando could do from that position.
No, Fernando didn't quite see any Eevee. Pablo, what are we going to say about that match?
I think we're in for a surprise steal from Matthew's side. Had no idea. I saw Psychic Energy, so Spiky Energy, so Water Energy. If I didn't have the list right in front of me, Amy, I'd have no clue what I'm up against.
I think that's really fair to say.
Yeah, but I mean, Fernando clearly has made it so far in the tournament, probably with the surprise factor playing a huge role here. You expect Crossel and you expect the grass typing shenanigans, but I don't know if anyone's seeing those just since that might come into play. So we'll have to see if Fernando can pull back from this deficit here.
I think that's a really unique position that Fernando now finds himself in. A deck that is kind of unknown, and then really we are still in that mist of the unknown.
Yeah, plenty of time still on the clock as well, so we're going to see plenty of opportunity. We hope for Fernando to be able to build the board state that we want to see. We want to see this in action. I mean, we've yet to see Safeguard Sylveon really sort of come into the meta of format. I mean, most people are kind of semi-mentioned it before, that Crustle is the type of deck for, you know, Pokemon that we've currently been seeing with that type of similar ability. But this is where Fernando really needs to showcase exactly what he's been cooking with in terms of this Sylveon deck.
Yeah, we are still none the wiser. None the wiser. So many Eevee in so little time.
We are.
Oh no, we are.
We're very lucky.
Yeah, we're
great. We get this bird's eye view of absolutely everything. But maybe Matthew
doesn't know.
maybe he's seen it across the tables a bit further down. But here we go. This is going into game 2 now of our Swiss round 6. And it looks very similar once again. Team Rocket's Articuno. Team Rocket's Articuno in the active spot. Gibble in the active spot. And here comes a buddy-buddy popping from Matthew here. I'm sure we're going to start to see a similar setup, and then it's going to be on to Fernando. Can we work with a better hand than what we had in game 1?
Yep. We're looking at, of course, Gibble, and Matthew opts for the Cynthia's Roselia, using Pokepad to fetch another Roselia, clearly knowing that Fernando was kind of telling Matthew, really, that those Roselia are a threat in some way to his game plan. So now Matthew has taken that node and gone, okay, you didn't like my Roselia. They must be important with whatever you're cooking up. So here they are. We've got the energy attachment from Matthew, and we're back on to Fernando to see if he can piece together a more successful board state than last time.
Yeah, we definitely have some better cards this time. Pokemon has immediately hit the field, so this will finally give a chance for, if Matthew hasn't known already, to see some cards potentially that Fernando is going to be playing for this matchup. Really going to be trying to force maybe that Cynthia's Garchomp out onto the board. Could be an option, but we're going to have to get into those EVs and into that Sylveons. That one-off Espeon EX is also in the prizes. So now it's just seeing what direction Fernando goes in with these cards.
Fernando grabs that first Eevee, and finally there is a glimpse for Matthew of what this deck might entail. And first, Fernando's going in with a Pokegear to see what supporters lie in the wings ready for next turn.
Yep, double Pokegear in hand, so opportunity to try and find some better supporters. Does choose the Lily's Determination.
Eevee down, everyone! Finally, we get to see the Eevee on the bench as Fernando goes ahead and plays that Lily's Determination for 8 fresh cards. Huge amount right at the beginning to try and establish a stronger board, especially now that Matthew has had a little glimpse about what Fernando might be challenging.
So where do we go from here? What more do we want? We want some more EVs, I'm sure, just to maybe protect the board state a little bit. That Team Rocket's Articuno might just have to sit in the active spot
for the moment. Does find Buddy Buddy Poffin, so Fernando can find some additional cards or Pokemon should he choose to do so. So we do get the energy attachment to the benched Eevee as well. And it looks like we're going to see some more come down. Also, that Dedenne, which we've seen in so very useful matchups as well. Maybe not this one necessarily, but we do get it down for the moment.
Dedenne and Eevee join the bench. And finally, it looks like we're going to get to see a game, folks, because Fernando has a bench. 2 Eevee and a Dedenne. Some absolute cuties to bless our screens, but they are powerful, so don't you wait on them.
So here comes Champion's Call, I should say. From Matthew to grab a second Cynthia's Gabite, and then a second Champion's Call is going to be used to grab a Cynthia's Roserade. So now we can start swinging for a bit more damage than the 10 that we saw in game 1 if Matthew decides to use Dragon Slice here. We'll be able to deal with the 40 damage. But, oh, maybe we're bumping it up.
Another one. We got Roserade, of course. Wow, Boss's orders. Eevee taking a big KO. Finally seeing Dragon Slice in action. Eevee goes to the discard pile, and Dedenne is promoted by Fernando. Dedenne has seen play in a couple of decks since we last saw it a few tournaments ago. And here we go, as Sylveon finally blesses the bench with its Safeguard.
Yep, it's got 120 HP, that Safeguard ability that stops it being attacked from EX Pokemon. Does require 3 energies, 1 Psychic, 2 colorless energy cards to be able to fire off a magical shot for 100 damage. Now, this is where we're going to start talking about that war of attrition, because we know Cynthia's Pokemon could be cheered on to be dealing a lot more damage, extra 30 damage for each Roserade in play, but you won't be able to evolve up to a Cynthia's Garchomp to start swinging away on a Sylveon. It has to be that Gabite. So how do we reach the 120? We're going to need 3.
That's some good Pokemath there, Alex. Of course, Matthew has decided that it is Cynthia's Garchomp time regardless, because he can still utilize Cynthia's Garchomp EX to take out other threats such as Dedenne, who is sat pretty in the active right now, as Fernando decided to just use Electromagnetic Sonar to receive a card back from the discard pile. Matthew does have the ability right now to utilize Garchomp, so it feels like a why not situation. Get that power behind Cynthia's Garchomp in the first place, and then he can use these other attackers that are on the bench to deal with the Sylveon later.
Yep, absolutely. And it also doubles up as the extra draw support as well. That's one of the other key factors that Cynthia's Garchomp EX does have going for itself, that corkscrew dive, dealing 100 damage for 1 fighting energy, but you may then draw cards up until you have 6 in your hand. Again, at least we can start taking down some of these critters on Fernando's side of the board. So, Matthew, which direction do we go here?
What are we getting? It's going to be an energy, of course. We need a little bit more to really power up that board if you're Matthew. So where's it going to go? Where's it going to sit? Because that corkscrew drive is feeling tempting. So is it necessary to add more energy to the existing Garchomp eventually?
No, it seems unlikely, just because you're really dealing plenty of damage. We've already done the energy attachment earlier. We now grab a second prize. Also, Matthew grabs another second prize off the prizes. It's going to be that Larry skill that goes to hand, a very unique supporter as well. Fernando here playing the Team Rocket's Petrol.
Yeah, we got more than one Rocket Pokemon, and of course we get the beautiful Hero's Cape popped onto Sylveon. Thank you, Fernando, giving the Regal Sylveon great treatment to add 100 HP to its total, which is going to be incrementally important when you consider the amount of extra damage Matthew is able to pump out now.
Yep, and Matthew retaliates with his own HP boosting tool card. That Cynthia's power weight there has been attached to the Cynthia's Garchomp EX, and instantly corkscrew dives, I should say, that Team Rocket's Articuno for a knockout, and it's over to Fernando now. He only has the Sylveon in play with that Hero's Cape, with that one Psychic Energy, and having played the Lily's Determination, Fernando will not be able to fire off an attack, I don't believe, because we can't crisp in at the same time.
Fernando doesn't need to necessarily attack now. Fernando is trying to create this lock situation where he's able to just have Sylveon and feel pretty safe in that, so that Matthew physically cannot take enough prize cards throughout this game if they're only going to utilize Garchomp. It is just a pass over to Matthew as now this Sylveon lock begins to take place. And Matthew's going to have a bit of a tough time now deciding how we're going to deal with Sylveon's ability. It's gonna have to be some goodbye action with Dragon Slice, surely.
Yep, and then this is the war of attrition that we're looking to see, because there's going to be an attacks announced if we're going to use Dragon Slice as we do maneuver into it now. Matthew maneuvers into the active spot, that Cynthia's Gabite with the cheer on the glory ability.
Guess what that top deck was, Alex?
It's one of those fantastic healing cards that Fernando has just top decked. But don't forget, there's quite a few different ways to keep healing, as we do now get Fernando, well, get to see Fernando actually play down a Hilda for an energy card. And we do finally have Sylveon that can actually attack and start swinging away into Matthew's board.
We got the Jumbo Ice Cream, of course, with now 3 energy attached to Sylveon. It's delicious ice cream time. Sylveon is now only got 20 damage counters remaining, and it's over to Matthew after a big KO.
Monkey Dory freed from the prizes by Fernando, and we've lost 1 Gabite. Maybe this is where that attachment of that tool is going to come back to haunt Matthew a little bit, because that would have been one way to survive some additional attacks there. And it's going to be an evolution up with the other Gabite here to the Cynthia's Garchomp EX as well. So Matthew here now working with double Garchomp EX on his board. And it's just going to be a pass over.
Goodness gracious, Sylveon does get the extra breathing room that Fernando was hoping for. And now it's a case of Fernando managing Matthew's resources at this stage as well. Matthew needs to make sure that... Oh, yeah, Fernando's trying to make it difficult for Matthew to do much at all as Kibble goes down, one of the only threats to this Sylveon at this stage.
There's not much left. We have to be a bit careful. Guess one of the concerns that Fernando, if he does attack into something like a Cynthia's Garchomp EX at some stage, we know there is a pesky Cynthia Spiritomb waiting in the wings with that Raging Curse attack as well. That does 10 damage for each damage counter on all of your bench Cynthia's Pokemon. So maybe almost baiting Fernando into attacking into it at some stage is the plan here for Matthew.
I don't know. If I'm Fernando, I'd be thinking, oh, I don't really want to be using those attacks. And I imagine Fernando has tested this deck absolutely within an inch of the time that he had to prepare for this event. Jacynth is finally revealed. So at this point, do we utilize Jacynth? Do we heal up? Or it could just be a pass the turn to continue to put the pressure on Matthew.
Yeah, and that's going to be one of those key things to be watching out for when you say pass, Amy, because at this current moment in time, Matthew has gone through a bit more of the deck just by utilizing that Dragon's Call ability or Champion's Call ability to be able to keep pulling out Cynthia's Pokemon.
And here we go,
Fernando
Alex,
just doesn't attack.
Great
it's instant passes.
And Spiky Energy, of course, on Sylveon now is going to make the difference as well, because it makes it even more dangerous to attack into. We're just passing back and forth. We're back to Matthew. That was a draw of the Buddy Poffin and might play it. But it looks like, again, Matthew's going to be assessing his resources and seeing what's worthwhile. It's a pass back over to Fernando, pass back to Matthew.
And there's going to be...
It's tennis over here. Are we playing Pokemon TCG or what?
Amy's head's turning left and right constantly between both our players right now. But one of the other key things we should start to mention, Fernando can start causing real shenanigans with that 0-6 machinations that he also plays. So once things keep passing over, we'll just remove some of those key resources from Matthew's side and make it a lot harder for Matthew to even then mount a sort of actual game plan into what Fernando's doing right now. We're not attacking, we're not putting damage on the board, we're just letting you draw your cards.
Fernando has a dastardly plan with that 0-6 machinations, and they are absolutely just making sure to use every trick in the book to be able to utilize it. They used Crispin, but decided to only take one card, and then that does go to the hand. If you chose to take two, that's when one must be attached. So that was that little chatter between the players. And now we're back to passing back and forth between Fernando and Matthew. It's just going to keep going until Fernando finds the optimum time to play 0-6. It's going to be quite the fright. If you're Matthew, you don't want to be seeing it. Probably very much not expecting it at this stage either. And with not many ways to shuffle our own hands at the moment into the deck, it's going to be quite the surprise when eventually 0-6 pops up.
Yep, it does just look like Fernando was double checking how many cards are remaining in his deck as well. It's one of those resource management things that we have to keep an idea of. And those hand motions are just so back and forth, Amy. There's not really much else we need to be thinking about. Fernando also double checking what Matthew has access to in terms of decks. But that 0-6 machinations has finally come down.
Oh my goodness. Matthew now has to discard cards from their hand until he only has 3 remaining. Whoa! This is the moment that Matthew did not want to come into play. Making sure that he's keeping lilies so that he has a way to shuffle that hand back into the deck, because we have limited ways of doing that. Lily's one of the only supporters allowing that in this format. It'll stretch Matthew's resources just that little bit further, but it's not going to be enough.
Yep, and it's one of those key things there, Fernando, making sure 0-6 was played before Matthew actually used a Lily's Determination, so we can get maximum value from that 0-6, and also means that he didn't have to wait any longer for more cards to be picked into the hand just from passing over. And really, it's real difficult. I mean, like I said, we're very lucky to see all of the resources, all of the cards in both players' decks. There's a Lily's Determination played now by Matthew, but what is remaining is probably about 9 cards, 9, 10 cards maybe. I mean, we'll find out shortly exactly, but it looked like from a quick fan, there's not many turns left for Matthew to keep passing across.
I tell you what, I've got a very, very interesting idea as to why Matthew is playing this out, and it may well be that he's trying to see what Fernando has in the deck ready for the next game. So watching what your opponent's got, but that is it, and Matthew is taken down by a Sylveon in the active as they were going to deck out one of our alternate win conditions. You don't see it often, folks, but where you are seeing it is here with the Pokemon International Championships in New Orleans.
Yeah, you can see how well-versed Fernando is with that deck of his. That deck choice, just being able to know that, well, I'm not going to need to attack here when I know my opponent can't really do too much back to me. I mean, those spiky energies, especially when you're not dealing any damage, you don't take any damage back either. So it's really just kind of having those energies there. And then just playing that 0-6 Machinations, really just kind of completely shutting down any opportunity for Matthew to release Determination out of that massive hand and really prolong the game further.
Pablo, talk to us about that game.
Yeah, I mean, Fernando got to where he needed to be, right? I think the surprise factor, the fact that Matthew had 0 information on Fernando's deck definitely came into play here. I think now that Matthew has full information, We should try to play differently. I'd be very surprised if we see a Garchomp EX hit the field, other than perhaps Matthew trying to rush a win like we saw in game 1. So we really need to see Matthew adapt to this, need to conserve even their Roselias, right? Roserade is important, increase our damage output, put a lot of pressure, but we need to hold off on evolving. And all of a sudden, Gabite, Gible, and Roselia are going to be the stars of this match.
Yeah, absolutely. Thank you very much, Pablo. It looks like we've just got just over 24 minutes remaining heading into this game 3, and we've already started things off here. Eevee is already in the active spot, has that Ascension attack as well, so as long as Fernando has an energy, we're going to see a very quick evolve into a Sylveon. But Matthew will be looking to just try and build that board state, that perfect board state. Maybe needs to get well, not maybe, he needs to get multiple Gabites, to get multiple Roserades. That Cheer On to Glory ability really allows you to be able to do so. But just as Matthew's looking at those prizes, we get a glimpse as well. Double Gabite prized, Amy.
It's not really what you want to see when Matthew knows that he needs to go fast. Matthew really wants to repeat game 1 at this point and prevent Fernando from creating that Sylveon lock.
Yep, we get the power weight also attached to the active Gible, so it's grown an extra 70 HP. And now Fernando will get to play that Pokegear 3.0. Look at the top 7 cards. Find a supporter or choose a supporter if you find any there. And it's just the boss's orders for the moment. What is in the hand? There's no energies, but there's a few different things we can try and work with.
Yeah, it's an odd choice when you don't get a choice from Pokegear. There were just 2 boss's orders, so there Fernando really is forced into just using the Team Rocket's petrol that's in hand to be able to kind of make this board state a lot more fruity, with some more Eevee and possibly a Dedenne again. That worked really well last game to get set up properly. But first, of course, as ever, it's time to check out what's in the deck.
Yeah, absolutely. That Buddy Poffin is only that 1 copy because there's no energy in hand, so we couldn't see an Ascension to try and just buff up the HP of that Eevee for the moment. You don't just want to use that you don't want to just use the petrol just for a Hero's Cape and then just kind of give Eevee an opportunity to get knocked out anyway. So we're getting some more Eevees down, you know, just kind of try and stabilize this way. And we're going to have to try and draw out of that hand for the moment. So we know there's a boss's orders there. We've seen a couple of other cards, but it's over to Matthew to take the initiative here and maybe just start applying a lot of pressure. We know we're taking a knockout because that Dragon Slice is dealing 40. Eevee is pretty weak against fighting types, Amy.
Yeah, Matthew's now got the tricky job of making that board as flush as humanly possible while also just promoting their own game and making sure that every piece of the puzzle to possibly be able to thwart that Sylveon's plan is in place.
Yeah, and here is that chain that we've spoken about already in both game 1 and games 2. That Champion's Core ability to be chained into a second and then into a Cynthia's Roserade here. Lily's Determination is also played as well. Maybe could have tried to get maximum value to draw into those Roserades, maybe if you didn't use the second Champion's Call, but we're set up anyway pretty well. We already are dealing a base 70 damage with Dragon Slice. We know Sylveon has 120 HP, I should say. Then Hero's Cape is what buffs it up to 220. So it's going to be the first prize knockout here from Matthew's side of the board. And what can Fernando work with? We have Sylveon in hand, which is pretty good start. But just the boss's orders.
Oh, on the Roserade already, trying to make Matthew jump through more hoops to get to their destination. It's a bit of a struggle.
I don't like that hand, Amy. A couple of just simps. The Night Stretcher being used now. So Fernando prioritizing getting that Eevee back because we have a second Night Stretcher in hand as well. But Matthew has an opportunity here just to use an energy to retreat. Cynthia's Roserade just having to work out
Okay, we've got energy on these Gabite. We're going to call for the champion. Ring, ring. Who's in the deck? Of course, it's Rose Raid, making sure that our Pokemon are going to do that lovely extra damage. But with the Rose Raid currently kind of trapped in the active, we're going to need a switch card. And that's exactly what Matthew has in hand to be able to switch into, of course, our Cynthia's Gabite for Dragon Slice time. But it won't quite yet be enough. Now, I'm concerned about the amount of Lily's determination that are already in the discard pile. This is the bit that is currently making me a little bit worried, because if Fernando does manage to keep this Sylveon lock in place, it is a little bit scary if you're Matthew, because we don't have as many ways to shuffle all of those cards in our hand back into the deck so that he doesn't get Zerosicked again.
So Dragon Slice right now with double Cynthia's Rose Raid, 100 damage. That's what he can deal to the opponent's active Pokemon. Does get the Cynthia's Power Weight on the other Cynthia's Gabite now. And it's just going to be 100 damage, so that Sylveon does hang around. Top deck's Jacynth.
Oh, it's Jacynth time! Finally, we get to see the lady in purple showing us what she's got. You actually just heal 150 damage from one of your Psychic-type Pokemon. A very heavy count of Jacynth in this deck, as it's incredibly important to keep that Sylveon nice and healthy. Back to Matthew's turn.
Premium Power Pro selected as the item of choice from that Team Rocket's Petrol that will allow Matthew to overcome the additional HP that it previously wasn't able to from Dragon Slice. And it's a knockout on that Sylveon. Jacynth not really putting enough work there, because Sylveon only has 120 HP. And we're in trouble, Amy. We have two more.
We got another Sylveon. Don't worry, Alex. Night Stretcher's bringing Sylveon back into play for Fernando. And now Fernando's job is just to try and once again create that lock. But passing over to Matthew, hopefully Matthew's able to once again use those pro tactics to get more knockauts.
Yeah, well, the interesting aspect there was it looks like Matthew was trying to keep that space open in case Fernando ever did get an attack off. Against, again, another instant heal from Jacynth on that Sylveon in the active spot.
And passing straight over.
We just need another Rosa Raid. So here we go. Champion's Call ability to grab the third Rosa Raid. Mean you are dealing 130 damage now because of Cheer On to Glory.
There we go. That's the number we needed to hit. And indeed, Matthew has strung together enough Rosa Raid to bring all of that damage all the way up, so that Cynthia's Gabite is taking a big old knockout on Sylveon once again.
Top deck of that Psychic Energy from that Eevee, but not enough at this stage. Just has been working with a really bad hand. Team Rocket's Articuno in the active spot.
Matthew's got to keep up this pressure, got to keep on stringing together back-to-back knockouts to just keep Fernando from getting that Sylveon with its glorious cape. Okay, knocking out, of course, the Team Rocket's Articuno thanks to an evolution to Cynthia's Garchomp EX.
Saved by a top deck maybe, but is it too little too late? So let's see if this Lily's determination can really pull through for Fernando.
How determined is Lily? How determined is she to help Fernando get out of this really sticky situation with a deck that can overcome Sylveon's oppressive ability?
We're going to need to have to hit that Hero's Cape, because otherwise...
Oh, here we go. He knows the stakes.
So
Come on, Fernando, let's see what are in those 8 cards.
We don't have Hero's Cape.
No.
Even if we evolve up, it could spell a lot of trouble. We don't really want to play that EX down. There's a Sylveon to the active spot now.
It's a tricky situation. You don't really want to.
Just
but having a look at Matthew's discard pile to see what resources have been used up so far, noting those 2 Lily's Determination already used by Matthew, there might be a little bit of time that we can wiggle out of this situation yet, if you're Fernando.
Oh, sorry, it was just a Try and pivot.
It'll keep us
into.
in the game. That's the important part. Attaching an energy, and we've got the ability Adrena Pheromone, which is something we haven't seen a lot of in play at all. Adrena Pheromone only works, though, if we do have that darkness energy attached.
Yeah, it's just another tricky Pokemon that sometimes your opponent is unable to get through. As we do get a free retreat into that Gabite there. Sylveon going down once again. Hits the dark energy off the top, it looked like.
Ooh, that might keep Fernando in the game, Alex. It's a last-ditch effort, but it could pull through. Petrol now coming into play, attempting to help out Fernando. We are going for the cape, and looks like Fernando's going to try and hold on with the Fezandipity for as long as possible.
Yep, I mean, being able to now have to get through 220 HP Pokemon, I mean, it then has to be the Cynthia's Garchomp EX, which could do it in one go. But then it's on a flip.
It is. We've got to go coin flipping, and it's going to be a struggle if you're Fernando now. So Matthew's going into the Cynthia's Garchomp to bring forth much more attacking power. And we're going for this coin flip. It's going to be big.
Tails.
Oh. Here we go then. We do get to utilize that Fezandipity.
So 100 base plus the 3 Roserades on the board, so 190 damage total. The Hero's Cape really saving that Fezandipity at the moment.
Really putting the pressure on as well. Fernando now can't use Jacynth on the same turn. So that is a bit of a struggle for Fernando. Boss's orders, Roserade. Can Fernando get out of this situation? Or is it just too little too late? It's a pass with an attempt for Fernando to keep this Roserade in the active. Can Matthew bring Roserade back?
There you go, Amy, fighting Gong to be able to attach to the active and retreat.
It's the Gong of victory. That's what I'm hearing, Alex. As now Roserade is back on that bench. Matthew promotes, attacks. Here's the coin flip.
Heads.
Heads.
Fernando survives another turn.
Oh, Fezandipity is hanging on in there. What a ride, a roller coaster we are on right now. Thanks to Fernando and Matthew putting on quite the show. Looks like Jacynth is being considered, but it's a Pokegear first, so Fernando can have every possible option open to him.
What do we see from the 7 cards? Is there anything we can pick?
A Hilda? Okay. I'm not loving Hilda in this situation, I'll be honest. She's not particularly the most helpful supporter. An energy and an evolution Pokemon, well, Fezandipity doesn't evolve, and we have plenty of energy right now.
Yeah, but this is where Fernando will be looking at the resources that he saw from Game 2 that he won. Were there any recovery for those energy cards? Were there any energy cards that still remain? If we continue to try and Boss's order something else, but we have to go down the healing route for the moment. So Fernando does heal up with that Jacynth.
Fezandipity, can you hang in there? There's an energy attachment. The attack has been announced. Fernando needs to flip that coin.
Heads again. What?
Ooh, we are getting away with it here.
I think I'm a bit speechless. I didn't expect a Draconic Buster there, especially when you are
low on energy.
Potentially low on energy. And that's the scary thing, especially when Corkscrew Dive was dealing enough damage with 190 because of the 3 Roserades.
Ooh.
This is
My
going
word.
to be...
You would feel like you wanted to go safe than sorry in this situation. I would probably have tried to keep my energy attached and just keep whittling away at this Fezandipity. Fezandipity got away with it for 2 turns in a row, and now this might change the entire tide of the game, thanks to Adrena Pheromone.
And that Jumbo Ice Cream now putting out of range of a Corkscrew Dive now as well. Fernando just may have found a small window of opportunity here. Pokepad pulling out an Eevee into his hand.
Okay, here we go. There's a missed energy. Fernando just protecting Pheasantipity as much as possible and passing over to Matthew. Now with this very unusual lock in place. Not typically what we were expecting to see from Fernando with this Sylveon deck, but honestly, I'm astounded to see how well he is playing and how effectively this Pheasantipity is being used. Okay, Matthew has evolved up another Cynthia's Garchomp EX.
Swing, where's another head? That's 3 in a row.
Get out of town! Boss, the Rose Raid one more time. Fernando saying, I think you're so low on energy. I think you're so low that you cannot surely at this point.
This will tell us. This fighting gong will tell us.
Okay,
there's
one,
a couple.
two. There's 2 more. There's 2 more. We're going to use 1 more. Fernando is making Matthew jump through as many hoops as humanly possible at this stage. Look at this. Oh, what we've got left. My
We've got
goodness.
4 in the discard. Well, 5 shortly once he retreats that Roserade in the active spot. He's going to be looking to try and just basically hit through this Adrena Pheromone ability. We're announcing attack again. Matthew, do you deal damage or not?
I don't see it.
Oh, wait, it's rolled
Going
off
again.
table. Tails.
Woo! The damage goes on Pheasantipity, but it isn't enough to knock out. Onto Fernando's turn to try and heal this Pheasantipity, keep it in the game. So far, 24 total discards if you're Fernando. Doesn't look like, have we got the heal?
I mean, 3 Synth have been used
already
so far by Fernando, and 1 Jumbo Ice Cream. Remember, we saw a lot of those.
Gonna go for the ice creams. God, Fernando is going to try and go ice cream shopping, but is the store going to come to him or not?
3 left. Wait, I believe 2 left in deck, sorry.
Yep, 2 left. We need to see some delicious ice cream action. Will Fernando draw into it? Oh, there's one. There's 2 ice cream. But how many are optimal right now?
Still, if even with both used, Corkscrew Dive does mean you can still take the knockouts if you can hit through that Adrena Pheromone. Because you heal 80.
Yeah, it's going to have to be 2 ice cream. Fernando healing up to 190.
Doesn't change much, right? So now Energy Feather being used by Fernando to attack into this Cynthia's Garchomp EX. Corkscrew Dive does deal 190 damage, 100 base plus the 3 Cheer On to Glory Cynthia's Roserade. Or is there...
This could be the final coin flip, but I don't know if we're going to be able to survive anymore, this poor Pheasantipity.
Don't second guess yourself. I mean, you have free retreat, so you can maneuver around.
It's so true.
So it's just this attack announcement here. Final Corkscrew Dive, maybe. 190 damage you deal, but you have to hope Fernando doesn't flip ahead. I think we're just deliberating exactly how much damage you do.
This. This is the moment. We're making sure that it's going to
Here we go.
knock out.
Amy. It's a head. We're surviving again.
Pheasantipity is still pulling on through. Gosh. And we've got the Pokegear, so Fernando can now look for Boss or Jacinth.
Found Boss's orders. So there you go, instantly picking the Roserade once again.
Fernando knows exactly the right target for that Boss's orders. So Roserade is once again in the active spot, and Matthew's going to need to dig around for energy to once again attempt to get Roserade out of the active spot. Roserade is not made for attacking.
Not in this build. Certainly not dealing or doing anything other than just cheering on your other Cynthia's Pokemon. It's going to be a pass over. We need that energy to retreat. We haven't got it yet, otherwise I'm sure it would have been committed. Matthew would have to find the energy to attach a retreat. Can't find it yet.
Another attachment and a pass. Fezandipity is putting in so much work right now. A pass back over again, and Fernando just attaching energy like wild to Fezandipity.
So Rosik's Machinations also in hand as well for a future turn. I mean, that deck's starting to look pretty thin from his side compared to what we saw in Game 2.
Very much so.
Fernando here just deliberating what he works with in terms of the actual energy attachments, because he's trying to get enough energies attached to this Pokemon to maybe take down a Cynthia's Roserade. Then Cynthia's Garchomp can't deal 190, so that would guarantee an extra turn on top as well, or maybe even to try and just start plowing through those Cynthia's Garchomp at some stage. It's just a pass over again. Matthew needs to find this energy and then needs Fernando to not hit heads. We've seen a lot of heads this time, Amy.
So very many, but that's why this Fezandipity has stuck around in the deck for Fernando. A brilliant choice, clearly showing the strength of Fezandipity in a different light. We're flipping the script, but not with the ability, but with the adaptation of this single prize Fezandipity and Adrenopheromone.
We're getting those hand motions again, Amy, as well. Both our players passing through their turns at the moment. Time is ticking. Just over 3 minutes remaining to try and come to a conclusion here. Both players 1 game up. So
it's a tough situation for sure.
We're just going to have an opportunity to just double check the board. I think both players just deliberating with the judges, and yep, it looks like, well, there was more hand motions.
Yeah, we're just having a little look at the whole board state, checking everything is in order, and indeed it is. So onwards with our battle of attrition. Can Fezandipity continue to stick in there? Matthew got an energy, is choosing to commit it to Cynthia's Garchomp, leaving Roserade in the active furthermore.
Yep, there you go. So it's just, there's just the final one.
Yep, Fernando's
decided
decided to go for that and take that 30 damage. That is, like, as you said, Alex, the final Jacynth, so no more healing from Jacynth going forward. Matthew now opting to play Lily's Determination, shuffling the hand into the deck, trying to avoid that situation that he had last game. Oh, it's a tricky battle at this stage. Matthew needing to play not to lose at this stage.
Chose to attach it to the benched Cynthia's Garchomp, maybe saying that I may need to use Draconic Buster at some stage, but it could have been committed to the active and retreated. It's one of those special energy cards that as long as it's attached to a Pokemon, it provides fighting energy. Prevent all attacks, effects of attacks used by your opponent's Pokemon done to fighting Pokemon this card is attached to.
Yep. Just a pass over to Matthew.
There's
now we attach Retreat and
are we going for a Buster again? No, just the... Yeah, it has to discard. It's a Tails! Finally a knockout!
Gets it! Matthew, as champions, called his way to victory through the absolute wall that his opponent built.
I think I've gone in all different directions watching that. It was such an interesting way to see it conclude. The Draconic Buster, the discarding of the energies, so vital in this matchup, especially when you saw Fernando targeting down Pokemon which then didn't have ways to retreat. But Matthew pulls through against a very tricky deck, something he's probably not well versed in facing, with a deck that we don't really expect as well. I think I'm going to need to come to you, Pablo. Talk me through this.
Oh, that was crazy to watch. That might have been one of the craziest games I have ever seen. And I mean, this was not, you could not script this better, honestly. That was absolutely crazy, Alex.
Yeah, it was just, it was such an interesting way. I mean, we've seen Fernando with multiple hands he had to try and work out. Tried to play through as well. I mean, Matthew took game 1. Game 2 was just one of those scenarios where we saw Fernando finally just realize we don't need to attack. We've taken down the threats, and then we can just pass it over, and I'm going to win.
Honestly, both players played this so magically that we got to see entirely different games each time.
Yep, exactly that. I mean, Pablo, this was the game, right? This was one of the most interesting aspects that we saw, from a terrible start for Fernando to multiple head splits eventually. But Matthew using all types of different attackers throughout this moment. We had the Gabites Dragon Slice, we had the Cynthia's Garchomp's Corkscrew Dive, we saw Draconic Buster. It really was a way to just keep seeing these flips. I mean, just look at them go, Amy.
It was honestly a majestic dance as Pheasantipity was flipping around the board, avoiding these Garchomp's attacks back to back and then healing up above them.
Yeah, and then that was the final moment, the final flip. And you could just see the relief on Matthew's face there when he finally was able to attack through that Pheasantipity's ability and just saw Fernando finally hit that tails and finally allowed him to take his final prize.
I didn't expect to be calling out Pheasantipity in such an unusual way during this event, and I'm so pleased that we got to see that deck building ingenuity.
Yeah, I mean, it was great to kind of see both the decks, right? I mean, Cynthia's Garchomp is not something we've really had to consider in this format or this meta recently. It had kind of a little bit of early success after the rotation, kind of fell off a little bit because it felt like all these grass types were appearing as well. But when you're hitting into a field of Dragapults, usually you have a pretty good time. And in this kind of matchup, because you have access to Gabite and then, of course, the Rosaries to power up your Pokemon and the Premium Power Pros, there's quite a few different things going for it. I mean, Matthew's the one who's 6-0 right now.
I tell you what, I'm just getting a champion's call, and Emily's on the floor right now with him. Let's go chat.
Thank you so much, casters. I am now here with the winner of our last match, Matthew. You are now sitting at undefeated at 6-0, guaranteeing your spot in Phase 2. Tell me how you're feeling and walk me through that last match, because I'm sure you really didn't expect to play Sylveon Control here at NAIC.
Yes, I really didn't expect to play that for my match to help me get into day 2. It was definitely a really fun one. If anything, it was the funnest out of all of them I played today. I mean, those coin flips, man, they really had me jumping. Thankfully, that last coin flip landed a tails in order for me to get that huge knockout.
So how do you adapt as Cynthia's Garchomp EX on the fly to something like Sylveon with that safeguard ability where your Garchomps aren't going to be able to actually hit through it?
So when it comes to Cynthia's Garchomp, I really love the deck because it's so consistent. Like, no matter how much I have in my hand, if I have a Gibble, a Gabite, I could set up a game. It just takes me a couple of Champions Calls, which I think are amazing abilities. I love the Roselias and the Roserades. They really help you set up the extra damage, especially for taking out bigger Pokemon like Dragapult or Megas in this format.
Well, Garchomp is type 2 weakness to grass here, and you've chosen to play Garchomp in a field that Teal Mask, Ogerpon, and Meganium are number 2 in the meta share. Is just the consistency what you need and what you're comfortable with in order to kind of feel like you're okay to play Garchomp in an environment like this?
Yes, it's definitely the consistency that really helps, because a lot of the games that I've won learning this deck were from me getting set up while my opponent couldn't set up because he didn't have a good starting hand.
Well, thank you so much, Matthew. I know you have some very supportive people in the front row that you probably want to give a little bit of a shout out to. So take your time, give some shout outs. This is your moment to thank your family.
I love first 2 people to shout out is my mom and my dad. This would not be possible without them 2 supporting it. It's just a kid that likes Pokemon. And then also their friends, Josh and Sabrina, they're the people I've always trained with when it comes to Pokemon. Their local card shop has really helped me strengthen up to come here today.
Well, thank you so much, Matthew, as you are now officially heading into Phase 2 of the tournament at 6-0, undefeated. Casters, let's take it back to you.
An expert at the game and a heartfelt shout out. What an absolute inspiration.
Yeah, absolutely. Just like Matthew there, we're all
you know, lovers of the game as well, because it's just something we've all grown up with, and it's just incredible to see like that actual heartfelt, you know, just it's very touching, I think, for all of us, especially from your side of the local card shops, the local games, the people that you see come through your shop all the time, and again, everyone who has family that kind of supports them through, and I think it's a true testament of what Pokemon brings to places like these, and that's why we're here.
Absolutely. It starts at your local scene, which of course I imagine lots of you lovelies at home are going to all of the time, and then you work your way up and you could find yourself on this very broadcast here in New Orleans for the North American International Championship. Such a huge honor to have players doing so very well on our screens today.
Yeah, and I promise you this time I have Pablo ready. Pablo, come here, let's talk to me. Talk me through what's gone on throughout this feature match.
I mean, you definitely caught me off guard there, Alex, but what a game we saw. I mean, games 1 and game 2 were pretty, game 1 was pretty meh, game 2 was pretty standard. Game 3 though was absolutely wild, and I really want to give props to Fernando for finding, like, this is why he's a former world champion, right? He found the best way to just make the best out of a bad situation despite the Premium Power Pro. I think at this point, the lack of benching of Roselia signified that Matthew hadn't really figured out everything, and it's really hard to do right on the spot, but eventually he got the triple Roserade and he was just running through those Sylveons at that point.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I was going to ask you a little bit earlier about what was the perfect board state for this deck, right? I mean, it's easy to say from up here, and this is where it kind of felt like it got to that stage.
Yep. That's it. That's the perfect board state, right? The triple Roselia, all the Gabites in play, no need for anything else. And I think Fernando was definitely like close to conceding, but then we got that top deck of the Lilies, right? And that got us a Fezandipity, and Fezandipity might have given us the most exciting game all day for sure. Those coin flips were next level.
Yeah, have you seen anything more exciting when we've seen coin flips? I mean, coin flips are back in the format now. We've seen crushing hammers, we've seen confusion flips, and now we get Fezandipity's ability as well. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, this Fezandipity was so clutch, obviously with that Heroescape giving it that extra bulk, the Darkness Energy, activating the Adrena Pheromone ability, and then we had this very clutch turn where Matthew decided to discard the energy. I think that was definitely a turning point that gave Fernando a lot of hope, both in terms of my opponent definitely has not figured out exactly what to do, right? Because Corkscrew Drive was enough to activate the ability without having to discard all the energy, and then he really went into full like control mode, trying to find the boss's orders, bring those Roserades to the active spot, try to get them stuck there. But Matthew was always, or almost always, able to find the right energy at the right time to retreat and keep up the pressure.
And that pressure was seen in every aspect. Fernando just had to keep trying to hold on in there, and the tension between these two players was so apparent.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, all Matthew just had to keep doing was announce those attacks, right? And eventually got to the stage where it just comes down to whether Fernando can flip those coins or not. Because Fernando was never attacking. There was a point, though, Pablo, where he started to load up those energies.
Yeah, these energies, this huge amount of energies was so clutch. I mean, in the end, it came down to that Draconic Buster that got the knockout, right? Which, once again, I would definitely question, because discarding, if that was a head flip, the game ends when it shouldn't have, right? But I think Fernando was definitely trying to plan something where he was trying to load up enough energy on the Fezandipity to be able to KO both of these Garchomps. There were so many energy right here that if you manage to KO that 2 energy Garchomp, you take yourself out of the Draconic Buster range, all of a sudden, this previously damaged Garchomp attacks you again, but you survive the hit. It's 190 damage. Now, Fernando also had the opportunity, every time he brought up our Roserade, he could have knocked it out, and that would have also helped him be out of range. That's when the double Jumbo Ice Cream draw would have actually put him out of range, because it was only 160 damage instead of 190. So there was so much at play. Clearly, both players were definitely improvising quite a bit, right? And I can't fault them for it. This was an amazing game to watch, and this is why I love Pokemon so much. The ability to, like, do things on the fly, adapt, and once again, major props to Fernando. He figured, I have a better chance at winning this game by flipping enough heads than trying to stall myself through Sylveon.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, it's just a joy to watch also, just the kind of celebration, the relief Matthew felt like finally he's hit a tails, right? When I need it to happen as well. And I think that's just, again, just a true testament to the kind of excitement that we do get in the Pokemon trading card game for everyone at all levels as well. I mean, Matthew's the one who's trying to put himself on the map, you know? He's now 6-0 heading into this phase 2. And, you know, Fernando's going to be looking to try and do exactly the same thing, you know, push himself a bit further as well. Still in a fantastic spot. But yeah, I love this game.
Both players put on quite the show, but we've had a very long history of Pokemon players who have shown us really what this game is all about. So we're going to show you a moment in Pokemon history.
Hey Pokemon trainers, welcome to Pokemon Championships History, a series where we showcase important matches throughout the history of competitive Pokemon. It's time to flash back to Championship Sunday at the 2023 North America International Championships.
Welcome to the finals in the junior division of the Pokemon video game.
Most iconic moments in Pokemon come from trainers in the Masters division, but this time around, the juniors stole the show in Columbus. The trainers in the juniors division often show the purest form of passion for the game of Pokemon.
I've just got a couple questions about the championship.
I've never been to a championship. Oh, this is a national. Whatever.
Avery's energy made him an immediate fan favorite.
We got Avery from the United States and Takumi from Australia. I am enchanted with these trainers.
Avery made it to the finals with the help of his hard Trick Room team. Trick Room can be a difficult strategy to implement, especially when relying on an unconventional Pokemon like Oranguru.
Oranguru is my favorite of all time. I mean, he supports other Pokemon.
Oranguru is carrying a very interesting move called Instruct. So if you're able to get the Torkoal into position or something that's just going to be a little bit slower, then you can start firing off some big damage that way.
Trick Room teams flip the game on its head by having the slowest Pokemon on the field move first.
Tell us about your team that you're about to play.
It is hard Trick Room.
Hard Trick Room game plans can even be difficult for Masters Division trainers to pilot, but Avery was ready to show the world that juniors are wise well beyond their years. For his strategy to work, Avery's Oranguru would need to twist the dimensions.
We're going all in with a terrestrialization on the Oranguru. Well, the game plan is being executed for Avery very, very quickly here.
With Iron Hands going down, Avery brings Torkoal onto the field for free. Under Trick Room, Torkoal is one of the strongest Pokemon in the game, with the Sun boosting all fire attacks by 50%, and Oranguru's Instruct allowing it to attack twice in one turn. This Torkoal was ready to erupt.
Of this Torkoal across the way as we see the eruption come through, and that's going to help a little bit, but Tinglu still takes a ton of damage on the switch in.
With the momentum in Avery's favor, Takumi's savvy defense turns the tides of Game 1 and punishes Torkoal, putting the Australian youngster in a winning position. Despite properly setting up Trick Room, Game 1 got away from Avery. But even if Oranguru didn't work the first time, it was important for Avery to trust the process and rely on the strategy that got him to the finals.
This one is going into Game 2 with Takumi up 1-0.
After the exact same turn 1 play in Game 2, Avery's Torkoal was ready to take over, which meant it was time for Oranguru to do it again.
Avery once again has the opportunity to bring in the Torkoal. Let's do it again.
Yep, there's the Instruct.
Learning from his mistakes against Tinglu in Game 1, Avery made an adjustment to keep momentum on his side.
This was where last game got a little bit different because he went for the overheat into the Protect. Let's see if Avery goes for it again. It is an Earth Power! See you later, Chi-Yu.
Although it didn't have a single attacking move, Terrifier Oranguru was the star of the show. The ability to instruct your teammate to attack again would lead to more offense than Takumi could handle.
Does it hit this time around? It's going to be another overheat from the Torkoal.
Avery's confidence was back, taking down Takumi's team one by one. This championship would be decided in Game 3. The crowd became enchanted with Avery and Oranguru. It was incredibly amusing to watch such a simple yet repeatably effective strategy from a junior. With the first 2 games playing out the exact same way on turn 1, there would be no surprise what these 2 trainers would do in game 3.
This is 3 games, 3 identical turn 1s.
If it ain't broke, don't fix it. With Trick Room set up, the crowd was chanting, "Do it again," knowing another Instruct was on the way. Avery's bravery, relying on a 90% accurate overheat to connect twice into Chi Yu, would put him into a commanding position. With Takumi's back against the wall, he would put all his hopes into Terra Water Fluttermane, but Avery's Oranguru had one final instruction: become champion.
We know what's coming, and even with that defensive Terra, Avery is getting another bite of the cherry. Avery will be a well-deserved champion, showing a crazy strategy. I think people had forgotten about it too.
Avery is immortalized in Pokemon history as a champion, captivating the audience's heart with his charming personality. As for the Oranguru that clicked Instruct 13 times in the finals, Avery summed up its role on the team perfectly.
So, tell us about your Oranguru. How do you use it?
It doesn't do any damage.
Who knows what the future holds for Avery, and who knows what Iron Hands was going for in all 3 games. But we can be sure that Avery's future will be bright in Pokemon as long as he remembers to do it again. Thank you for watching, and let us know some of your favorite competitive Pokemon moments by using the hashtag #PlayPokemon.
And we are back in Pokemon fans to the North American International Championships trading card game competition still underway. Cannot wait to see how these last couple of Swiss rounds wrap up as we get into phase number 2 and determine which players are still alive for that opportunity to become our champion this weekend. My name is Chip Ritchie, joined here in the booth for this Swiss round 7 by Kyle Sukovic. It's been a great day so far. That last match I am still recovering from, I am not gonna lie. We were screaming our heads off. It's so much excitement in that game, so many coin flips. Fernando coming up just short, but congratulations, of course. Cynthia's Garchomp moving forward here in this event, 6-0. What do you make of that?
I mean, amazing. Anything can happen here at NAIC. I think we have lots of expectations, like, oh, we're just going to see Dragapult over and over. But no, crazy stuff comes up sometimes. I didn't think we would see Sylveon versus Cynthia's Garchomp to determine a winning into day 2 or phase 2 here at NAIC. But again, anything can happen.
Anything can happen indeed. Fernando's still going to need to grab one more win for himself to play in phase 2, but he's got a very interesting deck in his back pocket this weekend. Let's take a look at our leaderboards here, Kyle, as we do wait for our next Swiss round to come up. We see our North American leaderboards. This is coming into the weekend. Of course, the top 16 players at the end of the season, after this event is all said and done, will earn a travel award to the World Championships. Liam Halliburton leading this charge at the moment, 1610 to his name so far this year. We did, of course, get to see him earlier on in the day with his Zoroark deck. Very interesting list. Another very interesting game to watch play out as well.
Yeah, absolutely. Liam, I think we mentioned it earlier, had a really strong kind of start and middle of the season, but you know, this could be another opportunity to add a big thing to his resume. But really, those points were built up earlier on. Of course, had that riveting finals match against Tord Reklev earlier in the season. The ridiculous 5 energy onto a Blood Moon Ursaluna EX. Crazy stuff. So yeah, always love to see what he comes up with and what we'll see next. But yeah, of course, there is opportunity for movement here at NAIC. There's tons of championship points on the line, so you're not necessarily safe, you know, if you're sitting at number 15 or 16 there.
Yeah, absolutely not. I mean, and even people who are sitting way farther down the leaderboard coming into the weekend with 900 points, should they find themselves in the finals, all of a sudden they're in this conversation for being in the top 16 come the end of the season. And there are storylines you could follow for each of these individual players on the list. No different, of course, for the European region. We do see Tord Reklev leading this leaderboard by a pretty decent margin. Drew Stevenson not too far behind. Of course, Drew had a pretty incredible season as well. Most notably a 2nd place finish at the European International Championships. Emma Hagen there in 3rd place. She has had an absolutely incredible year, mostly on the back of Flareon EX, though she did just make top 8 at the Turin Special Championships with that Lily's Clefairy deck we got to see earlier on today.
Yeah, a lot of this is just a list of players who have won internationals or regionals this season. I'd see, yeah, like it feels like half this list is just people who have won major events this season. And I mean, it makes sense, right? You do get a lot of championship points for doing that, but it just speaks to consistency of these players as well. It's playing in these events over and over, getting to those top cuts, getting those championship points throughout the entire season, and they're not just, you know, one-hit wonders. They have big wins, but then, you know, they've also been playing throughout the season and honing their skills, and it's all leading to the World Championships in August.
We'll move over to the Latin America region next. Yarko Valencia leading this list, and then right behind him, William Azevedo and Pedro Bertuzzi, of course, great players who we have seen plenty of, as they are a testing group alongside many others and usually come together and find really unique decks and cool techs for any given tournament weekend. And there is Fernando Cifuentes there, the 2024 World Champion. 4th spot right now in LATAM. We just featured him last round as well.
Yeah, and again, lots of, you know, champions on this list. We also saw Gustavo Wada sitting at number 12 right now. Had that nail biter against Torrid Reklev just a few rounds ago. And yeah, a former EYC back-to-back, or not back-to-back, but double.
Two-time, yeah.
Yeah, two-time EYC champion, has made top 8 at NAIC before.
World
incredible
champion.
Success at Worlds, yeah. Junior Division World Champion. Hard to believe that's already 15 years ago, but yeah, that just speaks to how long he's been playing as well. So tons of talented players here. I think a few of these on the list as well, probably lesser known names. We'll see if we start to recognize a few of these players more as they keep earning those championship points and get big placements.
Yes, we've seen many of these players on the biggest stage through our international championships throughout the year, and we do see our Oceania leaderboard here as well. Brent Tonneson, of course, has been one of the best players in the game for, I guess, nearly the last decade. I mean, ever since the international championships came into the mix, I think he probably has won more travel awards than any other player, chaining them from event to event to event, going to every single international championships. Henry Brand there, the 2019 world champion. Natalie Millar, of course, someone we always like to keep our eyes on, and tons of other incredible players.
Speaking of Natalie Millar, she is here at NAIC and is right here on the stage right now. Currently at an undefeated record with that Dragapult Dust Noir deck, going up against Chip, can you believe it? Cerulege EX at 6-0. Taylor Cook taking the Abyssal Flames to an undefeated record so far.
How about this Cerulege up at the top tables at NAIC? I wonder what Natalie's reaction is going to be whenever she sees her opponents Char Cadet come into play. But Natalie going this weekend with Dragapult Dusknoir, rocking a few Crushing Hammers, of course, as that does seem to be the way players have pivoted. For so long, it seemed very difficult to fit both Dusknoir and Crushing Hammers into the deck list. Justin Newdorf, of course, in Indianapolis last weekend, a couple weekends ago, got top 4 with a build that featured both of those cards, and many players this weekend are also trying to make that work.
Yeah, let's not forget, you know, Natalie was in the finals of an international championships not that long ago and had a very devastating loss, losing on the first turn in the finals to Ryuki Okada. Remember back to that cloth deck, Chip?
Yes.
Feels like an eternity ago at this point.
Yes, Natalie, I don't think is a huge fan of Petrons after what happened in that EUIC finals, but it was just one season ago that she found herself there, and now she sees herself on yet another international stage. For Taylor Cook, this will be a new experience, trailblazing for himself and for his Cerulege partner Pokemon, as these players are getting ready to get into this game. Cerulege, a deck that I've seen plenty of people talk about in this format, but it's not put up any results, really. What do you make of it as a pick right now in this metagame?
Yeah, it's an interesting one because it's a very straightforward deck, right? Very, what we call linear game plan. You just get those energy in the discard pile, you watch your number go up, and you just try to hit for big amounts of damage. There's not a lot of nuance to it. trying to be aggressive, just get one-hit knockouts. And sometimes that can backfire where you don't have room to maneuver for comebacks, something like Dragapult has. But there is some beauty in the simplicity, right? And we also see Taylor with Pokemon Catcher. A lot of players, such as Natalie, opting for Crushing Hammer, which we've seen plenty of lately, a very polarizing coin flip card. But Taylor opting to go for Pokemon Catcher, maybe a different side of that coin.
Sub-prize cards here out for both players. The 2 Pokemon catchers, as mentioned, in the prizes for Taylor, but really nothing too bad. 1 Soul Rock, but not too big of a deal. 2 Energy, but he's playing 20 of them, so yeah. Pretty reasonable to prize a couple of those every game. Over on Natalie's side, the Dragapult EX, and that 1 copy of Badoo in her prizes. Also her 1-of copy of Monkey Dory prized as well. All things we'll keep track of as this game develops. Could all certainly be factors, as it will be Taylor Cook kicking off this game. Let's get down to the table. Swiss round 7 underway. Both of these players locked up for phase number 2 at this point. Looking to just accumulate as many wins as they can to get themselves closer to that top cut. And Charcadet is the active for Taylor, and Drillbur immediately utilized that dig ability, searching your deck for up to 3 basic fighting energy and putting them straight to the discard pile.
Yeah, now Taylor has gone up against Dragapult EX in the previous 3 rounds and obviously is undefeated, so has been able to topple Dragapult EX repeatedly. Don't know if any of them had Dusknoir, though. That is a big game changer that allows Dragapult EX to reach for a 1-hit knockout effectively onto Ceruledge EX and really set up for big multi-prize turns. We'll see if that makes a difference in the matchup, but I think one very nice thing about this deck is it is totally fine going first. Some decks struggle playing first, prefer to go second. I think this deck can be fine either way. He does play 4 copies of Carmine, and unfortunately did not start with one, though.
No, yeah, that feels odd to be living in a world with no Professor's Research in format where Carmine is the best discard hand effect. A benefit of it, though, you can play it on the first turn. Taylor unable to find it just now. Natalie on the left, starting off with the Pheasantipity EX. I will say, not the strongest of starters for Natalie, as it will be in play now, and perhaps a way Taylor can take a quick 2 prize cards. Natalie is going to find Buddy Buddy Poffin, grabbing out a couple of Dreepy. There will be a Duskull benched from the hand, and now Lily's Determination throws the rest of the hand back to the deck. And here on turn 1, Natalie will be rewarded with 8 new cards to work with.
Yeah, we'll see if it ends up being a negative. I think one bonus of starting with Pheasantipity EX is it does have 210 HP. It is not a given that Ceruledge EX can hit for that much damage on turn 2, especially because Taylor didn't play a Carmine, didn't have a Soul Rock in order to draw extra cards with Lunatone. It might be really difficult to get enough energy in the discard pile to get a 1-hit knockout, so strangely, having this in the active spot could kind of soak up damage.
1 card away is, oh no, it was the Explorer's Guidance being found for Taylor, as he will look at the top 6 cards of the deck, add 2 to the hand, and send 4 to the discard pile.
Yeah, some number of those Ancient and Future cards did leave the standard format. You know, thinking of Earthen Vessel and Professor Sada's Vitality, but still a couple sticking around. It's not just, you know, Raging Bolt, but we also have the Explorer's Guidance, which is not used very often, but here it makes total sense. You're just trying to burn through your deck and get energy cards in the discard pile. In fact, maybe a little bit unfortunate, there was only 1 energy in that top 6 that heads to the discard. So again, very difficult sometimes to get those energy into the discard pile.
If Taylor can get 9 energy cards in the discard pile and a Ceruledge and a Charcadet, he will be able to take a KO on this Pheasantipity. That is far from an easy task, however. I think he actually would have... Oh, here comes the Pokemon Catcher. That is a huge flip, and he does hit a heads, brings up the Dreepy with the energy on it. This will activate Natalie's Flip the Script on the next turn, but I think Taylor is just fine with it, taking down that Dreepy, getting rid of a Fire Energy, and taking another Catcher off of his prizes.
I feel like Pokemon Catcher comes in and out of the standard format. You know, these days you have boss's orders as a guaranteed way to go after your opponent's benched Pokemon, but Pokemon Catcher is an item card. It is very powerful when you're able to play a supporter card and still play this Pokemon Catcher. Of course, you know, before the standard format rotation, we saw that a lot with things like Counter Catcher, and even, you know, some decks can use Prime Catcher as their ace spec, but sometimes good old Pokemon Catcher gets the job done. Just got to flip heads.
Simple enough for Taylor, as he was rewarded with a heads flip on that last turn. Now for Natalie, Flip the Script is available. She'll draw a couple of extra cards from that, and now seeing 2 from the top with this Recon Directive adds 1 more to the hand. Now the cause of playing Crushing Hammers in the list does mean that she is unable to fit in rare candies, which is something you would typically see in a Dragapult Dusknoir build or any deck that plays 2 stage 2s in it. So she'll have to take her time to evolve up all of these Pokemon and get her stage 2s into play the good old-fashioned way, but not having to worry about the good old-fashioned way for energy attachments, as Crispin is the supporter for turn, pulling an energy out of the deck to attach directly into play, and another one of a different type added to the hand.
Yeah, like you said, the lack of rare candy is going to make this pretty awkward and make it so that Natalie won't be able to respond this turn necessarily. Do have to slowly evolve up into your stage 1 and then your stage 2. So it does give Taylor, you know, kind of a nice buffer here. Being able to get the first couple prize cards before having to worry about any sort of Phantom Dive. And that's really what you're hoping for with this kind of a deck. You just want to attack turn 2, make your opponent have the answer, and if they don't, well, you'll just keep taking knockouts.
Nothing here for Natalie to do this turn, but pass it back over to Taylor. Cook draws for turn, finds a Pokepad in order to get perhaps another Charcadet into the mix here. That will be the grab right from the bottom of the deck. He does have the other Pokemon Catcher in hand, should he want to go after something like perhaps the Dusclops, or if he could get enough energy in the discard pile, he could take 2 prize cards this turn. And then should Natalie ever use Dusknoir, he's back on even prizes. A lot of things to potentially consider here, but not before a Lunar Cycle will find himself a few more cards. There is the aforementioned Carmine finally being added to the mix. And now another Charcadet will join the party.
Yeah, good news either way for Taylor is you are just going to take a knockout here. Again, this is kind of your game plan. It is pretty challenging to get to enough energy in the discard to knock out a Dragapult EX in one attack. You really can do that at the very end of the game. But kind of this middle point is where you can struggle, where you're hitting for, like, let's say 250 damage, something like that, which is, you know, pretty close. But anytime you let a Dragapult use Phantom Dive more than once, you're typically going to be in trouble.
Interesting choice there for Taylor. Had 2 differing supporters in hand, Explorer's Guidance and Carmine. Did choose to go the route of the Explorer's Guidance, and will discard a couple of energy from that.
Yeah, it's just, you know, setting up, trying to get the next.
I do think he just benched that Charcadet, yeah.
Yeah. But yeah, just trying to set yourself up for a future turn. Now, unfortunately, you know, taking this knockout does potentially open you up to the unfair stamp in this situation. You know, Crushing Hammer is a really interesting card in this matchup as well. You can play it, and it can be disruptive sometimes, but you're also kind of doing your opponent a favor in some ways. Natalie's going to go for one, though.
And getting it off the active, I think, makes the most sense here, because if she can combine this with an unfair stamp for turn, she'll be able to try to shut Taylor out of attacking this turn, effectively buying herself a turn, and she's already got the full combination of cards available. Energy attached to the active. Dragapult EX evolving up, unfair stamp, and also a Dracloak added to the bench. Just a little bit of a stoppage there. Judges making sure everything is all good. I think we are squared away. And now Natalie will shuffle her hand in. Taylor will shuffle his. And they'll each get a few new cards. Natalie 5, Taylor only 2.
I think Natalie may have wanted to use Curse Blast before the unfair stamp. Of course, you want to do that beforehand. since your opponent's going to take a prize card, so you'd rather have them take it first, then shuffle the cards back in. If her plan is to, knock out the active this turn.
I actually wonder if her plan is to take out either a Soul Rock or a Lunatone this turn and try to limit Taylor's draw as much as possible, leaving him with just 2 cards and hitting into this active.
Yeah, that's a possibility as well.
3 cards drawn for Natalie off of her Flip the Script. Now, after not using it before the Unfair Stamped, will she choose to use the Cursed Blast is the question.
Yeah, lots of interesting ways to try to start to mount a comeback here. This is pretty typical, I'd say, for this kind of a matchup where the Ceruledge Edge deck gets out to an early lead, but then Dragapult finds a way to kind of sneak back in, and let's see what Taylor drew off of the Unfair Stamp.
At least has a Fighting Energy to Lunar Cycle and draw through the deck a little bit. Is able to find himself a Carmine.
And some Pokemon catchers.
And some Pokemon catchers as well. We're going to see him utilize those Flip Effect cards and does hit himself a heads and will be able to bring up Pheasantipity EX. And his prize map here, Kyle, is looking pretty straightforward. KO this Pheasantipity.
Back in my day, we just called that gust of wind.
And that's exactly what it feels like here for Taylor. There was also a time in your day where you just called it Pokemon catcher.
Yeah, also true.
Carmine discarding the hand to draw 5. A few more energy found here for Taylor. And yeah, this prize map looking straightforward. KO this Pheasantipity, take 2 prizes on a Dragapult EX to close out the game, but he doesn't have an energy on his active.
He announced the attack. Forgot to attach.
Oh, he did attempt to attack without that energy attached. Oh, and this is a big misstep here from Taylor. If he had taken this KO, he'd have been in a solid position, but now I don't believe. Oh, is he going to be allowed to attach? It looks like the answer is yes.
Okay.
So he's allowed to attach the energy and takes the KO down to 2 prizes remaining.
Yeah, and a huge swing in the game now, going down to just 2 prize cards. Now this last knockout is going to be the most challenging one. Let's see how many energy we got there in the discard pile right now. About 10?
You need 15 in order to one-hit KO a Dragapult EX.
Yeah, and if Natalie decides to, Phantom Dive, knock out both the active and the benched Charcadet, I mean, really the biggest issue is that all Charcadet will be gone after this turn.
Yes.
So I don't know how Taylor's going to figure out a way to win after that.
Yeah, that is the big thing you want to avoid as a Ceruledge player in this position is getting board wiped of potential attackers. And Natalie, should she not bench a Dreepy, will have no potential liabilities for Taylor to take his final prize card. Is Curse Blast here. Actually, Kyle will take out the Soul Rock. So that does mean that there will be a potential for a Ceruledge on this next turn from Taylor. I'm a little surprised to see that.
Yeah, me too. We'll see what Natalie has planned, though. Either way, a very strong turn here. Pairing it with a Judge, we're going to see, by the end of this, 4 prize cards will be taken, and it'll just take 1 more Phantom Dive after that to knock out the Lunatone on the bench, plus 1 more Pokemon. So still a pretty strong position for Natalie.
Potential for Taylor to just win the game on this next turn, though he would need a fortunate draw after being disrupted from the Judge on Natalie's end. She'll thin out her deck here with an Ultra Ball, getting rid of a Duskull and a Darkness Energy. Finds another Dragapult EX. Worth noting, just for that earlier sequence where Taylor did forget to attach his energy, Natalie did choose to allow for the attachment on Taylor's side. So a good show of sportsmanship there. I think it is pretty obvious that Taylor did mean to attach it. So that is something we love to see.
All right, well, now this is a big turn for Taylor coming up. It's going to need to be quite a string of events to make this happen.
There's a Ceruledge, there's a Carmine, there is a Fighting Gong in hand to re-establish a Soul Rock potentially.
And is there a Night Stretcher? You could just
bring back a Soul Rock that way, use this to just discard an energy card. He needs to get to 15, so let's get a track real quick. How many energy are right now in the discard pile? Looks like it is going to be 12.
That's pretty close.
It is very close, and he has also not used his A-Spec yet this game, Kyle, which is the Brilliant Blender. So perhaps this Night Stretcher It actually will just bring back the Soul Rock. Okay, I was wondering if we might see that bring back the fire, but he does still have plenty available in the deck. Now, the question of sequencing here is, do you discard from the Lunar Cycle or the Carmine first? It looks like Carmine will be his choice. Or excuse me, the Lunar Cycle will be his choice, saving the Carmine for later. Does have an Ultra Ball here to thin another card out of the deck. And that is going to be now 14 energy cards in the discard pile. Now needs just one more discard and then one fire to attach to the active. Gonna thin out this Soul Rock from the deck before the discard of the Carmine, and if he draws a way to discard an energy and a fire energy, Taylor Cook will win this game. Or I guess another route would be a fire energy plus a heads on. Oh no, Pokemon Catcher doesn't even work. Natalie did play around that by evolving Dragapult, so it's gonna be this right here, Kyle, 5 cards.
All right, do we find a blender and a fire energy?
It just needs a fire, only a fire, the only piece needed. And he does not have it, as Ultra Ball was found alongside Fighting.
So close.
Come up perhaps just short here. And look, 2 fires taunting him right on the top of the deck. He already used his Lunar Cycle here. There's no more draw power available, and now Natalie Millar will be just a boss's orders away from winning the game on her next turn. Just a pass now. Does Natalie have the boss to close out the game right here? I don't think she does.
How is that possible?
Not many cards available. She'll just attach to the benched Dragapult, and I mean, she can attack and get rid of the Lunatone, I guess. That doesn't seem too bad, but she's not able to win the game right now. Down comes Watchtower, out comes the Lily's Determination.
Interesting, Taylor opted not to Ultra Ball away a Fighting Energy on that previous turn, of course saving it for the Lunar Cycle. But, oh geez, yeah, what can Natalie even do here now?
Natalie here is going to have to just hope that yet again Taylor whiffs the game-winning play.
That seems pretty tough.
She finds boss's orders for next turn, but that is all she can hope to do. Takes the KO on the Lunatone. Draw for turn here for Taylor. Needs only a fire energy and an Ultra Ball to discard another couple, and that will be Abyssal Flames taking a 1-hit KO on the mighty Dragapult EX.
Wow. Photo finish for Taylor here, missing on the previous turn, but then Natalie also missing the boss's orders.
Wow.
And Taylor's going to take game 1.
That is a huge game there for Taylor to take up on the big stage. An unexpected archetype against one of the best players in the world. What a start here for the Saraledge, as Taylor is able to take that game 1. So back and forth there, Kyle.
Yeah, I mean, that was a great start. Obviously, the Pokemon catchers played a huge role in that game, but that might be one where Natalie looks back. Pablo, maybe walk us through what could have been there.
What could have been a sure victory for Natalie with that Dusknoir, taking down one of the Charcadets and then taking out the other 2, right? Evolving everything, keeping everything out of Soul Rock range. That was definitely the game-winning play. I don't know if Natalie was too locked in on denying the draw, right? Trying to have Taylor whiff after the judge. That's the exact moment. She didn't realize she could wipe out the Saraledge threat completely, probably securing the game. And now she finds herself down a game. We need to tighten up a little bit to make sure that that doesn't happen next game.
Thank you, Pablo, for your thoughts here. Definitely a missed opportunity, it seems, there for Natalie, but perhaps just a little frazzled after wanting to use Curse Blast before, then ending up saving it for an additional turn, and then doing the thing she wanted to do, but waiting for an additional turn. So slight missteps, definitely want to see that cleaned up. But Taylor here is going to be happy to come away with that Game 1 win, and now finds himself just 1 game away from a 7-0 start here at NAIC.
Yeah, like you said, I mean, the stakes are high here at NAIC. Of course, you know, we kind of take it for granted because players like Natalie, you know, Henry, Brent, you know, they travel from Australia all the time. There is an element of jet lag. It takes so long to get here, so sometimes that does factor in these long days. But you know, even the best of the best miss things every once in a while. You get locked in on a certain thing, but you know, just got to move past it. go to the next game and figure out how to win your next one.
It's pretty hard to play a perfect game of the Pokemon
Yes.
TCG. So many different decision tree points. Maybe it's a little easier to play a perfect game when you're playing Ceruledge, but with Dragapult, there are so many different options, so many different paths. I will say, for this matchup specifically, the Dusknoir builds of Dragapult are typically a lot harder for Ceruledge to handle, and for the reason that we saw potentially happen in that game 1, they can wipe you out completely of a Ceruledge attack. So that was a huge miss from Taylor, not getting either a 4th Charcadet that turn or being able to evolve into a Ceruledge on that turn as well. 2 big misses that really left him susceptible to the board wipe play.
But it is a best-of-3 series. Natalie is down 1, but still could win the next 2. The first game only took about 20 minutes or so we should have plenty of time here. I think one of the benefits, of course, of playing a deck like Ceruledge EX as well is that your decisions are pretty simple, pretty straightforward a lot of the time. I don't want to act like it's a simple deck to play at all. There are a lot of very important sequencing decisions, things like that can add up and make a very big difference. But in general, you know, there's not as much like searching through your deck, mulling over what you get off your recon, directives, those sorts of things. So your games tend to get done pretty quickly.
Did take Natalie a while here to find a basic Pokemon.
Yes.
She has chosen to go first here, and I don't think she was super pumped about her opening hand. Taylor's going to have a few extra cards to work with on his first turn, and Natalie will be going first here. Let's get back down to the stage for this game number 2. Fezandipity as the starter once again, and a Pokepad being played right off the rip.
Yeah, oh, yep, that's looks like that might be the only item card being played this turn. Did get an energy attachment onto the Dreepy at least.
It looks like maybe 3 or 4 mulligans that Natalie had to take here. Looking at these prize cards on her side, that one-of copy of Meowth EX, perhaps a little concerning. Night Stretcher, always a very valuable resource. Only playing 2 copies this weekend is she. So those are the biggest ones to me that stick out. And not a strong turn, but does at least get down a Dreepy and an energy. We'll see what Taylor has on his side.
Ooh, well, 2 Charcadet in the prize cards. That's not good to see. But otherwise, yeah, tons of extra cards from those mulligans from Natalie. And that's really a big boon for this deck that wants to get as many energy cards in the discard pile as possible. You can have a much bigger hand to potentially Carmine away on the first turn and really start getting up to big numbers. You noted it in the last game, Chip, but we didn't even see Taylor's Ace-Spec card in the first game. It is that Brilliant Blender card that is really designed to go with Ceruledge EX. Get to search your deck for 5 cards, put them into the discard pile. Usually it's just 5 energy going into the discard pile. We didn't even see that the first game, but this is one of the keys to getting off to a hot start for this deck.
Ultra Ball discards a couple of fighting energy on Taylor's end. We'll find out one of the 2 available Charcadets. And prizing 2 Charcadets, never great with a deck like this, but especially bad in this matchup where Natalie can really threaten Taylor's bench through the use of Dusknoir, through the use of Phantom Dive, or even Dusclops, perhaps targeting down Charcadets before there is a chance for them to evolve up. Do see Taylor get his attachment to the Charcadet, and now has Lunar Cycle to utilize. Looks like Explorer's Guidance also waiting in his hand at this moment. Got a few search cards found off of that Lunar Cycle. In order to deliberate, we'll go with the Pokepad initially here, searching for any Pokemon without a rule box, adding it to the hand, maybe Charcadet number 2, or perhaps Drillbur gets into the mix early here.
Time to do some digging.
This is such a funny card to me. Yeah, I think when it came out, the obvious combination that people thought of was it paired with, you know, Koraidon EX from Scarlet and Violet base set, discard the energy, throw them back into play. Well, Koraidon has long since left us in the standard format, and Drillbur still finding its way into decks here, thanks to that synergy alongside Ceruledge EX.
Yeah, and this kind of deck did lose a lot of its tools to the rotation. You mentioned Professor's Research, your best way to discard your hand, and draw 7 cards off of that. You are missing Earthen Vessel, which is a way to not just discard cards, but get more energy cards into your hand so you can discard more of them.
Squawkabilly EX, a huge piece that left this deck as well.
Yeah, but Taylor's still finding a way to make it work.
That is evident by his 6-0 start thus far on the weekend. He does choose to use the Explorer's Guidance as his supporter here for turn. Found himself another Sarrow Edge, so what he can do here off this Ultra Ball is get another Charcadet, and then I think he's got Carmine in hand where he'll be able to evolve both his Charcadets into Sarrow Edge next turn and then discard his hand to draw 5 new ones.
You do see Natalie eyeing up the Crushing Hammers in her hand. This is one spot where they can be very impactful. This is typically not a deck that really plays like switching cards, ways to pivot the active Pokemon to the bench. And so being able to discard the energy from the bench Pokemon means your opponent won't be able to attack on the next turn.
And this is a massive flip here. Natalie does hit a Tails. It looks like she has 3 Crushing Hammers in the hand, so 3 opportunities to make this happen. The first one fails. The second one here is going to also fail. Crushing Hammer number 3 played. She really needs this heads in order to slow Taylor down, and she is able to make it happen here, getting rid of that energy card. But nothing else available, Kyle. 3 Crushing Hammers in hand and nothing else. Natalie passes over to Taylor.
Ooh, that's not a good turn. No Dracloak, no Pokepad, no Ultra Ball, no supporter cards. Found the Crushing Hammers, but that's the cost of playing cards like Crushing Hammer. Sometimes you draw those instead of your consistency cards. Oof, this is going to give Taylor, you know, a lot of grace in the early game, and finds the ace spec, the Brilliant Blender.
Look through the deck here to discard 5 cards. Probably a bunch of energy cards going down, though I will say it is an interesting decision point because energy is also your draw power in this deck through the end of the game. So maybe we'll see like some, I don't know, maybe a Fighting Gong or something get discarded instead, an extra Pokemon in there.
Yeah, you can't go too crazy. Players who are around for Battle Compressor, of course, will remember some of these decisions can get a bit agonizing as the game goes on. You kind of know I should be discarding some cards out of my deck, but I can't figure out which ones are the right ones to get rid of. But let's, like you said, Chip, not 5 energy, but in fact some item cards going to the discard pile as well, ones that Taylor just doesn't want to see anymore.
I think something I would have really liked to have seen from Taylor last turn is as opposed to attaching to his benched Charcadet, that's like the autopilot move, right? I need to attach to my Charcadet so I can attack with Sarrow Edge next turn. An attachment to the active Lunatone and retreating into a Charcadet would have been an excellent way to play around the potential of your opponent's Crushing Hammers, slowing you down, because Natalie has guaranteed bought herself a turn, and he will do that now, making it perhaps a little bit of a correction. And
it's funny that this is going to backfire now because the only supporter card Natalie has is Boss's Orders.
Oh, my goodness.
But, I mean, the longer the game goes like this, you got to think Taylor is probably favored. When you get to this critical mass of energy cards in the discard pile before, you know, even a Dracloak comes into play, once Taylor starts attacking, I mean, it's just going to be rough.
There's the attachment of a fire. Now a pass. Natalie top decking Monkey Dory. Not much working. Just a pass for her once again. Drawing now on Taylor's side. We'll be able to retreat to the Lunatone. Into the Sarrow Edge. Boss's Orders takes out the lone Dreepy. Abyssal Flames sends it to the discard pile. Taylor strikes first, takes his first KO, and Natalie left with crumbs.
I can see the appeal of that from Taylor's side. It is your only Boss's Orders in your entire deck, and you're using it to go after a Pokemon that only gives up 1 prize card, and you're letting your opponent use Pheasantipity EX's flip the script here. Those are the tough decisions in these kinds of games where your opponent is struggling. Do you just knock out the active Pheasantipity EX, take your prize cards, hope that they don't have a way to get it back, or go after their Dreepy? Then you know for sure that they're going to be slowed down for a few turns because they need to evolve up into that Dracloak and the Dragapult. we'll see how this plays out, if that was the right decision for Taylor.
And we'll look at how much Natalie has now been able to do on her turn, thanks to being able to utilize Flip the Script. She's found a couple Dreepies. She's established a Badoo in order to get a little bit of item lock into play, and Taylor, of course, not able to play those items. That 10 damage, Kyle, is also very relevant, as now a Sarah being hit for 200 can be cleaned up with 60 damage out on the bench, though you mentioned we've perhaps reached a critical mass where it may not matter anymore, as Taylor has just churned through the deck so efficiently here.
I wonder if we'll see a Mind Bend from Monkey Dory as well.
Speaking of cards this deck lost to rotation, a big one was the Jet Energy that it did play. A great way to get out of these situations, because so often whenever you're being the aggressor, these slower setup stage 2 decks try to slow you down with the confusion of Mind Bend.
You can see Natalie trying to piece it together. What is my way to come back in this game? Down 2 prize cards already. So many energy in the discard pile. You got to think whenever a Dragapult EX comes into the active spot, it's probably going to get knocked out in one hit. So you don't have a lot of time on your side. You don't have a lot of prize cards left to give. So that's where things like Dusclops, Dusknoir may not be as effective.
Can we get an energy check here for Taylor's discard pile? It looked like there was quite a few down already when Natalie just took a look. I know that it looks like any EX Pokemon is going to be KO'd, but I'm starting to wonder if Taylor is perhaps running out of energy to future retreat Pokemon, if Natalie could eventually find herself in a position where her best play is to try to stall something out into the active spot. Looks like there is 16 down right now, 1 on this active Ceruledge. Something Taylor's going to need to be mindful of.
Yeah, now it does play 3 Night Stretcher. So those are more ways to get energy cards from the discard pile, so it's pretty hard to run out of energy. It is possible, definitely. But yeah, I mean, Natalie also has access to Badoo, Itchy Pollen.
Yep.
Can get into a spot where, you lock your opponent out of Night Stretcher and maybe trap something in the active.
Certainly a possibility. It will be a Mind Bend right now here for Natalie Millar. And this also, math, is very relevant, as now that Ceruledge is able to potentially be KO'd by... Oh, here comes a Pokemon catcher, and it is another heads here, Kyle, bringing up the Pheasantipity that Taylor pushed out of the active spot earlier in the game. Now 2 prizes potentially taken here, but does this mean that he's going to be going for a Confusion Flip with his attack for turn?
I guess may as well, huh? If you're going to attack, may as well try to catch her first. Here we go.
Catcher heads on the Pheasantipity, and a heads flip on the Confusion takes out Pheasantipity. Taylor down to just 2 prize cards remaining. Are you kidding me?
The run of a lifetime for Taylor Cook here at NAIC so far. Heads on the Pokemon catcher, heads on the Confused Flip, and now just 2 prize cards remaining to go off to a 7-0 start. What can Natalie do here to come back?
It's going to start with the Dracloak in the active spot, and I have to imagine also leading to a Dragapult this turn. I have to imagine, should she come back, an Unfair Stamp would need to be in the mix as well here. I think just a little bit of a question of the use of Recon Directive here. She's got those 2 cards, was thinking through what to grab. Looks like Ultra Ball and Judge both being potentially considered.
Yeah, we'll have to see what the talk is here at the table. Obviously a tense moment for Natalie, having to try to find a way to dig out of this hole, knowing that Ceruledge EX.
I think we're just making sure that those are the 2 cards that she did see off the Dracloak, because I think she added one to hand and then pulled it back for a second. Just making sure those are the correct 2 cards. It did look like it was all okay to me. See if we can get word here shortly. She does have a Lilies in hand. Looks like it's actually Crispin and Judge as the 2 cards offered up.
All right, so looks like this is all good to go. Do you see the Recon Directive, and one more Crushing Hammer. Oof, this one is Tails as well.
Ultra Ball in hand. There's a Psychic Energy attached for turn, and plays the Lily's Determination, shuffling the hand in. Gonna still yield her 8 cards at this point, as she's been able to get off the runway in this one. Still 6 prize cards remaining.
Yeah, I think it's probably got to be the unfair stamp. If you can attack, unfair stamp, hope your opponent doesn't find one of those final fire energy cards or a night stretcher. I think one of the issues is the deck has been thinned pretty significantly on Taylor's side.
Brilliant Blender getting rid of that Pokepad, a potential card that he would not want to draw at the end of the game. And Natalie is able to find herself that unfair stamp. Goes with the Recon Directive first, however. With
you can find a Dusclops here as well. You can potentially take out the Lunatone or Soul Rock and really limit the number of cards that Taylor is able to draw off of an unfair stamp.
Maybe Natalie checking the fighting energy in the discard pile here. That's a consideration. How many fighting energy does Taylor play in his deck? Should a bunch be already discarded? Maybe she thinks he doesn't even have access to using Lunar Cycle anyway.
So many question marks here still.
Worth noting as well, I guess another point for taking out a Soul Rock or a Lunatone would be, you know, if Natalie was to ever use a Curse Blast, the Soul Rock would be able to clean up the game. Final prize card on a Dust Skull, should she ever manage dealing with these Cerulege EX.
Very true. So many things to try to play around here. What will Natalie try to do?
You can see she's definitely in the blender here a bit and unsure of how to navigate, and will go for just the Mind Bend once again. Draw for turn on Taylor's side, attaches an energy to his Cerulege EX on the bench, setting himself up for almost a checkmate board, I want to say. Natalie has played all 4 Crushing Hammers, so there's no way for her to get rid of that energy. Perhaps she could Boss's Orders Mind Bend this Cerulege. If Taylor flips tails right now on this attack, that may be what Natalie's hope is. Hang on, Kyle. We're not done yet.
Yeah, it's not over by any means. But you know, every turn that goes by that isn't some sort of significant change in how this board is has to favor Taylor. It's just, you know, a couple more attacks and that's it.
Taylor's got 5 cards left in the deck. Natalie's checking the resources. There's 2 Night Stretcher there in the discard pile. And look at that KO. What a flip there for Taylor. Cerulege takes down Monkey Dory. Taylor grabbing a prize card, and what can Natalie do now? I think she needed Taylor to flip tails there if she wanted a chance in this one. This feels like too high a mountain to climb. Pablo is across the way shaking his head at us right now.
What is with all the coin flips today on these big attacks? We had the Pheasantipity in the previous round. Now we got Confused going on. Yeah, I mean, Natalie needed one of these to not succeed, right? The knockout on the Pheasantipity was huge. I don't know if there's a way out for Natalie at this point. I think there's still an energy card left in Taylor's deck. You could look at a way to, you know, get back your Badu, Boss's Order, something, Itchy Pollen, and hope that your opponent doesn't have any energy left and they just deck out and lose. Although I don't know if there's anything that can withstand enough Itchy Pollens.
All these Pokemon are weak to grass.
Yeah.
The Itchy Pollen is too powerful. Natalie's just going to attack Boss's Orders and hope to stick this Lunatone active, and Taylor has the attachment to retreat. Cerulege EX will take down Dragapult, and Taylor Cook takes a 2-0 win to move to 7-0 here at NAIC.
Blazing hot start for Taylor here. Can't get any better than that, and who would have guessed this? Cerulege EX. Just 1 energy for hundreds of damage. Seems to be working.
It's working out very, very nicely. Natalie, of course, is still in an excellent spot. She's 6-1. Just about as good as you could hope for at one of these events, but I'm sure she'll look back at the missed opportunities here and hang her head. Looks like Taylor's got quite the crowd rooting him on out there. Ready to go with his 7-0 start alongside Cerulege. What a way to kick off NAIC.
Absolutely, and I do think this is one of the fun parts about these big events like NAIC, having your friends, your family out in the crowd cheering you on as you get a win. These are big moments you'll remember forever. But let's take a look back at how this match played out.
Taylor off to the races in game number 1. 2 turns, 2 KOs, jumping far ahead, 4 to 6 prize cards. And the big story here, I think, was this turn here from Natalie. Maybe had an opportunity to clear out any potential threat of attacks, did not quite get there. And Taylor will jump ahead in this game as he was able to establish the second Ceruledge EX, and that was able to carry him the rest of the way to victory.
Yeah, maybe a different target for the Curse Blast. Could have been a different outcome for the first game, and then who knows how this match plays out. The second game, I think, just tragic for Natalie. Just trying anything. A miserable starting hand. Your opponent flips heads on Pokemon catchers and confused flips. You just try everything in your power. And Natalie did get it to a pretty reasonable position given how poorly everything had gone. But at the end of the day, Taylor just did not miss any attacks. Just got to say Abyssal Flames to win.
Nearly every flip went Taylor's
Yes.
way that game, it seemed. Even the Crushing Hammers, Natalie was forced to expend all 3 in her opening hand to slow Taylor down for that game 2. And Taylor can hold his head high as a 7-0 starter here at NAIC with a deck that I don't think many of us expected to have a big showing this weekend, but you can see the appeal, you can see the draw of playing a deck like this to a major tournament.
Yeah, I didn't see that one on the metagame graphic when we did that earlier.
It wasn't there. Well, it was up at the top. It said other decks.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, it was in there.
Good call, yeah. Yep, and I do want to note, we can see when players put comments on their deck lists for these events. Yeah. Players do tend to put some interesting things in there. I'll say Natalie's was LOL, flip heads, I win, GG. But I think that might have been Taylor's for this round.
Yeah, it was definitely Taylor this time around. The flips on the Pokemon catchers were huge, and really in that game too, if a couple of Tails flips had happened on those confusion attacks. Yep. I mean, Natalie's right there in there, especially after Taylor expended a Pokemon catcher to go after a Pokemon and he needed to flip 2 heads there to have his ideal outcome that turn. And you know what? Sometimes it works out. Sometimes it's your weekend. And that's one of the factors of winning one of these major tournaments. You got to play really well. You got to pick a great deck. It's got to be your day. Who knows? Maybe it is Taylor Cook's day.
Maybe. Still a lot of rounds left to be played, of course. We're only 7 rounds in. This is the best you can start off, but I mean, there's still a long ways to go. Of course, Natalie's still off to an incredible start as well. 1 loss does not take you out of the running by any means, and so we might be hearing from her as this tournament progresses. But yeah, we'll continue to follow Taylor and see how far he can continue this hot streak.
And we may hear from him right now as Amy is standing by on the stage with our winner from Swiss Round 7, Taylor Cook. How are you feeling?
Taylor is here with me. Thank you so much, guys. Of course, bringing the fire, Mr. Cook with Ceruledge. How are we feeling going undefeated with this extraordinary deck?
Honestly, I'm shocked. I thought Ceruledge was a good matchup into the meta. I avoided some bad matchups that I didn't want to see, and I hit a lot of Dragapult, and that's what I wanted to see today.
Incredible. You can't complain at that. Were there any decks you didn't want to see today?
Yeah, I was really dreading seeing Alakazam or Slowking. Those are a little tough.
But you haven't seen those thus far?
Not yet, not yet.
Okay, hopefully you'll get in the clear and continue with some great victories today.
Yes, hopefully we can avoid it, and let's see what day 2 brings us.
Have those coin flips been treating you well?
Oh, extraordinarily. Made up for earlier today. I was flipping tails a lot earlier, so.
What was the process of picking Ceruledge and going with the risk of those Pokemon catchers?
I haven't been playing a ton of Pokemon the last year and a half. Ceruledge is a pretty easy deck. I feel like currently in the meta, you need to play a supporter to play the game. So I feel like you can't always boss, especially when you're playing Ceruledge. So I decided to throw 4 Pokemon catcher in there because Gusting's always nice, but I can't always play boss.
You're absolutely right. So why not go for something a bit risky, but it's paying off today. How is your run to Worlds looking like? Are we going for it?
This is my first tournament. I have played 1 challenge before this.
You're kidding me! And these are your locals?
These are all the guys from Nebraska.
Oh, incredible! love to see a hometown hero coming to an event and absolutely crushing it thus far, taking down the Natalie Millar. You've done incredible thus far. Have you got anyone to shout out specifically?
Yes, I have a big list. My friends Alex and Courtney, I know you guys are in Japan right now. Colin and Mackenzie, thank you guys for tuning in. My sweet girlfriend Vivian. Danny, who's in the crowd right there. Aaron Trimble, you gave me some cards. Casey Largent, you gave me some cards. Will Hoskovic, you gave me some cards. And Ellie Davis for supporting me through it.
You know what? With such an incredible list of people supporting you, I have no doubt that we're going to see some more of you, not only in this tournament, but going forward.
Thank you so much.
You are so very welcome. Thank you for showing us the power of Cerulege. Thank you so much. We're going to jump back into the action, and I wish you the best of luck.
Congratulations to Taylor on an incredible start. Love to see the crowd showing up. You called it out, Kyle. That's what these big events really are all about. The community, the camaraderie, and getting to see a friend from your locals have a deep run. You know, maybe your day hasn't gone so good, but you get to be there to cheer them on and help propel them forward in the event.
Yeah, we've talked about this a lot in the past. You know, Pokemon is it's an individual game, right? It's just you against one other opponent. But in a lot of ways, beyond just those matches, it is kind of a team game where you're working with friends, you're working with, maybe you have a testing group. So it's not just you, it's a whole group that kind of win together.
I do want to take a moment to bring Pablo Mesa in and get a little bit of trainer tips with Tablemon action. Pablo, did you expect to see a Cerulege EX at this point in the event?
You know I'm a big fan of the Cerulege chip, and I was definitely not expecting what I just saw. I mean, there's a lot of grass out there, and you guys talked about it. If you hit a critical mass of energy in the discard pile against Dragapult, all of a sudden, it definitely gets out of control, right? And it seemed like Taylor was very close to getting to that point, but I definitely think this was the turning point of the whole match. Like, this turn decided everything else that happened. We saw the Dusknoir take down that Soul Rock, denying the draw, but could have taken down this, and then a Phantom Dive takes down everyone else, right? So I definitely think the whole match, the story of this match, right? And Taylor has, he mentioned that coin flips have been going his way today. This decision is probably the biggest decision that went his way today.
And do you think part of this here for Natalie was the fact that she did want to use the Dusknoir on the previous turn, and I think that's what she was going to KO, right? Was either the Soul Rock or the Lunatone, and so maybe she just got a little too focused in on that?
Yeah, I would certainly agree with that, Chip. I've been there myself. I'm sure you guys have as well, where you plan a play, and then it's gonna be that play, right? And then you miss out on a few other instances because Pokemon is a game of information, right? And every turn you gain new information, and your decisions need to change. So that definitely is something that affected the outcome of this game. And this, speaking of decisions, right? Clutch decisions. This was another big one, right? The boss's orders onto the Drippy as opposed to taking down the Fezandipity. You don't know what's in Natalie's hand. You haven't seen it. But you do know what isn't in her hand. There's no draw supporter. There's no Dracloak. There's no help, right? Natalie has not been doing anything but try to buy time and stall out the game. So don't give your opponent draw from Fezandipity by knocking out the Drippy. Sure, no Drippy in the Dragapult deck. That's a great position to be in. But the energy on the Monkey Dory is a threat, because that's the one thing that could make you not attack through the confusion. Technically, like, so many heads didn't really matter, but I do think we KO the Fezandipity, we keep our opponent dead drawing. That was the game-winning plan for sure. But leads to very exciting moments.
That it did, Pablo, that it did. And yeah, Natalie, I mean, got a lot of playability, of course, off the use of Fezandipity.
Yeah. That unlocked the whole game.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah, I mean, we've seen, though, how challenging it is to play some of these decks, right? We saw earlier with Daichi, kind of missing game. Again, kind of with Dusclops, Dusknoir, they present very challenging decisions in a lot of your games, and sometimes it's hard to see exactly what you should be doing, even for the best of the best.
And for anyone watching along at home who feels like that seems so obvious, you know, we have we're looking at the game from a bird's eye view. We've got such a clear picture of game plans and ideas of how to approach things. When you're at the table, you've got you know, the stage all around you, the crowd out there watching, you're focused in on your hand, on your board, looking at what your opponent has available. Sometimes it doesn't come together quite as clearly as it may seem.
Yeah, of course. These are very complicated, high-stress situations, and nobody's perfect. Yeah, it's very easy, like you said, to be like, oh, I would have seen that, but come on.
Probably not. Well, we do have some more Swiss Round 7 action to share with everyone. Of course, tons of games still happening out on the floor. We're going to get out to one of our feature matches. We're picking this up in game number 2. We got Shoichiro Kawano with the Hydrapple and your boy Meganium in the mix up against Cole Thomas. We're picking up here in the middle of game 2, Cole playing the Alakazam.
Yeah, sorry, I just saw what the Hydrapple deck was up against.
This is not a great matchup on paper.
Yeah, Alakazam is very good against this kind of deck. There's not a lot of counterplay in this Meganium Hydrapple deck for Alakazam, and it largely turns into an unfavorable prize trade eventually. I will say there is a 2 prize card lead for Shoichiro, and that's a kind of a situation where you can close out a game against Alakazam sometimes. This is a matchup where you can actually attack with Meganium.
Yep.
Using Solar Beam does exactly enough damage to get a knockout on Alakazam. You can, of course, power it up a little faster with the Ripening Charge from Hydrapple EX. You have the Wild Growth to double your grass energy. So if you can get out to a lead, there are some tricky things you can do to close out a game, and this is a situation where you can do that.
Yeah, of course, the real only answer Hydrapple EX, this archetype, has to the large hand size Alakazam typically builds up is going to be through the use of the Unfair Stamp. And, of course, Cole Thomas, as we see, has the Genesect in play, so the Alakazam players leaning, of course, into ways to counter it.
Yeah, Shoichiro does play 1 copy of Judge, though. That is a way to potentially deal with this as well. It's not always effective. If your opponent can just draw right back up to a bunch of cards, it doesn't always work. But in this situation, you know, Cole is having to use a lot of these runaway draws, get those to Dunsparce off the board.
Hydrapple EX has a lot of HP.
Yes.
So
does require 17 cards in hand to knock out Hydrapple EX. So this is one where, yeah, resetting with Judge could actually make a difference.
Yeah, I think with resetting with Judge, you want to do it alongside the attack with a Hydrapple EX. Make it as hard as possible for your opponent to reach for a KO. And look at this, though, as well from Cole with the Pheasantipity coming onto the board. That is a potential way for Shoichiro to close out this game.
Yeah, there's some interesting options here. There's also a Briar in the deck, so if you can set up a play where you can Boss's Orders on the Pheasantipity this turn, and then Briar on the next turn, you can get to 4 prize cards pretty easily.
That is the other hope and prayer for Hydrapple against these single prize decks. So we'll see if Shoichiro is able to make that happen. Reaching for a KO on the Pheasantipity, not going to be too difficult. There is a Teal Mask Ogerpon there already with 3 grass energy on it. Will be a draw for turn now. Effectively 6 energy attached to that active Teal Mask.
Yeah, this is already enough to knock out Pheasantipity EX. Yeah, this is, I think, one of the most fun decks. I know I'm a little bit biased as a Meganium fan, but I do think this deck is quite fun, just the novelty of it. You know, when Meganium came out in that Mega Evolution expansion, I think there was the potential alongside the Forest of Vitality. First thoughts for like, oh, maybe you can pair this with Mega Venusaur. But turns out it's really found its home with Hydrapple EX, and it's really all fueled by Teal Mask Ogerpon EX, using that Teal Dance to flood energy into play and turning Teal Mask Ogerpon into a very threatening attacker as well.
Lots of thinning happening here from Shoichiro, of course, meaning a Judge likely to be happening here. So no Boss's Orders play on the left side of the table. So maybe he doesn't quite have things lined up for the potential of Briar to get into the mix.
Yeah, seems like that's probably not going to be part of this game in particular. This is going to turn into play Judge, hope my opponent can't draw enough cards.
which is reasonable at this point with just 2 Dunsparce, no Dunsparce in play, no energy onto Alakazam either, so enriching energy maybe not going to be into the mix. And all Shorichiro needs is 1 turn, right? If Cole misses for just 1 turn, Shorichiro can close out the game on the Pheasantipity in the future.
Yep. There's the Myriad Leaf Shower that will do more than enough to knock out that Alakazam. And this is really the turn of the game. If Cole can get a knockout on this turn, it's pretty likely that Alakazam will win. But let's also note that there's no Abra in play right now, so we'll need to establish another Abra and then potentially be in a spot where you need Rare Candy, Alakazam on the next turn. So this is what you do in these kinds of situations. The matchup is unfavored, but you try to find these little situations to make your opponent's life difficult. Try to make them have a lot of resources and just find a way to make them miss 1 single turn, and that can be enough for you to win sometimes.
Shorichiro did have to make this attack with a Teal Mask Ogerpon, however, so that will be a lot easier for Cole to deal with compared to something like a Hydrapple EX.
Yep.
Up comes Alakazam. There is an energy attachment. 11 energy cards needed, or excuse me, 11 cards in hand needed in order to reach for a 1-hit knockout here on this active Pokemon EX. Another Abra does need to come down, as you mentioned, of course, Kyle. And also the potential of a Rare Candy needs to be available for Cole on his next turn.
Yeah, I don't see an Abra yet, and Cole had a Telepathic Psychic Energy and chose to attach a basic Psychic Energy, so there may not be any Abra in the deck.
Perhaps all in the discard pile, perhaps 1 or 2 in the prize cards at this point. All possibilities.
Maybe relying on finding a Night Stretcher or a Sacred Ash in this situation.
And that can be an issue for the Alakazam deck. If you prize 1 Abra and then 1 gets knocked out early, you're scrambling and left only with a couple, needing to find one of your few recovery cards in order to piece together future attacks. Runaway Draw, looking through the deck here, does not, for the top 3 cards at least, see if there is an Abra or a way to get one. Maybe a Night Stretcher there brought to the front of the hand. Can't quite make it out just off screen.
Yeah, that'll make a world. Oh, there's an Abra. Yep, that might do it. I mean, there's so many cards.
As long as there's 11 cards here.
Yeah, I think there will be. And there's so many cards now. Your opponent next turn will be able to flip the script again. This is why this can be such a challenging matchup for this this Hydrapple deck, this Meganium deck. The prize trade is just not that favorable. Again, you can try your best to get into situations like in this spot. You know, if you had access to Unfair Stamp, got a Hydrapple out.
How did Cole get onto 1 prize card remaining?
Oh, good question. I think our counter may have been a little off.
Okay. So he had taken a KO already and was like, okay.
Yeah. That means...
so Briar was not on the table then.
Yeah. Hey, yeah, with Suichiro at 3 prize cards, that's going to be pretty tough.
Yeah.
Unless there's a Pokemon catcher in his deck as well.
I can't take another Pokemon catcher. Out comes another Teal Mask Ogerpon here, and now Shorichiro's best hope is going to just be KOing this Alakazam and hoping Cole is not able to make a Rare Candy Alakazam combo.
Yeah, and you're probably trying to do Hydrapple EX as your Pokemon just to push up the thing that has the most HP.
Yeah. Going to find a few Grass Energy off the bug catching sets. Basically feels like Professor's Letter half the time when you play that card.
Most of the time you're hoping,
ball, you know?
You're hoping for it to be Professor's Letter a lot of the time, and that's when you find like Bayleaf and an Applin.
Yeah, I've had those experiences. Ultra Ball now for Shorichiro, gets rid of a Bayleaf and a Chikorita, just thinning those cards out of the hand.
Yep. And of course, a key part of this situation, a big development in this Alakazam deck has been that Genesect with the Ace Nullifier ability. Preventing your opponent from using their A-Spec card really blocks Unfair Stamp. And, you know, there was a thought that now that Special Red card is in the format, maybe that's a way to slow things down. And it makes this Alakazam deck a little bit weaker, but you know, we haven't seen a ton of Special Red cards so far.
We really
in this
haven't.
event. It's usually a one-of in some decks, but a lot of decks just aren't playing it at all.
Lana Zaid as the supporter for turn for Shoichiro, and a Night Stretcher being played here to fetch out Pokemon from the discard pile. Looks like it will be Hydrapple EX. Can use that Ripening Charge ability to bring an energy into play. I don't think is attached for turn either, so plenty of ways to get energy out there.
Yep.
And this will be enough to take a KO here on Alakazam, and now Cole Thomas needs to find Rare Candy, Alakazam, and a way to get 17 cards in hand.
Yeah, or a Boss's Orders will do it too.
Boss's Orders certainly would, and that is found here, so as long as Cole has an energy, which it does look like there is in the hand, will be able to take his final prize card, KOing anything else off the bench, and go up 2-0, go to 7-0 with Alakazam here at NAIC. And the unfair stamp was prized anyway. So.
Yeah, well.
There was 2 Genesect in play.
All right, well, congratulations to Cole moving to 7-0 with Alakazam. I know Taylor said he's hoping to avoid Alakazam, but now there is one kind of in his bracket at 7-0, so he will have to dodge that potentially. But yeah, you can see why Alakazam is a powerful play in the format. There are certain decks that you have so much breathing room against. You have so much cushion because once you set up, you're just getting one-hit knockouts. Your whole deck pretty much only gives up 1 prize card, and so the prize trade is so ridiculously in your favor that, you know, even sometimes your hand gets disrupted, you miss a knockout for 1 turn, you're so far ahead it doesn't matter. You can just draw up on the next turn. And obviously when the deck works, you just a single prize Pokemon for 1 energy is getting 1-hit knockouts.
Yeah, it's pretty tough to combat that, to be honest. It makes you feel like you're almost playing against like a Night March or a Vespiquen or something like that, where they've reached a critical mass when there's just no hand disruption really that's super strong available in the format. Ends up being a pretty strong option, to be honest. You mentioned 7-0, people being in the same bracket. There's actually 12 players who are currently 7-0 right now.
These
tournaments are so big, man. Yeah. So many players out there still competing for their shot, for their dream of becoming the North American International Champion. And for 12 of those players, it feels much more real than the rest of the field. I mean, an incredible start, but it is still a long tournament.
Yeah, I mean, we've seen it a lot of these events. Sometimes you need to get to 10, 11, 12 wins, somewhere in that range. So yeah, even though you start 7-0, you still got to win so many more matches if you want to make it to that top 8 and eventually be champion here. You know, some players such as, you know, Taylor in this last round didn't really have any championship points coming into the event. It's really make top 4 or bust if you want to make it to the World Championships, but that hope is still alive.
Well, if you're watching along this weekend and you want to figure out how to get in on the fun, how to be a part of the action, be sure to find a Pokemon event near you. Your local gaming store may have a Pokemon League. Scan this QR code to find an event happening. There will be events throughout the summer here celebrating Pokemon, celebrating the upcoming World Championships as well. As we enter the off season, there is still tons to play for, tons of exciting times. There is no better time to learn than right now.
Yeah, I've been saying that for like 10 years, Chip, but it's always true. There's no better time to start playing the Pokemon TCG than right now. And how many of us have stories of going to a local game store, going to your first tournament, whatever it is, and making lifelong friends that you talk to.
Yeah.
Sometimes you even, you know, life happens, you go in and out of playing the game, but you still stay connected to those friends, and sometimes you find your way back. But, you know, it's really about the community, the memories that you make. Yeah, it's amazing. Give it a shot.
Yeah, a sentiment I personally hold, and I know many others as well who I've spoken to through the years, is I just wish I had started playing this game sooner. Wish I had just been involved a little bit earlier, because there's just so much to enjoy. So don't wait. Get involved now. Scan that QR code, Pokemon.com/events. You can find the event locator, Pokemon.com/compete. There's many ways to get in on the action. And more action we still have to come here with Swiss Round 8, which will be happening very, very soon. Don't go anywhere. We'll be back shortly.
Ceruledge. It's a lot more fun than my deck.
started playing Pokemon sometime early in 2012, and I think I started playing competitive tournaments later in 2012 after the rotation, and I've been playing ever since. My favorite Pokemon is Mew. I kind of found it really cool, like especially with like the earlier movies, how it could just like shapeshift and it was strong. So it's a little bit extra than Ditto. It's been my favorite ever since. I haven't really had a quote that really stuck to me. Like at the moment, now you're putting me on the spot. The only one I can think of is the Mewtwo one from the first movie, which is I think it's the circumstance of one's birth is irrelevant. It's what you do with that life that matters. It's something along those lines. I think Henry Chao's probably the best player. So even though I think there might be players like Todd who I'd say are better, when you look at the current format, I think Henry Chao on Gardevoir is just stronger than any other player currently, and that probably puts him as the best player in the game. I definitely love playing the game. It's definitely some level of comfort as well. Yeah, I do just enjoy playing a lot, and like at the moment, it's currently what I do, and I wouldn't really trade it for anything else. It probably would be something like chocolate, I would say. That's probably one of the ones that I have the most. I don't really snack that much when I game though. My favorite dessert is probably ice cream. Usually I'm going to have a good time with ice cream. My favorite Pokemon event, in terms of like actually just like enjoying the location, I think Merida last year was one of my favorite actually. I really enjoyed the location there. It was nice going to a new country. There were a lot of things to do. We had a great time hanging out afterwards. Overall, it was just a very good event. Yeah, I don't really listen to music that much. I mean, maybe just like Pokemon music in the background. That's something I do listen to a decent amount, but I don't particularly listen to music, which is a little bit weird, but I just never really got into it. I guess I'm Team Ash in a lot of ways, because I feel like Ash's trajectory is relatively realistic for a lot of players actually playing the game, where you get quite close and you keep trying and trying and eventually gets a win somewhere. So I feel like that's something that I can definitely relate to.
One more round to go in Swiss 1 before we get into the second phase of competition here at NAIC, the biggest tournament of the year. Welcome back into the TCG side of things. Ethan Heggie alongside Emily Foreman. We've seen a plethora of decks thus far. We'll have one more match to see who will be our top competitors in Phase 2.
It certainly is Dragapult versus the World at this point, and the World being not only Slowking, but Ceruledge is apparently still a meta deck in 2026 without Squawkabilly. Who knew, Ethan? Certain decks can survive rotation and keep going into still being undefeated here at NAIC. But like we were talking about backstage a little bit earlier, there's just so many people in the room, you can't really expect to hit just Dragapult, right?
Can't only expect to hit great players as well. You know, lots of players competing in their first international championship, some players their first event of the year. Everybody comes from a different background. And speaking of different backgrounds, the casters, of course, picked a background of collection of characters to see who would be doing well this weekend. We took our picks. Let's see how those choices are going so far for the caster predictions. We did, of course, see Kyle's favorite Pokemon for a plethora of reasons. That Meganium make its appearance. We'll have to see if it maybe fares a bit better than our player did last time on the featured stream. That Shaman as well. A big card in the background, though. It always is hit or miss to see how well that card's going to have an impact on the match.
I think we've seen pretty much everybody's caster predictions in some way, shape, or form, aside from Chip and his Beedrill EX prediction here. And it's unfortunate, right? Because I think Beedrill was actually going on a little bit of a hot streak, so we won't be able to feature it, as I do believe it's not sitting at undefeated anymore, but maybe some of them will actually sneak into Phase 2. Ethan, I mean, walk me through it. Out of all the decks you could see, and out of all the decks you could take, why take Dragapult out of all things?
If you were to ask me, you know, why should I have a steak dinner when I'm hungry and looking to have an excellent meal? I mean, that's basically the question you're asking me right here, Emily. Why not have the best deck in the format? You've got to predict what you think is going to succeed, and really there's nothing stopping the great players from playing Dragapult and doing well. So, a bit forward, but that's how I have it sometimes. Look, I've had some bad caster predictions, and by that I mean really generic cards in the past. You know, special red card from Alex, and that's probably the most generic thing on this list, but it is an impactful card that we've seen in a plethora of decks this weekend. Many different decks playing that card, and the Dusknoirs also had a lot of a impact on different things.
Yeah, I mean, you look across the board, right? And I think Amy is onto something with the Team Rocket's Watchtower. As usual for our friends over in Europe, they really love of their tech card inclusions into their caster predictions. So I know Amy and Alex, they've really been kind of studying hard this meta. But I mean, for me, Ethan, you know, I just like how you used to pick Gardevoir all the time for your caster prediction, I got to pick my favorite deck to play, and that's Raging Bolt. And it's because we've seen Raging Bolt time and time and time again get into these top 8s, these top 4s, and then kind of fall apart at the end. So I'm hoping at NAIC, one Raging Bolt player ends the season on such a high note for the deck. But I think both Alex and Chip are onto something with the Dusknoir as well, going into the Dragapult here. I think that was definitely what looked like to be the best Dragapult variant heading into NAIC. What do you think about our meta spread in terms of what we've seen so far for, in particular, Dragapult?
Really nothing too concerning with the Shaman. You can kind of deal with Slowking fairly well. It's just the fact that you can't throw in a huge random package to take care of Dragapult is its biggest strength. Nothing too surprising. Zoroark is kind of an initial response that can be scary for a deck like this. You have the power of Reshiram punishing you, going for 2-hit KOs. You've got the Zekrom plus Adrenabrain combos to take KOs. That matchup can be pretty scary, but there are a lot of decks that Zoroark does not want to face in the room. Before we go through the next slide, of course, want to mention Pablo's predictions as well, see what our analyst for the weekend went through, and it's a card we have not seen too much, that Mega Greninja EX. You really want to root for that card to do well, especially if you've been playing the game. You've had the Greninja Break do well in the past. There's just a lot more things going on now, and we've seen how impactful cards are, like the quick shooting Inteleon. You know, there have been abilities like that before in the Pokemon TCG. Decidueye, for example, with that Feather Arrow ability. This is the same ability of a card printed over 10 years ago, but there's been a lot more changes on what essentially is a stage 2-3 prize Pokemon compared to, you know, a stage 3 almost with Break Evolution 1 prize Pokemon.
Well, I actually think, Ethan, that Pablo is definitely onto something, and it will be that Slowking. Still, being very brave and picking it after we predicted that so many players would be putting Shaman in their list to stop Trifrost. But look at that. I mean, still, as we check out our standings here, there is one Slowking player still undefeated. Ethan, why is that when so many players have decided to put Shaman in their deck?
It doesn't make it an auto win. It does make the matchup a little more stable. Still have to worry about the Lily's Clefairy EX, that Fairy Zone ability, thinking about the Brave Bangle and the Metagross. There's a lot of different things going on in that matchup. Not an auto win by any means. Lots of familiar names at the top so far. We featured James Kowalski earlier playing that Lily's Clefairy deck. Speaking of which, Rahul Reddy coming off a second place regional finish. He's at 7-0 so far. Jackson Ford, number 3 in terms of championship points this season. Out to an excellent start at 6-0-1. So many players. We can go on and on about the talent so far through this tournament, and we're really only halfway done.
North America really dominating also according to these rankings as well. A couple of players from across the pond and down below with Isaac and Paolo coming in there, but still North America really kind of putting the flag in the ground, say we're here to defend. And I think it's because players from North America truly love Dragapult. They know how to play around Dragapult. If you watched any of the North American regionals from post-rotation on, it was Dragapult left and right here. I think these players understand the meta the most.
Speaking of which, let's take a look at that meta. Breakdown for phase number 1, over 3,700 players, and 1,334 of them decided to pull up with Dragapult. Still towards the back end, similar amounts, you know, around this 2 to 100 range. More archetypes than this, of course, on the graphic, but these are by percentage the top 5 most played decks in the room for phase 1.
Ethan, I don't think the column for Dragapult could get higher. I mean, realistically,
that is true.
It's
it
touching
is on
the top
edge.
of the white part of the border here. But it's very interesting. Now, granted, let's look a little bit to the right. We did see Kyle's favorite Pokemon, Meganium, in that feature match kind of segment that we did have in between games. And that's actually coming in second. I think a lot of the players have actually started to kind of turn away from the most aggressive deck in the room as the second option there, with Raging Bolt being actually at the bottom for the first time. But it's the rise of Zorwark here, thanks to Liam and the Tord and the different ways that we've actually been able to seize Zorwark. I think the deck is about to go through another renaissance.
Time will tell, Emily, for many of these players, Dragapult players, and those deciding to try and counter what many consider to be the best deck in the room. As we said, one more round here in phase number 1. We've got players battling it out to see if they can advance to the second phase, where they'll need to have 16 or more match points. Of course, these players that we see are locked up at a spot. They have 18, 19 or more match points. They'll be playing in phase 2, but they're looking for more than that. Plenty of competition. Diego Casiraga versus Justin Neudorf, a world champion versus just so close to that runner-up last year, all culminating to our featured match. It will be Nathan Brower up against Jackson Ford.
I mean, just look at the star-studded lineup like we had talked about, right? And it's still these players that may not be undefeated, but still sitting, or may not be 7-0, but still undefeated. 6-1 is still a perfectly fine record to carry through into not only phase 2, but day 2 tomorrow. Jackson Ford is always one to kind of keep an eye on. Like you had mentioned, one of the highest point earning players this season, looking to potentially take home an international alongside his regional win.
Has had success on this stage before. It was back in the seniors division during the 2018 season with that Buzzwole Lycanroc deck. One of my personal favorite decks. We haven't seen anything quite like it. We kind of are close with Lucario. You know, we've got the ability with Bloodthirsty Eyes, except it's on the Hariyama instead, and you've got Lucario that hits hard. Anyways, I love this deck. Any chance you can get me to ramble off about Buzzwole Lycanroc, I'm going to take it. So apologies for everyone there, but look, plenty of evolution happening in the Pokemon TCG. There really is nothing like Dragapult. Super hard to compare other cards in the past to this. It's just that strong, that dominating. And, you know, with us being in this halfway point, Emily, is there any narrative to be changed? Do you think the story is pre-written? Dragapult is going to go the distance, or has there been a surprising deck maybe that you believe could topple the king?
I mean, if Hops Trevenant is winning special championships less than 7 days ago, Ethan, anything can happen. And I think that's what we have truly seen over the past month or so with different decks like Alakazam winning regionals, Mega Lopunny winning regionals. And even at this international, we are at least seeing stream matches where Dragapult is losing, right? So it's really hard to say if Dragapult is even going to take it home, which feels really wild to say out loud, but with the amount of times that we've seen Dragapult lose to something else, it could go either way. I mean, it sounds like the Slowking believers are really onto something here, so we'll see if Slowking is going to be able to stay undefeated, but that's not one of the decks we're going to be seeing now.
We've got the underdog versus the king. Let's throw it down to the stage and get into our last Swiss round here at NAIC. Jackson Ford up against Nathan Brower. Will be Jackson playing the tried and true Dragapult EX paired with this Blaziken up against Nathan playing a very unique deck, that Team Rocket's Honchkrow. Let's throw it down to the stage and get into this match.
I am so excited, Ethan, to be seeing Team Rockets up here on the NAIC stage. Team Rocket's archetype got a small resurgence with Ascended Heroes and Honchkrow coming back in to the fray here. So the deck had some reliable attackers, but I feel like even though we saw Joshua in Europe take this deck to a top 4 finish, wasn't able to really kind of take it all home. And the thing is, Nathan Brower here is undefeated, but the question is, how is he going to be able to handle a Dragapult Phantom Dive when all of these Murkrows are still hanging around?
Will really come down to that Team Rocket's Articuno putting in work with the Repelling Veil ability to stop those damage counters from being placed. However, when that Pokemon evolves, Honchkrow is not able to protect these evolution Pokemon. That dynamic and much more will be interesting to follow. We'll see the opening coin flip for both of these players. Jackson looks like winning the coin flip, opting to potentially go second. That is an advantage in some matchups. However, this Team Rocket's deck with the Honchkrow loves to go first, thanks to having a very powerful supporter at its disposal.
It feels tailored to this deck, believe it or not. That's going to be that Proton when we are able to see it. I know for Jackson himself, probably kicking himself, and this is where those Dragapult archetypes are coming into play. Blaziken, well, yes, great attacker. It's not going to be something like a Dusk Noir, so it's really going to be up to Jackson to navigate around Team Rocket's Articuno because those damage counters are not going to be flying like he's used to.
See, of course, players drawing their opening hands. A mulligan on Jackson's side means he'll have to shuffle up, draw a new hand of 7 cards, and Nathan will be rewarded as an additional card drawn after the setup. Is it really just beat, stick, and spread, or is there a little bit more intricacy that can happen between both of these players?
Well, it really kind of depends on the opening hands realistically, and it's sad to say, right? But sometimes this Team Rocket's deck, no matter which version you're playing, whether it is Honchkrow or whether it is Mewtwo and Spidops, if you don't see that opening Proton, and trust me, Ethan, it does happen, it will feel really bad. But here's the prizes. That's a lot of supporters going in.
That Meowth, 1 copy for Jackson in the prize cards. It's a great way to get yourself out of a tough scenario if you don't have a Lily opening in your hand. As you mentioned, those Team Rocket Giovanni need to have as a gusting card, essentially. You see one of those Team Rocket's energy at the top, another valuable resource you've always got to keep track of. This deck essentially attacks for a single attachment. Like there was a slight issue. This does happen sometimes on the stream where a mulligan card was taken before putting the prize cards out. It can be a little bit difficult with the prizes being on the right side if you are the player to the right we see in Nathan's side. We'll have to see how this gets resolved, and just kind of one of the unfortunate things that can happen in the Pokemon TCG.
As I always like to say, Ethan, players of any skill level can make mistakes. Jackson and Nathan both have been playing this game for a very long time, and there are still mistakes to be made. And unfortunately, it does take just a little bit of extra time to get into the game from here. But I really am so excited to see if Team Rocket's Honchkrow paired with the Porygon 2 is able to really kind of sift through, and it's thanks to those Articunos that really do essentially veil or shield all of the basic Pokemon on that bench here. But it's also about the thing with Team Rocket is that Jackson is going to have to target down a lot of these energy attachments.
We saw how powerful using gusting cards can be on that Team Rocket's Articuno if it does come down in the matchup. Does have a 1 retreat cost, the only way to switch out of the active being that Team Rocket's Giovanni supporter card, acting as a supporter similar to Guzma for those who have been playing during this era that we bring back and forth. On Jackson's side, there are a couple of interesting inclusions that will definitely matter. The hand disruption cards, the special red card that's in the deck, the copy of Judge. Importantly though, opting to play a card he's very familiar and successful with, this Secret Box A-Spec instead of Unfair Stamp in Dragapult.
Jackson known to love a good setup. We saw from his regional win not too long. I mean, actually, it was kind of a long time ago at this point, beginning of this season. But one thing I do want to point out about Jackson's list, Ethan, is that Dragapult is playing a copy, 1 copy of Lily's Clefairy EX. That's not even the crazy part here. The crazy part is that there's a Lily's Pearl as well to go alongside trying to find a counter to some of these mirror matches that he is anticipated to tech. Let's see those A-Specs again. I mean, all the supporters are there, but the A-Spec is gone.
At the top of the prizes at that, never where you want to see that Miracle headset. Buffed up versus Seeker to bring supporters back from the discard pile. Looks like everything was resolved, and Nathan will just receive a warning, so we'll have a 6 prize versus 6 prize showdown between both players, just how we like to see it in this last round of Swiss for phase number 1.
Still, though, I mean, prizing that Miracle headset is going to be a big part of this late game. So heading into game now, it is going to be round 8, Ethan, last round of phase 1 here. Now, both players are guaranteed a spot in, but you know nobody wants to take a loss right now heading into phase 2.
Nathan does open that Team Rocket's Articuno combined with that Team Rocket's Transceiver. Will guarantee that those Pokemon are played. This supporter card, Team Rocket's Proton, ignores the effects of normal supporter cards as you can play it on your first turn going first.
I know in our last match we had a Carmine supporter, which you could also play on your first turn, but Proton works pretty well here too. And like we had talked about in our pre-match conversation, if you don't start this Proton, it is a big, big worry because you want to save all of your Pokepads for finding your Honchkrows and your Porygons for the late game. But notice this, Ethan, this is a really big bench here from Nathan, not only having the Articuno in the active, but choosing to grab another one as well, realizing how important protecting the bench from all of these damage counters truly is.
Immediately throwing that Team Rocket's Factory in play to draw 2 cards. Does find that Team Rocket's Energy, the special energy card, does provide 2 Dark Energy or Psychic Energy to any Pokemon that's Team Rocket attached, allowing this Honchkrow to attack in 1 turn. Definitely be notable for later on, and considering even playing this Ignition Energy to our Articuno to retreat, put Murkrow up into the active spot, and get ready to start attacking on the following turn.
Wow, that is a very risky attached to retreat angle that Nathan is going for here. There's no basic energy in this deck for Nathan, so it is really just about finding all of these special energies. But the thing is, Ethan, there are no recovery cards for special energy, especially for Team Rockets here. So Nathan, no fear at all, just going to use the Ignition Energy to get into the active. On over to Jackson's turn, and this is what he wants to see first, right? I mean, you can't go wrong with Buddy Buddy Poffin.
Excellent card for any of the set-up decks. 70 HP or less can grab those Pokemon out of the deck. Immediately Badoo, one of those 2 cards chosen to be benched. It is, of course, an energy lost for Nathan, but you're going to have to pivot at some point, and really on these early turns for Jackson, wanting to play that Lily's Determination instead of Boss's Orders can go a long way when it comes to the setup. And let's not forget, Murkrow's Torment attack does have the capabilities to knock out a Badoo without having to discard any of those Team Rocket supporter cards.
Well, this is what you want to see if you are Jackson. Not only do you get your opening Buddy Buddy Poffin, but you don't have to work too hard for your energy as well. We're going to take a look also the fact that Jackson is playing this Blaziken EX as well, so a little bit more of a loose time with the energy and being able to just safely discard it because you know the Blaziken EX and that Seething Spirit's going to be able to get it back into the active. But still a very teched out list for Dragapult, Ethan. I mean, what do you think Jackson's thoughts were? Was it just, let's just tech for everything?
Well, I know Jackson values consistency in this deck. Knowing what most Dragapult EX variants are playing, a lot of them with Crushing Hammer means Blaziken is a great way to offset that energy denial that Crushing Hammer can so very often find a way to do when your opponent gets lucky, gets on a hot streak, flips a couple of heads. It can be very, very difficult to come back from that. We'll see Jackson draw these 8 cards already with the attachment for turn, and there's that secret box. When Jackson decides to use that will be a big telling moment in this matchup, opting to hold on to it for now, content with just the 2 Dreepy in play, and throwing action back to Nathan where he is sitting on the Team Rocket's energy already, plus a couple of Team Rocket's supporter cards. How he decides to go about this turn will be crucial later on in the game. It will be that Petrol. We see the supporter card in many different decks outside of Team Rockets, but works very well here to grab yourself a trainer card.
The only thing that I'm not seeing so far, Ethan, is going to be one of the Porygons coming down here too, because that's what this deck does really well. The 2 attackers, Honchkrow and Porygon, do synergize with each other. You use the Team Rocket's Honchkrow to stack up all of this damage with Rocket Feathers, discarding all of these supporters, and then the Porygon too that comes in the late game is able to utilize how many supporters you have in that discard to get and swing those high numbers. I mean, we look at the prize cards here, and I mean, taking a Pokepad for the trouble, but I mean, what is Jackson going to do now?
Does use Recon Directive to start the turn off, finding a Fire Energy, electing to take that or the Pokepad. It will be Phesandipity's Flip the Script used next, so building up a massive hand, still has not used the Secret Box. Looking at this list, there are 2 copies of Rare Candy. If Jackson can find a way to play something like Crispin plus Rare Candy, could we see an early Dragapult EX? Will Jackson take this time off to develop the board? It looks like it will be the latter, evolving into the second Dracloak.
It feels like the only option you're really able to do, especially when there are 2 Articuno really kind of preventing the bench. And the thing is, you would be able to take this Murkrow and take the energy at least out of play here. But then that's a Dragapult, or that's a Dragapult there, kind of ready to go at this point. So I think Jackson, like you said, really values consistency here. Here comes that secret box to really kind of get things going, especially because Jackson doesn't even have a Torchic right now. Definitely wants to see a little bit more.
Jackson can still take a KO on the Murkrow this turn with a Crispin and Dragon Headbutt, would actually deal enough damage to take a knockout. The question then just becomes, what does your response look like next turn when you're committing all of the energy cards to the active, plus, you know, your Dracloak goes down, you need to then Rare Candy back up. Does have Rare Candy Blaziken online for next turn. You have to wonder what Jackson's plan is to either disrupt this turn. You have the information that your opponent grabbed that Team Rocket's Ariana on the previous turn. When to use these hand disruption cards, can't stress it enough. So important in this matchup.
Well, it might just be about taking it easy. The only Budu in the deck is going down here. So it is just going to have to be the Torchic coming in to fruition. And the thing is, it may be just valuable for Jackson just attach, maybe even try to reestablish the Budu, retreat this Dracloak, and then taking it a little bit slower. But still, I like the line that you're thinking, Ethan. I mean, Judge here would be pretty good. It would take some of the consistency cards that Nathan has out of the hand, like the Ariana, but also would take the Honchkrow as well here.
Both recon directives being used. Thinking about committing the Dark Energy to Pheasantipity as a sniping option for later on. I really love this option from Jackson. Targeting the Team Rocket's Articuno down with gusting cards and then using Cruel Arrow. Is that his way to gain an edge in this matchup?
I mean, if there are Murkrows out, I mean, Cruel Arrow would do the 100 damage here. Back on over to Nathan's side. Has to anticipate, because Nathan did get to see, thanks to the knowledge of Secret Box, that Jackson did draw Judge here, so might want to play a little bit of defense at this point.
Really curious if Jackson didn't actually play a supporter card on the previous turn. Held that Crispin in hand to give himself a reactive approach based off what Nathan will do this turn. Can he get aggressive and take a KO on something like Pheasantipity? Is it possible for him to miss a knockout and leave that Dracloak in the active spot? Time will tell, as Nathan does play that Pokepad drawn off the prizes to find what is most likely another one of these Pokemon. Maybe now is time for that Porygon to come into play.
It would be very interesting to see Team Rocket's Giovanni being played here too, because that would be essentially telling Jackson, hey, you just need to hurry up at this point. Now that Honchkrow is evolved in the active, if that Honchkrow were to return to the bench, that repelling veil will not protect it anymore. So big key point here was the Porygon grabbed off of the Pokepad and the Petrel used for turn. So no aggressive plays, Ethan. It is just going to be more and more setup.
Really wanting to win the Stadium War. Jackson down that one copy of Team's Watchtower will be discarded and replaced with a Team Rocket's Factory. So whether we're at the hideout or in the factory, it seems that Team Rocket is truly running this battlefield.
This is a really great point here from Nathan as well, just getting all of the stadiums out. And this Team Rocket's Factory is actually pretty useful if you use a Team Rocket supporter, which hint, hint, everybody. All of the supporters in this deck are. You get to draw an extra 2 cards here. So for Nathan, still just going to be filling this bench, getting the Porygon ready to go, because once again, this Team Rocket's Articuno here is just going to veil everything from a Phantom Dive.
2 of those supporter cards discarded with Rocket Feathers. Nathan will jump to a 2 prize card advantage. As Jackson debates what to promote this turn, what to attack with. It will be the Torchic coming into the active spot. We know Jackson's already sitting on Rare Candy plus Blaziken. Start the turn by using Flip the Script. Does draw into a few more of those energy cards. But I'm not sure he's got a way to quite yet discard them. We do see Recon Directive draw into another Dracloak. Now just checking through the hand, seeing what's available. Recon Directive again does find Ultra Ball and immediately takes it. Getting those energy in the discard pile opens up a lot more options thanks to Blaziken's ability.
The thing is, though, Ethan, you got to look at the energy attachment onto the Pheasantipity. Unfortunately, Cruel Arrow's not really going to be doing much at this point here. So it is going to be just this dark energy. And we're seeing the Air Balloon as well onto this Blaziken. Blaziken does have a little bit of a heavy retreat cost here, so it doesn't want to waste the energy attachments for turn, and instead might just want to go into Dragapult. Like you had mentioned, Crispin already in hand here, but actually going to choose to throw it away because, I mean, Seething Spirit does at least cover some of those energy attachments.
Looks like the plan is to try and use this Blaziken as a supporting Pokemon rather than an attacker. With this Team Rocket's Articuno in play, Dragapult EX and Blaziken basically read the same. You do 200 damage to your opponent's active, and you can't place damage counters with Dragapult, so they're basically equal. Having that ability turn after turn really will come in clutch when you want to use multiple different attackers. Keep up with the aggression that this Honchkrow deck can apply to your board. That's why we're seeing Dragapult EX get grabbed to preserve this ability from Blaziken. There's the Seething Spirit, attaching that energy to the Dragapult. Evolution, attachment for turn. We'll see if now is the time for Jackson to use this Judge to disrupt Nathan's setup.
This is exactly what you want to see. If you are Jackson, you have your attacker, your primary attacker, I would say. Blaziken's a great secondary attacker, but you have your primary attacker ready to go. Is that a boss's orders onto the onto the Murkrow here?
Yeah.
And still stacking on that damage here. Team Rocket's Honchkrow, no more repelling Veil, so you know what? It's time to start spreading some damage counters, Ethan.
Does put it in range to be KO'd on the bench the following turn. Nathan will get to keep his pretty formidable sized hand, which always will matter for a knockout. And now the question becomes, can Nathan find a way to use Team Rocket's feathers to discard 6 Team Rocket supporter cards to KO Dragapult EX this turn? Every turn Jackson's able to announce Phantom Dive, he's going to get that much closer to getting himself back in this game.
This is pretty good here for Nathan, though, the more you think about it, especially because Nathan not going too crazy on the amount of Honchkrows that he's putting into play here, so really relying on double Articuno at this point. Do also want to bring up, Ethan, the fact that Jackson is not only just playing this one copy of Team Rocket's Watchtower that is now down, but is also playing a copy of Area Zero Underdepths as well. So if we're talking about that Stadium War like you were talking about a little bit earlier, it is going to be Nathan who's going to come out on top playing 3 Team Rocket's factories. That's actually a lot of draw for a deck that loves to draw cards.
Speaking of which, big 4 cards from this Team Rocket's Ariana. How many supporter cards can Nathan find? Needs to get to that aforementioned 6 cards. May be reliant off this Robo Stick to find some supporters. We'll see 2 cards drawn. That's another supporter, essentially, thanks to that Transceiver. May need to find 1 or 2 supporters here. Do the math. It looks like 3 in the hand plus 2 Transceiver. Let's see how many cards from the top 4. There's the Team Rocket's Ariana.
Wow.
Finds 3 supporter cards, can place those all into the hand, and it looks like Nathan is lining up to take down this Dragapult EX on this turn.
This math is perfect, Ethan, and especially because that Porygon on the bench is ready to go. Now, granted, it did evolve this turn, so it will actually have to eat some damage counters here, but Jackson can have some great counterplay if he finds another boss's orders to be able to take out both attackers here. But for Nathan, a great Roto Stick, honestly, and this is one of the only decks that actually uses this card. Hasn't even used the Ace Spec yet because it is still in the prizes. It will be Nathan reaching all the way up.
Grabbing out these Team Rocket's Proton as great supporters now that you're past those early turns to discard, since it's much better to draw those cards with Ariana, use that gusting effect with Giovanni than it is to find basic Pokemon. Smart sequencing here for Nathan in this first game. We'll grab these primed to be put into the discard pile, and Rocket's Feathers in combination with potentially this Lucky Helmet attachment. We've seen that card find its way into a variety of different decks. Figuring out if now is the time to use it, and it will be. Knows Jackson is still holding on to that Judge supporter, counting out the 6 worst supporter cards, which seems counterintuitive, but when you're putting them to the discard pile, you got to keep what's valuable. And it looks like that Ariana, as well as a couple of those Team Rocket Giovanni considerations to be kept into the hand, will keep 1, get rid of some supporter cards, and that Rocket's Feather will deal 360 damage to KO Dragapult EX after we see potentially another Proton grab from the deck with this Transceiver.
The biggest thing here, too, is what I'm looking at in Nathan's hand, Ethan, is that Team Rocket's energy here, too. If Nathan were to get hit by a Judge next turn, would have to at least draw into the energy to make it so. And like we had talked about, this deck does rely on not using all of the energy because there's no easy way to get it back here. So there it goes, all of the supporters into the discard for a big knockout. Nathan's going to be on 2 prize cards left. Can Jackson find a way to stall, at least for the moment?
Flip the script for Jackson, still looking for something specific. Does find that that special red card. Is there a boss's orders to pair this together? That's the combination it feels like Jackson has just still been missing without Meowth just unable to search out boss's orders, with one being in the prize cards as well.
Might actually have to, at this point, Ethan, just kick with this Blaziken at this point and then hope that Nathan doesn't find a way through the judge to get things going.
We do see the stadium card in hand. That could be impactful with a hand disruption on top. Taking a look at the discard pile, seeing how many supporter cards are down. Would love to see what Nathan has expelled at this point. Now, this deck is playing a total of 4 of each Team Rocket supporter cards. There's 6 of them in total, so that's 24 supporter cards, excuse me. 4, 8, 12, 16, 20, 24. Yep.
Do
my math correct.
You got it. You got it.
Look,
I
sometimes
you.
math is hard here. I need to trust myself more, Emily. We've got 24 supporter cards. Love to see how many of those supporters Nathan is down so far in this matchup, as relying off of the Porygon later on in the game is great. But when you're in this sort of middle ground where you've got half the supporters in your discard pile and half of them still in your deck, you're kind of in this weird zone where one attack or the other is just not getting the job done.
The thing is, though, Ethan, I mean, this Team Rockets deck is known for drawing Ariana in a pinch, like you were mentioning, as Nathan was discarding it here. But still, I mean, is Jackson Ford going to use Judge here, or is he just going to use something like the Cruel Arrow from Crispin or something?
Just again, missing this boss's orders, coming back to bite Jackson on what would be an impactful turn. What will he do to adapt? Dragapult EX comes back into play, and there is the Judge. So can at least take a KO, but all of these damage counters that have been building up on this Honchkrow seem to have been going to waste.
Let's see the cards for Jackson here. Both players still, of course, having a good time. A lot of great camaraderie amongst all of our players here at NAIC. See the draw, though, for both players. I mean, 4 cards doesn't leave Team Rocket with much to really work with, but that Ariana and a combination of Team Rocket's Factory, because I still believe there is one for use, Ethan. This could be it.
Yeah, winning the Stadium War here, as this is the last Stadium card for Jackson, means every turn the game goes on where your opponent just gets to draw essentially 2 free cards just becomes such a big advantage. There's that boss's orders for potentially a following turn, as Blaziken EX will move out of the active spot. Dragapult EX will emerge. We'll see the Phantom Dive take a KO on the Honchkrow. 6 cards for Porygon, but this is where that lucky helmet is going to get its value, as Nathan will have essentially 7 cards to start this turn off, but there are just so many energy cards. I'm not sure this is the hand that Nathan was really looking to have after that disruptive.
Well, count how many supporters have hit the discard pile at this point. Ethan does have the ignition energy to use our command, and there's the Archer as well. So still, I mean, a lot of players have missed shuffling in and disrupting hands, but Team Rocket actually has the capability of playing this Team Rocket's Archer here, where both players would shuffle their hands in. But look at this, here's the supporter count, Ethan.
So it looks like out of the supporters available, getting close to being down a decent amount. Got 4 copies of the Proton already gone. Petrol is almost all gone as well. We're going to see these evolutions, and this could definitely backfire for Nathan. He's going to commit to attacking with the Porygon 2 this turn. But it does mean that after the end of this turn, he'll be left with no energy cards in play, meaning boss's orders just continues to become a strong option for Jackson in the future.
And this was kind of the issue that we were having a little bit earlier, and what we were worried about with this Team Rockets deck is that a lot of these cards are tailored to its consistency, but the problem is once all of these energies go, it just doesn't feel like a way to get back here. Let's see what the 5 cards are for Nathan. Jackson's only going to be able to have 2, but it might just have to be an R command, and then hope later down the line the finisher can come through.
Did find the Team Rockets Factory importantly, so that will stay in play for the rest of the game, meaning Finn will continue to draw extra cards, thinning the deck out beforehand with the Poképad. Will be another Murkrow put to the hand, maybe considering Porygon yet again to come down into play. It is that 2-1 line, so using Porygon 2 again would require the use of a Night Stretcher. really thinking about what is best, and it will be the Team Rocket's Porygon chosen from the Pokepad.
I mean, this is what this deck does best when it comes to the way that it flows together. You use the Honchkrow early, you get rid of all of your Team Rocket supporters into the discard, and then you let Porygon 2 clean up at the end, but it's only so unfortunate when you're unable to reliably find those knockouts. So instead, you just have to hope that your opponent isn't going to be able to use anything to take a multi-prize. Now, here's the big thing, Ethan. There are 2 Honchkrows now on the bench. That Veil is not going to be able to shield everything, so count it out. How much is our command doing at this point?
Looks like we've got a total of 13 supporter cards that would be 260 damage. It looks to be the case. Porygon 2 attacks with the R-Command. Damage dealt to Dragapult. So close, just 6 damage counters away from winning this first game, and we'll see if this Dragapult, being able to hang on, comes back to provide Jackson some value. And while it may on the surface seem counterintuitive, I would actually expect to see if Jackson can find Boss's Orders this turn to attack yet again with that Dragapult, since that Team Rocket's Giovanni is the only way to possibly switch out a Pokemon.
Well, 6 fresh cards here for Jackson, as you saw, thinning the deck as best as he can by putting a Lily's Pearl on a Monkey Dory. You definitely don't want to draw back into it at this point, so maybe banking on at least finding the Dark Energy to utilize Adrenabrain to move 30 damage counters over to the Team Rocket's Porygon 2. That would be 1 knockout there, but still, the Veil is doing its job, right? So it would have to be Nathan sacrificing one of these Team Rocket's Honchkrows there, but still, it's looking a little bit sticky for Jackson. Has to find this Dark Energy, and Ethan, you can only imagine how he feels seeing it still on Pheasantipity.
There's the attachment for turn. It is the Fire Energy retreating into the Dreepy. It seems that Jackson just doesn't have any other potential besides attacking with Dreepy's Bite Attack, taking the knockout on Porygon. Now, can Nathan find that Team Rocket's Giovanni plus enough supporter cards or a Night Stretcher to bring this back into the hand? I'm not sure it's quite yet. There's a lot of energy cards. Let's see the draw for turn. Lucky Helmet, that's not quite going to get the job done. The problem with this hand here, Emily, there's not a lot of ways to thin out. Can only draw what looks to be 2 cards potentially from this Team Rocket's Ariana. We're going to use the Roto Stick first, and no, does not find any supporter cards of the top 4.
And still, though, I mean, I believe there are 2 Team Rocket's Giovannis in the discard pile, which means that there are still 2 hiding in the deck somewhere. Is Nathan forced to just take a knockout onto this Dreepy? Does at least have some of the Rocket's energy in hand, and then just putting on the Lucky Helmet and hoping that the energy comes, or the attacker with Team Rocket's Giovanni comes from somewhere else? It could just be petrol for the Giovanni for next turn, Ethan.
Yeah, if that Roto Stick found that Team Rocket's Giovanni, that would have been curtains, bringing up that Dragapult, using the Rocket's Feathers and taking the KO. It looks to be enough supporter cards in the hand, just needs to have a single other one. So Nathan missing that now. Will still play this Petrol, can grab a supporter card. You always have to be wary, though, of that special red card. You put that supporter into your hand, and if your opponent can find that Disruption card, it will go to the bottom where you won't redraw into it unless you can shuffle your deck.
And part of the reason why Nathan at least this turn, or last turn, was so good is because he just stacked a bunch of energy, or damage, excuse me, onto this Dragapult. So Pheasantipity flipped the script, was not live. So because of that, Jackson was stuck to deal with a very small card hand. Now, granted, he did find Lily's Determination to get out of it here. But the question is, does Nathan want to give Jackson the opportunity to use Flip the Script? But instead, I think he's just going to protect this Porygon just in case things go awry with the boss's orders.
Looks like it will be that attachment of the tool card per turn. Drawing 2 cards thanks to the Team Rocket's factory. And as things stand here, Nathan is sitting on a game-winning combination of cards for the following turn. Night Stretcher as well, considering just using that to put Porygon into play. That availability on the Articuno just not going to have enough impact compared to guaranteeing that evolution right now and trying to finish things out with a big Porygon 2 attack if it comes down to it.
It's so scary evolving into this Porygon 2, Ethan, just because when you really think about it, moving 3 damage counters over with Monkey Dory's Adrenabrain on that damaged Dragapult could equal the knockout onto the Porygon 2 because it is now an evolution Pokemon, so Repelling Veil won't technically work here. Has Jackson found a way to wipe the biggest threat off the board?
We are going to see Lily's determination, shuffling the hand, drawing 6 cards, and I have to imagine he is looking for that special red card. If he cannot find that on this turn, Nathan has essentially locked the game up to win with that Team Rocket's Giovanni in combination with either the Rocket's Porygon 2 or that benched Team Rocket's Honchkrow as well.
Big cards here for Jackson, and like you had said, Ethan, it feels like weird to say, but it is not exactly going to be the way it works, but look at this. Not going to be able to at least find the red card here, but it looks like Jackson's going to be pivoting using the Pheasantipity EX thanks to Blaziken to actually use Cruel Arrow to take out that Porygon. Does he see the line? And yes, he will.
You can take out the Porygon, but it seems that Nathan is still sitting on a combination of cards to win with an energy card in hand, plus the Team Rocket's Giovanni. He's going to be able to secure this game. There's the energy card. He's got just 1 supporter, but it is going to be enough. Was there damage healed? I don't think there was. 204. Oh, no, there's 240. It looks like this Dragapult is... No, it's in range. Does Nathan see the win condition?
It's really
60 damage for the Rocket's Feather. You can play the Team Rocket's Giovanni, switch into that benched Honchkrow. And as long as the math is correct, Rocket's Feathers would deal enough damage to take the KO. But no, we're going to see the Team Rocket's Ariana drawing cards instead, reaching to try and find a KO on the active potentially.
I mean, Miracle Headset is still in the prizes, Ethan. Did Nathan just not see the line here?
May have tunneled on this idea of Honchkrow in the active, getting things done, ignoring this Dragapult EX may have costed Nathan this first game.
Rotostick for 3 supporters here.
Are there enough in the hand?
4, and that's going to be it. An alternate win condition. Sometimes we don't get to see it, but Nathan's still tunneling in, taking those extra steps. Nathan going to be able to get a win on the board for Team Rocket's Honchkrow.
Never punished, ladies and gentlemen. You can't emote after that. Come on. Just kidding, Nathan took the game down. Congratulations to him. Going up 1-0 in this set. Wow, what a game down to the wire. You have to imagine there, if Jackson had found a combination of hand disruption plus gusting, how things could have definitely gone array for Nathan in that first game.
Sometimes players like to take the scenic route, Ethan, and there's nothing we can do about it, right?
I feel like I'm stuck in the back seat with the seatbelt on and the car is just tumbling down.
The thing is as well, though, it was done with a lot of style, right? I mean, Nathan was able to go down to the last 4 cards in his deck to use the Rotostick to find the win. As we head into the replay here, and it was actually going to be Torment that did it, but I know somebody who can describe this a little bit better than I can. Pablo, what do you think about what's going on?
There's something in the water here in New Orleans this weekend because we are missing so many instances where game is on board or we have game or we have a route to secure and we're missing them. Works out in the end for most of these players, but wow, I was on the edge of my seat with that ending. Like, I didn't know if there were enough supporters or not just enough. The last 3 cards, 3 supporters. What a crazy ending to game 1.
We have been in for an absolute ride this weekend, and I don't mean a scenic one whatsoever. It has been an absolute roller coaster for the stream matches, from different decks to game-winning final turns, and that Rotostick finding the exact number of Team Rocket supporters. Pheasantipity went down, and what a game number 1 that was.
Listen, the scenic route works really well, but no A-spec, no problem, right, Ethan? Realistically, Nathan able to kind of maneuver around the cards, and now going into this next game, Jackson may have to be the one that strikes a little bit early, especially because of all of the ways that Nathan was not only able to use double Articuno to prevent the bench, but also using Murkrow to attack to get rid of those early prize cards with Badoo.
See the setups from both players. 30 minutes gone off the clock. A big deal for Jackson if he wants to get a win in this match. He's going to have to hope for a slower start on Nathan's end and a fast, aggressive approach in this second game.
Not exactly what this deck does well. Honestly, Jackson's just going to have to hope that Nathan doesn't start with the Team Rocket's Proton, realistically, right? Because that's all the setup there. But speaking of setup, back on over to Jackson's side here. He's going to be going first, and I think, Ethan, it's going to be in favor of going real fast, real quick. But look at that, 2 Murkrow down. I don't like that.
Not what you want to see. A couple supporter cars at the top as well. Jackson did prize one of those Torchic, which make it a little bit more difficult to get into play. We saw how impactful Fezandipity was early on and towards the mid-game for Jackson. That's at the top of the prize cards as well. And the Judge, a hand disruption card, also unavailable. A little bit of tools missing from the shed for Jackson in the second game.
You hate to see that too, especially because your only shuffle in for Nathan is now just going to be the red card here. But Nathan, was that a top deck, Ethan? Was that a top deck of Proton? Did have the transceiver in hand, but just to be a little bit flashy, it is going to be Proton. And coming in and getting those 3 basic Team Rockets Pokemon, you can't feel better for Nathan here.
Exactly what you want to see in these early turns. Even has that Team Rockets factory in hand to back this up with some more card draw. Articuno does come down into play. The availability, Repelling Veil at that, online. See the deck get shuffled. Those 2 Murkrow really going to have to put in a lot of work quick. Or Nathan's going to have to rely off of these Night Stretcher to bring these Pokemon back.
And that's the thing, right? We'll be able to at least keep drawing, but still the setup isn't as comforting as having 2 Articuno there ready for you here. And so great hand here for Nathan. He's got the energy, got the Petrol for next turn as well as the Honchkrow. But the question is he going to be able to keep going here? That Porygon was so key. Might have to attach and retreat again and just choose to let this Murkrow go in the active.
Yeah, taking that same approach, burning that energy card early to ensure that Murkrow can deal with whatever is put into the active spot if it's a Badoo, or needing to evolve later on in the game. Immediately playing that Team Rocket's Watchtower to get rid of the factory, shut off those extra cards from being drawn as Jackson draws into Fire Energy, attaching that to the active and playing Lily's Determination. Emily, there's a combination where Jackson can fire off a Phantom Dive this turn, and if he can, we'll put on a lot of pressure very quickly in the second game.
Well, granted, Repelling Veil is going to be doing its job, but getting the 1 out of 2 Murkrow out of play, especially when 2 of them are prized, definitely feels a little bit better and will at least turn on the heat here for Nathan. 8 big cards and a Recon Directive as well. The Secret Box, Ethan, and the Rare Candy.
Already has it in hand, plus the Buddy Buddy Poffin. You see Jackson picking up his pace, understands he needs to move with prowess in this second game. Trippy number 2 comes down, and I would not be surprised to see if there's no Badoo action in this second game.
You don't technically have time for it.
Yeah, and why use Badoo? It's easily knocked out from Murkrow. If your opponent has something like Team Rocket's Ariana, they're going to just fill the hand up anyways, and we'll see the Recon Directive be used first. At Area 0 going to the bottom of the deck, finds Night Stretcher, now just has to decide which 3 cards to get rid of with this Secret Box. As long as Jackson has enough pieces pending this Ultra Ball can be found, and there's fodder for the discard, he'll be able to take a KO on turn number 2 with Dragapult EX, something that is really missing from how Dragapult is usually built now in the current standard format.
Here's what I'm worried about, Ethan. Now, granted, this is going to be a great turn from Jackson, but as you alluded to in game number 1, the Stadium War, and especially when we're talking about what we are going to be discarding here off of the Ultra Ball, it is going to be Jackson here just getting the Combuskin ready to go, but really does have to utilize and really consider what he wants to discard here. I really hope he keeps that Area 0 because still the Team Rocket's factory is going to be coming in. There's the Rare Candy Dragapult. I mean, damage counters aren't spreading, but you know Jackson's happy to be going first.
Even gets the Combuskin in play for the following turn. Threatening Seething Spirit, and there it is. KO Phantom Dive, 200 damage to the active spot as Nathan is on the back foot opposite to game number 1.
Doesn't exactly feel good either. There's not a lot of supporters in hand.
And a lot of energy cards, meaning this Ariana's not going to draw too many cards, just 4 it seems, with there being 2 supporters and 2 energy, and that Stadium removed as well means it's fairly unlikely that there will be a knockout from Honchkrow in this turn.
Fairly unlikely. We can probably guarantee it at this point. I'm wondering if Nathan wants to safeguard in any which way possible. Only 4 cards drawn here.
We need to draw into 4 Team Rocket supporters.
Yeah, okay.
Oh my, I thought at first the Team Rocket's energy threw me for a loop. Don't play with my heart like this, Nathan.
would love to see a reestablishment on the Porygon as well from Nathan, at least getting something going.
This is where having 2 of the Murkrow prized is so detrimental. You can't even bench it off Pokepad.
Considering what he wants to grab off Pokepad here. Evolving into the Porygon 2 would just be too dangerous, so it will be the pluck of the second Porygon here. I feel like, Ethan, Jackson has forced Nathan to really kind of skip those early game turns that we saw in game number 1 and saying, you know what, Dragapult's here. Here's the problem. You don't get to knock it out. So Jackson could also reestablish Monkey Dory and start taking multiple prize cards if it comes down to it.
I really don't love leaving damage on Dragapult's board in a matchup like this. And we see Nathan just pick his cards up. That turn 2 Rare Candy Dragapult, too powerful for Nathan to handle with the cards at his disposal.
Yeah, that was really quick if you are Jackson Ford, and for good reason. I mean, found the Proton, but the thing is, Ethan, not only do you need that Proton, you just need a little bit more of a heavier bench to get things flowing. And while it's great that you have the energy cards in hand, because there's no direct way to search it out realistically, you need to also find the Team Rocket's Ariana, the Team Rocket's Factories as well, to get this deck really, truly flowing. And the thing is with Dragapult Blaziken, a Dragapult variant that does at least play Rare Candy, these are the times when Dragapult can really just kind of puff its chest out and say, what are you going to do about it?
This is the struggle that this Team Rocket's Honchkrow deck has had since its introduction essentially into Standard, thanks to the Ascended Heroes format, now in the post-rotation format, the H regulation. Really can just struggle to find those knockouts late in the game when it's disrupted, when it has these clunky hands, when it's not drawing perfectly, it can truly falter. We'll see a mulligan from Nathan's, so that means more assistance for Jackson. However, he will be able to go first, pending he has a strong start, like in the first 2 games, put on some early aggression and try and change the tides of battle.
I am loving the inclusion of the Lucky Helmet inside of Nathan's list, at least. Want that card draw no matter what here, and I like the way that Nathan is at least utilizing it. Now granted, there was a basic Pokemon found here, so it's just a matter of if Jackson is going to be able to pull something like that off again here, and if Nathan's going to be able to get set up here with that Proton.
And it will be the case indeed. That Team Rocket's Transceiver played onto the battlefield. Grab out Team Rocket's Proton, find these basic Pokemon, and try and put some threats in. Wow!
Yikes.
Triple Team Rocket's energy. Are you kidding me?
Well, you had too many of them in your hand, so now you have them all in the prize card.
We can't have anything here in this Team Rocket's house.
Well, at least it's not a supporter, right? And I think it's also one thing to note as well. One of the Team Rocket's factories is going to be in the prize cards as well, Ethan, and there are only 3 in the deck here, so it might actually be more of a strategy game between both of these players to see when those stadium bumps are going out, because now it's 2 each.
See the Pokemon put into play on the bench. Both players understanding the gravity of the situation. Time running down on the clock, just under 12 minutes remaining. Immediately no better feeling in the Pokemon TCG. Turn 1 Secret Box right from your hand to get going and get set up.
No better way to, like you said, get set up, Ethan, than being able to cherry pick what you want from the deck, and obviously that Buddy Buddy Poffin if Jackson's not starting it here. And as we look into the prize cards, 1 copy of Team Rocket's Watchtower at the top, but Jackson now going to be able to not only set up at least a couple of Dreepy here, and even potentially a Budu to get that Dreepy out of the active with Air Balloon, will also be able to refresh the hand, see another 8 fresh cards here. Let's see how he wants to do it, because honestly, Ethan, those prize cards for Jackson not looking too bad.
May prioritize grabbing something like Torchic or Dreepy instead of Budu in this spot, just since it's not 100% a necessity, and even just an easy prize card for your opponent, pending you don't have a response. So Jackson still with plenty of options left. Air Balloon on the bench, so just trying to prioritize keeping this Blaziken EX later down the line as a pivoting option to go in and out of desired attackers.
I mean, you usually see Latias EX as the one that has free retreat and not Blaziken, but no Latias in this deck. And honestly, the way that Blaziken is working with this deck, it is really nice to be able to pivot to it whenever you feel like it, especially when you feel like it's too dangerous to put a Dragapult into play. Let's see what the hand is, and you can't ask for anything more than a Buddy Buddy Poffin. I would say, Ethan, the last thing that Jackson is missing is an energy to go with.
Does have one of those Blaziken in the prize cards. Will still grab another Torchic, putting it onto the bench. There is an energy card, can swing, actually no, needs a psychic energy for Petty Grudge, so will instead retreat into the Torchic just to promote a Pokemon. Jackson is okay with being knocked out, passing the turn back over to Nathan. We saw the Team Rocket's Ariana grab the previous turn, but there's no energy cards, and they will be far and few between with those being prized, and importantly, no way to search that energy, so to say, from out of the deck.
I would say part of the biggest advantage as well, Ethan, Blaziken is going to be able to use that dark energy in the discard pile as well once it gets back to Jackson's turn. But like you had mentioned, Ariana being played, and with most of your energy, or a good chunk of your energy at least, being in the prize cards at this point, might have to actually just bank on using this lucky helmet for some draw here. I do believe there is a rare candy in hand at the back of the hand for Jackson. Does he have at least the energy attachment to keep sifting through to be able to take that first prize card?
Just going to be Ultra Ball for Jerkloak and the Lily's Determination. Bonus turn essentially for Jackson in this spot. Can use this to continue to develop the board, sift through his cards, sift through the deck, and put together a powerful turn. Every turn that Nathan misses energies are more opportunities for Jackson to try and make these cool plays where he can gust Pokemon up. Use things like the Dragapult to poke and then finish Pokemon off later. Try and hopefully build and accumulate damage on the board. With the Pheasantipity being in the deck of this game, that is a huge opportunity for a Pokemon to be used later on.
Jackson had a weird choice there on that last recon directive between the Combuskin and the Drakloak there, but thankfully, thanks to Pokepad, we'll at least be able to get a third Drakloak for the issues as well. I think it is really important for Jackson to start setting up this Combuskin into the Blaziken for next turn, because still, I mean, that's a lot of dark energy in the discard. Won't be able to actually attack there, but Blaziken at least will be able to Seething Spirit it back into play.
Torchic throwing in a little bit of support, using that Collect Attack to draw a card. Every card matters in the Pokemon TCG, as Nathan will have to settle for using this Team Rocket's Petrol. Grabbing this Team Rocket Stadium really is going to have to try and find energy cards, Honchkrow, some sort of assistance with this stadium.
The problem is, Ethan, right? If Nathan chooses to evolve this Honchkrow, there could be starting to see some lines of Boss's Orders and spreading some damage counters onto a Honchkrow here. Is it just another pass?
Oh, nothing in the hand for Nathan to work with. We'll see Jackson continue to move quickly, move with pace. Ultra Ball in the hand that can discard the fire energy, and Blaziken EX finally bursts onto the scene.
This is exactly what you want to see, as Jackson does have the fire energy in hand and actually also does get the Dragapult EX as well. So Jackson having a plethora of attackers, and the beauty of choice here on how exactly he wants to go about it. Now granted, Ethan, I mean, it's still a lot of basic Pokemon there. Might just have to use this Blaziken EX to start kicking here with that Smolder Salt, but a fresh 8 cards still. Jackson going real fast here.
2 Recon Directive to use as well. Thinning the hand out, thinning the deck out before starting to filter through. Choose some cards to put into the hand and choose some cards to put onto the bottom of the deck. Here's Recon Directive number 1. Does find Rare Candy. Does choose to keep that over the Pokepad. Now for that second Recon Directive, it will be another Dragapult EX. Deciding to opt for Buddy Buddy Poffin instead. Now, there's no Psychic Energy yet that have been found, which does limit Jackson's options in terms of what attack to use. It feels as if you could take a prize swing with this Blaziken, but you're going to give your opponent another 2 cards with Lucky Helmet. They've already been sitting on a huge hand size, and it's very realistic for them 9 times out of 10 to have a KO.
I truly believe, Ethan, at this point, both of these players don't want to draw, but like you had mentioned, it's just not exactly what you want to see when you're just potentially taking prize. Is it just going to be a Jet Headbutt?
Feels like the only way to apply some pressure, that Lucky Helmet will activate, drawing 2 additional cards for Nathan. Does find that energy card, the Ignition Energy. So that does mean there's a potential for a KO. Given that there are 6 Team Rocket supporter cards, you see a little bit of overwhelmingness for Nathan with how many are available. Considering evolving this Pokemon, it would line up for that Phantom Dive to take a KO to it on the bench, and that's what Nathan is really thinking about and weighing the pros and cons of here, does decide to evolve that.
The thing is, with Ignition Energy, Ethan, after you use an attack with it, you have to discard it. And automatically, with 3 Team Rocket's energies already unavailable because they are in the prize cards, that Roto-Stick unfortunately will fail. He's going to be working with less and less energy as the game goes on, unless he finds a way to get him out of the prizes.
Are there 6 supporter cards in hand for Nathan? Can't quite tell. We saw a quick glimpse. By discarding all 6 supporters, it would leave yourself with just the mercy of the prize cards to help you out. With time winding down, it feels like the only way you're going to really evolve in this game, find a win condition, is to get aggressive, start taking these prize cards. And Nathan does decide to do exactly that. Rocket's Feathers for 360 damage, KOing Dragapult EX, and importantly does draw into 2 amazing prize cards, that Team Rocket's Energy and the Rocket's Transceiver.
Well, the prize mapping for Nathan is certainly now on board, and I think Jackson can definitely see it. I mean, Nathan getting 2 prize cards here is going to allow for both of these Porygons to attempt to cinch the game for him here, too. And thanks to the Veil, they are going to be protected for now. It might be Boss's Orders time, Ethan, onto at least one of the Porygons here. Still stack that 6 damage onto the Team Rocket's Honchkrow and start taking these attackers out of play.
Can even target that Articuno down potentially to just try and apply pressure. Instead, going to go after both Lucky Helmets. Okay, allowing this Murkrow to draw cards for Nathan after discarding all of those cards if it means not having access to that later on. We're at just under 4 minutes left, and things are tied up at 4 prizes apiece.
And you know both players don't want to tie any more than they already have, and 1 is enough, technically, right?
Wow,
Still
look at that. 3 Night Stretcher in the hand. You can play some of those to thin the hand out, but it may be reliant on another big Ariana to fill the hand up to find more of these supporter cards. It seems that Nathan is all in on a big Rocket's Feathers this turn.
It makes me also question, Ethan, the amount of supporters there in the discard for our command when it does inevitably find its way up. But I think you're right. It is going to have to be Team Rocket's Transceiver to get Ariana going.
It's too early. That R command is not dealing enough damage to KO Dragapult EX. Just debating which Pokemon to grab out. Again, every time you evolve and prepare these Pokemon, you're guaranteeing that attacker for later on, but you're leaving yourself susceptible to bench damage from Phantom Dive. Just going to fail the Pokepad, it seems. Find this Team Rocket's Ariana, play maybe 1 more Night Stretcher, and hope that this can find a huge benefit of cards, Team Rocket supporters, and maybe even a stadium to draw some more cards as well.
It's not even safe for Nathan to evolve this Porygon as well due to the danger of Monkey Dory, just because of the damage counters. And like you had mentioned, the Repelling Veil does not protect evolution Pokemon here. So Nathan going all in, and like we had mentioned, Ethan, not a lot of energy cards left for Nathan to really utilize.
Needs to find 6 Team Rocket supporter cards. What do we see?
Whoa!
That's not enough, though. That's only 4 supporter cards, no stadium, and no way to draw any more cards this turn.
So close there. You could see all of them come up, but unfortunately for Nathan, just a pair of Pokepads. Unfortunately for him, denying the opportunity to take 2 prizes here.
And it doesn't even feel great to deal damage since Monkey Dory is now available and an option. And immediately you see checking the discard pile can bench Monkey Dory and take another 2 prize cards this turn. Jackson is playing with lightning pace in this 3rd game.
You know exactly what he is going for here. And while a Repelling Veil does protect those basic Pokemon, Ethan, it does not protect your evolution Pokemon. And this was the fear that we had, right? Evolving into Porygon, and now you're going to lose 2 attackers. Now, granted, still does have some here, but Jackson going to be in range of potentially even taking this game within the next 1.5 minutes before time is called.
Needs to play with some pace. We are at 90 seconds left, ladies and gentlemen. Dragapult EX gets grabbed. We can see a pivot into this fresh Dragapult EX with 2 Seething Spirit abilities to power up Dragapult again. As long as well, we can't attach that energy there. We already attached to Monkey Door. Oh, that was from the discard pile with Seething Spirit. So many energy accelerations going on. Dragapult EX just powered and empowered by Blaziken. 2 prize cards taken. We are getting down to to 60 seconds left in this last round of phase number 1.
And this is why Dragapult Blaziken is such a great variant of this deck, because of the amount of times that you are able to just power something up from the discard, whether it be another attacker or that Monkey Dory. And like you had mentioned, Ethan, still 2 prize cards away from Jackson. And now, I mean, Nathan is forced in a weird spot where he has to question whether he wants to evolve again or not, because he sees the writing on the wall in terms of what could happen on this next turn. That Dragapult on the bench still does have 90 damage on it. Easily another way for Monkey Dory to move over those damage counters.
Boss's orders on the horizon for Jackson to close out this game. And with time most likely being called this turn, we'll still have 2 turns to close things out. It seems that Jackson has done everything perfect in this 3rd game to become a victor and advance to 7-0-1.
Ethan, the Porygon has evolved with the Ignition energy onto it. I'm wondering if Team Rocket's Giovanni is in the hand here to at least bring forward something to get a knockout.
Yeah, ideally that Dragapult EX, you take the damage counters off the board and 2 prize cards. We'll have to see how many supporters Nathan has in the discard pile. Again, 20 damage per supporter card. That Dragapult EX with 230 HP means there will need to be 12 supporter cards. There are the evolutions, and the Team Rocket's Giovanni, both active players, switching their active Pokemon with one of their bench Pokemon at Nathan's choosing, of course. Does make the card a bit stronger than it normally would be. See that second Articuno be placed onto the bench. And there is that R command, 2 prize cards taken, and we are evened up now, just 2 prize cards away from seeing who will be our victor in round number 8.
Now into overtime we go, and these 3 turns will determine here. Both players don't want to eat a tie, Ethan, and those were 2 very valuable prize cards coming in for Nathan at this point. I think Jackson really kind of debating whether he's going to be able to at least take 2 this turn.
I don't think it's possible to take 2 prize cards. So now the question becomes, how do you set up winning in 2 turns? You have access to 2 turns. Your opponent only has options to play 1 more turn in this game. Is there some sort of strategy that relies around bringing up a undesirable Pokemon like Articuno, poking it for a little bit of damage, and then trying to finish it off later on? It's so difficult with that Veil being ability in place to block these bench Pokemon from taking damage counters.
Well, you saw the energy attachment onto the Monkey Dory, Ethan. We could be seeing a Mind Bend to try and at least give Jackson some time to get something started. It would at least move a single prize Pokemon into the active here. So it would force Nathan to use another Team Rocket's Giovanni here.
Special red card wouldn't do anything. Actually, Nathan's hand is not strong whatsoever. Drew his 2 prize cards, and they were both Team Rocket's energy. Just thinking and looking through, all 4 of those Team Rocket's Giovanni being gone means Nathan would have to find his 1 A-Spec, that Miracle headset, to pivot out of the active spot, and that alone will not be enough to close the game out. So Jackson doing everything he can to just shut the options off as much as possible. Mind Bend for 60 damage, setting up for Boss's orders to close out the game. What is the top deck for turn? It is a Rockets Transceiver. That does open options up for Nathan, but as we mentioned, Emily, no way to gust up a bench Pokemon means that in this last turn, Nathan will be unable to win the game. Now has to think about how he can make it as difficult as possible for Jackson to win on his final turn.
Well, it's hard to say, Ethan, just because all of those Team Rocket Pokemon are now evolution Pokemon. So this Porygon feels like it has to stay within the active here. And still, I mean, Monkey Dory is a threat. I can't imagine what he wants to find off of the Team Rocket's Transceiver at this point.
There's nothing Nathan can do to hand disrupt Jackson. No Pokemon was knocked out on the previous turn, meaning that Team Rocket's Archer cannot be played to disrupt Jackson's hand. And as long as he has access to a Meowth EX or a Boss's Orders in the hand, he'll be able to bring up one of these bench Pokemon and win the game with a final Phantom Dive.
And it's all thanks to, weirdly enough, Area 0 Underdepths as the stadium here, because Dragapult EX is technically a Terra Pokemon. Can extend this bench up to 8. Let's see what Nathan is going to decide to do here.
We're not going to see the energy attached. Playing this Team Rocket's Ariana first, filling the hand up to 8. Does find the Miracle headset, but this is going to be the final turn for Nathan, meaning that headset is not going to provide the value it needs to.
It's unfortunate too, as well, using the supporter for turn to find the ace spec that you needed for game at this point. Might just have to pass at this point.
Attacking does nothing. It risks your Porygon being KO'd, and it would also activate Fezendipity's Flip the Script ability.
Is he going to attempt it, Ethan?
Well, we're attempting this. Tails, and it just KOs his own Pokemon, meaning Nathan hands the game to Jackson, and he'll advance to 7-0-1.
We call that going out on your own terms here in the Pokemon TCG. Jackson Ford going to be able to cinch that game with lightning speed precision on the way he was piloting his deck. I mean, Ethan, this was a really exciting set. I know it's Dragapult versus the world here, but really, Nathan had it all with Team Rockets, just unable to find that miracle headset to get things going.
We look back on that set, and wow, what a set it was. Both players really did give it their all. That game 3, such little time on the clock. Jackson moved with excellent pace, was able to close things out and show the power of Blaziken to just power up Pokemon when needed from the discard pile super fast.
And especially with Crushing Hammer being the card of the tournament and the card of the format. As we take a look back here, Blaziken certainly found its way into its usefulness, but this game 1, Ethan, I mean, using Murkrow to get the knockout with Torment, you hate to see it, or maybe you even love to see it at that point.
I know we got some Murkrow fans in the chat. Love to see the bird get involved. Did see it, of course, take early prizes, and it was this big 2-prize lead that Nathan was able to extend in game 1 that gave him that wiggle room to prevent playing around some awkward plays. And when Jackson was unable to find that combination of hand disruption plus a boss orders to find his way back in, it was too much for Nathan. Took the scenic route, but was able to close out game number 1.
Yeah, scenic route for sure. And I think a big thing for Nathan, he got so much mileage off of this lucky helmet as well. Jackson was really kind of debating back and forth on whether he wanted to keep hitting into Pokemon, allowing for Nathan to keep drawing cards here. But still, I mean, it's just this game number 2 where Jackson said, you know what, I'm going to get that first knockout, see what you can do next.
In this game number 3, Jackson was just given the mercy of Nathan prizing so many energy cards, missed those key attacks early on in the game. Phantom Dive got involved, and it was really that smart addition of Monkey Dory coming in, using Mind Bend to confuse the Pokemon, and just shutting off all of the options for Nathan. He didn't have the combination of cards that were needed. Jackson was able to use Mind Bend. The flip was Tails, and Jackson prevailed as the 8th round winner, 7-0-1, looking to add another excellent finish to his resume.
It was so funny, Ethan, right? I mean, in game number 2, it just felt like Nathan had all of the energy in the hand, and then you lose all the energy to the prize cards in game number 3. But honestly, like we had said, that this tournament feels like Dragapult versus the world, and it feels like a lot of these decks that we have featured today on our stream do at least have some chance.
Always got a fighting shot in the Pokemon TCG. No matchup is 100-0, and that's what makes the game so fun. You always got a way to try and claw back, try and put on some pressure. We've all got stories of walking into a matchup thinking things were doomed and being given an opportunity to run away with the game. It's what makes it so fun.
Yeah, especially because it felt like the past couple times have just been all about how do we beat Dragapult, how do we beat Dragapult, and still there's creative ways to do it, but I think on the Dragapult side of things, right, it's which variation of Dragapult do I bring? I think a lot of players really kind of gave up on the Blaziken package. Crushing Hammers came into format thanks to Andrew Hedrick and his big win, and then players still weren't playing the Blaziken, so now it's Blaziken time now, and it's certainly gotten its mileage.
Well, one player who's riding the wave is Jackson Ford, and a blazing wave it is at that. Let's hear from our Round 8 winner. Chip is standing by.
Thanks, Ethan and Emily. That's right, I am here with our Round 8 winner, Jackson Ford, moving.
I'm feeling pretty good. I didn't go into this tournament having many expectations because post-rotation I haven't done too well. So I decided to play Pult Blaziken because it was just my favorite Dragapult version, and I wanted to give it like a little bit of a twist. I used to play Secret Box Charizard, so now I'm playing Secret Box Dragapult, and it's been good so far. So I'm hoping, you know, day 2 goes well. I'm in a good position to make a run. Last year I kind of crashed, so I'm really hoping to take this one home.
Yeah, and also Marnie's Grimmsnarl with Secret Box as well in your arsenal so far this season. You seem to like the stage 2s when paired with Secret Box. And I do want to ask you about the deck list. You know, Secret Box, not a super popular inclusion, it seems like, in Dragapult these days. What made you go with it for this weekend as your consistency A-spec choice?
So Unfair Stamp creates a very volatile environment as like the main A-spec, which means a lot of your games are kind of decided by whether you hit Unfair Stamp early or don't. Secret Box acts as more of like a consistency smoothing card, a variance lowering card. So you're able to execute your game plan more often, but your game plan isn't necessarily as powerful. Now the upside is because we have special red card now, you don't actually lose that much of the disruption element. Like you do a little bit, but you're able to kind of manage without it and get the benefit of Secret Box, and then you get the air balloon on the Blaziken, which is really important in the Dragapult mirror because they try to go after your Dragapult, boss it, hammer it, and then that gives you the ability to just move it out of the active very easily.
We have seen those, you know, stalling plays be such a big part of so many Dragapult mirror matches. Air Balloon makes a ton of sense. I do, of course, need to ask you about the other tool card you're playing this weekend. Tell me about the Lily's Pearl.
I can't say that this card is the best card in my deck. I didn't really test this one all that much, but the logic on it was like half I want a tool card for Secret Box as well, and half I can use like a single prize Lily's Clefairy. So with a lot of Charizard decks, what you could do before was you can make this board state of like Charizard Chi-Yu, and then that would be your single prizer. So if they knock out your only two prizer, in that case it was Charizard, now it's Blaziken, you can make the single prize board with the Lily's Clefairy with the Lily's Pearl, and now they're forced to take a one prize knockout. That puts them onto odd prize cards and hopefully lets you beat matchups that are aggressive like Raging Bolt or Hydrapple.
Yeah, seems very strong, makes, of course, a ton of sense. I do want to ask you, of course, about this match we just saw play out, specifically the end of Game 3. You know, as time is winding down, it became pretty apparent, you know, in Game 2, you recognized the situation. You were playing pretty quickly, moving through your actions in a manner to ensure that enough time would be available for a full 3-game set. Talk to us about managing that, and especially going into turns there. We saw you checking the resources, you know, all the Giovannis in your opponent's discard pile, the Monkey Dory at the end. Tell me what was happening in your mind.
Yeah, so like in those scramble situations, the only time you can really check your opponent's resources are during their turn, because during your turn, you need to kind of have everything figured out before the turn even starts. So there's no time to actually look at your opponent's discard. So just kind of realizing the situation that they need to knock out a one prizer. So even if they don't have 4 Giovannis in the discard pile, it's kind of my best chance, because if I shove a 2 prizer up and then he just plays Ariana, I'm probably getting one shot. So sitting behind a 1 prizer and then going for the 2 prize Phantom Dive on the turn after is likely the best way for me to win the game, even if there are Giovannis left.
And even if he had hit the heads there on the confusion flip at the end, it seems like you had that Night Stretcher ready to power Monkey Dory back up into play. Now, this event I know means a lot to you. You won the North American International Championships back in 2018 as a senior. You talked about your run last year, you know, fizzling out after such a strong start. What would it mean to you this weekend to piece together a deep run?
It would be really, really cool. I had an opportunity at EUIC, and I kind of tossed away my top 8 game, and I feel like I really could have just taken that one home if I played better in the top 8 game. I had a very, very favorable bracket, so you don't get these opportunities very, very often to be in a position like this, especially at an IC, so it would just mean the world for me, especially as someone who's like had success at NAIC before.
Anyone you want to say thank you to? Any shout outs you would like to give?
I want to shout out everyone that's watching me in the audience. We have Nanami and Claudia in the audience. I think Cohen was watching earlier, and all of the people that have supported me. David's there as well. Everyone from Canada, my mom, my dad, my girlfriend, Courtney, and then all of the Canadians, including Rowan, who I'm staying with this weekend. And then finally, shout out to all of the guys in GB. You know who you are.
Congratulations, Jackson. A great run piecing together, it does seem. We'll let you get out of here, get a little rest. There is still one more Swiss round to play tonight. We're going to get back to the desk to Ethan, Emily, and Pablo.
Thanks so much, Chip. Bringing you in, Pablo. What a Game 3 that was. You always got to scratch your head a little bit when there's, 15 to 20 minutes left on the clock. You start thinking, oh, it's going to tie. We've seen a lot of these, but no, we ended up getting a great match in that third game.
Yeah, I love how both players really sped up there. Obviously, they're both already in Phase 2 with a fantastic record, but they know that in such a big tournament, every match point matters, right? And that really led to that speed up, which I loved seeing. We also had this very particular situation where Jackson didn't hit that Psychic Energy and had to attack for Jet Headbutt for 70, not even knocking out the Murkrow, which I thought was really peculiar of a strategy, but turns out that 70 damage set up perfectly for a future Phantom Dive.
You had to wonder if you were going to go in with Blaziken in that spot, just guarantee the KO or hit for 70 damage. It ended up working out well, was able to piece things together. Is this really Honchkro's biggest weakness, is that end game? It just always feels like it shows up, it does well, you know, you get on that believer train, but as it makes its way towards that last stop, the train kind of goes around.
Yeah, the deck starts off very, very strong, but then it starts to fizzle out. That's where Porygon 2 is supposed to make up for it, right? With all those supporters discarded. But I think Nathan, despite having such a huge hand, it was just very awkward in the sense that he didn't have too many supporters there. He had a lot of like fluff cards that he didn't really need, and all those energy prices really put him in a bind, don't you think, Emily?
Yeah, absolutely, Pablo. And I think, weirdly enough, when it comes to this Team Rocket's deck, I think so many players, like Ethan had mentioned, they're worried about the setup of what about this closing here? Do you think, Pablo, that anything would have changed if Nathan was able to get down or not even evolve a Porygon, instead just letting Repelling Veil do the work here?
Possibly. However, the damage that Nathan ended up leaving on the board in this particular turn, I mean, this set up the future knockout on the Dragapult or the future 2-hit KO with the Porygon, but that little bit of extra damage and the evolution that he did on the Porygon, as you mentioned, that left him open to another 2-price turn, right? Which is exactly what you're trying to protect with the Articuno, but this sort of decision between both evolving and leaving damage on the board obviously ended up being very, very costly.
Thanks as always, Pablo, for breaking things down for us in that last round of Phase 1 as we see what else is going on in the field for Phase number 1. We have, of course, our featured matches happening out in the stream, where we've already had Game 1 take place, Game number 2, and possibly Game number 3 ready to be underway.
I think this feature match station, personally, Ethan, is one of my favorite things about the internationals as well. We can only feature one match at a time, but Ethan, I hate to break it to you, friend, I'm going to expose you here. You love Crustle.
Okay, love is a very strong word.
do.
Let's not get anything twisted. I think Crustle, it's a cool guy. Look, he's got his shell, the claws, he's moving around, he's doing cool things, but I know somebody who Crustle does not like, and it's this Tapu Bulu in the active spot.
Well, absolutely, and we are coming in, like we had said, mid-match here, but it is going to be the Hydrapple deck, thanks to Meganium here, getting things going. And the Meganium ability is able to allow for a lot of these energy and this Tapu Bulu to actually be attacking for basically free for 2 energy, right? But that's a lot better than 4. And thanks to Hydrapple as well, you can actually heal the damage with Ripening Charge that you do to yourself with Wood Hammer.
It's all going to come down to the energy attachments on Lorenzo's side. How quickly can he power up Crustle to deal with Tapu Bulu, especially if he can find a spiky energy to reduce that HP down to being within range of a Superb Scissors. That Tapu Bulu with 140 HP trades excellently into Crustle. It can attack efficiently. It does it in 2 turns rather than 3. There's the Hydrapple, though, and all of a sudden, Tapu Bulu can get powered up, and we're going to see a KO on Crustle.
I mean, Ethan, that was the top deck of the Hydrapple, right? The Dawn wasn't able to grab both the Meganium and the Hydrapple here, so that was actually a great top deck from Albert there. And like we had mentioned, Woodhammer is going to be taking down this Crustle because Tapu Bulu is not an EX Pokemon. So actually, Crustle hates to see this Pokemon coming here, too. Now, Mega Kangaskhan, of course, going to be able to sift through this deck as well. But the thing is, for Lorenzo, does he want to bring up this Dwebble knowing that Tapu Bulu's ready to go?
Absolutely not. You want to protect that guy as long as possible. Speaking of which, Heroes Cape, the choice from Team Rocket's Petrol, will now put this Dwebble in range of out of KO, assuming there's an evolution piece, something like the Crustle to evolve. This dynamic of how do you string together attacks once Tapu Bulu goes down is really what's going to make or break this matchup.
I think over the past couple weeks, and even in this tournament itself, Ethan, control lives on in a very strange, awkward way. I mean, we saw Karis in her victory use a control package of some sorts as well. But still, I mean, Fernando, a world champion, finding a Sylveon control deck. And of course, Lorenzo going with the tried and true control deck of the format with this Crustle and the Hero's Cape here. But like we said, we're coming in mid-match here, so Lorenzo is up 1-0. It's going to be up to Albert to maybe play a little bit more aggressively here to get it done.
Yeah, big find that turn as well. The spiky energy, as mentioned, will make it so if Tapu Bulu ever gets the first opportunity to swing into Crustle, it can be KO'd back from an attack, and you kind of start scratching your head, figuring out, do you get an attack with Meganium? Is that your best potential option? With the Hydrapple, it does become a lot more feasible in one turn.
The thing is, though, I mean, this Mega Kangaskhan's sitting here, but like you had mentioned, may want to just start tapping into this Crustle, at least getting the damage on the board. But the problem is with Crustle that we all know and maybe don't like as much is that there's a lot of Jumbo Ice Cream cards that do heal all of this damage away here. So it will just be the Hydrapple heading into the active, like you had mentioned.
Just wants to protect that Tapu Bulu for as long as possible. Powered up now, can take a one-hit KO onto Mega Kangaskhan. Does Lorenzo have the ability to target down Tapu Bulu this turn? Is there a boss's orders and a growing grass energy? I see the boss, but no energy in hand. Opens the doors right back up for Albert to get the first hit into this Pokemon.
Now, granted, it won't be enough from Woodhammer to take the knockout here, but the question is, what is Lorenzo really going to be targeting down here? Like you said, the Tapu Bulu is the only one that's going to be able to hurt it, but Ethan not going with the boss's orders play, like you had mentioned.
Yeah, there's no energy to attack. That's the big issue. You can't deal enough damage to knock out Tapu Bulu. Was curious to see if Hilda would actually be the supporter of choice. That way you hold on to the boss's orders in your hand for the following turn while grabbing that growing grass energy. Instead, gonna spin the wheel with Lily's Determination and see what these 8 cards open up for Lorenzo.
Ethan, with the way you're talking about it, I'm still very convinced you love Crustle. I mean, come on, you know all the lines to a T. But yes, Lily's Determination here, like you had said, growing grass energy is kind of what you want to keep seeing to buff up this Crustle's HP here. Big 8 cards, looks like.
Immediately, first card in the window is that growing grass energy. Is there a boss's orders for the following turn? Do see an ice cream. Jumbo ice cream at that. Attachment for turn. It's not been played down. That Crustle now going to 270 HP thanks to that growing energy providing a little bit more buff. Considering also benching Dwebble. You never know if your opponent's got some tricks up their sleeve. Something like Tool Scrapper. Obviously, Jamming Tower is a lot more unlikely, but hey, look, it's an international championship. People like to get a little fun with card inclusions.
I think a lot of the times players have now pivoted away from Jamming Tower. Jamming Tower really felt like kind of the card to play in favor of teching in the Team Rocket's Watchtower, too, even for some players here. So now things like Hero's Cape or Sparkling Crystal Dragapult actually feel more of a safer choice because you know that Jamming Tower isn't going to turn these tools off.
So a bit of thinning going on, preemptively grabbing Crustle for a future turn with Ultra Ball. This active is powered up and protected. We'll see the swing, still just slowly trying to deal with Hydrapple EX, 120 damage thanks to Superb Scissors. Can Albert now power up this Tapu Bulu in one turn? We'll start off with that bug catching set. Does find a grass energy as well as no other Pokemon, so just the grass energy brought to hand. If there is another one, which I believe there are a couple, would allow Albert to start to power things up on the Tapu Bulu to swing and hit. Got to follow that up with another attack next turn. Every extra turn you give Crustle, while leaving damage in play, just slowly gives them opportunities to heal it all off.
And the thing is, right, you would think that this matchup for Crustle would be a little bit difficult, and granted it is, but I truly believe that Crustle players really know their way around the boss's orders, Ethan. You love to see it if you're Lorenzo.
Love to see it. However, that Tapu Bulu was healed the previous turn thanks to the Ripening Charge ability, so it's now out of range. However, it would force another energy card to be attached to it with that ability if it wants to not be KO'd to the spiky energy going back into the turn.
2 Crustle now, and Albert has to find a way to get some 2 prize cards in order to at least even it up here. And like we had mentioned, it's time to just start stacking the damage. And while, yes, it is great that Hydrapple can use Ripening Charge to heal, you're only able to heal 30 damage.
I would like to see boss's orders on Meganium potentially. That way you can set up for a 2-hit knockout later on in the game, since Tapu Bulu will almost certainly be taking the first hit onto your Pokemon. Instead, just attacking into the active, now takes the opportunity to power Meganium up. And it seems that Albert is ready to go for this double attack back-to-back, using Tapu Bulu to attack first and then following it up with Meganium to deal enough damage to get through this Crustle.
Like we had said, we are joining this game mid-match, so unfortunately unable to see how many resources in terms of healing has been used for this one. But like you had mentioned, Ethan, it's time for Tapu Bulu to come back into the active, at least start the damage trade here. I'm wondering how many Night Stretchers Albert used at this point to try and get this Tapu Bulu back. Does also play a Lana's Aid as well to try and reestablish the single prize attacker.
So there is the Tapu Bulu swinging with the Wood Hammer, will take extra damage from the spiky energy. Does top deck Bianca's Devotion.
Ooh.
However, it's just out of range from being fully healed. Does need to have 30 HP or less remaining. Just sitting on Brock's Scouting, can maybe thin the deck out a little bit with that. Feels that you have to take a KO on this active Tapu Bulu. Just piecing things out in the hand, thinking about what best to do. This Jumbo Ice Cream Cone would bring this to 130, but it's still being KO'd by Solar Beam, which does 140 to this active.
That's the weird part about this deck, Ethan, is that there are multiple attackers in different ways you could ever understand. So, of course, yes, using Jumbo Ice Cream, and you would be able to at least get the Tapu Bulu out of there, but still, like you had mentioned, the Meganium is a great second attacker here. The only thing that I am getting worried about is, of course, how many times this deck does rely on Wild Growth to really get things going, but it is really up to these single prizers to take down Crustle.
See Brock Scouting just grab unwanted Pokemon out of the deck, put them into the hand. As Lorenzo is not getting as much value as he would like to off this active Crustle, just able to take one KO and then be responded upon, where Albert will go down to just one prize card remaining.
Thing is, we don't know how much time is left in the round either, so tying with Crustle might not be all too bad, especially when both players are 6-1. So is locked for phase 2 at least, but still at these big tournaments you don't want to take losses no matter what. Let's see how Albert's going to be able to respond, because it sounds like Meganium's now coming in for a chance at the fight.
Bringing up the Teal Mask Ogre Pawn instead. So we'll see what Albert has up his sleeve this turn. There's the Lana's Aid, and all of a sudden Tapu Bulu is back online and ready to start swinging its hammer again.
And this is the big thing for Albert here with the Tapu Bulu, is ready to go. And honestly, Ethan, not even considering risking the Meganium because of how key it is to the deck. Instead, sending up Tapu Bulu once again, and will be able to at least go back-to-back here in terms of attacks going off.
And with this now, Lorenzo has no way to respond to a KO on Crustle this turn. 220 damage, no way to buff the HP. And I'm not even sure there's a way to pivot out of the active spot.
Not even that, but even this Crustle will stay in the active. There's no attack either, right? So Albert will be able to use Ripening Charge to heal here, but unfortunately for him, just going to have to bring this Hydrapple back into the active. Still though, thanks to Wild Growth on a Meganium, these energies do count for one more, but it's not enough.
Yeah, and there is the energy needed to retreat. Tapu Bulu takes the KO, and it will be a tie between both of these players. So still well in the tournament as it stands. 6 wins, 1 loss, and 1 tie. We'll see if we see more of these players as the tournament progresses.
I think Crustle has definitely found its way into being very popular, right? And I think a lot of players have said, you know what, I'm not going to hit Crustle, or maybe I'll, you know, play X single prize attacker to get around Crustle and make it work. But still, you got to respect the crab at this point, Ethan. It is here. It still does extremely well. It just got second in Indianapolis as well, so it's still a great meta call.
We've got some rewards for tuning into the stream over on Twitch. A little bit of a surprise and a thank you for Chaos Rising. Every time you watch, or however long you watch, you get more rewards. It scales up 30 minutes to get some booster packs, 45 to earn some of those special illustration rares, and then some cool cosmetics for a nice clean hour. Make sure you check out how to use these Twitch drops. We've got instructions on that as well. Make sure you link your account to your Twitch. It can be complicated a little bit, but we've laid out all the instructions as well as the ability to watch with subtitles on so you can enjoy in other languages.
Yeah, Pokemon is certainly a global game, Ethan. Want to keep it that way by being able to watch in whatever language you'd like to see through your captions as well. But still, Twitch drops are a big part of why people love viewing the stream as well. I know for me, I do love ripping my packs on TCG Live. TCG Live is the best way for players to practice the Pokemon trading card game online as well. So, I mean, if you can't get to TCG Live, I always say go to your locals. But, I mean, still, ripping packs, no matter which way you do it, always a fun time.
It's going to get even more fun on the stream as we get into phase number 2. We've got one more round tonight, starting with our players at 16 match points or more. We'll have more action tomorrow. Let's close things out with a bang after this short break.
I have a severe lack of basic Pokemon in my opening hand.
I have a basic Pokemon in my opening
You get to see all my sauce in this chew. It's like so lame. Most mulligans I wouldn't really care about. That one's like not a good mulligan.
Yeah. I mean, the word secret's in the name, right? It's gotta stay secret.
These guys, man. The script writers just did not want to keep it a secret.
So,
my deck is not the best Dragon Ball deck. My deck is the coolest Dragon Ball deck.
I mean, I think that's very clear.
Yeah, there's a large distinction, unfortunately.
My name is Liam Halliburton. I'm from Washington, D.C.
Welcome back in, Pokemon fans, here to Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania for our regional championships. The 2026 season has kicked off. Over 2,000 players have gathered, but only one can come away with the title.
Your Pittsburgh regional champion, Liam Halliburton.
Liam is the 2022 Seniors Division World Champion. He won the Orlando Regional Championships a couple of seasons ago.
Liam Halliburton with the Ends Zoroark EX. It's a deck that really turned heads.
Yeah, it was kind of like the secret off-meta deck of the World Championship.
Liam Halliburton on an undefeated run with Ends Zoroark here.
I mean, ultimately, I play the game for fun, right? This is not the kind of game you play for money, right? Playing the decks you enjoy, that's like the #1 thing. Play decks that you enjoy, right? Like even if all the numbers say this deck is like the best, but you just, you really hate playing with it, you don't have to force yourself to play that deck. You can play like the second or the third or the fourth best deck if like that's a deck you really, really vibe with. And I think doing that is really good for preventing burnout and winning in the long run.
This is a very, very good matchup for Liam. His deck is extremely favored into the archetype that Aban has chosen to bring this weekend.
When I first got into Masters, so this was coming off of like winning Seniors Worlds, I kind of assumed that everyone in Masters was like the pinnacle of Pokemon and like everybody was playing perfect. But the more that I compete in Masters, the more that I feel like at the upper level, it still is decided by your ability to play the game, that there's so many mistakes, even at the highest level in every single game.
It looks like he may be missing a card. He may have set up for this game with only 59 cards in his deck.
The person who wins is just like basically the person who makes like the second to last mistake, right? That's what they always say, and I feel like it could not be more true of Pokemon.
Liam, undefeated throughout 2 days, 2,600 players. What is going through your mind right now?
Well, obviously, I mean, it's at this point, it's Worlds that matters the most, but this is the only event we got this weekend, so I would try to win.
Shout out the Trashlands crew, Henry and Aban. Shout out my family. Shout out the Falcon. Shout out everyone we test with.
This event qualified me for Worlds, and obviously it's nice to have like that weight off your shoulders in a sense, right? Even as much as you want to say like, you play every event to win, and like, Worlds is just like a complete afterthought, right? And you focus fully on the event, right? It's impossible, I think, to, right, especially towards like the end of the season, put it completely out of your mind of like what you need for like your Worlds invite, right? So getting out of the way early is certainly plus EV for my events throughout the year.
And we're getting word Aban has actually chosen to concede the match, and that means that Liam Halliburton is going to come away from this situation as the Pittsburgh Regional Champion.
Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together for the Pittsburgh Regional Champion, Liam Halliburton!
Welcome back, everybody. We are just about to jump into the action in Phase 2 here at the North American International Championships in New Orleans. My name's Amy Wasley. I'm joined by the wonderful Alex Dow. Are you ready for Phase 2?
Absolutely. There's not just us, of course. There are so many fantastic players who have been able to grind it through Phase 1, and they're here ready to kickstart off their Phase 2 matches.
And boy, do we have a doozy for you guys at home. We're going to jump almost straight down into the table because our players are ready and raring for action as we see two fantastically decorated players here to give you guys a treat for a little snippet of Phase 2. We have, of course, Paolo and Ian.
Yeah, absolutely. Just showcasing the international championships here. Player from the region of EU, Paolo here, has been a Dragapult player for quite some time now. Some very notable finishes across the season thus far. Very highly ranked in our EU region right now as well. But he is up against a 5-time regional champion in Ian Robb.
Absolutely playing that slow king, but Ian is bringing some fresh spicy plays with their Slow King variant. Ian has clearly put a lot of thought into this deck, and we'll just have to see how those decisions go. But let's see how our prize cards are looking. There's a lot of Ultra Balls.
Yeah, and certainly a lot of Ultra Balls and a couple of treats there. We do see that Drapion in the prizes for Ian alongside that Lily's Clefairy EX. We know how important that could be in a matchup against Dragapult. Paolo there with just the one Drak Cloak in the prizes. So we're going to be in for a real spectacle here.
I'm excited to see both players who will have definitely tested this matchup with incredible force. So both of our players look like they're about ready to rumble, and so are we. So let's see our round 9 Swiss. Our first match of Phase 2 begins right here in New Orleans.
And Paolo is the one who's going to be kicking us off, Amy. With that Pokepad, simply, as we do have that Dreepy in the active spot, we're just going to be trying to set up the board because we want to be going into those Cloaks. Just trying to get into that recon directives, get those consistency cards into and onto the board state before we can start firing off some really pivotal attacks with that Phantom Dive. Start trying to dismantle Ian's board.
Paolo goes ahead and grabs that first Dreepy, an incredibly important notion. And of course, he's just having a look through the deck now and checking how many energy we're looking at. Of course, Paolo just had a look at how many Pokemon he's got and what resources are going to be available to him throughout the game.
Yep, absolutely. Knowing how many energies you have access to, especially when you play cards like the Crispin, so you can start an energy acceleration to the board, is ever so important, as it is a pass over to Ian here.
A slow start for Paolo. Ian, can he respond by picking up the pace against Paolo with only a couple of Dreepy on the board? You've got to be a little bit afraid if you're Paolo, especially going up against Slow King, which is known for dealing with those low HP Pokemon early on pretty quickly. Paolo's going to have to move quick to overcome this as Cyber Maniac's Code Breaking comes down to cherry pick 2 cards to the top of Ian's deck, which he'll then be able to take using Kangaskhan.
Yeah, it's a great combo that we've seen in a lot of variants, a lot of different decks over the time that has been together now, just being able to be in the active spot, use that run errand, draw 2 cards, and really start to kind of set up the board state where you can apply a lot of pressure to your opponent's side. We're going to be keeping an eye out on certain techs, of course, throughout this matchup as well. But, you know, how Ian has to play this is maybe just try and dismantle it through certain cards, like that Kyurem that we've seen in decks like Slow King before. And when you're not protected by anything like a Shaman, it's going to be real scary soon.
Very much so. And of course, Cloak doesn't get us out of the HP total that Kyurem can go towards. Now, of course, we get to see telepathic energy, a fantastic utilization in this deck. Whenever you attach it to a psychic type Pokemon, you can search your deck for 2 further basic psychic Pokemon and put them straight on your bench, which is crucial for a strong setup if you're Robb. Robb. Goodness gracious.
Yeah, we do see the Latias EX and the Monkey Dory coming down now. The Monkey Dory is, again, another very unique inclusion on Ian's side of the board. Knowing he's up against a Dragapult who likes to spread damage counters across the board, well, when you've got Monkey Dory to fling that damage counters back, and we get to smooch him in the active spot as well to really accelerate some energies onto the board state with that delightful kiss.
Smooch him, giving that delightful kiss, and looks like both of those energy are going down onto that single Slowpoke. They must be attached to the same Pokemon after all. And of course, over to Paolo's turn, where we start things off with this Ultra Ball handheld fan being shown there. A really fun addition to a Dragapult deck that I think especially would be very strong in the mirror match.
Yep, so this is going to be a vital turn here for Paolo to try and stabilize against Ian's deck and board state, knowing that he is staring down at the double energies. This is what I'd like to see, that judge to really try and impact the whole game and turn here. Try and slow down Ian, because outside of this judge, there's not really much protection Paolo can really play. So he's just going to have to hope this judge really sort of handles the matchup and just sticks long enough that he can get into a Dragapult TX.
Yeah, Meowth certainly does give that last-ditch catch, last-ditch effort to try and just slow Robb down enough. Hopefully, Paolo will have some success with that. Going into our Recon Directive, and we get the second Cloak off the Recon Directive so that Paolo can go ahead and evolve the second Dreepy, go for another Recon Directive, and he has one more decision to make, taking the Team Rocket's Watchtower. This could slow Ian down as well by turning off the ability of his normal type Pokemon, just like Mega Kangaskhan EX.
Yeah, so important here. So that does come straight onto the board state, slowing down and stopping run errands, now no longer available unless we have a counter stadium in Ian's hand. Of course, does have to maneuver into the Kangaskhan, but then that would be the use of the retreat on that turn already. There comes a Cypher Maniac's code-breaking. Sure, looking, as we've already discussed, to cherry-pick 2 key cards here, but can he just find a way to draw into them?
Would need to possibly bump the stadium. I'm not sure if Ian had it in hand, but it looks like would. Okay, yep, changing down into the Kangaskhan. Doesn't look like Ian has a way. It's just going to be a draw for turn next time. So over to Paolo for draw for turn and our Recon Directive.
Yeah, it looks like that judge definitely did stick around, really slowing down the game plan. Ian did obviously put the stadium to the top of the deck with that Cypher Maniacs, but Paolo has an additional turn here to just try and get out of range of something so scary. Does Recon Directive into that Lily's Determination or a Crushing Hammer there. So could try and slow the game down that way as well. But Buddy Buddy Poffin being played. Doesn't want to give further easy targets if a Kyurem does come in at some stage as well. But you just have to keep going. You have to keep building that board. If you don't, you are staring down at a very, very scary attacker. Although it's only one Slowpoke at the moment anyway.
And I think at this point, Paolo has to expect that that stadium bump has gone to the top of Ian's deck. Paolo choosing to go ahead and play more Dreepy to be a protective wall to help one another to stay in this game. Crispin comes down. We attach both energy to the Dracloak. Paolo then evolves straight away and looks like we're going swinging.
Yep, Phantom Dive is now live, and now we're going to have to be watching Paolo to see how he places those damage counters when he does announce the attacks. It's a Crushing Hammer heads first, removing that vital dark energy on that Monkey Dory. So wherever these damage counters come down on Ian's side of the board, will be a little bit harder to come flinging back with that Adrenobrain ability. One damage counter on the Latias EX for the moment, just to kind of bring it within range. And now it's just trying to apply pressure in various ways.
Here comes the Academy at night. Ian Robb bringing it back, finally able to use run errands and Lily's determination to refresh the hand and hopefully jump out of that judge situation that Paolo forced him into. So Ian's now looking forward to try and push back at Paolo for that really demanding start.
Let's see how Ian can play out these 8 cards he gets from this Lily's Determination. Does find a Slow King. Does have, of course, because he was able to retreat into the Mega Kangaskhan on the previous turn, still has the opportunity to retreat into an attacker.
Here comes Slow King. Ian finally has Slow King set up on the board. And of course, with plenty of energy to boot. Moving a Darkness energy onto the Monkey Dory. Now Ian can start moving all of those damage counters back onto the other side of the board, which is only going to help when he's looking advantageously at a big attack. And here we go. We're starting off as a Dracloak is forced into the active position with Prime Catcher. It's a debatable topic what aspect goes into this deck, but this is why Ian has chosen Prime Catcher.
Yeah, he's the one who's 7-1 right now with this particular ace-spec, as we do just get the attack with Super Psybolt on the Dracloak, taking down the sort of consistency. The Recon Directive is now no longer available, and also pulls off the Lily's Clefairy EX that we had to keep an eye out for, that was in the prizes waiting.
Paolo now needs to make a very quick start of evolving his Dreepy quickly to keep up the pace. Not forgetting that, of course, Slow King has other attacks than Seek Inspiration.
Yep, Ian does have the additional Slowpoke on the bench now as well, so further protected if this Slow King does go down. Paolo, though, does still have a very scary Dragapult EX that can start, again, applying a lot of pressure with that Phantom Dive. Again, has to be staring down at that Monkey Dory with the Dark Energy. Could Paolo try and go for a Crushing Hammer again, just to try and limit what comes back at him?
I think you've got to, haven't you? So here it is. That's a Crushing Hammer success, and that Darkness Energy is taken away from Monkey Dory, as Ian probably is not too happy. Paolo going in. There we go. We've got the first Phantom Dive. And now Ian has to make the decision of which Pokemon's being promoted after these damage counters are placed. Going towards the 3 prize Pokemon of Mega Kangaskhan EX. But Paolo's not certain yet. It is really important where these damage counters get placed, because this is what can make or break the game.
Yeah, you want to be trying to maximize the value of the prizes you take here. Of course, Mega Kangaskhan does give up free prize cards, but it is back up to 130 HP now because of the Adrenabrain on that previous turn. And Paolo has taken at least 1 prize there, and he's been able to pick up a second Team Rocket's Watchtower. Can try and slow the game down a bit more if Mega Kangaskhan, for example, does get trapped in the active spot. Ian's going to be looking for a route here to actually get a significant attack off. We know he has Lily's Clefairy EX in hand, but is there a way to get a Psychic Attacker powered up and potentially take a massive knockout on this Dragapult EX?
Yeah, that's the trouble. I'm not sure we have the cards to be able to get more energy into play without Smoochum being utilized an extra time. We do play plenty of Wondrous Patch. I'm not sure if any are in the hand, though, for Ian. So it leaves... Oh, we're going for the... What? Ian playing a Crispin out of nowhere. Not typically a card that we see in this deck. Taking 2 energy, of course, because he runs the Darkness energy, so he can go ahead and use that. Crispin, and we go in with the Lily's Clefairy for a full Moon Rondo knockout.
Yeah, and just like that, turned it around with this one-off Crispin in the list. Again, we've already highlighted that Ian is playing only this 1 copy because he does have that additional Dark Energy targets to allow something like Lily's Clefairy EX with that Fairy Zone ability to really just come in swinging for big amounts of damage. And it's probably been very unexpected from Paolo's side, because now he only has the Cloak on the bench. No energy is currently